Chapter 3340, They're Falling in Love. Wow, this is amazing. It only took them a few seconds to beat all the men. They are clearly martial arts masters. One hit kill. I was about to take a video. I just turned on the camera and it's over. It's indeed awesome. Boss and Mr. Lee are amazing. At first, I was afraid that our boss couldn't beat them. I was worried, and Chenmeng and others were shocked and excited. Leng Xiaoyao looked down at the men from above. Do you want to continue? No more. Those people were all scared and gave in. They didn't even have a chance to fight back. Continuing to fight would just be asking for trouble. Leng Xiaoyao and her friends didn't waste more time on them and left in a car. Even if those men were reluctant to accept the result, they could only swallow their anger. Boss, I was worried that you couldn't handle them earlier. I was so nervous. I only felt relieved when I saw you call Mr. Lee. I didn't expect you to be so amazing, and Chenmeng said, not concealing her doubts just now. I don't really care about them. I was just afraid that they would hurt you by taking advantage of their numbers. That's why I called Brother Mochen, just in case, Leng Xiaoyao said. It was a normal sentence, but Chenmeng and others were very moved. The next day, after having a good lunch, Li Mochen and Leng Xiaoyao sent them to the airport. After they went through security, Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen left. I'll take you to the test tomorrow morning, Li Mochen said. Okay. Leng Xiaoyao didn't refuse because it was Li Mochen's care. It would be best if Li Mochen took her there. Will you go straight home or do you want to go somewhere? Li Mochen asked. Let's go to the construction site. Leng Xiaoyao said. Since they had time, she wanted to take a look. The two arrived at the Universal Building. The Universal Building had 32 floors, and Leng Xiaoyao's company was on the 19th floor. As soon as Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen appeared, they attracted many people's attention. When they entered the elevator, there were many people, but it wasn't too crowded. However, a woman kept getting closer to Li Mochen. Li Mochen didn't make a move despite his displeasure. He just stepped aside. The woman deliberately leaned towards Li Mochen, but was blocked by Leng Xiaoyao before she could get close. She ended up leaning on Leng Xiaoyao instead. The woman was furious, but Leng Xiaoyao pushed her away with disgust and said coldly, Miss, the elevator isn't that crowded yet. Why are you always leaning over? What do you want to do? Everyone knew what was going on. The others looked at the woman with disdain. How shameless. In public, she dared to lean on another man. The woman's face turned red with anger and embarrassment. She retorted, What are you talking about? I just sprained my foot and couldn't stand steadily. Do you want to check the elevator surveillance footage? Leng Xiaoyao didn't buy her story at all and had no sympathy for her. The woman was speechless, but didn't argue with Leng Xiaoyao anymore because she felt guilty. They arrived at the 12th floor and the woman hurriedly got off the elevator. Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen got off on the 19th floor. Wu Wenxi was only a designer and advisor, so he didn't have to be there every day, so they didn't see him when they came today. Leng Xiaoyao took a look around, then left because she didn't understand much. After Li Mochen sent Leng Xiaoyao back to Hanlin Manor, he had something to do and left. Leng Xiaoyao continued working after returning home. Li Mochen said he had something to do, but it was a lie. He planned to wait until Leng Xiaoyao passed her driving test before trying to see if he really liked her. He was worried that if he tried now, regardless of the result, he was afraid that it would affect Leng Xiaoyao's test the next day. So he didn't want to be alone with Leng Xiaoyao today. He was just avoiding it. Therefore, when Li Mochen said he had something to do, he actually went back to the Sihewan where he lived. These days, Mu Yuan and Meng Fan had nothing to do. They stayed in the Sihewan all day, feeling like they were getting moldy. I have a feeling that something is going to happen between our master and Miss Leng, Mu Yuan said. Otherwise, Li Mochen wouldn't go to see Leng Xiaoyao every day. And he didn't even let them follow him. Meng Fan agreed, but before he could say anything, he heard the sound of a car. He realized that Li Mochen had returned, so he didn't dare to talk casually. Mu Yuan was so scared that he jumped up from the sofa and walked out with Meng Fan. What is the situation on the Li family's side now? Li Mochen asked as soon as he came back. The previous matter has been resolved. There is no other movement for the time being, but we're watching them. Meng Fan replied. To be honest, Mu Yuan and Meng Fan couldn't understand the Li family's way of thinking. On one hand, they wanted Li Mochen to go back and help, but on the other hand, they were targeting Leng Xiaoyao, who had nothing to do with Li Mochen. They weren't completely unrelated, but for the time being they were just friends. It was too unreasonable to involve friends like this. Well, maybe they misunderstood and thought that Leng Xiaoyao was Li Mochen's girl, but instead of lowering their stance and begging, they used threats to hurt her. Wasn't this just more annoying to Li Mochen? Anyway, they didn't understand it. Since the Li family dug their own grave, then let them do it. Great. Li Mochen responded without asking further. After dealing with the Zhang family for more than half a month, everyone in the Li family felt exhausted and the atmosphere was unpleasant and oppressive. They knew this matter was related to Li Mochen, so everyone was both wary and resentful towards him. Even if they knew that Li Mochen was targeting the Li family because of Li Zongquan, they dared not blame Li Zongquan. They could only blame Li Mochen for rebelling. The people in the Li family were basically all selfish and thought that no matter what happens, Li Mochen was still surnamed Li. No matter whether they admitted that Li Mochen was a member of the Li family or not, since he was surnamed Li, he should not be so cruel to the Li family. Any action by Li Mochen that went against the Li family was considered an unforgivable offense. Li Mingde and Li Mink were both present in Li Zongquan's study room. Dad, this time we were harmed badly by Li Mochen. He simply doesn't care about the Li family. Doesn't he even know his own surname? Dad, what should we do? We can't just let Li Mochen go like this. Li Ming said. He couldn't swallow this anger towards Li Mochen. He had to teach him a serious lesson, otherwise he won't be able to bear it. Li Zongquan frowned and remained silent. Li Ming hesitated for a moment, then said, I think going against Mochen will not be good for our Li family. This time is a good example. If we go against him again, it may be even more serious next time. Chapter 3341, Make others aspirational, destroy your own prestige. How is going against Li Mochen detrimental to our Li family? Mink, you are only boosting his ego and destroying our own reputation. Our Li family is so large. Why should we be afraid of Li Mochen? This time he only got lucky and found out some things. Moreover, as a descendant of the Li family, shouldn't Li Mochen be willing to contribute to the family? Not only did he not contribute, but he also teamed up with outsiders to attack the Li family, which is a great betrayal, retorted Li Mingde. Even if he failed in front of Li Mochen, Li Mingde didn't believe that Li Mochen was more powerful than the Li family, nor did he believe that Li Mochen had so many things that were detrimental to the Li family. Even if we are not afraid of Li Mochen, we still fell into his hands. Li Mochen is a descendant of the Li family, but how did he leave the family? Everyone knows. Can you make someone who has been hurt by the Li family not hate us? If it were you, could you really come back and help the Li family without any resentment? Li Mink asked. Although he also wanted Li Mochen's help for the Li family, he didn't mean to force him because he understood how Li Mochen felt. What he dared not say was that if Li Zongquan and Li Ming didn't do some dirty things, would the Li family have been caught by the Zhang family? Of course not. Perhaps only he was clean in this Li family. He didn't say that he was completely upright and honest. He admitted that he also had moments of greed and lack of self-control, but in the end, his fear and timidity had overcome him, so his hands were still clean. Although he didn't agree with what Li Zongquan and Li Ming did, he couldn't stop them either. Li Ming was startled. He didn't know what to say for a while because if it were him, he might be even more ruthless than Li Mochen and hit the Li family harder. However, he couldn't say that. People were like this. If it didn't happen to them, they could never truly empathize with others. It was easy to talk when you weren't in other people's shoes. Enough. Li Zongquan rebuked. Li Mingqi's words made him feel embarrassed because the things that happened to Li Mochen in the Li family were all due to his indulgence. If he had stopped it, they wouldn't have dared to bully Li Mochen, so he felt that Li Ming was questioning him. He admitted that the Li family had treated Li Mochen poorly in the past, but they were still family. Why hold on to resentment for so long? At that moment, Li Zongquan remembered that Li Mochen was also a member of the Li family. However, when they bullied and targeted Li Mochen back then, why didn't they think that he was also a member of the Li family? As soon as Li Zongquan spoke, Li Mingde and Li Mink shut up. They waited for him to come up with a solution because they couldn't think of one themselves. Li Zongquan didn't have any positive solutions, only the use of tough measures as a threat, but this was a bit tricky. He had already sent Li Mink to talk to Li Mochen, but Li Mochen refused. Li Zongquan never thought of apologizing to Li Mochen himself and asking him to return to the Li family. He felt that Li Mochen wasn't worthy of him, the elder and head of the family, personally begging him to come back. Sending Li Mink and the butler was enough to give him the respect. After all, the butler represented him. However, without even this begging attitude, how could Li Mochen help him? In fact, even if Li Zongquan went personally, Li Mochen wouldn't pay attention to him. You can go out. Li Zongquan impatiently drove out Li Mingde and Li Mink. Although he resented Li Mochen, he still needed a solution. Li Ming said sarcastically to Li Mink as they left the study, "Mink, why do I feel like you're not worried about the Li family at all? At this point, you're still speaking up for Li Mochen. Mingde, why must others do what you can't do? Besides, isn't Mochen leaving the Li family your family's biggest contribution? If it hadn't been for Xiang pushing Mochen into the river and almost drowning him, would Mochen have exploded? After the accident, instead of apologizing and comforting him, you blamed him. You hurt him deeply. If it had been Xiang who was pushed into the river and almost died, you would probably have killed Mochen." Li Mink sneered. To be honest, he looked down on Li Mingde's selfishness. He clearly did something wrong, but still blamed others. It was really ridiculous. Li Mingde was mad, but didn't know what to say. After all, Li Mink was right. Li Mink returned to his room and his wife, Su Weishen, asked with concern what happened. Li Mink told her about the situation. Su Weishen couldn't help but sigh. She whispered, "As you said, I also think this is impossible. The one who was bullied and driven out of the house is Li Mochen, not them. They are just talking without thinking. If it were them, they would probably hate the Li family more than Li Mochen does." Actually, everyone understood this truth. It depended on whether they could empathize. If they could empathize, they would understand. If they were selfish, they would only consider themselves. Su Weishen had moral standards. Although she didn't have fondness towards Li Mochen, she knew that he wasn't wrong in this matter. Although she was a daughter-in-law of the Li family and hoped that the Li family would be well, using this method to force Li Mochen was obviously not feasible. Especially when Li Mink told her about the conversation between him and Li Mochen, Su Weishen didn't want Li Mink to get involved in this matter, lest he would lose more than he gains. At first, she didn't believe that a young man like Li Mochen could be so capable, but after knowing that this matter of the Li family was related to Li Mochen, she wanted to believe it. At least, Li Mochen had the ability to make the Li family uneasy. Therefore, she didn't want to offend Li Mochen, nor did she want Li Mink and her own child to offend Li Mochen. Fortunately, her children didn't have much opinion about Li Mochen, unlike Li Xiaoyang who had always been at odds with him. Even after being injured by Li Mochen, he not only didn't learn his lesson, he also hated him more. As soon as he learned that Li Mochen was in the capital city, he couldn't help becoming restless. However, there was nothing he could do. At 9 a.m. the next day, Li Mochen went to pick up Leng Xiaoyao to take her to take the driving test. Leng Xiaoyao was very good at driving, but she hadn't passed the driving test yet. After all, she had to be 18 years old to take the driving test. In her previous incarnation, she had just turned 18 when the accident happened. She didn't have a chance to take the test. As a result, she needed to practice before the test. As long as the money was in place or there were connections, nothing was impossible. Nevertheless, she had to take the test in person because the driving test was monitored. Chapter 3342, Why Suddenly Talk About Me? Leng Xiaoyao passed Subject 1 easily, then Subject 2 after trying once and receiving explanations from the coach. The coach was shocked by how quickly Leng Xiaoyao passed Subject 3 and 4. Although Leng Xiaoyao wasn't the first to pass all subjects in one day, they had practiced many times at the driving school before. However, this was Leng Xiaoyao's first time practicing at the driving school, and she only tried once before passing. After passing the test, Leng Xiaoyao quickly obtained the driver's license. Mochen, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. What do you want to eat? Leng Xiaoyao was excited and wanted to invite Li Mochen to dinner. Why don't we just cook at home? Li Mochen suggested, feeling a bit nervous because he had his own idea. If they went out, there would be too many people around. He wouldn't have the opportunity to try. After returning home, he also didn't know what reason to use to invite Leng Xiaoyao in. This kind of thing could only be tried when they were alone together. Therefore, it was better to just go to Leng Xiaoyao's house for dinner. Then, he knew that this try wasn't very fair to Leng Xiaoyao, but before he was sure, he didn't want to say it lightly. That would be too irresponsible. Okay, then you'll have to take me to the supermarket. Leng Xiaoyao agreed. Li Mochen was more than happy to help. The two of them went to the supermarket together, and anyone who looked at them would think that they were a couple. Hi, Brother Mochen. Suddenly, a woman's voice called out Li Mochen's name, but it wasn't Leng Xiaoyao. After hearing the voice, both Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen instinctively looked over and saw a beautiful woman in her early 20s standing next to an older woman. When the older woman saw Li Mochen, she was quite surprised. However, when she saw Leng Xiaoyao, her eyes dimmed for a moment before quickly recovering. She then warmly said, Mochen, it's really you. When did you come back to the capital city? Why didn't you come to see us? Aunt Dao, nice to see you. I just came back recently and have been busy, so I didn't have time to meet Dao Zheng. Li Mochen replied. Dao Zheng was Li Mochen's friend, and they had a good relationship. Li Mochen had also visited the Dao family a few times. Since we met by chance today, it must be fate. Why don't you come to our home for dinner tonight? My older brother is at home today. Dao Yishao sincerely invited Li Mochen, completely ignoring Leng Xiaoyao because she only wanted to invite Li Mochen. She didn't know who the girl with Li Mochen was, nor did she want to ask, but she was very curious and jealous in her heart. This girl could be alone with Li Mochen, and even came to the supermarket together. Obviously, their relationship wasn't common. Moreover, this girl was so beautiful. It was impossible for her not to be jealous. She just concealed it. Thank you, but I have something else to do. I'll catch up with Dao Zheng when I have time. Li Mochen refused politely and distantly, because he was only familiar with Dao Zheng, not his family. Even if he wasn't familiar with them, he would treat his friend's family politely, but if they had different intentions towards him, he wouldn't want to get too close. Something else to do. What could he have to do with another woman after coming to the supermarket? Mrs. Dao and Dao Yishao thought to themselves. May I know who this young lady is? Mrs. Dao looked at Leng Xiaoyao and asked Li Mochen. She's my friend, Li Mochen said. As soon as they heard that it was a friend, Mrs. Dao and Dao Yishao were relieved. Since Li Mochen said it was a friend, then it was just a friend, not a girlfriend. However, just because it wasn't now doesn't mean it wouldn't be in the future, because Li Mochen had never had many women around him, yet today, he was alone with a woman in the supermarket, which showed that their relationship wasn't as normal as friends. As a result, Dao Yishao still felt very threatened. I guess Brother Mochen is going to dine with this lady. So why don't you two come to our house for dinner together? It's more lively with more people. Dao Yishao said. She didn't invite Leng Xiaoyao earlier, but in order to invite Li Mochen, she had to invite Leng Xiaoyao as well. We still have important matters to discuss, so we can't go. Please excuse us, said Li Mochen. He didn't want to waste any more time on them, so he directly walked away. Although Dao Yishao was unwilling, she didn't stop him. After Li Mochen left, Dao Yishao immediately became anxious and asked, Mom, what should we do? Brother Mochen is with another woman now. Since Mochen said she's just a friend, then she probably is just a friend. You still have a chance. Go back and ask your older brother if he knows anything about Mochen and that woman. Knowing oneself and the enemy is the key to victory, said Mrs. Dao. She really hoped that Dao Yishao could be with Li Mochen. Although Li Mochen was no longer the young master of the Li family, he wasn't just handsome, he was also talented, so they didn't care if he was still the young master or not. "Oh, so it was your admirer. I think she isn't bad. She's pretty and has a good figure," joked Leng Xiaoyao, but her tone was a bit ambiguous, although she didn't realize it herself. "Not as good as you," Li Mochen said seriously and truthfully. Leng Xiaoyao suddenly felt uneasy and said, "Why are you suddenly talking about me?" "I'm just saying you're better than her," Li Mochen said earnestly. Actually, even if Dao Yishao was really prettier than Leng Xiaoyao, he wouldn't pay attention to her. He treated Leng Xiaoyao differently, not because of her appearance, but because of his feelings. Leng Xiaoyao was in a panic. She didn't want to dwell on this topic with Li Mochen any longer. After returning home, it was almost time for dinner, so Leng Xiaoyao started cooking while Li Mochen helped. Leng Xiaoyao originally refused, but she couldn't resist Li Mochen's insistence, so she had to compromise. Being together made them both feel embarrassed. Compared to Li Mochen, Leng Xiaoyao was even more confused about her feelings. She couldn't help but despise herself for being so sentimental. However, just as she regained her senses, she became absent-minded again. As a result, she accidentally cut her hand while peeling potatoes, which startled herself and scared Li Mochen. He immediately put down what he was holding and grabbed her hand to see if she was okay. "How can you be so careless?" Li Mochen's heart ached for her. Leng Xiaoyao raised her head, and her gaze met Li Mochen's eyes. Her voice suddenly stopped as if something in Li Mochen's eyes had attracted and stunned her. Her heart was beating faster as if it was about to jump out. Li Mochen felt the same. He wasn't deliberately looking at her like this because of the so-called experiment, but he was unconsciously attracted to her. He couldn't help leaning towards Leng Xiaoyao and his lips covered hers. Chapter 3343, Can't Stop Himself. Leng Xiaoyao suddenly came back to her senses. She immediately pushed Li Mochen away, feeling confused and at a loss. Why you? Li Mochen also realized what he was doing. He apologized at once. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, I just couldn't help myself." Yes, he couldn't help himself. He was now sure of his feelings for Leng Xiaoyao. He liked her from the beginning and never rejected her. He even wanted to get closer to her. Now he just wanted to keep her by his side. Leng Xiaoyao's heart was beating even harder. Although she had never experienced a romantic relationship before, she knew what it meant to not be able to help oneself. Surprisingly, Li Mochen had feelings for her. Leng Xiaoyao wasn't angry, but rather happy because she realized that she also liked Li Mochen. Because of that, she felt even more confused and didn't dare to look at Li Mochen. She turned around and wanted to escape. Li Mochen wouldn't let Leng Xiaoyao escape. Since they had come to this point, he wanted to be direct. Without delay, he grabbed Leng Xiaoyao's hand, gathered his courage, and boldly said, "Xiaoyao, I like you. I have always been resistant to women getting close to me, but when I first saw you, you didn't give me that feeling of rejection. Instead, I wanted to get closer to you. I have no experience with a romantic relationship, so I've been struggling lately. I didn't know how I felt for you, but now I know my heart clearly. I really like you. Can you give me a chance to pursue you? Why not? Just ask if I can be your girlfriend." Leng Xiaoyao asked subconsciously, because she thought that confessing to someone usually involved directly asking them to be their girlfriend. Was it rare to give the other person a chance to pursue? However, as soon as she said that, Leng Xiaoyao realized that she shouldn't have said that. Therefore, she quickly explained. Li Mochen was also taken aback, but he didn't give Leng Xiaoyao a chance to explain it. He asked directly, "Will you be my girlfriend? How could you change your decision like that?" Leng Xiaoyao was a bit annoyed. He learned it from her right away. "I was just afraid of putting pressure on you, so I didn't dare to say it directly at first," Li Mochen said. No one wanted to start from pursuing. He wanted them to become boyfriend and girlfriend at once. When it came to pursuing someone, he was afraid of wasting time. Leng Xiaoyao was speechless, but still didn't respond directly to Li Mochen. Why you? Let go of me, then answer me." Li Mochen didn't let her go, instead he held on tighter. Since he had asked, how could he be at ease without an answer? Even if they didn't become girlfriend and boyfriend, giving him a chance to pursue her was better than nothing. At least this way, there was hope. To be specific, if he was given a chance, he could directly build the relationship. It was shameless, but he couldn't get a girlfriend without doing that. Everyone had their pride. If no one said it, they would miss their chance. Well, it depends on how your performance is. Leng Xiaoyao really wanted to agree, but she didn't want to accept him so quickly. It wasn't about testing anything, because she already knew what kind of person Li Mochen was from her previous incarnation. She just wanted to be a bit coy. Big actions hurt people, but small actions bring joy. No problem. Li Mochen was satisfied with this answer. Wait a moment. Li Mochen finished speaking and immediately walked out of the kitchen. He quickly returned with a band-aid in his hand. Although the wound on Leng Xiaoyao's finger was shallow, it was bleeding, so it was better to put a band-aid on it. Seeing the nervous look on Li Mochen's face, Leng Xiaoyao's heart was warmed. After wrapping her wound, Li Mochen immediately picked Leng Xiaoyao up horizontally. Leng Xiaoyao was surprised. What are you doing? Your hand is injured. You couldn't touch water, so you should rest. I'll cook, Li Mochen said with a serious expression, as if Leng Xiaoyao's foot was injured instead. It's just a minor injury, and I can walk, Leng Xiaoyao said resignedly. When she finished, she was already placed on the sofa. After putting Leng Xiaoyao down, Li Mochen went to cook. Although she hadn't accepted Li Mochen yet, she was obviously very happy. Her face was full of smiles. Suddenly, Leng Xiaoyao felt that someone's gaze was on her. She immediately looked up and saw Li Mochen in the kitchen looking at her. Leng Xiaoyao suddenly stiffened and felt embarrassed, wishing she could be invisible. Thinking of that, she did it and buried her head in the sofa, not daring to look at Li Mochen again. Li Mochen let out a low laugh, feeling even happier because Leng Xiaoyao's reaction clearly showed that she liked him. Love requires mutual affection. If he liked her but she didn't like him, they might not end up together. Even if they did, they wouldn't be happy. He didn't want to make the person he liked unhappy. Therefore, knowing that Leng Xiaoyao also liked him, Li Mochen was even happier. Li Mochen continued to cook. After hearing the sound of cooking, Leng Xiaoyao finally lifted her head from the sofa and went to the bathroom. Looking at herself in the mirror, her face was as red as a monkey's butt. No. It was as red as an apple. She quickly turned on the faucet and washed her face with cold water. Her cheeks gradually cooled down and weren't as red anymore. Then Leng Xiaoyao took a few deep breaths, trying to calm herself down and not think too much. In the Dao family's mansion, Dao Zheng was on the phone with his girlfriend when his mother and younger sister came back. They directly interrupted him, which made him quite angry. He had to hang up the phone first. What's wrong with you guys? Can't you see I'm on the phone? What happened to your manners? Dao Zheng wasn't polite to them, even though it was his own mother. How dare you talk to your mother like that? Mrs. Dao scolded angrily. Do you think it's right to interrupt someone's phone call? Can't you wait until I'm done? Dao Zheng said irritably. This wasn't the first time that they had done this to him. If it was the first time, he wouldn't be so angry. I just have something urgent to ask you. Mrs. Dao felt a little guilty after being scolded by Dao Zheng. What is it? Dao Zheng asked impatiently. I just saw Li Mochen at a supermarket with a girl. Do you know if Li Mochen has gotten a girlfriend recently? Mrs. Dao asked. You interrupted my call just to ask this. Dao Zheng was mad. At the same time, he was also astonished that Li Mochen went to a supermarket with a girl. If so, it would be impossible for Dao Yishao to be together with Li Mochen. I've said it many times before. Mochen won't like Yishao. You can give up on that idea. If you keep bothering him, he might even distance himself from me, Dao Zheng said. Chapter 3344, Strange Antiques. Although Dao Yishao may sometimes act a bit affected, she didn't have any bad habits. She was pretty and had a good figure. All in all, she was a good choice. At first, Dao Zheng hoped that his younger sister could be paired with Li Mochen, but he never directly expressed it because even if he hoped for it, they both had to be interested in each other. Dao Yishao liked Li Mochen, but Li Mochen had no interest in her, so Dao Zheng gave up on the idea and told Dao Yishao not to have any illusions about Li Mochen. Nevertheless, Dao Zheng couldn't control Dao Yishao's thoughts. As long as she didn't cause trouble for Li Mochen, he didn't want to interfere, but if she did cause trouble for Li Mochen, he wouldn't allow it to continue. It wasn't that he didn't care about his sister, but he didn't want her to do things that would cause trouble for others just because of her own desires. Why would he become distant? Is it wrong for Yishao to like him? And what's wrong with our Yishao for Li Mochen not to like her? Mrs. Dao protested. It's not wrong to like someone, but you can't force others to accept you just because you like them. By your logic, what's wrong with Zhang Junrui? Why doesn't Dao Yishao like him? Is it only allowed for Dao Yishao to not like others, but not for others to not like Dao Yishao? What kind of reasoning is that? You have to have some self-awareness. Dao Zheng retorted, then ignored them, going straight back to his room. Zhang Junrui was Dao Yishao's pursuer. He really liked her. He was good-looking, from a good family, and a good person, but Dao Yishao just didn't like him. That was fine. When it came to love, if you didn't like someone, you merely had no interest in him, but Mrs. Dao and Dao Yishao had double standards. Dao Yishao didn't like Zhang Junrui because she felt that his pursuit was causing trouble for her, so she hated him, but when it came to herself, she blamed others for not liking her. You, Mrs. Dao was angry, but she had to agree that what Dao Zheng said was right. She didn't know how to argue with him. Mom, what should I do? Even my brother won't help me, Dao Yishao immediately cried. To Mrs. Dao, how would I know what to do? Mrs. Dao was also very annoyed. If she knew what to do, she wouldn't ask Dao Zheng so many questions. In Hanlin Manor, after staying in the bathroom for a while to calm down, Leng Xiaoyao finally came out. Soon after, Li Mochen brought the dishes to the table. The meal is ready, Li Mochen shouted. Leng Xiaoyao walked towards the table slowly, not daring to look at Li Mochen. Li Mochen didn't dare to stare at Leng Xiaoyao either. He looked calm on the surface, but he was actually full of panic. Don't just eat rice. Have some meat and vegetables, Li Mochen said as he picked up some vegetables for her. I thought you were brave. You used to make fun of me all the time, but now you're so shy. Li Mochen teased. I'm not shy, Leng Xiaoyao replied, looking up at him and blushing uncontrollably. However, once she met Li Mochen's eyes, she flushed and her heart beat faster. She had never lost control of herself like this before. If she wasn't attracted to Li Mochen, she wouldn't feel anything no matter how sweet Li Mochen's words were, but now that she fell in love with him, she couldn't control her emotions. After a few seconds, she looked away and said with displeasure. Let's focus on the meal. Okay, let's eat. Have more vegetables, Li Mochen said with a faint smile as he served some vegetables to Leng Xiaoyao. I'll serve myself, Leng Xiaoyao said awkwardly. After finishing their meal in a nervous atmosphere, Li Mochen took the initiative to clean up the dishes. Leng Xiaoyao gave him the opportunity to do so. After finishing the dishes, Li Mochen became nervous. Right when he was about to say something to ease the tension, his phone rang. It was Mu Yiyang. Once Li Mochen heard what Mu Yiyang said, his expression became serious. Okay, I'll be there right away, he said before hanging up the phone. After that, he said to Leng Xiaoyao, Xiaoyao, I need to leave to deal with something. I'll go with you, Leng Xiaoyao immediately said. She had heard Mu Yiyang's words on the phone. A construction site in the western suburbs had a strange tomb that appeared to be attracting people into it. 2 workers were already sucked in. It was surprising that they were sucked into it. Li Mochen and Leng Xiaoyao suspected that there was an evil force causing trouble. Okay, Li Mochen didn't refuse. The 2 of them hurried over. Naturally, such an incident caused panic, so the workers who witnessed everything were temporarily left at the construction site. However, there weren't many people at the construction site when this happened, only about 10. Therefore, it was still under control and the news hadn't been spread yet. Mu Yiyang knew about this accident because it was his friend's construction site. After the accident, his friend called him for help. The first person Mu Yiyang thought of was Li Mochen. The western suburbs were a bit far away, so by the time the two arrived at the construction site, it was an hour later. The scene had already been controlled, with police guarding it. Even archaeological experts had come, but when they wanted to investigate, a person who was close to the cave was sucked in. So now they were too scared to approach and didn't know what to do. After Li Mochen and Leng Xiaoyao arrived, they were stopped too. However, after Mu Yiyang's friend came, they were allowed to enter. Mu Yiyang's friend was named Xu Ziji, and Li Mochen also knew him, but not very well. Although Xu Ziji didn't know why Mu Yiyang insisted that Li Mochen could handle it, he knew that Li Mochen was a powerful figure who had helped Mu Yiyang a lot. Accordingly, even if he didn't believe in Li Mochen, he would believe in Mu Yiyang. Brother Mochen, that ancient tomb is really strange. As soon as you get to the edge of the cave, you'll be sucked in. 3 people have been sucked in now. We don't know if they're alive or dead. Xu Ziji looked worried. If those people had an accident, he would certainly compensate them, but he didn't want anyone to be hurt. It wasn't just that he was afraid of affecting the construction site. If someone died, their families would be very sad. As soon as Li Mochen and Leng Xiaoyao entered the construction site, they both felt an evil power. It was very strong. Because they had already guessed it, they weren't surprised when they felt it. However, their expressions became more serious. Chapter 3345, A Ghost Cultivator. Perhaps these 3 people were sucked in and were in great danger. They approached the cave. Li Mochen said to Leng Xiaoyao, "You stay up here. I'll go down and take a look." "Okay," Leng Xiaoyao responded. Although she was worried about Li Mochen, the current situation required one person to go down and one person to stay up. She needed to prevent things from coming up from below and hurting people without anyone being there to deal with them. Li Mochen also wouldn't allow her to go down alone, so Leng Xiaoyao didn't argue with him. The worst result would be that Li Mochen couldn't handle it or was injured. It wouldn't be a disaster. "What? You want to go down? It's crazy. 3 people have already been sucked in. They still haven't come out." Upon hearing Li Mochen's words, someone immediately expressed their displeasure. It was an old expert from the archaeological team. Because the old expert was simply concerned with his safety, Li Mochen wasn't angry. "What if we tie a rope around him?" Xu Ziji suggested. He was still afraid that an accident might happen. 3 people were already in danger. He didn't want anyone else to disappear again. "No need." Li Mochen refused and walked over directly. Someone couldn't stand Li Mochen's arrogant appearance and said sarcastically, "Humph. He simply wants to steal our thunder. I want to see how he gets out after he goes in." The man was also from the archaeological team, but he was a young man. Li Mochen ignored him, but Leng Xiaoyao couldn't. She looked over with a cold gaze and said unhappily, "Since when did being brave enough to save people become showing off? Why are you here then?" The man was angry and wanted to refute, but was rebuked by the old expert from the archaeological team. "Qian Feng, shut up." Although he also felt that Li Mochen was impulsive, Li Mochen simply wanted to save people. Even if he didn't approve of it, he couldn't say such things about others. Qian Feng dared not say anything else. He just gave Leng Xiaoyao a glare. However, when he saw Leng Xiaoyao's icy eyes, he couldn't help feeling a little scared. Li Mochen approached the edge of the cave. He naturally felt a strong suction force, but he wasn't immediately sucked in, which surprised everyone watching the scene. What's going on? Why isn't he being sucked in? Is it because he's heavy? Even if he's heavy, he's merely about 75 kilograms. Everyone who was sucked in weighs the same. That's true. Could it be that he has special abilities? That's really possible. They weren't just guessing randomly. After all, there had been strange things happening in front of them. If Li Mochen admitted that he had special abilities, most of them would believe it. Otherwise, how could they explain the situation here? Li Mochen used the chaotic power in his body to resist, so the evil power couldn't harm him. He could control himself and enter the tomb passage. At the same time, in the tomb chamber, an old man in a black robe who was meditating on a wooden coffin suddenly opened his eyes. His face was extremely wrinkled and his features were indistinguishable, but his eyes were very clear, revealing a strong sense of gloom and greed. Then the old man stood up and attacked Li Mochen as soon as he entered the tomb chamber. He knew that the visitor wasn't simple, since he had the energy of a cultivator. Although Li Mochen wasn't at a high level, if he absorbed his power, it would still be beneficial to him. When Li Mochen entered the tomb passage, he stayed alert. Therefore, when the old man attacked him, he could react instantly and counterattack. Boom! The collision of the two powers made a loud noise. Even the ground trembled a little, which frightened everyone. Is it an earthquake? Is it from the tomb? Is that man all right? They guessed what had happened. Leng Xiaoyao was still worried about Li Mochen's safety, so she released her magical senses to investigate. In the tomb chamber, after the collision of the two powers, Li Mochen and the man both staggered back a few steps. Then they tangled up again. They both felt that they were being spied on. Li Mochen knew that it was Leng Xiaoyao, so he didn't care. The man didn't know, but at the moment he didn't have much thought to care. The sudden intrusion of Li Mochen wasn't easy to deal with. Although the chaotic power in Li Mochen's body was strong, it could only emit corresponding power according to his level before he gained full control. He hadn't even reached the foundation building period, so the power he emitted wasn't very strong. Facing the man, who should be a ghost cultivator, it was still somewhat difficult. However, it wasn't easy for the ghost cultivator to injure him either. The first two workers who were sucked in had already had their souls sucked away. There were only two withered corpses left. The person who was sucked in later was still alive because the ghost cultivator hadn't digested the previous soul. The person's soul hadn't been sucked away, but he was unconscious. Li Mochen couldn't do anything about the dead bodies, but he had to protect the one who was still alive. When a human cultivator and a ghost cultivator fought against each other, it caused great impact. The ground frequently shook, scaring everyone. Li Mochen and the ghost cultivator were both injured by the other's power. The ghost cultivator's level was ultimately higher than Li Mochen's, so he was less seriously injured. Once Leng Xiaoyao found out that Li Mochen was injured, she couldn't stay outside and immediately walked towards the cave entrance. Hey! Xu Ziji wanted to stop her, but it was too late. Leng Xiaoyao had already arrived at the entrance of the cave. Like Li Mochen, Leng Xiaoyao wasn't directly sucked in, but controlled herself to go down, which surprised everyone again. What kind of people are these two? They weren't sucked in. I don't think they're ordinary, otherwise they wouldn't be so bold. I hope they will all be safe. Everyone hoped that Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen would be fine, but there were a few who didn't like them showing off like this. Therefore, they cursed secretly in their hearts, hoping that they would be in trouble. Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen wanted to steal their thunder. This was just the thought of these people who didn't like them. Why did they not like them and think of them like this? Originally they wanted to show off, but they didn't have the ability, so they were jealous of those who did. After Leng Xiaoyao entered the tomb chamber, she saw Li Mochen and the ghost cultivator fighting. Li Mochen was obviously at a disadvantage and was also seriously injured. Leng Xiaoyao didn't think too much and directly attacked the ghost cultivator. Leng Xiaoyao with the ability of the foundation building period wasn't weak. Coupled with Li Mochen's cooperation, the magical power and chaotic power were emitted together, and the power doubled. They gave the ghost cultivator a serious blow. The ghost cultivator, who had originally held the upper hand, immediately felt threatened and became nervous. There is no grudge between us. Why do you have to go against me? Chapter 3346, Why are you safe and fine? Because you're a ghost cultivator and we're good cultivators. You killed people, so you can't be allowed to live, Leng Xiaoyao said coldly. Ghost cultivators were more evil than evil cultivators because their main goal in cultivation was to devour human souls. It was even more despicable than evil cultivators devouring the souls of demons. When a human died, his soul could enter the cycle of reincarnation, but the existence of demons wasn't allowed by the heavenly rules. Therefore, once they were devoured, they were gone. If ghost cultivators only devoured evil ghosts, it would be fine, but unfortunately, they directly devoured the souls of living people. After Leng Xiaoyao joined Li Mochen, they quickly suppressed the ghost cultivator and finally killed him. Li Mochen was seriously injured, while Leng Xiaoyao suffered minor injuries. After the ghost cultivator was destroyed, the evil power that had been absorbing people in the ancient tomb disappeared. Brother Mochen, are you all right? Leng Xiaoyao quickly supported Li Mochen. She couldn't help crying because she was too worried. Li Mochen didn't know what to do. Don't cry, I'm fine, really. Li Mochen immediately hugged her to comfort her. And you, if I were strong enough, you wouldn't have to risk yourself and get hurt for me. Li Mochen felt guilty. As a man, he should be the protector of his loved one and prevent her from being harmed, but he failed to do so. Leng Xiaoyao sniffed. You just haven't regained your abilities yet. Once you do, this ghost cultivator won't stand a chance against you. Right, I'll work hard to regain my abilities as soon as possible. I won't let you risk yourself again, Li Mochen said. Great. Leng Xiaoyao nodded in agreement. Although she wasn't someone who needed to grow under a man's protection, Li Mochen's words made her feel warm. However, when she realized that she was being hugged by Li Mochen, Leng Xiaoyao immediately got up from his arms. She panicked a little. Li Mochen was a little disappointed, but this wasn't the time to pay attention to that. The two workers who were sucked in earlier have had their souls taken away. The one who was sucked in later is still alive but unconscious because the ghost cultivator didn't have a chance to devour him yet. There's nothing we can do about it. We'll have to compensate their families more, Leng Xiaoyao said. It was already the best outcome that only 3 people were sucked away by the ghost cultivator. After all, they encountered a ghost cultivator. How are we going to explain these 2 people and the constant shaking on the ground just now? Li Mochen thought for a moment and said, we can say that we don't know. As for the shakes, we can say that there are mechanisms in this ancient tomb. They were triggered and caused the quakes. Then Leng Xiaoyao helped the unconscious person out, while Li Mochen dragged the 2 dead workers outside. Although Li Mochen was seriously injured, he was still able to drag them out. The people above were very worried. When they saw Leng Xiaoyao come out, they were all surprised. Although many people wanted them to be fine, they really didn't think they would come out safely. They were all curious about what had happened, but no one dared to approach the hole. Only Xu Ziji dared to approach a little more. After all, this was his construction site. Even if he was afraid, he couldn't just leave. What happened? Xu Ziji asked, eagerly. Leng Xiaoyao came up first, then dragged the person up. This man is fine. He just fainted, but the other 2 are dead. Even though they had thought that no one would come out alive, when they heard that 2 people were dead, they still felt sad. Ask 2 men to go and help Brother Mochen, Leng Xiaoyao said. As soon as other people heard that, they all stepped back a few steps, afraid of being asked to help Li Mochen. They were worried that they would also be sucked in. Xu Ziji was in a dilemma when he saw their reaction. He was also worried that someone else would be sucked in. However, he had to do something. I'll go. Leng Xiaoyao didn't say anything either. Their fear was understandable. After all, the accident happened right in front of them. After Xu Ziji nervously went to the entrance of the cave, he found that he wasn't sucked in. This cave, this tomb has been sealed for a long time. When it was just opened, there was a magnetic field pressure. It would suck people in. After being ventilated for a long time, the magnetic field pressure should have decreased. Leng Xiaoyao explained, which also explained why she and Li Mochen could enter on their own. After learning that the strange power of the cave had disappeared, some people immediately gathered around. Miss, what was the ground shaking just now? Asked the old archaeology expert. There is a mechanism inside. We triggered it by accident, causing the quakes, said Leng Xiaoyao. Upon hearing that, the old expert became excited and wanted to study the mechanism. However, he also realized that the existence of a mechanism meant that it was dangerous, so he was hesitant. Before they could ask more questions, Li Mochen brought up 2 men who looked withered all over. Everyone was frightened. Even Xu Ziji forgot to go and take them. Leng Xiaoyao was annoyed and had to go by herself. Xu Ziji followed her but was rejected by Leng Xiaoyao with a not-so-good tone. I can do it myself. Xu Ziji was slightly embarrassed. He knew that he was wrong. Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen came to help him, but he didn't do well. Therefore, he didn't mind Leng Xiaoyao's tone. After the 2 bodies were brought up, Leng Xiaoyao pulled Li Mochen up. In a fight between cultivators, they mostly suffered internal injuries. Therefore, Li Mochen only looked slightly messy on the outside and didn't seem to be badly injured. No one cared except for Xu Ziji. He asked with concern, "Brother Mochen, are you all right? Do you need to go to the hospital?" "No need, I'm fine." Li Mochen refused. He needed rest and recuperation. It wouldn't be helpful if he went to the hospital. How did these two people end up like this? The old expert finally came back to his senses and asked. "I don't know. We saw them like this when we went down," said Leng Xiaoyao. "Why did they die when they went down, but you didn't?" Qian Feng, the man who was previously scolded by Leng Xiaoyao, questioned with malice. Other people were doubtful too. "Do you want us to be dead too? We didn't die because we have the ability to protect ourselves." "What? You don't have the ability, so you don't want to allow others to have it either. And as I said earlier, the tomb has been sealed for a long time, so when it was just opened, there was magnetic pressure and people would be sucked in. After being ventilated for a long time, the magnetic pressure decreases. If you don't believe it, I can take you to go see it." Leng Xiaoyao retorted like a porcupine. She didn't hesitate to scold Qian Feng. Qian Feng was displeased. He obviously didn't dare to go inside. Upon hearing that, others didn't dare to question it either, afraid of being dragged in and experiencing it themselves. Chapter 3347, Chu Yin. Even if the force that sucked people in was gone, what if it suddenly came back? They were reluctant to risk their lives. Besides, there were mechanisms in this tomb. If they triggered them, they could be hurt by hidden weapons. They didn't want to seek death. The old expert also gave Qian Feng a warning glance. Although they were all puzzled by this question, it was obvious that Qian Feng asked it with malicious intent. If it were him, he would also be unhappy. If they could go in and out safely and even bring people out, it proved that they weren't ordinary, but Qian Feng, who had no clear understanding of himself, went against them. The police asked Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen for details about the situation inside. Li Mochen explained it in his own words. After finishing, Li Mochen said goodbye to Xu Ziji. "We'll go back now. You can handle things here by yourself." "Okay, I'll see you off." "Thank you very much, Brother Mochen. I'll invite you to dinner next time," Xu Ziji said. He still had a lot of things to deal with and couldn't treat Li Mochen. Li Mochen was injured, so Leng Xiaoyao drove this time. In order to ensure their safety, Li Mochen didn't argue with Leng Xiaoyao about driving. On the way back, Li Mochen felt more and more uncomfortable. Leng Xiaoyao was anxious when she saw it, so she increased the speed. "Brother Mochen, how are you feeling?" Leng Xiaoyao asked anxiously. "The chaotic power is erupting in advance," Li Mochen said painfully. Leng Xiaoyao was scared. "Hold on, we'll be there soon." Li Mochen could control some of the chaotic power, so the speed of it getting worse was much slower than before, but before he could fully control it, it would still be very painful. 5 minutes later, Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen finally returned to Hanlin Manor. Leng Xiaoyao took Li Mochen directly to her home. As soon as they arrived in the living room, the two of them sat down on the spot and put their palms together. Li Mochen began to release the chaotic power, while Leng Xiaoyao absorbed it into her body. Because chaotic power was too powerful, Li Mochen couldn't bear it alone, but after Leng Xiaoyao shared some of it, Li Mochen felt much more relaxed. He began to practice and control the chaotic power during this time. Chaotic power merged into the energy center, and the huge energy suddenly surged like a tsunami. It continued to grow. At the same time, he also suffered a lot of pain internally. Countless meridians were opened up and then expanded. The chaotic power that flowed was no longer gentle, but extremely violent. It made Li Mochen feel unbearable pain. However, Li Mochen managed to hold back and didn't make a sound, although his will was a bit scattered. When Leng Xiaoyao felt it, she immediately reminded him that he couldn't be distracted no matter what happened, otherwise it would be dangerous. Li Mochen steadied his mind after hearing that. A moment later, Li Mochen felt his physical meridians expand and his body strengthen. The power in his energy center rotated, forming a vortex. Even his soul felt a refreshing sensation. In the energy center, the chaotic power produced 5 shallow colors of yellow, green, blue, red, and cyan entangled together. Li Mochen actually awakened the attributes of the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. There was also a purple one, which was the attribute of thunder and lightning. Leng Xiaoyao couldn't see any of this. Only Li Mochen could see it. Even Li Mochen was shocked and almost became distracted. Luckily, Leng Xiaoyao sensed that something wasn't right and reminded him to focus. Li Mochen dared not be distracted anymore. He fully operated his skills and all the chaotic power in his energy center, and meridian suddenly broke through an invisible barrier at this moment. It returned to the energy center like swallows returning home and slowly rotating around the glowing lotus-shaped object to form a small vortex. Li Mochen felt his body and soul tremble slightly. This time, Li Mochen succeeded in his foundation building. Subconsciously, with a thought, a burst of energy immediately surged out of his body. It covered an area farther than Leng Xiaoyao's earlier one, being about 2 meters. Leng Xiaoyao, who was sitting in front of him, was also shaken away. Things within 2 meters were all spread and the TV and coffee table were directly shattered. Leng Xiaoyao was prepared, so she wasn't hurt. She was just numb all over. After absorbing a lot of chaotic power from Li Mochen, Leng Xiaoyao also made progress and directly advanced to the peak of foundation building. 2 happy events came one after the other. Leng Xiaoyao was very happy, but Li Mochen was in a lot of pain. After he succeeded in the foundation building, he didn't wake up immediately. Instead, he fell into a semi-dream state, as if he was being haunted by a nightmare. He was very hurt and uncomfortable. At the beginning, Leng Xiaoyao was very nervous. No matter how she shouted, Li Mochen wouldn't wake up. Then she thought of Leng Yan's words. Once Li Mochen successfully built the foundation, he would regain his memory. He should be trapped in the memory of the land Guiyan. In that case, Leng Xiaoyao didn't dare to call out to him, for fear of any accidents. It was true that Li Mochen did fall into the memory of land Guiyan. In land Guiyan, Chu Palace, country Dongchu. A boy of about 10 years old was practicing swordsmanship. Sitting on the side were a young couple. It was a harmonious scene. The young couple were the prince and princess of Chu, and the 10-year-old boy was their child, the heir Chu Yin. The scene shifted. The prince of Chu was in military uniform, leading troops out of the capital city. The princess and Chu Yin watched the army go farther and farther from the city wall. The scene shifted again. News from the front line said that the prince of Chu died in battle. The princess of Chu suddenly spat out blood and passed away. The once lively Chu palace became cold. After handling the funeral of the prince and princess, the emperor took Chu Yin into the imperial palace. Chu Yin was bullied by the princes. Although the emperor protected him, there were times when he couldn't be protected. Unable to bear the anger, Chu Yin left the imperial palace. He didn't know where to go. He just walked blindly all the way. He experienced many dangers on the road, but because of his chaotic power, he was able to turn danger into safety every time. Once he met the elder of Tiancheng sect who was traveling around. Seeing his chaotic physique and his talent for cultivating that was 1 in 10,000 years, he was taken back to Tiancheng sect as a disciple and given the name Ling Yin. Under his master's guidance, Ling Yin was able to control his chaotic power. His cultivation level also skyrocketed. It caused jealousy and exclusion from his fellow disciples. Ling Yin, who was always cold, didn't care at all. He was immersed in cultivation and became the highest level person among his peers, even higher than many elders. After becoming powerful, Ling Yin not only helped country Dongchu through many difficulties, but also won over many jealous fellow disciples. He even became the head of the sect. Unfortunately, during his tribulation, he was ambushed by his fellow disciple, Ling Feng, and fell. Li Mochen suddenly woke up from his dream and found that it was already light outside. He didn't know when he was put on the bed. Leng Xiaoyao's head was resting on the bed beside him. Her hand was still tightly holding his. Chapter 3348, The Li Family Again. Li Mochen woke up without waking up Leng Xiaoyao because she slept too late last night and was in a deep sleep at the moment. Looking at Leng Xiaoyao's beautiful face, Li Mochen was attracted and his heart ached a little for her. He must have worried her last night. Li Mochen reached out and touched Leng Xiaoyao's head, which immediately woke her up. When Leng Xiaoyao opened her eyes and saw that Li Mochen had already woken up, she said, "Brother Mochen, you're awake. You've successfully established your foundation. Do you remember what happened before?" "Yeah, I've remembered everything. I'm sorry for waking you up. Why don't you continue to sleep for a while? I'll cook and call you when it's ready," Li Mochen said, feeling guilty for waking her up. "It's okay. I'm not sleepy now. Can you tell me a little about the land Guiyan?" Leng Xiaoyao's eager eyes stared at Li Mochen. She was extremely curious about it, and she couldn't sleep any longer. Looking at Leng Xiaoyao's bright eyes, Li Mochen didn't want to let her down. So he told Leng Xiaoyao everything he knew about land Guiyan, which made her even more eager to go there. These things were no longer just hearsay, but real experiences that affected Leng Xiaoyao's emotions. Although he had always been cold, he was clear about right and wrong. What Ling Feng had done made him angry and hateful. If he could really return, he would definitely pay Ling Feng back. His grudges with Ling Feng had been accumulating for a long time, not just this time. Ling Feng failed to hurt him in the past, so he didn't bother to teach him a lesson, but this time he was really mad. "It turns out that you are a member of the royal family. That sounds amazing." Leng Xiaoyao looked surprised, but also felt heartbroken about what Li Mochen had been through. At the age of 11, his father died in battle and his mother passed away due to grief. He wandered alone and met the disciples of the Tiancheng sect by accident. It was already like this in land Guiyan. Why did it have to be the same in this incarnation too? His parents died early. He was bullied by his family, and left his home. What was better than this incarnation was that Li Mochen still had an uncle to protect him in land Guiyan. He left the palace secretly. "By the way, since you've regained your memories, do you want to visit City Qin with me?" asked Leng Xiaoyao. Since Li Mochen regained his memories, it was necessary for them to meet Leng Yan and the others. "Sure. Do you have time to go?" When Li Mochen remembered everything he had been through, the first thing he thought of was going to City Qin. He didn't want to avoid Leng Xiaoyao. After all, he learned about this because of her. "Of course. I will definitely have time. I'll just tell my grandfather that I'll be back later," Leng Xiaoyao said. After writing the test, she had plenty of time. Although it was unfilial to not stay at home with Leng Chengyuan during the holiday, she also had her own things to do. After coming back from City Qin this time, she would spend more time with Leng Chengyuan. Therefore, Li Mochen immediately booked a flight to City Qin that day, without bringing Mu Yuan and Meng Fan. He told them to go back to the Wolf Gang. Only he would go with Leng Xiaoyao. Once Li Mochen booked the flight to City Qin, the Li family knew about it. Li Zongquan was still unwilling to give up, so he sent people to follow them. This time, they weren't discovered by the person who was arranged to monitor the Li family. After all, Li Zongquan wasn't stupid enough to send people directly from his side when he knew that he was being monitored by Li Mochen. However, Li Zongquan still underestimated Li Mochen's ability. When they arrived at the airport of City Qin, Li Mochen and Leng Xiaoyao noticed that they were being followed. "Is it the Li family again?" Leng Xiaoyao asked. "I don't know. No need to worry about it for now. It's better if they follow us into the mountain," Li Mochen said. Because he had many enemies, not only the Li family would try to harm him, it could also be anyone who had a grudge against him. Therefore, the two of them ignored it. After arriving in City Qin, it was around 5 p.m. They went to eat first, then went directly to their destination. Those who followed them kept following them. They didn't know why Li Mochen went into the mountain. They were worried that it was because he found out that they were following him and deliberately led them into the mountain. They also suspected that Li Mochen might have some secrets that couldn't be revealed and were discovered by them. Whether they found out about him or he found out about them, they couldn't retreat because of it. It was a good thing that they entered the mountain. Once they entered, they could take action. Li Mochen and Leng Xiaoyao couldn't possibly wait for them to follow them to the destination. Once they entered the mountain and confirmed that there was no one else around, Li Mochen directly opened his mouth. "Come out now." Upon hearing that, the hidden people were surprised, but they had already guessed it, so it wasn't too unexpected. Anyway, they were also ready to take action. Since Li Mochen said it first, they didn't need to hide any longer. There were only 4 men, but even if there were 10 men, Li Mochen wouldn't take them seriously. After they approached, Li Mochen directly took action and knocked them all down in seconds. They could barely fight back. After successfully building his foundation, Li Mochen's power was more than 10 times stronger than before. He was even more powerful than Leng Xiaoyao after only building the foundation. Those men were stunned. They hadn't even taken action yet. Looking at Li Mochen, they felt like they were looking at a monster. Who could move so fast? Even if he was powerful, he shouldn't be so fast. Tell me, who sent you? Li Mochen asked calmly, not angry, but imposing, making the 4 men feel overwhelmed. However, they couldn't reveal the mastermind behind the scenes, so they remained silent. This time, Li Mochen wouldn't let them go easily. He directly used cruel means to interrogate them. For them, it was better to die than to live. It was more painful and uncomfortable than being killed directly. Finally, someone couldn't stand it and said that it was Li Zongquan. It seems that Master Li isn't very smart. Doesn't he learn from his mistakes? Leng Xiaoyao sneered. Even if he didn't learn from his mistakes the first time, he should have learned from the second time. However, it happened again and again. If the people he sent were more powerful, such as those professional assassins, they would be much more skilled than these men. These men were strong, but they had only undergone professional training, not devil training. Their training was either hitting a wooden stake by themselves or fighting with their companions. In that case, their actions were limited and they didn't have the determination to go all out. As for assassins, they struggled from a pile of dead bodies in order to live. Hundreds of people were thrown into a forest and only a few survived. If they didn't kill others, they would be killed by others, so they were violent. Chapter 3349, He's always been self-centered. He's always been self-centered, said Li Mochen, talking about Li Zongquan. He had no good impression of Li Zongquan, especially after recalling what he had been through in the land Guiyan. In the past, he hesitated to pay the Li family back simply because he was related to them by blood and his father was Li Zongquan's son. However, he had a different idea now. It wasn't that he would take revenge on the Li family after recalling his past memories. It was just that when he rebelled again, he would have no more scruples or burdens. His patience with the Li family was fading. It was almost exhausted. Li Mochen didn't kill the men, but he wouldn't let them leave without paying a price. Therefore, he directly disabled them. They had to hope that they would have the good luck to survive. Before leaving, Li Mochen took their phones and took a photo of them. He sent it to Li Zongquan as a final warning. In addition to sending the picture, he also edited a message: if you don't want the Li family to perish, it's best to stop. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to teach you a lesson anymore. When Li Zongquan read this message, he was angry and fearful. He really couldn't understand when Li Mochen became so powerful. This time, he was indeed scared. Was that the result? He was unwilling, but what could he do? As Li Mochen and Leng Xiaoyao approached the old mansion, they heard voices talking. Upon listening carefully, they found out that tomb robbers were looking for ancient tombs here. They accidentally stumbled upon this old mansion and were preparing to explore it. However, they were still lingering outside the mansion and didn't dare to go inside. Boss, this mansion is so weird. Could there be ghosts? It's so eerie, someone said nervously. It's precisely because it's weird that there might be good things. We've been to a lot of tombs. Isn't every tomb strange? Someone replied, but his voice was tinged with nervousness. But this isn't a tomb. Maybe it's underground in this mansion. I dare not go in. Whoever dares can go first. Since we're here, let's go in. We can chat about life. At that moment, a female voice sounded from the air, ethereal and unreal, which scared them quite a bit. It was Leng Xiaoyao's voice. She used her magical power to spread her voice through the air, so it sounded vague. Boss, is there a ghost? No, we better leave quickly. This place is too strange. Although those people were reluctant, they were still scared away. Tisk, they're cowards, not tomb robbers. Leng Xiaoyao sneered. Li Mochen didn't despise them since they were ordinary people who were certainly afraid of ghosts, but he didn't refute Leng Xiaoyao. Instead, his gaze towards her was full of love. Leng Xiaoyao happened to meet Li Mochen's gaze, and suddenly felt flustered. She immediately looked away and walked ahead of Li Mochen. Leng Yan and the others were in the yard, but those tomb robbers didn't see them. When they heard the ethereal female voice, they also thought that it was really a ghost. They were trapped in this yard and couldn't sense things outside very clearly, so they couldn't detect who the person was. However, when Li Mochen and Leng Xiaoyao approached, they saw them and were suddenly excited. Did their head remember something and come here? Head, do you remember anything now? Leng Yan anxiously asked when Li Mochen and Leng Xiaoyao entered the courtyard. Because Li Mochen had a chaotic physique and his ability wasn't revealed, they couldn't sense him. Yeah, Li Mochen nodded. After recovering his memory, he had complicated feelings when he saw Leng Yan and the others again. They were all his confidants, but they all sacrificed themselves because of him. He felt extremely guilty and also hated Ling Feng very much. That's great. That's great. All of them were extremely happy upon hearing that. They finally had this day. Sorry, it's because of me that you ended up like this. Li Mochen apologized to them guiltily. Although they were just his subordinates, Li Mochen cared about them. Even if they were just subordinates, if they were in danger, he would do his best to protect them because they had always been protecting him with their lives. Head, you don't have to do this. As long as you regain your memory, we can go back for revenge. That's all we want, said Leng Yan, without blaming Li Mochen at all. Right, Head, if you can pay Ling Feng back, it will avenge us and our deceased brothers, said Kai Feng. More than just the few of them died, but fortunately, they were lucky enough to become fierce ghosts and travel through time with their head. Apart from the other brothers in the yard, any disciple in Tiancheng sect who refused to submit to Ling Feng wouldn't have a good ending. Ling Feng was a sinister person who would certainly not leave himself with any worries. And it was certain that there were many people in the sect who wouldn't submit to Ling Feng, but how many of them could escape? They hoped that they would see some survivors after going back. Li Mochen was aware of all these things. Since he regained his memory, he never thought of letting Ling Feng go. Don't worry, I will work hard to restore my abilities and activate the formation to return to Land Guiyan to avenge Ling Feng and his group of traitors. Li Mochen looked very serious, with a hint of killing intent in his eyes. He wouldn't let go of this revenge just because he was still alive. On the contrary, because he was still alive, he had the opportunity to seek revenge. Leng Yan and the others were full of excitement. Li Mochen went to the door of the backyard and sensed the formation here, but he had no way to crack it. Because this was a 7th level formation that was related to cultivation level, he could only restore his cultivation to the peak of Yuanying period to crack this formation. Li Mochen and Leng Xiaoyao didn't leave after seeing Leng Yan and the others. Instead, they stayed in the yard and cultivated. This place was very secluded and suitable for cultivation. Although there were occasional passers-by, it was rare for anyone to come here. This mountain was difficult to climb, far from the city, and there were no villages around. Only people who did things that couldn't be seen by others or adventurers would come to such a rugged and difficult mountain. If someone appeared within 100 meters, they would sense it and avoid them completely. Only here did Li Mochen and Leng Xiaoyao dare to use their magical and chaotic power, because what they needed the most was practical combat. The magical power of cultivators was extremely destructive, but they would avoid destroying things here. If someone saw it, it would definitely arouse suspicion. Chapter 3350, Go to the Circuit. When Leng Yan and the others were still alive, they were already experts at the Golden Core stage. After becoming fierce ghosts, they were even more powerful than ordinary fierce ghosts. Therefore, Li Mochen and Leng Xiaoyao were no match for them, even if any one of them fought alone against them. As a result, they proposed to be sparring partners for Li Mochen and Leng Xiaoyao. Leng Yan would practice with Li Mochen, while Kai Feng would practice with Leng Xiaoyao. Except for ensuring that they wouldn't be disabled or killed, they would go all out, because only in this way could Li Mochen and Leng Xiaoyao really improve. If they stopped short of the goal, what was the difference from not practicing at all? Without pressure, there was no resistance. Without a crisis, there was no giving it your all. Last time Leng Yan and the others saw Leng Xiaoyao, she was still at the foundation building stage. This time she had reached the peak of the foundation building stage. It surprised them, even though they knew that it was due to her absorption of chaotic power. Without talent and hard work, even with chaotic power, she couldn't make progress so quickly. Although Leng Xiaoyao was at the peak of the foundation building stage, her internal strength wasn't stable enough to fully unleash her potential. It was normal. Only when this level of power was stabilized could they move up to the next level. However, after a week of hard training and combat practice, Leng Xiaoyao's abilities had become more stable, while Li Mochen had entered the middle foundation building stage and had a tendency to break through to the peak. In addition, their attributes gradually became more prominent. Leng Xiaoyao could condense a small flame and manipulate branches and soil. Li Mochen could do the same. If Leng Xiaoyao didn't know that Li Mochen had a chaotic physique, she would be greatly discouraged. After staying there for a week, Li Mochen and Leng Xiaoyao left because they had other things to do and couldn't stay for too long. After they left, many people rushed into another mountain in this area as if they had discovered something incredible, and indeed they had. It was said that a huge rock in this area suddenly exploded. All the trees in this area were broken. A large pit was also blown out of the ground. Why it was blown up? Because it didn't look like it was dug or cut. However, there were no traces of gunpowder. So it became a strange event and even made it onto TV. Then it attracted many people to explore and soon became a popular attraction on the internet. Actually, all of this was done by Li Mochen and Leng Xiaoyao. In order to avoid exposing the ancient house here, the two of them went to the mountains far away from there when they practiced their magic. If they didn't release their magic, they wouldn't know how powerful it was. Therefore, destruction couldn't be avoided. As long as no one was hurt, it was okay. Leng Xiaoyao had thought that they might be discovered, but she didn't expect it to become a popular attraction. Fortunately, the mountain where the ancient house was located was far away from there, so it wouldn't be discovered. Li Mochen had to go back to City Jin, while Leng Xiaoyao needed to go back to City Chong, so they parted ways at the airport of City Chin. Li Mochen originally wanted to send Leng Xiaoyao back to City Chong before going to City Jin, but Leng Xiaoyao refused. She wasn't a kid, so she could take care of herself. Although Leng Xiaoyao hadn't agreed to be Li Mochen's girlfriend yet, Li Mochen already treated her as his girlfriend. It made Leng Xiaoyao feel that her words about watching his performance were useless. Li Mochen treated Leng Xiaoyao as if she were a delicate woman who couldn't lift or shoulder anything. He considered everything for her and didn't let her do anything. When they hunted in the mountains, he didn't let her take action. When they roasted wild animals, he didn't let her do anything either. He just told her to sit quietly and wait for food. After returning home, Leng Xiaoyao was constantly criticized by Leng Chengyuan for not accompanying him during her vacation and going out for so many days. She was about to enter university soon. If she didn't accompany him now, she would see him even less in the future. Leng Xiaoyao felt guilty and apologized repeatedly until she finally managed to appease Leng Chengyuan. For the next 3 days, Leng Xiaoyao stayed at home and didn't go anywhere. She either talked to Leng Chengyuan or programmed games or called and texted Li Mochen. Li Mochen was very busy, so he couldn't always call or text her, but whenever he had time, he would contact Leng Xiaoyao. Leng Xiaoyao understood that Li Mochen was busy because she was also busy. If Li Mochen didn't contact her, she wouldn't either. She did think about it. But she still felt shy and embarrassed to contact Li Mochen first. It wasn't until the 4th day that An Chenmeng and Shang Mengxin asked her out for shopping that Leng Xiaoyao finally went out. Wu Minmin and the others had gone to visit their relatives, so only the 3 of them were left. Because they cost Leng Xiaoyao a lot of money in the capital city, today's shopping, dining, and drinking milk tea expenses were paid by the 2 of them in turn. Leng Xiaoyao didn't argue with them about that. Just shopping is so boring. Where should we go to have fun? And Chenmeng said, how about going to the amusement park? Shang Mengxin suggested, childish. And Chenmeng was disdainful, who are you to talk about maturity? Then where do you suggest we go? Shang Mengxin retorted, I don't know, and Chenmeng said, If you don't know, then let someone who knows decide. Xianxia said, I think we can go to the circuit. Today my uncle went there. Leng Xiaoyao knew that Ling Tianqi had also invited Leng Yecheng to go together. She had planned to go, but she had already promised and Chen Meng, so she didn't go with them. I'm fine with that, Leng Xiaoyao said. Let's go to the circuit. I heard my brother say that someone invited him there today. And Chen Meng became interested upon hearing that. Therefore, they took a taxi to the circuit. As soon as they arrived at the circuit, Xianxia called Ling Tianqi and asked where they were, saying that she, Leng Xiaoyao, and Chen Meng had arrived. Upon hearing that, Ling Tianqi asked them to wait at the entrance, then he rushed to pick them up and take them to their private room. Xiaoyao, your uncle is here too. And Chen Meng's brother, Chenjin, is also here, Ling Tianqi said. Are you here to watch others race or are you racing too? Leng Xiaoyao asked. Just here to watch others race. Two friends from City High came over after hearing about your race with Mr. Li. They want to see that video, but with your third uncle here, I didn't directly say that it is you and Mr. Li, Ling Tianqi said. He didn't mention it because he knew that Leng Yecheng was unaware of it. It doesn't matter that he knows now, Leng Xiaoyao said. As soon as they entered the private room, they saw Leng Yecheng talking happily with a familiar woman. At the same time, everyone inside looked towards them. Chapter 3351, Too Young to Drink. Miss Leng, when the woman who was chatting happily with Leng Yecheng saw Leng Xiaoyao, she was very surprised and stood up directly. Everyone was surprised to see that the woman actually knew Leng Xiaoyao. Leng Xiaoyao smiled and walked towards the woman, greeting her very friendly. Miss Dai, long time no see. This woman was Dai Ya. You know each other. Ling Tianqi was very surprised. We met before, and we've been through some things together. Dai Ya said, but she couldn't go into detail about what happened. I was planning to contact you tomorrow. I didn't expect to meet you today. It's such a coincidence. Seeing Leng Xiaoyao, Dai Ya was also very happy. Although they had only met once, Leng Xiaoyao's abilities had impressed her. She was looking forward to getting to know her better. Although she had Leng Xiaoyao's phone number, they had only met once, so she didn't dare to contact her. Plus, Leng Xiaoyao hadn't contacted her either, so she didn't think too much about it. This time she came to City Chong. She wanted to contact Leng Xiaoyao, but she had just arrived today and didn't have time. She had planned to contact her when she had free time tomorrow, but she didn't expect to meet her today. Leng Xiaoyao smiled, then looked at Leng Yecheng. Uncle Yecheng. Hi. Leng Yecheng was a little uneasy. He didn't know if Leng Xiaoyao would misunderstand it since he and Dai Ya were so close just now. You, Dai Ya looked at Leng Xiaoyao in surprise, then at Leng Yecheng. She didn't expect them to be related. He's my uncle, by blood, Leng Xiaoyao said. I see. By the way, let me introduce you. This is my brother, Dai Zhenji. Dai Ya introduced a young man next to her to Leng Xiaoyao. Miss Leng, nice to meet you. I've heard about you from Dai Ya. Dai Zhenji took the initiative to greet Leng Xiaoyao. After hearing about them from Dai Ya, he was very curious about Leng Xiaoyao. Dai Ya had only mentioned that they had found ginseng in the mountains. She didn't say anything that shouldn't be said. Nice to meet you too, Mr. Dai, Leng Xiaoyao said. Dai Ya immediately leaned over to Leng Xiaoyao's ears and whispered, Don't worry, I didn't say anything I shouldn't have said. I only mentioned that we found reishi mushrooms together in the mountains. Since they said not to tell anyone back then, she naturally wouldn't say it aloud, but as for whether Lin Musi said anything about it, she didn't know and couldn't guarantee it. After all, she couldn't control her. It depended on Lin Musi's own will. Leng Xiaoyao smiled at her and believed her. By the way, these two are my good friends. This is Ling Tianqi's niece, Xianxia, and this is Chen Meng. Nice to meet you. Dai Ya greeted them. Nice to meet you too. They replied. After Leng Xiaoyao greeted and Chenjin and Pei Heron, they sat down. Last time I heard that you are very good at car racing. Do you often come to this circuit? Have you seen the race in the video with your own eyes? Dai asked. Yeah. Leng Xiaoyao smiled and said honestly, actually, that's me and Mr. Li. Several surprised voices sounded. They were Dai Ya, Dai Zhenji, and Leng Yecheng. That's you and Mr. Li. Dai Ya and Leng Yecheng asked with one accord. At the same time, Dai Ya looked at Leng Yecheng in surprise. He didn't even know. Yeah, Leng Xiaoyao answered with a nod. When did you learn to race cars? How come I don't know? Leng Yecheng asked. Racing wasn't just driving normally. It was basically playing with your life. He had seen this video before. It was extremely thrilling, but he didn't know that it was Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen. Leng Yecheng felt so aggrieved. As Leng Xiaoyao's uncle, he didn't know that she had such an unbelievable skill. In fact, there were many things about Leng Xiaoyao that he didn't know about. She was good at gambling, stocks, hacking, and even suddenly became a top student. Thinking of these things, Leng Yecheng felt even more aggrieved. However, he wasn't that surprised about Leng Xiaoyao's ability to race cars. If you knew, you probably wouldn't even let me touch it, Leng Xiaoyao said weakly. In fact, in the incarnation before her previous incarnation, she really couldn't drive. She learned how to drive in her previous incarnation, but she couldn't tell Leng Yecheng about it, so she could only say that. For a moment, Leng Yecheng didn't know what to say. If he had known, he would never have let Leng Xiaoyao touch it. It was too dangerous. However, it was too late. In the end, Leng Yecheng could only sigh and say, "What should I do with you? You're even more amazing than I imagined," Dai Ya said. She knew that Leng Xiaoyao was powerful, but she had never seen it with her own eyes before. She never thought the person in the video would be Leng Xiaoyao. Even though Leng Xiaoyao was powerful, Dai Ya didn't think that she was as powerful as the two in the video. "Thank you," Leng Xiaoyao said. "Xiaoyao, what do you girls want to drink?" Ling Tianqi asked. "Wine, please," said Leng Xiaoyao. Leng Yecheng was displeased. "Give her juice." Then he said to Leng Xiaoyao, "You're too young to drink. I'm no longer a kid. We've already finished the National College entrance examination. Please let me have some." Leng Xiaoyao pouted. In the end, Leng Yecheng gave in and agreed, but he wouldn't let her drink too much. Leng Xiaoyao was allowed to drink red wine, so An Chenmeng and Shang Mengxin naturally followed suit. At that moment, Dai Ya looked at Leng Xiaoyao with mixed emotions. When they were in City Qin, Leng Xiaoyao was mature and steady, like an experienced person. However, at this moment, she was like a little girl. She really didn't know which one was the real her. No matter which one was the real her, they communicated effortlessly even though they were many years apart in age. Leng Xiaoyao chatted with Dai Ya, but she didn't ignore An Chenmeng and Shang Mengxin. Besides, except for the Dai siblings, they all knew each other, so there was no awkwardness. They didn't come here just for the competition, but to talk business. There was a piece of land in the western suburbs that was very good, with over 200 acres. It wasn't too big or small, and its location was very good. Nowadays, the suburbs were constantly developing and expanding. This piece of land was in a good location and wasn't too remote. The original owner of this land couldn't get a loan for some reason and couldn't build a house. If the house wasn't built, the property rights would decrease over time, so he wanted to sell the land. After Ling Tianqi found out about it, he became interested. Although he wasn't very refined, he had ambition and ability. It was just that his family couldn't come up with so much money for his investment at once, so Ling Tianqi wanted to cooperate with other people. Chapter 3352, A Car is the Reward. Pei Heron and Feng Rui were the first to know. Pei Heron could provide some money, but Feng Rui couldn't invest that much because his family was in government service, not business. Pei Heron wasn't enough by himself, so they thought of Dai Zhenji. Ling Tianqi studied at a university in City High with Dai Zhenji. They both studied in the construction industry. When Ling Tianqi mentioned it, Dai Zhenji was naturally interested too. However, even with Dai Zhenji joining, it was still not enough, so Ling Tianqi went to see An Chenjin and Leng Yecheng. They were both willing to invest. This wasn't a small investment, it was an investment worth tens of billions. They didn't need to come up with tens of billions directly. They could borrow money or something similar, but in the early stages, they needed to pay 1 billion yuan by themselves. Just the land alone cost several hundred million yuan. Leng Yecheng could only provide 100 million yuan, which he earned from his last stock investment. After Leng Xiaoyao learned about it, she was willing to lend Leng Yecheng 200 million yuan. Otherwise, if they each provided several hundred million yuan, Leng Yecheng's contribution would be too small. Therefore, Leng Xiaoyao stood up and whispered to Leng Yecheng by his side, "Uncle, this is a project worth over 10 billion yuan. 100 million yuan is too little. I'll lend you 200 million yuan. No need, keep it for yourself." Leng Yecheng immediately refused. As an elder, how could he use money from his niece? Even if it was a loan, it wasn't acceptable. It's just a loan, not a gift. When you make money, just return it to me with interest. I'm just a student. What do I need so much money for? Leng Xiaoyao said. Leng Yecheng was persuaded, but still refused. I can't do that. You can share the money you make with me at that time. Leng Xiaoyao didn't give up. Leng Yecheng remained silent. If you don't agree, I won't talk to you anymore. When I go home to see Grandpa, I'll do it while you're absent. Leng Xiaoyao immediately put on an angry expression. Leng Yecheng didn't know what to say. He knew that Leng Xiaoyao did this on purpose, but she won. Fine, I'll take it, but we have to be clear that this 200 million yuan will be invested under my name, but you need to take your share of the profits from it. Leng Yecheng set a condition that couldn't be refused. 200 million yuan was such a large sum of money, yet Leng Xiaoyao lent it to him without hesitation. However, she wouldn't receive much interest in return. Therefore, Leng Yecheng wouldn't take advantage of her. If they shared the profit, they could earn a lot more. I'm just investing without putting in any effort. So, if I put in 200 million and you put in 100 million yuan, that'll be 300 million yuan. We can share the profit evenly. That's it, Leng Xiaoyao said. She knew that Leng Yecheng wasn't a selfish person who only cared about his own interests, so it was impossible for him to take all the money. This was the most compromising solution. Seeing that Leng Xiaoyao was determined, Leng Yecheng had to agree. He was very grateful for her help and cherished her kindness. After it was done, Leng Yecheng said to others, I can offer 300 million yuan. Everyone was surprised that Leng Yecheng could contribute that much. Nevertheless, it was good news because there were too many loans and the interest was too high. It would be a good thing if they could have more money to start with. Although Leng Xiaoyao only had 200 million yuan, she could still contribute more because she had a lot of raw jade materials in her basement. However, Leng Xiaoyao didn't do that. Leng Yecheng had this chance because of them. If he surpassed them, it wouldn't be pleasant. After all, Ling Tianqi and Dai Zhenji were the ones in charge. Leng Yucheng's role was at most to provide funding and design. There was a ready-made design company, so they wouldn't look for another design company. Although Fengsheng Design wasn't a big company, it wasn't small either and had some fame in the industry. At least Ling Tianqi and the others agreed, and insisted on letting Fengsheng Design do it. After all, it was their own investment project, so they would definitely be more attentive than others. At present, the project was only in the preliminary discussion stage. The decision would only be made after detailed consideration. Everyone agreed to invest, so the next step was to decide how much each person should contribute. After they had enough money, the contract could be signed, the land could be purchased, and the design could be done. They only dispersed after having a good dinner. Leng Xiaoyao and Leng Yecheng went home together, Shang Mengxin and Ling Tianqi went back together, and An Chenmeng went back with An Chenjin. Miss Leng, can I invite you for an afternoon tea tomorrow? Dai Ya asked when leaving. Of course, we can have lunch directly, then I can show you around, Leng Xiaoyao said. Since Dai Ya came to City Chong, she was naturally very happy to be the host and show her around. Great, I am staying in the downtown Kirin Hotel, Dai Ya said. I'll go pick you up tomorrow, said Leng Xiaoyao, then the two separated. When did you learn to drive? Wait a second, do you have a driver's license? Leng Yecheng asked. He suddenly remembered that Leng Xiaoyao already knew how to race, so driving was nothing. However, when he thought of car racing, he couldn't help feeling scared. Just got my driver's license, Leng Xiaoyao said. In response, Leng Yecheng let out a sigh. Uncle, you're not 30 years old yet. Why do you sigh so often? You sound like you are 70 years old. Leng Xiaoyao joked. How can you make fun of me? You're so disrespectful. Leng Yecheng criticized her, but his expression was indulgent. Now that you have a driver's license and you're going to study in the capital university, I'll give you a car as a reward. Tell me what kind of car you want, Leng Yecheng said. I like off-road vehicles, so a Land Rover will be great. I want a black one. It looks cool, Leng Xiaoyao said, but I want to buy it after going to the capital city. Otherwise, it'll be quite inconvenient to drive from here to there. No problem, but it's best to go through the license plate lottery first. It's not easy to get a license plate in the capital city. You won't be able to drive for long without one after the 15-day grace period for new cars, Leng Yecheng said. Don't worry, I've already got a license plate, Leng Xiaoyao said. When she got her driver's license, Li Mochen took her to get a license plate. Because of his connections, it was smooth sailing. It was impossible to do it at this moment, but Leng Xiaoyao didn't care. Leng Yecheng was surprised, but he didn't ask too much. He knew his niece was very capable. She couldn't be judged by the same standards as her peers. Chapter 3353, Accurate Premonition. The next day, Leng Xiaoyao drove the car from the Leng family to pick up Dai Ya. Dai Zhenji also followed along. Miss Leng, do you mind if I join you? I have an appointment with Tianqi and the others at 2 p.m., but I don't know what to do till then, so I thought I'd tag along with you and see the sights, Dai Zhenji said. Of course not, Leng Xiaoyao said with a smile. Then Leng Xiaoyao took the two of them around to see the sights in City Chong. There were several lively attractions. Yesterday, you mentioned that you've just written the National College entrance examination. I wonder which university you plan to apply to. Dai Zhenji asked. The capital university, said Leng Xiaoyao. Miss Leng, you must be very good at studying, said Dai Zhenji. Not bad, but I just participated in a national competition and was accepted in advance. I took the exam simply to finish the formalities, Leng Xiaoyao said. She didn't bother to keep it a secret. Wow, that's amazing. Both Dai Zhenji and Dai Ya were surprised. After a tour, they went to a restaurant to eat. Originally, Leng Xiaoyao was going to treat them, but Dai Zhenji paid the bill first when they finished eating. I just met Miss Leng for the first time. It's really inappropriate if I ask you to treat me to a meal. Miss Leng can consider it as doing me a favor, Dai Zhenji said. He didn't have the habit of letting women pay when eating with them. He thought it was ungentlemanly to let the woman pay. At this point, Leng Xiaoyao didn't argue with him anymore. After dinner, Dai Zhenji had to do something serious. Miss Leng, I'll leave my sister to you. Mr. Dai, don't worry, I'll take care of her. Leng Xiaoyao said. After Dai Zhenji left, Dai Ya suggested that they go mountain climbing. She also wanted to spar with Leng Xiaoyao, even though she knew she wasn't as good. Leng Xiaoyao didn't refuse and readily agreed, so they went to the forest park. It was a hot summer, but the forest park was very cool, so there were quite a few tourists. They first climbed the mountain, then sparred in a less crowded area. People around them gathered to watch, not knowing whether they were really fighting or just practicing. However, no one came forward to stop them. Instead, many people took out their phones to film. After about 10 minutes of fighting, they stopped. Dai Ya's skills were quite good, and it took a while for Leng Xiaoyao to completely restrain her without using any magical power. I know you went easy on me, but even so, the gap between us is still quite big, Dai Ya said, not at all angry about losing, rather she was impressed with Leng Xiaoyao. Leng Xiaoyao smiled but said nothing. The gap between them was indeed quite big. After the onlookers realized that they were just playing around, they breathed a sigh of relief and praised them. As they continued walking, they came across a lake with many people boating on it. Neither of them was interested in boating, but Leng Xiaoyao looked at the surface of the lake and saw a dark shadow passing underneath. She immediately released her magical sense to cover the area and sensed an evil power. She was immediately unhappy. The evil power was hovering under a pedal boat, and the people on board were in danger. Miss Dai, how good are you at swimming? Leng Xiaoyao asked. I'm a good swimmer, Dai Ya replied. Then let's go boating, Leng Xiaoyao said. Okay. Although Daya wasn't interested in boating, she didn't object. They came here to have fun, so what was wrong with trying new things? Leng Xiaoyao immediately rented a pedal boat and set off. Fortunately, there were few people at this time, so they didn't have to queue up. As soon as Leng Xiaoyao set off, she quickly pedaled towards the middle of the lake. Daya noticed something was wrong and asked, "Miss Leng, what's wrong?" "Miss Dai, to be honest with you, I had a premonition that the boat in the middle is in danger. My premonitions are always accurate, so I want to go and take a look," Leng Xiaoyao said. Although what she said was true, it was only half true. What? Daya was surprised and couldn't believe it, but since Leng Xiaoyao said so, they went to take a look. Daya also wanted to know if Leng Xiaoyao's premonitions were really that accurate. On the pedal boat were 4 15 or 16-year-old girls, one of whom was a girl with an all-yin birth chart, the target of demons and ghosts for cultivation. However, when they were still 7 or 8 meters away from the other boat, the pedal boat suddenly overturned. In that instant, Leng Xiaoyao jumped into the lake. Daya was shocked and couldn't believe that Leng Xiaoyao's premonition was really accurate. However, at that moment, she couldn't think too much and immediately followed Leng Xiaoyao into the lake to save the people. 2 men from another pedal boat also jumped in. They quickly rescued 3 girls, but Leng Xiaoyao and the other girl were still missing. After Daya placed the rescued girls on the pedal boat, she threw herself into the lake again, looking for Leng Xiaoyao and the other girl. The 2 men did the same thing. One stayed to appease the 2 rescued girls, while one continued to go into the water to find the missing girl. The girl who was entangled by the black shadow was already far away, so Daya and the man couldn't find Leng Xiaoyao and the other girl no matter how hard they looked. It made them very worried. However, Leng Xiaoyao quickly caught up with the black shadow and fought it. The opponent was a mass of black gas with no shape, so Leng Xiaoyao didn't know what it was. The girl was entangled by the black gas. No one knew whether she was alive or dead. Leng Xiaoyao didn't care about that and directly shook it with her magical power. The black gas was immediately shaken apart and Leng Xiaoyao took the opportunity to grab the girl. The girl fainted, but she absorbed some spiritual energy. Fortunately, she was still alive. After Leng Xiaoyao poured some magical power into her, she just needed to rest for a while to recover. The black gas was obviously very angry, but because it was afraid of Leng Xiaoyao, it could only run away. Leng Xiaoyao didn't pursue it too much because she was concerned about the safety of the girl. Anyway, it was injured by her, so it couldn't do bad things within a short time. There was a distance from where they fell into the water, so she couldn't surface directly to avoid unnecessary controversy, so she quickly returned to the vicinity of where they fell into the water before pulling the girl up to the surface. "Leng Xiaoyao, are you okay?" Daya breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Leng Xiaoyao come out and asked worriedly. "I'm fine," Leng Xiaoyao said. She pushed the girl on to the pedal boat before returning to the shore. After returning to the shore, the girl Leng Xiaoyao saved woke up quietly, but she had no strength to speak. She remained afraid and trembled all over. "Don't be afraid. Everything is fine now," Leng Xiaoyao comforted her. Chapter 3354, Song Shicheng Betrays. Leng Xiaoyao's comfort didn't work, because the girl remembered that after she fell into the water, she was surrounded by a black gas, which scared her. Although she knew how to swim, she was unable to move at that time. She felt like she had encountered a monster. Although she had never believed in demons and monsters, what happened just now? After returning to the shore, Leng Xiaoyao asked for the phone numbers of the girls' families and called them. Since they weren't seriously injured, they didn't rush to the hospital. However, for the sake of their family's peace of mind, they still needed to go to the hospital. Leng Xiaoyao felt the unfriendly gaze of someone in the crowd. She looked over, only to discover that it was Leng Yuki. Leng Yuki was with a boy and a girl about her age, her cousins. They were all surprised that Leng Xiaoyao was the one who saved those girls. Seeing so many people admire and praise Leng Xiaoyao, they became angry. Leng Xiaoyao's cousins often followed Leng Yuki in scolding her. Leng Xiaoyao didn't care about their existence. She just took a glance, then looked away. "Yuki, is she really Leng Xiaoyao?" Leng Yuki's cousin, Song Shicheng, asked softly. They knew that the spots on Leng Xiaoyao's face had disappeared, but it was the first time they saw her like this. Therefore, they were surprised and even a little afraid to recognize her. Yeah, Leng Yuki responded coldly, she has become so beautiful. Song Xiaoxiao smiled slightly with envy in his eyes. He had always been jealous of Leng Xiaoyao and now he was even more jealous. Leng Xiaoyao had become a lot prettier than Leng Yuki. She used to be jealous of Leng Yuki, but now she started to be jealous of Leng Xiaoyao. The relationship between cousins and sisters wasn't always harmonious. There was also a lot of competition and comparison between them. Most of the Song family relied on the Leng family to get better. They were naturally jealous of Leng Yuki, who had better conditions than them. Therefore, outwardly, they were united, but internally, they were competitors. After calling an ambulance and sending them to the hospital, Leng Xiaoyao and Daya left by themselves. They didn't need to worry about it anymore. Excuse me, the two ladies. They were stopped not far away by the two men who jumped into the lake with them to save the girls just now. Hello, is there anything we can help you with? Leng Xiaoyao asked politely. Nothing in particular. We just saw you jump into the river to save people at that time. We admire you very much and wanted to get to know you, one man said, looking a little shy. You're also very capable. We don't need to get to know each other since we just met by chance. We have something else to do. Please excuse us. Leng Xiaoyao politely refused, then turned around and left. Humph. This woman is too arrogant. The other man felt embarrassed and said unhappily. Although his voice wasn't loud, Leng Xiaoyao still heard it, but she didn't care. It's you who are aloof. We indeed met by chance. Why should they want to know you? The man talking to Leng Xiaoyao didn't think there was anything wrong with her attitude. She had the right to refuse after all. The other man wasn't convinced, but he didn't say anything more. Walking behind them, Song Xiaoxiao felt jealous after seeing the two good-looking men talking to Leng Xiaoyao. Humph, she's really a vixen. Should we teach Leng Xiaoyao a lesson? Song Xicheng said. Better not, Leng Yuki said. She was afraid of Leng Xiaoyao and didn't want any conflict with her because she would be the one who suffered. Why? Song Xiaoxiao asked, puzzled. You can't bully her. Leng Yuki said, if you go, don't blame me for not warning you. She's tough. To avoid them impulsively going to trouble Leng Xiaoyao and then blaming her for their loss, Leng Yuki reminded them. If they still didn't listen after the reminder, then whatever happened would have nothing to do with her. No way. I don't believe it. Song Xicheng didn't believe it and went to catch up with Leng Xiaoyao. Leng Xiaoyao, stop. Song Xicheng shouted. Leng Xiaoyao heard him, but ignored him and walked ahead. Although Daya looked back, she didn't say anything. It was obvious that these two didn't have a good relationship. Besides, the man was obviously unfriendly. When Leng Xiaoyao didn't stop, Song Xicheng became angry and ran over to block her way. However, when he saw Leng Xiaoyao's face, Song Xicheng was stunned. She was too beautiful. What's up? Leng Xiaoyao asked calmly. I. Song Xicheng stuttered and didn't know what to say. Seeing that he couldn't finish a sentence, Leng Xiaoyao didn't pay much attention and just walked around him. Song Xicheng was annoyed, but he didn't know what to say. He simply stared blankly at her back as she left. It was fine. He would see her at the Leng family's mansion later. Song Xiaoxiao immediately walked over and said angrily, what's wrong with you? I saw her beautiful face and couldn't say anything, Song Xicheng said, blushing and feeling his heart racing for some reason. Song Xiaoxiao slapped him on the head at once. Song Xicheng, are you infatuated with Leng Xiaoyao? Don't forget that we're at odds with her. After being slapped on the head by Song Xiaoxiao, Song Xicheng was very unhappy, but he didn't get angry. Leng Xiaoyao hasn't done anything to hurt us. He suddenly realized that they had always been the ones to provoke her, so there was no real conflict between them. What did you? Song Xiaoxiao was so angry that she couldn't catch her breath. Even you were seduced by her, a vixen. How could you say that? She's not a vixen. She's simply beautiful. It really is jealousy that makes people ugly. Song Xicheng said in annoyance, then ignored Song Xiaoxiao and left. Song Xiaoxiao was furious. Leng Yuki was also displeased. On Leng Xiaoyao's side, Daya said, Leng Xiaoyao, you're amazing. Your premonition was really accurate. She still couldn't recover from the shock of Leng Xiaoyao jumping into the lake and not coming up for a long time. By the way, why did you take so long to come up after jumping into the lake? She didn't doubt Leng Xiaoyao's ability, but felt that something had gone wrong. The girl sank too fast after falling into the water, so it took a while to find her, Leng Xiaoyao said. Daya believed her without doubt. Chapter 3355, More Jealous. Fortunately, the girl is fine. If something bad happened to her, her family would be heartbroken. Daya said. That was true. When a family member was in trouble, they would definitely feel sad. Leng Xiaoyao guessed that the girl was doomed to be haunted by what happened for a while because she felt that she was surrounded by that black shadow. Ordinary people would be affected for a period or even longer when encountering such a thing. Whether one could suppress this fear depended on individual willpower, but Leng Xiaoyao couldn't control these things. Leng Xiaoyao first sent Daya back to the hotel, then went home. Although their clothes and pants dried quickly in the summer, they still needed to take a shower and change clothes immediately. Before Leng Xiaoyao went home, Leng Yuqi and the others already went back. After they met Leng Xiaoyao, they lost all interest in continuing to play, so they went straight home. In addition to Song Xiaoxiao and Song Shicheng, their parents were also present in the Leng family's mansion. It seemed that they weren't here to visit relatives, but to ask for help from the Leng family. Although Leng Xiaoyao disliked Song Meiyu, it didn't mean that she had no manners. Therefore, when she saw Song Junyang and his wife, she politely greeted them. Hi, Uncle Song, Aunt Song. This is Xiaoyao. Although Song Junyang and his wife were Song Meiyu's brother and sister-in-law, they didn't have any bad feelings towards Leng Xiaoyao. Song Meiyu didn't tell them everything. Song Junyang was stunned when he saw how beautiful Leng Xiaoyao looked. They knew that Leng Xiaoyao had become pretty, but it was the first time they had seen her looking so beautiful. They didn't expect her to become so good-looking. Yes. Song Meiyu responded with a slightly cold voice, feeling uncomfortable at seeing Leng Xiaoyao. I didn't expect you to become so beautiful. Aunt Song said. Although she was jealous in her heart, she also gloated over Song Meiyu's misfortune. Even if she was jealous, she wouldn't see Leng Xiaoyao often. However, Song Meiyu and Leng Yuqi often saw Leng Xiaoyao, so she could imagine how displeased they were. Although she didn't know much, she knew that Song Meiyu and Leng Yuqi couldn't stand Leng Xiaoyao. Therefore, Aunt Song added, you are even more beautiful than Yuqi. When Aunt Song praised Leng Xiaoyao, Song Meiyu and Leng Yuqi looked unhappy. With this sentence added, they were even unhappier. Even so, there was no need to say it out loud. Leng Xiaoyao knew what Aunt Song was thinking, but she didn't care and went straight upstairs. Song Shicheng's gaze followed Leng Xiaoyao's back until he couldn't see it anymore. Then he asked, Aunt Meiyu, why did Leng Xiaoyao suddenly become so beautiful? I don't know. She suddenly became pretty, Song Meiyu said indifferently. She used to have freckles on her face, she was not disfigured. She should have used some medicine to cure it. Song Meiyu said. Seeing Song Shicheng's expression, she knew what he was thinking. If it was possible, she would agree. However, they were too young. Leng Xiaoyao was 18 years old, while Song Shicheng was only 17 years old. Given Leng Xiaoyao's family background, even if she was 2 or 3 years older, it wasn't a problem, let alone only 1 year older. She just thought that they were still young and it was unlikely for them to get together. After changing their clothes, Song Shicheng came over and talked to Leng Xiaoyao enthusiastically. Leng Xiaoyao, how did you do on the National College entrance examination? Which university are you planning to attend? The capital university. Although Leng Xiaoyao didn't have a good impression of Song Shicheng, she didn't need to give him a bad attitude since he was talking to her with a smile. Ah, the capital university. Upon hearing that, the Song family was surprised because they didn't know that Leng Xiaoyao had such good grades. They thought that she was still the same as before. Humph. Do you think we don't know your grades? The capital university. I'm afraid you won't even be accepted by the ordinary universities in City Chong. Only Yuki can get into the capital university, Song Xiaoxiao said. Disdainfully. Song Junyang and his wife, as well as Song Shicheng, also thought the same way, but they didn't say it directly. Are you sure you know my grades? No matter how many points I get, I can still go to the capital university. Leng Xiaoyao sneered. How is that possible? Song Xiaoxiao said, thinking that Leng Xiaoyao was joking. Why is it impossible? Do you think you know me well? We have only met a few times a year. Leng Xiaoyao argued. She knew that Leng Yuki said that to them, but obviously Leng Yuki didn't mention it after she had changed. Song Xiaoxiao was struck dumb for a second, but still retorted. I don't know, but Yuki knows. Yuki told me that. I didn't. Leng Yuki immediately denied it. She had told Song Xiaoxiao something about Leng Xiaoyao before, but she didn't say it after Leng Xiaoyao changed. She didn't want to take the blame for this. I told you something about her before, but not afterwards. What does that mean? Everyone could tell that something was wrong. Ansong asked with curiosity. It means that I'm an excellent student now. Leng Xiaoyao said without being proud, but in their eyes, it was pride. How is that possible? Song Xiaoxiao was shocked and couldn't believe it. Why is it impossible? Leng Xiaoyao asked. Song Xiaoxiao didn't know what to say. At this time, Leng Chengyuan came in and happened to hear what they had just said. Although he was a little unhappy, he didn't directly show it. He just proudly said, "My granddaughter is absolutely amazing. She participated in a competition before the National College Entrance Examination and won first place. She has already received admission to the capital university, so she can go no matter how many points she scores. Even if she takes the exam casually, not many students can do better than her." Leng Chengyuan kept saying, "My granddaughter," as if he only had one granddaughter. It was obvious that he didn't care about Leng Yuki. It was all because Leng Yuki's actions had disappointed him too much, and Leng Xiaoyao's current achievements made him too proud. When he mentioned his granddaughter Leng Xiaoyao outside, there were few people who weren't envious, which made him feel very proud. Upon hearing that, the Song family was shocked. What? Leng Xiaoyao participated in a competition, won first place, and was admitted to the capital university with a scholarship. How was that possible? When did Leng Xiaoyao become so excellent? After Song Shicheng was shocked, he immediately used his mobile phone to search for the recent liberal arts defense. He was in his third year of high school and knew about the competition, but didn't pay attention to it, so he didn't know who won. When he searched for the results and saw that it was indeed Leng Xiaoyao who won the championship, he had complicated feelings. It's true. Leng Xiaoyao won the championship of the liberal arts defense and got admitted to the capital university with a scholarship. After Song Xiaoxiao snatched the phone to confirm the news, she became even more jealous. Chapter 3356, Do You Really Believe Her? At 6 p.m., Leng Yehua came back. Leng Yecheng didn't join them for dinner because he needed to deal with something else. So they started eating without him. During the meal, Song Junyang also told Leng Yehua about their purpose of coming this time. It was a business matter and not a secret, so they didn't discuss it privately. The Song family ran into a little trouble. Song Junyang's business was in the building materials industry. He recently received several large orders. However, the supplier suddenly ran out of stock, so he faced delays and breaches of contract. Besides, the customer specified this supplier, so he couldn't purchase from other suppliers. I feel like this is a conspiracy, Leng Xiaoyao suddenly said. She had no conflict or hatred with Song Junyang, so she couldn't just stand by and watch. Upon hearing that, everyone was surprised. You know nothing, Song Xiaoxiao sneered. However, Song Junyang agreed with Leng Xiaoyao. Actually, I also suspect that this is a conspiracy. The supplier can't just run out of stock for a whole month. However, there's no evidence. It was like a slap in the face to Song Xiaoxiao, making her feel extremely embarrassed, but Song Junyang didn't care about her face, as the company's affairs were more important. Have you sent someone to investigate the supplier? Leng Xiaoyao asked. Song Junyang suddenly didn't treat Leng Xiaoyao as a child anymore and responded seriously. Yeah, but the person we sent said that the supplier did run out of stock. How did you send him? Did you use your company's name? Leng Xiaoyao asked. Yes, Song Junyang replied. Foolish. Leng Xiaoyao bluntly criticized. Watch your attitude, Leng Xiaoyao. Song Xiaoxiao was angry at Leng Xiaoyao for insulting her father. She didn't like Leng Xiaoyao to begin with, so she scolded her in anger. Leng Xiaoyao just looked at her coldly, then turned her gaze back to Song Junyang. Since it's a conspiracy against you, would they tell you the truth if you go with your company's name? Upon hearing that, Song Junyang suddenly realized that he hadn't thought of this before. It made sense. Song Junyang wasn't a meticulous or smart person. He only expanded his business with Leng Yahua's protection. It was already good enough that he could suspect it was a conspiracy. Song Junyang suddenly treated Leng Xiaoyao differently. He didn't blame her for calling him foolish. Instead, he asked for her opinion. So what should we do now, niece Xiaoyao? You should have sent someone as a businessman from the beginning, Leng Xiaoyao said. At this point, Song Junyang figured out what to do. Then I'll immediately find someone to ask about it as a business person. If there are goods available, we'll purchase them under someone else's name. I can take over later. This method will work for now, but it can only solve the current problem. You still need to deal with the person targeting you. They will continue to obstruct you if you don't address it. This method can only be used once or twice. It won't work if you use it too many times. It will be difficult for your business to continue, Leng Xiaoyao said. What should we do? Song Junyang asked, feeling that Leng Xiaoyao might have a solution. Well, since you met me, I'll help you out once out of kindness. Although I can't guarantee that you'll definitely find evidence, if there is evidence, you can get it. The most important thing is that if this is really a conspiracy, you can use the evidence to threaten the person and make him back down. If the supplier really is out of stock, then you'll just have to accept your fate, Leng Xiaoyao said. Can you really investigate this? Leng Xiaoyao, you, Song Xiaoxiao laughed sarcastically, questioning Leng Xiaoyao's abilities. In fact, everyone present doubted Leng Xiaoyao, but since she said that she could handle it, they still wanted to see what she could do. Shut up. Song Junyang immediately snapped at them. He didn't want Leng Xiaoyao to get angry and refuse to help them investigate. Although he didn't really believe in Leng Xiaoyao, he didn't think she was lying either. Junyang, do you really believe in Xiaoyao? Ansong frowned and asked. She thought that it was ridiculous. When questioned, Leng Xiaoyao didn't say a word. She offered to help because she wasn't cold-hearted, but if they doubted her and didn't want her to help, she wouldn't ask for trouble. Then do you have a solution? Song Junyang asked his wife. Ansong didn't know what to say. She was a housewife. What could she do? Leng Chengyuan couldn't stand their questioning and said, if you believe her, then let her help. If you don't, then she doesn't need to bother with this. Anyway, she has nothing to lose. Although he didn't know if Leng Xiaoyao could actually do it, he believed that she wasn't a liar. Since she said it, she could definitely help them. Of course I believe you. Niece Xiaoyao, please help us out. If you need any compensation, just let me know, said Song Junyang. He wouldn't ask Leng Xiaoyao to help him for free. I don't need compensation. It's an easy task. I'll do it after the meal, Leng Xiaoyao said. How will you investigate? Song Shicheng asked curiously. His voice held no disdain like Song Xiaoxiao. He was simply curious. Hacking. Leng Xiaoyao replied. Wow, you can hack. Song Shicheng's eyes lit up and he showed admiration. They were impressed by Leng Xiaoyao's abilities. Leng Yuqi, Song Xiaoxiao and Song Meiyu, however, were increasingly unhappy. Although Aunt Song was a little jealous of Leng Xiaoyao, she wasn't hostile. This time, she might be able to help her husband, so she still had some expectations. If Leng Xiaoyao could help, she would be grateful. Song Junyang was very anxious and felt that the food was tasteless, but he patiently waited until Leng Xiaoyao finished the meal. After dinner, Leng Xiaoyao went upstairs to investigate the identities of the relevant companies and people involved. She had already gathered some information during their conversation, but she needed to do more detailed research on things that Song Junyang didn't know about. Can she really investigate this? Aunt Song didn't really believe it. We'll know when she comes back with the result, Song Shicheng said. He didn't want to hear anyone else questioning Leng Xiaoyao's abilities until they got concrete results. though that was because he personally had a high opinion of Leng Xiaoyao. If it were before, he would have been even more skeptical than anyone else. Chapter 3357, Let Jealousy Get the Better of Her. Half an hour later, Leng Xiaoyao came down with a computer. Niece Xiaoyao, what did you find out? Song Junyang asked eagerly. I found out that it's a conspiracy. Those big orders were also part of the conspiracy. The mastermind behind it is your peer and friend, Fengxing Building Materials. They may have a personal grudge against you or simply cannot stand the fact that your business is better than theirs, so they bribed a person in charge of your supplier, but it's not a big deal. You can use the evidence to make them stop or report it to the senior management of the supplier. They shouldn't let go of the business opportunity, Leng Xiaoyao said. Everyone was shocked to hear that. Leng Xiaoyao really found the truth. I can't believe it's Zhang Hantao. Song Junyang looked gloomy, but he wasn't too shocked. Although he had a good relationship with Zhang Hantao on the surface, they were actually wary of each other in private. As for grudges, he and Zhang Hantao hadn't had any conflicts, but Zhang Hantao's store's business was indeed far inferior to his own. Zhang Hantao was really capable of doing such things. Because he knew that Zhang Hantao was unreliable, he didn't make deep connections with him. They were just superficial friends. Zhang Hantao. No way. He has such a good relationship with Junyang. Aunt Song thought that Zhang Hantao and Song Junyang had such a good relationship that he wouldn't harm them. What's so surprising about that? For interests, some people would even plot against their own blood relatives, let alone just friends. Besides, I have evidence here. Leng Xiaoyao said with sarcasm, without any implications towards Leng Yuki, just stating the facts. However, in the eyes of everyone else, she was implicating Leng Yuki. As a result, Leng Yuki and her family were extremely displeased, but they couldn't say anything. Regardless of what they thought, Leng Xiaoyao didn't care. It was a fact that Leng Yuki had plotted against her. Take a look for yourself. Leng Xiaoyao handed the computer to Song Junyang for him to see. After reading the evidence, Song Junyang felt a surge of anger. So should I go to see Zhang Hantao with this evidence or go to meet the senior management of the supplier? Song Junyang asked for Leng Xiaoyao's opinions. Leng Xiaoyao's importance in his heart was skyrocketing. It's Zhang Hantao who wants to harm you. You can directly find him and teach him a lesson so that he will behave in the future. If there is no one being bribed at the supplier's end, they won't do these things, Leng Xiaoyao said. Okay, can you give me this evidence? Song Junyang said, following Leng Xiaoyao's advice. Just wait a moment. I'll go upstairs and print it out. Leng Xiaoyao said and went upstairs with the computer. Leng Xiaoyao is really amazing. Song Xicheng admired her greatly. She was good at studying and even knew how to hack. She solved the problem that had been troubling his father for a long time within half an hour. Nobody dared to deny Song Xicheng's words. Only Leng Chengyuan proudly added. Of course, she's my granddaughter after all. Leng Yuki, who was also Leng Chengyuan's granddaughter, was sad. She knew that she had been forgotten by her grandfather. Since she broke up with Chu Jianan, she regretted stealing Chu Jianan from Leng Xiaoyao. She had offended her grandfather and Uncle Yechang, which was a really bad thing for her. Before stealing Chu Jianan, although she had many conflicts with Leng Xiaoyao, at least she hadn't made her grandfather and Uncle Yechang dislike her. They often gave her pocket money. Especially Uncle Yechang, he would usually buy gifts for Leng Xiaoyao as well as her, including many beautiful clothes and dresses. Although her father was an official and her mother also had a position, they only earned a fixed salary to support her and her brother's education. They didn't have much money left to buy clothes for her. Every girl wanted to be beautiful and buy many beautiful clothes and dresses. Leng Xiaoyao quickly printed out evidence and gave it to Song Junyang, who was very grateful. With the evidence in hand, Song Junyang was eager to deal with it, so he didn't want to stay long. He bid farewell to Leng Chengyuan and the others. When they walked away, Song Xicheng was reluctant. Upon seeing Song Xicheng's expression, Song Xiaoxiao got angry. Song Xicheng, are you interested in Leng Xiaoyao? I never expected you to be such a shallow person. Didn't you hate her before? You even helped Yuki scold her. You should know that Leng Xiaoyao and Yuki don't get along. Song Xiaoxiao, your jealousy has gotten the better of you. What's wrong with Xiaoyao? She's helped Dad, and our family. Shouldn't you thank her? Song Shicheng interrupted her directly. When he heard someone say that Leng Xiaoyao was wrong, he got mad. Leng Xiaoyao was obviously a good girl. Why did everyone have to pick on her? Song Xiaoxiao was so mad that she was breathless. All right, Xiaoxiao, as the sister, you're not as mature as your brother. Song Junyang snapped at her. Leng Xiaoyao had helped him and he was grateful to her. He wouldn't allow his daughter to verbally attack Leng Xiaoyao like that. He still knew how to have gratitude. Song Xiaoxiao didn't dare to say anything again. Although the Song family also lived in City Chong was so big that the two families were in different directions. It took almost an hour for the Song family to get home. After returning home, Song Junyang went straight to the study and called Zhang Hantao. Brother Song, is there anything you need at this late hour? Zhang Hantao still talked to Song Junyang in a very polite tone. It's funny, Song Junyang sneered. He felt that Zhang Hantao's attitude was extremely ironic. Without beating around the bush, Song Junyang said straightforwardly, Zhang Hantao, you're the one who's preventing me from getting the goods. Zhang Hantao was shocked when he heard that, then angrily retorted. Song Junyang, that's ridiculous. Why do you think it's me? Zhang Hantao couldn't figure it out. Why did Song Junyang believe that it was him? If Song Junyang was only suspicious of him, it wasn't a big deal. However, Song Junyang directly asked him about it, it meant that he was sure of it. It isn't you. Song Junyang asked in a mocking tone. Why would I do that? Zhang Hantao retorted. I'm also curious about the reason. Song Junyang said, but Zhang Hantao, I already have evidence that you bribed the supplier's management to not release the goods to me. Even for those big orders I got, they were arranged by you. If you want to settle this privately, then have them release the goods to me quickly. If you continue to deny it, I'll have to hand over the evidence to the police tomorrow. Chapter 3358, I'm not bad. Zhang Hanshang was taken aback. He wanted to say something but didn't know what to say. Since Song Junyang called him to say these things, it indicated that Song Junyang had discovered something. However, Zhang Hanshang didn't know whether Song Junyang had evidence or was just bluffing. Song Junyang didn't waste any more time on him. After 12 p.m. tomorrow, I will go to ask the supplier about it again. If they are still out of stock and I can't get the goods before I breach the contract, then the evidence in my hands will be handed over to the police. Afterwards, Song Junyang hung up the phone directly. He hadn't suffered any serious losses, so he didn't immediately hand over the evidence to the police. Dealing with this matter would also take some time. They would need to investigate whether the evidence he got was true or false. It would take longer than the half an hour Leng Xiaoyao had used. Song Junyang needed 5 days. If he couldn't get the goods by then, it would be considered a breach of contract. After being hung up on, Zhang Hanshang felt annoyed. He was unwilling to accept the result, but he didn't dare to gamble. Therefore, after 12 p.m. the next day, when Song Junyang called the supplier to ask about the goods, they said that they had them and could ship them the following day. This problem was solved. Song Junyang was grateful to Leng Xiaoyao, so he bought a lot of things and visited the Leng family. Although Leng Xiaoyao didn't want any compensation, Song Junyang had to express his gratitude. When Song Junyang arrived, Leng Xiaoyao wasn't home because she hadn't made arrangements with Daya properly. So today, she went out to have afternoon tea with Daya. Since Leng Xiaoyao had helped Song Junyang, Leng Chengyuan gladly accepted the things that Song Junyang brought. Among them was a watch that cost tens of thousands yuan. If it weren't for Leng Xiaoyao this time, he would have suffered a great loss. As for Zhang Hanshang, Song Junyang completely cut off contact with him. Zhang Hanshang didn't dare to see Song Junyang again either. Originally, Leng Xiaoyao thought there was only Dai Ya, but when she arrived at the place, she found that Dai Zhenji was also there. Leng Xiaoyao didn't mind, but she felt that Dai Zhenji's gaze towards her was a bit off, overly enthusiastic. Leng Xiaoyao wasn't self-centered, so she didn't insist that Dai Zhenji was interested in her. There was some interest, but she didn't know what it was about. Miss Lang, Daya told me that when you were rowing yesterday, you saw that someone fell into the water. Without hesitation, you jumped into the lake to save them. Your actions are truly admirable. Dai Zhenji said. His gaze towards Leng Xiaoyao was filled with eagerness, unable to hide his admiration. Daya had mentioned the rescue, but hadn't mentioned Leng Xiaoyao's premonition of something going wrong because she had promised Leng Xiaoyao to keep it a secret. I just did what I could do. If I couldn't do it, I wouldn't have recklessly attempted it. After all, I value my life. Leng Xiaoyao said with a half-serious and half-joking tone, but it was also the truth. It was impossible for her to sacrifice herself to save someone. Anyway, it's good to do what you can. You can't ignore your own safety for the sake of others. Dai Zhenji agreed. Selfless people, or those who sacrificed themselves to save others, were rare. They just didn't think that they should sacrifice themselves to save others. Excuse me, I need to use the washroom. You can continue to chat, Dai Ya said. She got up and left, leaving Leng Xiaoyao with Dai Zhenji. Miss Leng, do you have any hobbies or interests? Dai Zhenji asked. I don't seem to have any hobbies. I'm lazy. I don't want to do much when I have free time, Leng Xiaoyao said. Miss Leng is so good at racing cars. Isn't that a hobby? Dai Zhenji asked. That happened before. I don't have much interest in it now, Leng Xiaoyao said. In fact, if she had to say what her interest was, it was only cultivation, then going to Guiyan 1. Changed land Guiyan to just Guiyan. She was full of curiosity about Guiyan. In her previous incarnation, the world of cultivation was just a protected space, only about the size of a county with about 20,000 people, whereas Guiyan was a real time and space. There might be more than just 4 countries in Guiyan. Perhaps there were other continents. She didn't have the ability or ambition to explore more. At present, she was just interested in Guiyan. However, Leng Xiaoyao suddenly thought of a question. She wondered whether there was a teleportation circle to the Daipudongxia United Kingdom from Guiyan. This question was also worth exploring. You're really special. Dai Zhenji didn't know what to say, but he didn't think it was a perfunctory answer. It was rare to be interested in something for a lifetime. Some people got tired of playing and had enough, or lost interest because there was no challenge. Miss Lang, have you been to High City? Dai Zhenji asked. Not really, Leng Xiaoyao said. If you have time, you can go to High City for a tour. Dai Ya can be your guide. There are many fun places there. Dai Zhenji said with enthusiasm. Sure, if I have time, I will go and have a tour, Leng Xiaoyao said. Dai Ya returned after about 10 minutes. I'll treat you guys to dinner tonight. Miss Lang, what do you want to eat? Dai Zhenji asked. Leng Xiaoyao just opened her mouth, but before she could answer, her phone rang. It was Li Mochen calling. Sorry, I need to answer this call first. Leng Xiaoyao apologized, got up and went out to answer the call. Only Dai Ya and Dai Zhenji were left in their seats. Dai Ya asked with interest, what? Do you really like Leng Xiaoyao? I just think she's good. She's beautiful and capable. Although our family backgrounds are very different, it's not a problem as long as I persist. I think our parents will compromise, Dai Zhenji said. That's true. The main problem is whether Leng Xiaoyao likes you or not, Daya said. She thought of Mr. Li. Although she didn't know his background, based on his appearance and air, he must have higher status than Dai Zhenji. Dai Zhenji glared at her. I'm not bad. Dai Zhenji was very popular in High City. Many young girls from wealthy families were chasing him. Dai Zhenji didn't just have a powerful family background, he also had outstanding abilities. He was good-looking, sexy, and had good moral standards. Dai Zhenji felt that he wasn't bad and was quite confident, but he wasn't that narcissistic to think that everyone liked him. Therefore, he was a little worried when he heard what Dai Ya said. You're right, but Leng Xiaoyao is also outstanding. Only our family background is better than hers, but not all women care about one's family background. Moreover, Leng Xiaoyao doesn't lack money. In terms of appearance and abilities, she's destined to be successful. There's one more thing I haven't told you. When we were on the island of Bones last time, the people around Leng Xiaoyao weren't simple, especially one man surnamed Li, Dai Ya said. Chapter 3359, You also know Mr. Li. What happened with the man surnamed Li? Dai Zhenji asked, feeling a sense of unease. Could it be that this man surnamed Li also liked Leng Xiaoyao? Or did Leng Xiaoyao have a special relationship with him? Dai Ya said, I'll say something that might make you angry. Other than not knowing his true identity, his appearance, build, air, and skills are all superior to yours. Lin Muzi was extremely interested in him, but he never showed any interest in her and remained cold towards everyone except for Leng Xiaoyao. He only treats her kindly. I'm not sure what their relationship is. Although she would be happy if Dai Zhenji pursued Leng Xiaoyao, it should be a rational pursuit. If Leng Xiaoyao was really in a romantic relationship with Mr. Li, she wouldn't want her brother to ruin it. Leng Xiaoyao is only 18 years old. He can't be her boyfriend. Dai Zhenji said. He wasn't angry about Dai Ya mentioning that Mr. Li was better than him since there were always people who surpassed him. He knew quite a few of them. One of them was also surnamed Li. However, he didn't connect the Mr. Li he knew with the Mr. Li that Leng Xiaoyao knew. Right, she's only 18 years old, but she has still stolen your heart, Dai Ya said with a smile. Yeah, Leng Xiaoyao is only 18 years old, but she gives off a mature and stable vibe that surpasses someone like you in your mid-20s. Don't worry, I just met her. Even if I have any feelings for her, I won't be stubborn about it. Everything depends on fate. The worst thing in a romantic relationship is to force someone to accept you. Dai Zhenji laughed. If someone fell deeply in love after only meeting twice and became determined to win that person, it wasn't necessarily true love but rather the damn ego that couldn't tolerate failure. No, it should be selfishness. Leng Xiaoyao returned after a long while, with a big smile on her face. Sorry, I won't be having dinner with you this afternoon. A friend of mine from the capital city has arrived. I need to treat him. Leng Xiaoyao apologized. There was no real reason to refuse, but coincidentally, Li Mochen had arrived. Therefore, she naturally had to see him first. Although she said that she wanted to assess Li Mochen, in her heart, she already treated him as her boyfriend. Therefore, his position was more important than that of a friend. Well, you can bring your friend along. It'll be more enjoyable with more people. Of course, if we might disturb you, then forget it, Dai Zhenji said, seemingly unconcerned, but he did want to see this friend of Leng Xiaoyao's from the capital city. Seeing Leng Xiaoyao's obvious smile, he had a premonition that this friend wasn't normal. Could it be Mr. Li? No need to worry about disturbing us. Actually, you both already know him, Leng Xiaoyao said. She didn't know what Dai Zhenji was thinking, but she didn't mind because she had already told Li Mochen that she was with Dai Ya and Dai Zhenji. Li Mochen didn't mind either and said that although he wasn't close to Dai Zhenji, he knew him. Therefore, it wasn't a problem to dine with them, especially since Dai Zhenji and Xiao Yuzhe got along well. Oh, who is it? Upon hearing that, Dai Ya and Dai Zhenji were both surprised. They had suspected that it might be Mr. Li, but now they didn't think so. Dai Ya thought that Dai Zhenji didn't know the Mr. Li she knew, and Dai Zhenji thought that he didn't know the Mr. Li that Dai Ya had spoken about, and Leng Xiaoyao said that they both knew him, so they directly denied that Mr. Li. You'll know later. He just got off the plane and will be here in about 40 minutes. When he arrives, it should be about time for dinner. Leng Xiaoyao deliberately kept them in suspense. As a result, they couldn't ask any further even if they were curious. 40 minutes later, Li Mochen came. Both Dai Ya and Dai Zhenji were surprised. Mr. Li. As soon as they said that, they subconsciously looked at each other. They were both surprised that the other person actually knew Mr. Li. Hi, Mr. Dai, Miss Dai. Li Mochen greeted them politely. Is this the Mr. Li you spoke about? Dai Zhenji asked Dai Ya, although it was already very obvious. Yeah, do you also know Mr. Li? Dai Ya asked. Mr. Li is a friend of Xiao Yuzhe. Dai Zhenji couldn't help gasping for breath. He knew Li Mochen's family background very well. Li Mochen was from the Li family in the capital city. Although he had cut off his relationship with the Li family, he had outstanding abilities. He invested in many large companies, and had contacts with many important figures. He had very high status. If such an important figure was interested in Leng Xiaoyao or had a romantic relationship with her, he certainly wouldn't dare to compete with him. The little persistence he had left was instantly shattered. It wasn't that he was afraid of Li Mochen, but Li Mochen had never offended him. He couldn't provoke him for no reason. It would only cause himself trouble. Wow, Dai Ya was very surprised. She didn't expect that the Mr. Li they knew was actually the same person. It seemed that fate brought them together. After exchanging greetings and sitting down, they began to chat. When it was time for dinner, they went to eat together and parted after the meal. Although Li Mochen and Leng Xiaoyao didn't mention their relationship during the meal, Dai Ya and Dai Zhenji could tell that even if they weren't in a romantic relationship, Li Mochen definitely had feelings for Leng Xiaoyao. Leng Xiaoyao felt the same way about him. It made Dai Zhenji give up completely. Unless Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen's relationship went bad one day, he wouldn't have the thought of chasing Leng Xiaoyao again. The premise was that he hadn't met a girl he liked yet. On the way back, Dai Ya asked Dai Zhenji, "Zhenji, what is the background of this Mr. Li? His name is Li Mochen. His father is Master Li's second son, but his parents died young. The Li family is one of the 7 great families in the capital city. He has cut off relations with his family, but he has very outstanding abilities. He invested in many large companies and has contacts with many big shots in government, business, and military circles. Xiao Yuzhe is very respectful of Li Mochen. He doesn't only treat him as a friend but also seems to have a feeling of looking up to him," Dai Zhenji said. To be honest, Dai Zhenji also admired Li Mochen a bit. In fact, he admired people who were better than him. He regarded them as role models for learning. Upon hearing that, Dai Ya couldn't help gasping for breath again. "Do you know someone named Mu Yiyang then?" Chapter 3360, Amoral. Of course, Mu Yiyang is from the Mu family, one of the 7 major families in the capital city. He joined the army and holds the rank of major. Dai Zhenji said, "He is quite a remarkable figure." That explains, Dai Ya thought of what they had been through at the Island of Bones, lost in thought. "Explain what?" Dai Zhenji asked. Dai Ya panicked a little, then she calmed down and said, "When we went to the Island of Bones last time, there was also a man named Mu Yiyang. He and his brothers were quite powerful, so I thought their background must be extraordinary." Dai Zhenji didn't notice Dai Ya's expression. Meanwhile, after finishing their meal, Li Mochen and Leng Xiaoyao went for a leisurely walk in the park. Since Li Mochen had confessed his feelings for her, Leng Xiaoyao had become shy and coy, remaining silent and not saying anything first. Li Mochen took her hand, but Leng Xiaoyao immediately pulled away. Li Mochen was slightly disappointed. He asked, "What's wrong?" "Don't hold my hand," Leng Xiaoyao said in annoyance. "Why not?" Li Mochen asked, with a hint of resentment in his brow. He understood that Leng Xiaoyao was just shy, so although he showed some resentment, he was actually teasing her. "Why did you hold my hand? I haven't agreed to be with you yet. If you dare touch my body without permission, you won't pass the test," Leng Xiaoyao said, a little frustrated. She was mainly afraid of running into familiar faces. She didn't want her family to know about her and Li Mochen's relationship yet. Firstly, she was still young. Although it was normal to date at 18 years old, her family would still think it was too early. Leng Chengyuan wouldn't allow it. Secondly, she and Li Mochen weren't officially together yet. They had just started. Nothing was stable yet. No one knew what might happen. She trusted Li Mochen, but not fate's tricks. Thinking about the future after 2 years, she was worried. "Is my performance not good enough?" Li Mochen asked. "Anyway, I haven't agreed yet. If someone sees us and tells my grandfather, he'll be angry and make me stay away from you. I'm only 18 years old. Do you think my grandfather will let me date? He'll think you're a big bad wolf and treat you as an enemy," Leng Xiaoyao said. This wasn't to scare Li Mochen, it was just a fact. As soon as Li Mochen heard that, he became completely obedient. Being too eager might lead to losses. Therefore, they walked together properly without any further incidents. However, they soon ran into someone Leng Xiaoyao knew, an old friend of Leng Chengyuan's. Hey, Xiaoyao, is this your boyfriend? He's so handsome, but aren't you only 18 years old? You're dating so early. Does your grandfather know? The first sentence was said with a decent attitude, but the latter was full of malice. He even showed obvious disdain. He was a friend of Leng Chengyuan, but being a friend didn't mean being a good friend. Some friends might seem close on the surface, but in reality, they were just waiting to see you fail. The man was Elder Zhang, who had previously argued with Leng Chengyuan. Although he had no major grudges with Leng Chengyuan, he wasn't a likable person in terms of his character and behavior. When he saw Leng Xiaoyao together with Li Mochen, he would definitely spread it, then use it to mock Leng Chengyuan. Grandpa Zhang, you misunderstood. He's just my friend. We just need to talk about some things in private, Leng Xiaoyao said. Hearing that, Li Mochen felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, but he didn't refute it. He also saw that Elder Zhang wasn't friendly, so his face became cold in an instant. You're just a young girl. What else can you talk about with a grown man besides love? It's also late at night, Elder Zhang said with a serious face. Obviously, he didn't believe it. That's because your thinking is limited, so naturally you can only think of some indecent things. Leng Xiaoyao was straightforward and directly retorted. Leng Xiaoyao felt extremely speechless. She didn't do anything, but was defamed like this. It was impossible for her not to be mad. How could you say that? You don't understand how to respect your elders at all. I'm doing this for your own good. You're just a young girl. It's not proper to be alone with a man outside when it's dark. Is this a proper thing to do? Elder Zhang suddenly raised his voice and immediately attracted the attention of people around him. When some people heard Elder Zhang's words, their eyes towards Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen changed, as if they had really done something indecent. However, more people still felt that there was nothing wrong. Although it was dark outside, it wasn't too late. Even though they were alone together, they were walking in the park openly. What was wrong with that? Leng Xiaoyao was also angry. Only those whose thoughts are indecent will see everything as indecent. Have you seen us do anything inappropriate? We are walking in the park openly. What's wrong with that? You are not me. How could you know that I don't have important matters to discuss with this gentleman? Even if there is really something going on between us, what does it have to do with you? You are not my family. You are just someone who knows my grandfather. I just called you Grandpa Zhang out of respect. That's all. Upon hearing that, the crowd looked at Elder Zhang with disdain. Only someone with improper thoughts would see everything improperly. I don't think there is anything wrong with them. Exactly. He's not even someone important. Some people just have too much time on their hands and like to gossip. Right. I can understand it if it's an old lady, but I never thought an old man could be so gossipy. Why you? Elder Zhang trembled in anger. Li Mochen just gave him a cold glance, causing Elder Zhang to shiver all over and struggle to catch his breath. Leng Xiaoyao didn't want to waste any more time with Elder Zhang, so she walked around him and left. After all, he was an old man. If he got too angry, she would be the one in trouble. Do you see that? If he had seen us holding hands just now, my grandpa's whole circle would know about it tomorrow. My grandpa would be furious, Leng Xiaoyao said angrily, but she wasn't blaming Li Mochen. She just found Elder Zhang annoying. Even if he didn't see us holding hands, he'll still go around spreading rumors because he's such a horrible person. What should we do? Li Mochen frowned. He didn't know how to handle the situation. It's fine. I'll just tell my grandpa when I get home that Elder Zhang is spreading rumors about me. My grandpa will only believe me. I'll tell him beforehand so that he can handle it properly and won't get angry if he hears it from someone else. Leng Xiaoyao said, all right, I have to go now. If I'm late getting home, it won't be good. Chapter 3361, Don't Have Self-Respect. Li Mochen felt a sense of frustration since he couldn't do anything. He also felt that Leng Xiaoyao was heartless. He had come all the way to see her, but they had to part ways after spending only a short time together. Let me send you home, Li Mochen said, knowing that what happened tonight had indeed caused her trouble, so he didn't stop her from leaving. I drove here myself. I can go back on my own. It's too much trouble for you to come with me and then have to take a taxi back. Leng Xiaoyao refused. She didn't want Li Mochen to waste so much time on the road. It's not a bother, Li Mochen said firmly. Leng Xiaoyao didn't turn him down again and let him go back with her. When will you go home? Leng Xiaoyao asked. I just arrived. Why would you ask me about leaving so quickly? It hurts, Li Mochen said, feeling sad. Well, I need to know so that I can arrange my schedule. Leng Xiaoyao was a bit speechless. She felt that Li Mochen had changed somehow. He had become somewhat childish. He was no longer aloof. I should be staying until the day after tomorrow, Li Mochen said. Then I'll go out to see you around 10 a.m. tomorrow. We can go to my company, Leng Xiaoyao said. When they arrived outside the community, Li Mochen got out of the car and took a taxi back on his own. Watching Li Mochen go back alone, Leng Xiaoyao felt sad. His back seemed a bit lonely. As soon as Leng Xiaoyao got home, she cried to Leng Chengyuan. Grandpa, let me tell you what, Elder Zhang is so annoying. I was having dinner with friends today. Mr. Li came to see me for something, but because my friends were there, it wasn't convenient to talk about it. After we finished eating and left our friends, Mr. Li and I went to the park to talk about business. He wanted to buy some jade for his family's elders as gifts and we ran into Elder Zhang. He came over and asked if Mr. Li was my boyfriend, then said that I was too young to date. I respected him as an elder and responded politely that Mr. Li was just a friend and we were discussing business, but Elder Zhang didn't believe me and said that I was amoral. It really made me angry. What? Is Elder Zhang too bored or something? How dare he slander my granddaughter? Hearing Leng Xiaoyao's words, Leng Chengyuan was also quite angry. Leng Xiaoyao said that she and Li Mochen were just friends. Leng Chengyuan didn't doubt it. He also didn't think that there was anything inappropriate about them walking in the park. If there really was something inappropriate going on or they were doing something they didn't want others to see, why wouldn't they go further away? Why would they walk around in the park so openly? Especially since Leng Xiaoyao said that Li Mochen came to see her about buying jade, he became even more convinced of her words. Don't be angry, don't be angry. If Grandpa meets Elder Zhang, I'll definitely scold him for you. Seeing Leng Xiaoyao so aggrieved, Leng Chengyuan was mad. He was even more furious at Elder Zhang. Okay, Leng Xiaoyao responded, as if she had just calmed down. In fact, she didn't care what Elder Zhang said outside. She only cared about Leng Chengyuan's feelings and face. Although she knew that if she told Leng Chengyuan these things, he would get angry, if she didn't say it, Leng Chengyuan would misunderstand that she was really the kind of person Elder Zhang said and would become even angrier. After returning to her room early, Leng Xiaoyao chatted with Li Mochen on the phone. The next morning, after having breakfast, Leng Chengyuan went out for a walk. Although he often went out for a walk with a group of familiar old people to play chess and chat after breakfast, today he went out mainly to find Elder Zhang. He went to the Elderly Activity Center in the community and saw Elder Zhang, who was talking about Leng Xiaoyao. Aren't you all praising Elder Leng's granddaughter? I saw her and a man taking a walk in the park last night. She's so young and already dating, tisk tisk. What's the use of studying well? She doesn't even have self-respect. Elder Zhang said maliciously. Thinking of how Leng Xiaoyao had embarrassed him yesterday, he was filled with anger. Everyone knew what kind of person Elder Zhang was, so they didn't take his words to heart. However, there were still a few people who listened to him and joined in the contempt. After all, not everyone had a positive attitude towards other people's excellence. Their grandchildren were about the same age. Currently, what they could show off was basically their academic achievements. At first, their grandchildren's grades were good enough to show off, but after Leng Xiaoyao's grades became better than theirs, they couldn't show off anymore. So, although some people praised her, there were also some who were jealous. When Leng Chengyuan heard Elder Zhang's words, he was so angry that he almost lost his breath. He shouted at him, "Elder Zhang, what nonsense are you spouting here? What evidence do you have to prove that they are dating? Mr. Li simply came to see Xiaoyao to deal with something. How come it became so dirty in your mouth? How dirty is your mind that you see everything is dirty? Humph. What can a student have to discuss seriously?" Elder Zhang snorted. He wasn't afraid when he saw Leng Chengyuan. Many people agreed with him. How can students not have anything important to discuss? My granddaughter has many skills. She knows more than your stupid grandchildren who can't even study well. Leng Chengyuan glared at him. If it were the previous Leng Xiaoyao, he wouldn't have doubted Elder Zhang's words, but now he had no doubt about what Leng Xiaoyao said. Elder Zhang was too mad to breathe normally. Leng Chengyuan's words hit him badly. What serious business they can talk about? Tell us. Why should I tell you what they were talking about? How could you spread rumors before knowing anything? Don't you know slander is a crime? Said Leng Chengyuan. Elder Zhang was struck dumb. He knew that slander was a crime, but he felt that Leng Xiaoyao had no self-respect. And do you know who Mr. Li is? He appeared at the Mo family's banquet. Even Master Mo treated him respectfully. He was accompanied by the young master of the Xiao family from High City. Are you trying to cause trouble for your own family by making up rumors about him? Leng Chengyuan sneered and looked down on Elder Zhang. Some of them had also gone to the Mo family's banquet and naturally knew who Mr. Li was. Even those who didn't go knew about it. Chapter 3362, Not Smart at All. Don't scare me like that. I don't believe it, Elder Zhang said, claiming not to believe it, but his trembling voice and lack of confidence were enough to reveal the truth. Although they were surprised, they didn't take Leng Chengyuan's words as the answer, so some people were still doubtful. Elder Leng, are you saying that your granddaughter has a relationship with Mr. Li? I'm not looking down on your granddaughter, but Mr. Li has very high status. How could he be interested in your granddaughter and ask her to do something for him? Even with your family's status, it wouldn't be easy to get close to Mr. Li, one old man said. He hadn't been to the Mo family's banquet, so he wasn't clear about it. He thought that Mr. Li was too high level for the Leng family to climb up to. Another old man couldn't stand it any longer and said, "What's impossible?" Many people went to talk to Mr. Li that day, but he was distant from them. However, when Leng Xiaoyao went over, Mr. Li talked to her for a while. Even that young master from High City was polite to her. Obviously, they have known each other for a long time. If they were polite to everyone they talked to, then it was not surprising that they were polite to Leng Xiaoyao, but the problem was that Leng Xiaoyao was treated differently. When the other people heard that, even those who didn't believe it were surprised that Leng Xiaoyao really had a relationship with Mr. Li. Humph. I know you doubt. What my granddaughter, a young girl, has to do with Mr. Li. Let me tell you. My granddaughter cut out jade in a gambling game. Mr. Li came to see my granddaughter to buy her jade as a gift for his family elders. Don't question other people's grandchildren just because your own grandchildren have no ability. You're getting more and more conservative in your thinking, Leng Chengyuan said, angry and proud. He knew that if he didn't give a reason, they would still gossip about it. It was better to tell them something half true and half false, although it would make them jealous. Anyway, his granddaughter was undeniably outstanding. As for whether they believed it or not, it was no longer within his consideration. He just didn't want to hear them belittle Leng Xiaoyao anymore. After saying that, Leng Chengyuan ignored them and left directly. The other people were stunned. What? Leng Xiaoyao cut out jade in a gambling game. Although everyone still found it unbelievable, they also knew that Leng Chengyuan had no reason to lie. Therefore, while they were doubtful, they also became jealous. Elder Zhang is really lucky. His granddaughter cut out jade in a gambling game, right? To be able to win Mr. Li's interest, the value of this jade must be high. It's probably worth millions of yuan or even more. Tisk. Millions of yuan. That's not a small amount of money. Although everyone came from families with some power and money, millions of yuan wasn't a small amount of money. For example, the Leng family had a company worth billions of yuan, but it was still impossible for them to spend millions of yuan on one thing. Humph. He's just bragging. Elder Zhang dared not speak ill of Leng Xiaoyao again, but he still felt dissatisfied and retorted once more. I mean, Elder Zhang, what can you appreciate? Do you think the world revolves around you? Some people are just too idle. That's why they have nothing better to do. After all, they don't have any children or grandchildren at home. Unlike us, when we go back home, our sons and grandsons surround us at once. We don't have so much time to judge other people. Right. We can only come out to be quiet for a while. They were complaining about the noise at home, but in reality, they were just showing off. At their age, who wanted a quiet home? Their words were like salt on Elder Zhang's wound. As the saying went, those who were pitiful must have something hateful about them. Elder Zhang had 2 daughters. In the early years, he favored boys over his daughters and always went to his brother's house to dote on his nephew. Later on, he regretted it as he had hurt his daughters' hearts. His daughters didn't treat him as sincerely as before, while his nephew didn't even care about him. He regretted it, but was it meaningful? No, it was too late to regret. At first, they sympathized with Elder Zhang and often visited him to keep him from being lonely, but his personality couldn't be changed. He offended them all. Elder Zhang couldn't stand it any longer and left in anger. After arguing with Elder Zhang, Leng Chengyuan returned home and told Leng Xiaoyao about the situation. Humph! How dare they look down on my granddaughter and say we can't possibly know such a big shot. Humph! Their own grandchildren have no abilities, yet they question others. They aren't smart at all. Although Leng Chengyuan looked angry, he couldn't hide his pride. That's right. Just because someone isn't a big shot doesn't mean they can't be friends with someone who is. Not everyone judges their friends based on their status. Uncle Yecheng and Ling Tianqi, and Chenjin, and the others are getting along well now. They are all young masters from the top families in the city. Leng Xiaoyao said. You're right. When Leng Xiaoyao brought it up, Leng Chengyuan was also very happy. Since Leng Yecheng got closer to them, there were more collaborations in the company. At 9:30 a.m., Leng Xiaoyao left with a package of jade and said she was going to give it to Mr. Li. She also said that after meeting with Mr. Li, she would go see Shen Ziyin and see how the making of the jade jewelry was going. Knowing that Leng Xiaoyao was running a jewelry company, Leng Chengyuan didn't doubt her. Leng Xiaoyao drove directly to the hotel where Li Mochen stayed, then went to the company with him. Xiaoyao Technology was busy with the game and maintaining previous collaborations. They hadn't taken on any new collaborations since they were going to the capital city soon. It wasn't suitable to take on new projects until they were stable. As soon as they arrived at the elevator, they met Lin Lipeng, who had a conflict with Leng Xiaoyao before. After last time's lesson, Lin Lipeng immediately avoided Leng Xiaoyao when he saw her, afraid of provoking her. Everyone was surprised to see this, not expecting Lin Lipeng to be afraid of anyone. However, some people roughly knew what had happened last time, so they looked at Leng Xiaoyao with admiration. Since the last time, Lin Lipeng had been more well-behaved. What's going on here? Li Mochen asked with some doubt. He naturally knew that something had happened, but he didn't know what it was. Chapter 3363, Why are you so confident? Leng Xiaoyao briefly told Li Mochen the story. Li Mochen got mad at once, but Lin Lipeng was no longer around. Otherwise, Li Mochen would have killed him with just a glare. The two of them arrived at the company. Leng Xiaoyao introduced Li Mochen to Mu Yufan and others as a friend who came to visit. Leng Xiaoyao didn't avoid mentioning the games created by their company and let Li Mochen know about them. It refreshed Li Mochen's view on Leng Xiaoyao's abilities once again. He was great at hacking, but not so much with games. After spending some time in the company, Leng Xiaoyao suddenly thought of an important matter. Oh, by the way, after the renovation of the company in the capital city is completed, we'll basically move there, but we haven't yet solved the accommodation problem for the employees. Leng Xiaoyao said, Brother Mochen, if you have time, could you help me look for apartments near the company? We don't need to worry about accommodation for new recruits when we move to the capital, but we still need to take care of the current employees. There are 10 people. Mu Yufan and Zhou Yunkai are both managers and shareholders. Each of them needs a single apartment. The other 8 people can also rent single apartments. Otherwise 2 people can stay in one room, but if we rent a suite, room size will vary, and it might cause disputes. Since they all stayed because of friendship and were willing to follow her to the capital city, she couldn't treat them unfairly. If she treated them well, they would work harder as well. No problem. Li Mochen agreed. He didn't think there was anything wrong with what Leng Xiaoyao did. He even thought that Leng Xiaoyao knew how to win people's trust. Is it not too much trouble for Mr. Li? Mu Yufan felt a little embarrassed. After all, they were looking for accommodation for themselves, not for Leng Xiaoyao. They also didn't know about the relationship between Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen. It's not a problem. Friends should help each other, Li Mochen said. Then thank you, Mr. Li. Mu Yufan and Zhou Yongkai could only express their gratitude. They were very grateful to Leng Xiaoyao for bringing them here. They knew that renting a single apartment in the capital city wasn't cheap. The average renting price was about 3,000 yuan a month. They had just experienced almost going bankrupt, so it was difficult for them to afford a single apartment which cost 3,000 yuan a month. However, they believed that as long as they followed Leng Xiaoyao, released a great game that became popular, they would be able to afford their own house in the capital city soon. Making a good game was their current goal. Leng Xiaoyao hadn't included Shen Ziyin in the accommodation arrangements yet because she didn't need to work in the capital city office. She would be arranged later when she arrived in the capital city. At noon, Leng Xiaoyao invited everyone to have lunch together, then after lunch, Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen left together. To avoid yesterday's drama from happening again, instead of going out on the street, they went directly to the circuit since Li Mochen had something to talk to Xianxia about. However, they saw familiar faces at the circuit, Chu Jianan and Zhang Yian. Chu Jianan had just been discharged from the hospital a few days ago after being hospitalized due to being beaten up. He suffered a lot and didn't look as good as before. Although the Zhang family forbade Zhang Yian from having any contact with Chu Jianan since their scandal was exposed, Zhang Yian still contacted him anyway. However, Chu Jianan was in pain and had no physical needs, so he only felt annoyed by Zhang Yian's contact and eventually cut off their relationship. After he recovered from his injuries, he thought of Zhang Yian again. So today, when his friend invited him to hang out, he also invited Zhang Yian. When Leng Xiaoyao saw them, they also saw Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen. Chu Jianan was jealous of Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen's pairing. Knowing Li Mochen's extraordinary family background, Chu Jianan and Zhang Yian didn't dare to do anything. They just looked at Leng Xiaoyao with envy. Leng Xiaoyao didn't mind it, but Li Mochen cared. His cold gaze made the two of them immediately look away. Although they felt angry, they didn't dare to say anything. Hey, when did you come to City Chong? I didn't know. Xianxia saw Li Mochen and was surprised. Now you know, don't you? Li Mochen looked at him with disdain. Used to being disliked, Xianxia didn't take it seriously. Why do I feel that something is strange today? Why? Li Mochen frowned. You too, Xianxia said, feeling that their relationship was different, but he didn't know for sure and didn't want to make Leng Xiaoyao uncomfortable. Leng Xiaoyao got nervous, afraid that Li Mochen would admit it directly, so she opened her mouth first. I think you are the strange one. Why? Xianxia was confused. You think too much, Leng Xiaoyao said. Tisk tisk. Can't I just think about it? Leng Xiaoyao's words dispelled Xianxia's speculation about their relationship, but also made Li Mochen feel upset. It would take him more time to chase his love. He respected Leng Xiaoyao. Since she didn't want to accept him yet, he wouldn't say anything about it. They had lunch at the circuit in the afternoon. After eating, Leng Xiaoyao had to go home. Li Mochen also needed to catch a flight tomorrow morning. They didn't know how long it would be until they saw each other again, so both of them were reluctant to part. Leng Xiaoyao didn't want him to leave, but she couldn't do anything about it. Li Mochen had other things to deal with. When are you going back to the capital city? Let me know. If I have nothing to do here, I'll go over, Leng Xiaoyao said. After all, this vacation was quite long. In a few days, her score in the National College entrance examination would come out, then she would have to fill out her college application. She wouldn't register until the end of August, so she still had 2 months of vacation. Okay, Li Mochen agreed. He also knew that, as much as they didn't want to part, they needed to. He couldn't just stop working because he was in love. Though honestly, he wasn't really in a relationship yet. He was still in his probation period. When they parted ways, Li Mochen kissed Leng Xiaoyao, which made her angry. I haven't accepted you yet. Why did you kiss me? You'll accept me sooner or later. Li Mochen smirked confidently. Are you that confident? Leng Xiaoyao rolled her eyes resignedly. Fine. He was confident for a reason. Besides Li Mochen, she really wasn't interested in anyone else. Mainly because as a cultivator, her lifespan was very long. If she didn't meet someone she loved deeply and couldn't let go of, she would never choose to be with an ordinary person. Chapter 3364, Keep a Room Available. Li Mochen wasn't only a cultivator, he was also born in a powerful family. He was handsome, tall, and sexy. In short, Leng Xiaoyao couldn't find any flaws in him for the time being. The most important thing was that she liked him, so they would get together sooner or later. As for the future, only time would tell. She just wanted to focus on the present and deal with the future when it came. When Leng Xiaoyao got home, Leng Chengyuan asked, "How much money did you sell the jade for?" "Over 30 million yuan, but I don't want the money. I asked Mr. Li to help me buy a villa in Hanlin Manor in the southern district of the capital city for a similar price. Grandpa, you can come and live with me for a while when you have time. It's inconvenient to not have our own house. With our own house, we can do whatever we want," Leng Xiaoyao said without concealing her plan to buy a house in Hanlin Manor. She couldn't say it before, but she had an excuse now. When she went to the capital city next time, she also needed to make a will. If anything unexpected happened to her, all her properties and assets would be transferred to Leng Yecheng. Knowing that she would leave in 2 years, she needed to prepare. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to deal with these things at that time. Why did she decide to give it to Leng Yecheng instead of Leng Chengyuan? Firstly, Leng Chengyuan was already old and wouldn't live for long. He didn't need these things and would soon pass them on to his sons. Once it became Leng Chengyuan's, Leng Yehua would also have the right to inherit it. She didn't want to give her things to Leng Yehua, so it was better to give them directly to Leng Yecheng. Leng Yecheng was filial and reliable. He would treat his father well. Everyone was shocked when they heard that. Although they weren't familiar with the capital city, they had heard of Hanlin Manor because it was a high-end block where only the rich and famous lived. Leng Yehua's family was jealous and lost their calm, especially Song Meiyu and Leng Yuki. How could Leng Xiaoyao easily get a house using a piece of jade? Why was she so lucky? Living in school is indeed not as convenient as living in your own house. However, if you live alone in such a big house, won't you feel lonely? Won't you be afraid? Leng Chengyuan didn't think there was anything wrong with Leng Xiaoyao not wanting money and instead wanting a house. After all, they didn't lack money for anything. If Leng Xiaoyao wanted to buy a house, then she could buy one. Moreover, it was her own money. He originally wanted to ask for help from Leng Yecheng to buy a single apartment for Leng Xiaoyao in the capital city. However, Leng Xiaoyao made so much money at once and directly bought the house. His only concern was whether Leng Xiaoyao would feel lonely and scared living alone in such a big house. Although Song Meiyu was jealous, she still put on a smiling face and said, "Yeah, it must be lonely for Xiaoyao to live alone in such a big house. Why doesn't Xiaoyao leave a room for Yuchen and Yuki? Yuchen is also studying in the capital city, and Yuki also wants to study in the capital city. The 3 siblings can live together and take care of one another." She didn't want Leng Xiaoyao to live so comfortably in such a big house. If her son and daughter lived there for a long time, when Leng Xiaoyao got married, then that house would become her son's. She couldn't let Leng Xiaoyao continue to live in the same house after she got married. Hearing Song Meiyu's words, before Leng Xiaoyao could say anything, Leng Chengyuan spoke. He glared fiercely at Song Meiyu with angry eyes. "That's the house Xiaoyao bought for herself. How dare you suggest that she leave a room for your son and daughter?" Even if it wasn't to protect Leng Xiaoyao, Leng Chengyuan felt that this idea made no sense at all. Song Meiyu felt embarrassed but persisted. "It's not safe for Xiaoyao to live alone in such a big house. What's not safe about living in Hanlin Manor? Besides, Xiaoyao is so strong. No one can hurt her." Leng Chengyuan became even angrier. Song Meiyu was really stupid. At that moment, Leng Chengyuan forgot that he was worried about Leng Xiaoyao feeling lonely and scared of living alone earlier. Leng Yecheng said, when Xiaoyao goes to the capital city, I'll buy her a car. She can drive in and out. There won't be any safety issues. It was a heavy blow to Song Meiyu and Leng Yuki. What? He wanted to buy Leng Xiaoyao a car. What about Yu Chen and Yuki? Song Meiyu quickly asked. Since they were buying a car for Leng Xiaoyao, then Yu Chen and Yuki should also have their share. What does it have to do with Yu Chen and Yuki? Leng Yucheng asked, pretending to be ignorant. He knew exactly what Song Meiyu was thinking. It was ridiculous. Yu Chen and Yuki are also your nephew and niece. You shouldn't treat them unfairly. Song Meiyu became anxious. The company still belongs to Xiaoyao's mother. If you also leave a company for me to manage, I will not only buy cars for Yu Chen and Yuki, I will also buy them houses. Leng Yecheng mocked. Song Meiyu only knew how to take advantage without paying anything. If Song Meiyu was a nice person, even if Leng Yuchen and Leng Yuki didn't treat Leng Xiaoyao well, at least they wouldn't bully her. He wouldn't have had to show such a big difference in treatment. Song Meiyu was struck dumb and didn't know what to say. Shut up. What nonsense are you talking about? Leng Yehua scolded Song Meiyu, feeling extremely embarrassed by her words. Brother Yecheng, don't take it seriously. Just ignore her. I hope you won't mind. Leng Yehua no longer had the face to ask for anything. Leng Xiaoyao had helped Song Junyang without considering past grievances, but Song Meiyu was ungrateful and dared to ask for things. Leng Yehua gave Song Meiyu a cold glare, and she dared not say anything else. Grandpa, Uncle Yecheng, I've reserved rooms for both of you. I know Uncle Yecheng doesn't go there often, but Grandpa, if you get bored in City Chong or miss me, you can come and stay with me for a while. How about that? Leng Xiaoyao held Leng Chengyuan's arm. And then on the weekend, I'll take you around the capital city to see the magnificent architecture of our country, like Tiananmen. Although she preferred living alone, she didn't mind having Leng Chengyuan stay. After all, he was her beloved grandfather. She wouldn't disdain him. When he heard about going to see Tiananmen, Leng Chengyuan became excited. Great. When you go to study in the capital university, if I miss you, I'll go stay with you for a few days. You can take me to see Tiananmen and some museums. Although he was used to living in City Chong, he was still worried about his granddaughter living alone in the capital city, so he had to go to see her. No problem. Leng Xiaoyao smiled. The intimacy between this grandfather and granddaughter made Song Meiyu and Leng Yuki extremely jealous. Chapter 3365, Not Family. After returning to their room, Song Meiyu complained to Leng Yehua. Honey, your younger brother doesn't value you at all. He bought a car for Leng Xiaoyao, but not for Yu Chen and Yuki. They're also his nephew and niece. Although Leng Yecheng explained his reasons, Song Meiyu didn't agree. The company belonged to his sister-in-law, but when Yecheng took it over, the assets were only worth a few million yuan. Now it's worth billions of yuan. He made all the money, but he deliberately used his sister-in-law to stop us from asking for more. Leng Xiaoyao is so stingy. She lives in such a big house, but refuses to leave a room for her cousins. Enough. What does any of this have to do with you? Leng Yehua impatiently rebuked her. Although he also felt uncomfortable, he knew that these things had nothing to do with them. How does it not have anything to do with us? We're all members of the Leng family. We can't treat each other unfairly like this. Besides, we haven't split up yet. Song Meiyu's heart had become so selfish that she didn't think her thoughts were wrong. Yeah, we haven't split up yet, but you have to understand that not splitting up doesn't mean that Yecheng has to support us or that you have the right to demand anything. Do you think it's still the old days and that we all share the money we make? Even if so, we haven't contributed a penny. We live in the house that Yecheng bought, we drive the car that Yecheng bought, and we eat the food that Yecheng bought. What more do you want? According to the law, whoever earns the money owns it, and whoever buys the house owns it. The house is under Dad's name, but if Yecheng wants it, he can produce the proof of payment for buying the house. If he wants us to leave, we'll have to leave, Leng Yuha said. He gradually realized that his previous selfishness had made him ignore these things. At this moment, he was aware of them and felt very embarrassed. Song Meiyu didn't know what to say after being criticized like this. She knew that Leng Yehua was right, but she was still unwilling to accept the result. Why could Leng Yecheng and Leng Xiaoyao live so well as members of the Leng family? Because they had the ability. Leng Yecheng and Leng Xiaoyao didn't hear these complaints from Song Meiyu and Leng Yehua, but they had expected them and felt very unhappy. Dad, you saw it too. I'm not raising family members. I'm raising ungrateful people. I've supported them for so many years, but instead of being grateful, they think I should give them more. I know you want us to be a happy family. I've been patient. I gave them a place to live, a car to drive, and I even paid for their food and drinks at home, but they're not satisfied and keep pushing for more. Yao Yao is completely different. She should have asked me for everything, but she didn't. She bought her own house and car with her own abilities. I insisted on buying her the car as a college gift. Of course, Yao Yao has abilities, but she earned her things through her own hard work, not through others' charity. Yehua's family is spoiled by me. They didn't even think about working hard to buy their own house and car. Among those who have similar positions and salaries as Yehua, who hasn't bought a house and a car? Although they all have loans, without pressure, there is no motivation to fight for the future. My job is really tiring. Although I earn more than everyone else, I often stay up late, run around here and there. I'm also under great pressure. I'm afraid the business might not be profitable any longer. In such a situation, do you think any woman would dare to be with me and accept it? Leng Yecheng was hurt deeply. These words had been in his heart for a long time, but he didn't say them because he cared about Leng Chengyuan's face and mood. However, his heart had already been broken by Leng Yehua's family. Hearing what Leng Yecheng said, Leng Chengyuan was shocked. He knew that Leng Yehua's family was really unreasonable, but he didn't expect it to be so much. In that case, it was really a drag on Leng Yecheng. However, he was old and really wanted the family to live together harmoniously. However, in recent years, it didn't seem that lively. On the contrary, it caused more and more trouble. So, what should we do now? Leng Chengyuan asked. He couldn't continue to let Leng Yehua's family harm Leng Yecheng. In fact, Leng Yehua's family wasn't so poor that they couldn't fill their stomachs. On the contrary, compared to most families, they were rich. I've thought about it for a long time and I'm going to make it clear. This house is under your name. They can still live here even after you're gone, but only Yehua's generation can live here. After Yu Chen gets married, he can't continue to live here and needs to move out. Yehua's family won't get any right to the inheritance. Of course, as long as Yehua and his wife are still alive, their children can come back and stay here like it is their own home. I'm also giving the car that Yehua drives to them as a gift, but starting next month, they must pay 4,000 yuan per month for living expenses. In fact, 4,000 yuan is just enough for their food and drinks, which is not even 1/10 of the monthly expenses of the Leng family. 2 housekeepers and a driver at home each receive a monthly salary of 8,000 to 9,000 yuan. Plus our family's food isn't bad. It costs more than 10,000 yuan a month just for food and drinks. There are also water and electricity bills and so on. So 4,000 yuan is very little. Nevertheless, I still want it. If they can't accept it and want to move out, that's even better. I won't stop them, but you must live with me. Although I don't have much time to accompany you, I will arrange everything properly, Leng Yecheng said. Leng Chengyuan was silent. He knew that what Leng Yecheng had done was already very kind and generous. In fact, he had lost a lot. If he made Leng Yecheng lose more just because he wanted the family to stay together, then he was completely in the wrong. If Leng Yehua's family were all good people, Leng Yecheng wouldn't have to do this. Okay, let's make this clear, Leng Chengyuan said, then sighed heavily and went back to his room. Leng Chengyuan felt a little tired. He didn't blame Leng Yecheng. In fact, they should have made it clear long ago. Among Leng Yehua's family, Leng Yehua wasn't very bad. Although he had his own thoughts, he didn't do anything too unacceptable. However, Leng Yehua's wife and daughter were. Leng Chengyuan really didn't want to think about what they had done. It was really too depressing. Leng Yehua and his family didn't hear Leng Yecheng's conversation with Leng Chengyuan, but Leng Xiaoyao heard it. She smiled in pleasure. She had wanted to do this for a long time, but she was younger after all. There were many things she couldn't do, so she could only remind Leng Yecheng to be careful. Chapter 3366, Move Out. Leng Yecheng made the decision to talk to Leng Chengyuan about it because Leng Xiaoyao supported him. If he kept on paying the bills for them, he might end up in endless trouble. As the saying goes, one bowl of rice feeds a benefactor, but one bucket of rice feeds an enemy. If you help someone occasionally, they would be grateful to you, but if you help them too much, they would take it for granted. The next day was Saturday, so neither Leng Yehua nor Song Meiyu went to work. After having breakfast, Leng Yecheng opened his mouth. Brother Yehua, although we live under the same roof, we are now two separate families. So, there are some things that I think need to be clarified. Upon hearing that, both Leng Yehua and Song Meiyu had a bad premonition. What do you mean by saying this, Yecheng? Song Meiyu asked anxiously. Leng Yecheng gave Song Meiyu a glance with disdain, then said, What do I mean? As a younger brother, I have no obligation to support you. I have supported you for so many years, but instead of gaining a benefactor, I have gained an enemy. I don't want to cause myself trouble any longer. Are you trying to kick us out? Song Meiyu grew impatient and her voice became high-pitched. Can you let me finish? Leng Yecheng raised his voice impatiently and said coldly, Even if I really want to kick you out, what right do you have to stay? Song Meiyu wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Leng Yehua. Shut up, let Yecheng finish. Leng Yehua's heart sank after hearing what Leng Yecheng said. However, he knew that all of this was caused by themselves. If Leng Yecheng kicked them out of the house, they would have nothing to say. He didn't want to leave. Everything was comfortable here. If they left, they would have to live in a small house and rent a place to live. They had never bought their own house. Besides, they spent their money recklessly over the years and had no savings. Yecheng, please continue, said Leng Yehua. Leng Yecheng still had hopes for his elder brother, so he didn't want to cut off all ties with them. Otherwise, they would be just like strangers and it would be impossible for them to get anything from him. Although I paid for this house, it is still under our father's name. So I won't kick you out. This is still your home. You can live here if you want, but only your generation and without the right to inherit it. When Yu Chen gets married, he'll need to leave this home too. He can stay here for a short while, but if you're gone, he'll also need to move out. The same goes for Yuki, said Leng Yecheng. Before Leng Yecheng finished speaking, Song Meiyu couldn't help interrupt. What? No right to inherit? She thought that this house would belong to their family in the future, but Leng Yecheng told them that they had no right to inherit it. What? Do you want to inherit my house? Leng Yecheng asked with a sneer. Song Meiyu was too greedy. She lived in a house that someone else bought and already got a big advantage, yet she still wanted the right to inherit it. For a moment, Leng Yecheng wanted to pick up the ashtray and throw it at her. Isn't the house under father's name? Your eldest brother is also your father's son. Song Meiyu said. The money came from me. What? Are you not satisfied that you can live here till you pass away? Leng Yecheng mocked. Song Meiyu wanted to say something, but was warned by Leng Yehua's gaze and kept quiet. Leng Yecheng continued. Brother Yehua, I'll transfer the car that you drive to you. It'll be yours from now on. Starting next month, you need to pay 4,000 yuan for living expenses per month. If you don't want to live here, I won't stop you. Both Leng Yehua and Song Meiyu earned over 10,000 yuan per month. They weren't ordinary employees and had official positions. It wasn't too much for them to pay 4,000 yuan. However, Song Meiyu, who was used to getting things for free, exploded when she heard that. What? 4,000 yuan? That's too much, too much. Then let me calculate it for you right now. The two housekeepers and a driver in the house each earn over 8,000 yuan per month. The expenses for food and drinks alone are over 10,000 yuan per month. There are also water and electricity bills, which are 1 or 2,000 yuan per month. And property management fees each year, which are not low. 4,000 yuan is just enough for your family's food and drink expenses. You don't need to pay for anything else. You live in the house and drive the car for free. Tell me, where are you losing out? I'm the one losing out here and I'm not even complaining. You, on the other hand, are already getting things for free, but you are still complaining. Leng Yecheng was getting angry and even felt like kicking them out directly. If you don't want to pay, go start your own household. Let's see how you'll live on 4,000 yuan per month. If it weren't for my elder brother, I wouldn't even care if you starved to death. Don't take my kindness for granted. Song Meiyu didn't know what to say. Compared to all these expenses, 4,000 yuan was really not much. However, Leng Yecheng was much richer than them. Even though 4,000 yuan wasn't much compared to these expenses, it was still a lot for them as a couple. It was ridiculous. Did they really think that they didn't need to pay for anything if Leng Yecheng didn't do it for them? I agree with Yecheng. Leng Yehua agreed. He didn't dare to have any objections. He also knew that they had gotten a lot of benefits. If they continued to make trouble, he would feel ashamed. Honey, Song Meiyu disagreed strongly. If you don't want to live here, get out, Leng Yehua said angrily. Meiyu, you can't be so ungrateful. Over the years, how much have you benefited from Yecheng? Don't you even have any gratitude? Back then, Yecheng was afraid that you wouldn't be able to adapt to living here, so he put the house under my name. Have you been treating other people's things as your own after living here so long? Aren't you afraid of being criticized? Yecheng is also going to get married. If it were Yehua who raised Yecheng's family like this, would you be willing to do it? Leng Chengyuan said seriously. Song Meiyu had nothing to say. If it had been up to her, she definitely wouldn't be willing to do that. Let alone raise them. If they stayed for even 10 days or half a month, she wouldn't be happy. All right, that's settled. Anyone who has objections can leave, Leng Chengyuan said coldly. Leng Yehua's family had really been spoiled rotten. It was his fault for only thinking about having the family live together and not considering that some people would turn into ingrates after being spoiled for too long. Even though his second and third sons were good people, his first son wasn't. Chapter 3367, Score of the National College Entrance Examination. At this point, Song Meiyu dared not say anything. Despite her reluctance, she had to accept it. They could move out. That was definitely impossible. Where would they go if they left? Although the Leng family had an old house, it was old, small, and dilapidated. She didn't want to live there. She still blamed Leng Yecheng in her heart, thinking that he had gone too far, but for the time being, she dared not make a fuss. If she continued to be unruly, and Leng Yecheng married a powerful wife, she would be the one to suffer. After all, this house was bought with Leng Yecheng's money. If anyone had a share in it, it was only Leng Xiaoyao. Because the flight Li Mochen was going to take would take off around 10 a.m., he left for the airport at 8:30 a.m. Before leaving, he could only call Leng Xiaoyao. He couldn't see her in person. They had agreed on this yesterday, so Leng Xiaoyao didn't go to see Li Mochen off. She wanted to go, but didn't know how to explain it to Leng Chengyuan, so she decided to not go. As soon as Li Mochen left, she began to miss him. Well, thinking about something that made her depressed wasn't helpful. She decided to focus on work. Therefore, she immersed herself in her work. In a blink of an eye, it was the day of the score announcement. She was chatting nervously with An Chenmeng and the others in the WeChat group. Although Leng Xiaoyao had already received a recommendation to attend the capital university, she still wanted to get a high score to make Leng Chengyuan happier. As soon as the time came, Leng Xiaoyao checked her score. The full score was 750 points and her score was 745 points. Unless something unexpected happened, this score would rank in the top 3 in the country. However, it hadn't been officially announced yet. Maybe they didn't know yet, but this score was enough to make Leng Xiaoyao happy. Everyone in the WeChat group had also checked their scores. And Chenmeng was already a good student. With Leng Xiaoyao's tutoring over the past few months, her total score was higher than expected at 718 points. Even An Chenmeng was shocked. Shang Mengxin scored 609 points, which exceeded her own expectations. Wu Minmin scored 537 points, which was also a very good score. The others scored more than 400 points, which wasn't outstanding, but they would still be admitted to universities even if they weren't prestigious ones. After all, their previous grades were very bad. They didn't even know if they could get into a college. And Chenmeng. Ah. I can go to the capital university with Xiaoyao. Ah. Shang Mengsen. I also want to study in the capital city. Let me see which school I can get into with my score. Leng Xiaoyao told them her score, then stopped chatting. She went to tell Leng Chengyuan about her score. Yao Yao, did you get the score? Leng Chengyuan asked eagerly. He had been nervous since he found out that the scores of the National College Entrance Examination would be released today, even though he knew that Leng Xiaoyao's score wouldn't be low. No matter how many points she scored, she could enter the capital university. However, it was different if she entered through the score from the National College Entrance Examination. That would make him even prouder. It's out now. Can you guess how many points I scored? Leng Xiaoyao asked with a smile. It's at least 700 points or more. It's unlikely to be a full score. I guess it's between 730 and 740 points, guessed Leng Chengyuan. Take a look. Leng Xiaoyao handed her phone to Leng Chengyuan, who quickly took it and was surprised when he saw 745 points. Although it wasn't far from his guess, he was still amazed. That was only 5 points away from a full score. Great. My granddaughter is amazing. Ha ha ha. I wonder if this high score will get you the top spot, Leng Chengyuan said happily, laughing uncontrollably. I don't know. After all, it's only 5 points away from a full score. Leng Xiaoyao said. Although she thought it was highly likely that she would be in the top 3, she didn't have much confidence in getting the top spot. So she didn't dare to make any predictions. She didn't want to be embarrassed later if things didn't turn out as she expected. Whether you get the top spot or not doesn't matter. My granddaughter is the best. What do you want to eat? Maid Zhang can cook it for you, Leng Chengyuan said. He didn't care about the top spot. Leng Xiaoyao's grade was already excellent. Steamed shrimp, spicy crab, and steamed fish, Leng Xiaoyao said without hesitation, so as to not upset Leng Chengyuan. Okay, Maid Zhang. Leng Chengyuan immediately called Maid Zhang and asked her to buy good shrimp, crab, and fish. Maid Zhang was also happy for Leng Xiaoyao when she heard the result, so she hurriedly left while laughing. Leng Yuki followed Leng Xiaoyao. Secretly when she went out. Although she didn't go downstairs, she could hear Leng Xiaoyao and Leng Chengyuan talking at the stairway on the second floor. When she learned that Leng Xiaoyao had scored 745 points, her face was distorted in jealousy. With her usual grades, she had hoped to score over 600 points, but because of the drama with Chu Jianan, she only scored just over 300 points. With just over 300 points, she had no chance of going to a college and could only take the exam again the next year. However, she had lost interest in studying altogether. She didn't dare to say anything about it. If she did, she would be scolded. Leng Xiaoyao didn't have much time to talk with Leng Chengyuan because Wang Yiming called her. Leng Xiaoyao answered it. Hi, Mr. Wang, have you checked your score? Wang Yiming's voice trembled with excitement. Yes, I got 745 points, Leng Xiaoyao said calmly. You're not excited at all, young lady, Wang Yiming said, somewhat amused. He was so excited while Leng Xiaoyao was calm. That's because I was confident. Hee, Leng Xiaoyao proudly said. That's right. Your score has always been high, but I have one more thing to tell you. You were the top scorer in our province in this year's National College Entrance Examination. The #1 student in liberal arts in the country, and the #1 student in science has 1 point more than you, Wang Yiming said. His student not only got such a high score in the test, but was also the top scorer. It was impossible for him to not be happy. Although Leng Xiaoyao had expected to be in the top 3, she was still very happy when she heard the result. And also, in previous years, it was considered good if 10 or so students from our class could go to college, but this time, we have 26 students who pass the exam. Although only 3 of them have scored enough for a top university, and the rest can only go to ordinary universities, it's still much better than previous years. Thank you, Leng Xiaoyao. Wang Yiming thanked her. Without Leng Xiaoyao's help in teaching them for so long, they would still have only 10 or so students who could go to college. For this reason, Wang Yiming was almost moved to tears. He felt that he must have done something great in his previous incarnation to meet such a good student who wasn't only good at studying, but who had also saved him before. When Leng Xiaoyao heard the result, she was also happy that all her hard work paid off. Chapter 3368, Si Chu Jianan. Together with Zhang Yian. After hanging up the phone, Leng Xiaoyao shared the news with Leng Chengyuan. What? My granddaughter is only 1 point behind the national champions in literature and science. Leng Chengyuan was even more excited to hear this. Ha ha ha. Great, great. I have to tell my relatives and friends how amazing my granddaughter is. Leng Chengyuan immediately took out his phone and started making calls. Leng Xiaoyao smiled and didn't stop him. He was happy, so let him be. Upon hearing that, Leng Yuqi was once again hit heavily and nearly fainted. Leng Xiaoyao then wanted to tell Leng Yecheng and Li Mochen the result, but she failed to get through to Li Mochen, so she could only send him WeChat messages. Leng Yecheng was thrilled and invited all of the company's employees to a big dinner. However, he wouldn't attend as he had to go home to celebrate with his niece. The secretary was responsible for organizing the dinner. Leng Xiaoyao also informed Chenmeng and others in the group chat. Although they had guessed that Leng Xiaoyao might be the top scorer, they couldn't say anything until the result was announced. After they knew the results, they asked Leng Xiaoyao to treat them. Leng Xiaoyao naturally had no objections. The families of Chenmeng and others were also overjoyed when they learned of their daughter's scores. They expressed their gratitude to Leng Xiaoyao and asked their daughters to invite her to dinner at their homes. Leng Xiaoyao declined. If she visited one family, she would have to visit all of them, which would be troublesome. If she visited only one family and not the others, it could also cause resentment among them. She told them the reason directly, so they didn't insist. However, they were going to make Leng Xiaoyao spend a lot tomorrow afternoon. At noon, Song Meiyu also called Leng Yuqi to ask if she had checked her score. Leng Yuqi answered directly. Although Song Meiyu was disappointed, she knew it was all because of Chu Jianan. She didn't blame Leng Yuqi. Instead, she comforted her. It's okay, you can take the exam again the next year and still get into the capital university. I know. Leng Yuqi responded sullenly. What about Leng Xiaoyao's score? Song Meiyu asked. Although she knew that no matter how much Leng Xiaoyao scored, she had already been accepted into the capital university, she still wanted to know her score. If Leng Xiaoyao's total score was a little lower, she might feel better. I don't know. Leng Yuqi responded irritably and hung up the phone. She didn't want to talk about Leng Xiaoyao's score. Song Meiyu was angry at being suddenly hung up on, but she thought of Leng Yuqi's situation and quickly calmed down. People in the public institution where Song Meiyu worked knew that today was the day when the result of the National College entrance examination was announced. After they heard Song Meiyu call Leng Yuqi, they asked her about it. Director Song, what's your daughter's score? Why does she have to take the exam again next year? I remember her grades are high, a middle-aged woman asked. Song Meiyu's face looked a bit unpleasant, but she still smiled and said, my daughter was hospitalized for a while due to illness a month before the National College entrance examination. She wasn't in a good condition, so she couldn't study well and didn't perform well on the exam. Her goal is the capital university, so she wants to take the exam again next year if she can't get in this time. Everyone knew that Leng Yuqi was an excellent student, so what Song Meiyu said didn't raise any doubts. Your daughter has great ambitions. On the other hand, my niece's grades have always been average. I just asked, and she only got 489 points. She can only get into an ordinary university. Even if she takes the exam next year, she may not do well, the woman said. It was a very ordinary sentence, but it sounded ironic to Song Meiyu. It had to do with her own mentality. By the way, how about your niece? The woman continued to ask, knowing about Leng Xiaoyao's existence because Song Meiyu had also complained about Leng Xiaoyao's unruly behavior. I don't know yet. Song Meiyu awkwardly smiled and didn't want to discuss it anymore. Only after returning home from work did Leng Yuha and Song Meiyu learn about Leng Xiaoyao's score. Leng Yuha was surprised, but didn't have any other emotions. On the other hand, Song Meiyu was extremely resentful. Why couldn't her own daughter get such a high score? If Leng Xiaoyao was still the same as before, it would be impossible for her to be accepted into the capital university. She might not even be able to get into an ordinary university. By the way, how many points did Yuki get? It wasn't until dinner that Leng Chengyuan remembered to ask about Leng Yuki's score. Although he was extremely disappointed in Leng Yuki, he still didn't completely ignore her. Leng Yuki didn't want to say it, but she had to be honest. 385 points. When he heard this score, Leng Chengyuan frowned but didn't say anything. No one knew what he was thinking. Leng Yuki suddenly felt aggrieved and couldn't help shedding tears. Seeing that, Song Meiyu defended Leng Yuki. Dad, Yuki's score used to be high. It wasn't until what Chu Jianan did that she was influenced and couldn't do well. It has nothing to do with Chu Jianan. Isn't it Yuki's own fault? Don't always blame others for everything that happens. Look for the reason within yourself first. Leng Chengyuan interrupted bluntly. Song Meiyu opened her mouth, but ultimately didn't say anything. Although it was indeed because of Chu Jianan that this happened, if Leng Yuki hadn't gotten involved with him in the first place, none of this would have happened. As a result, Song Meiyu also regretted it. If Leng Yuki could have stayed on good terms with Chu Jianan, it would have been fine. Unfortunately, they only got along well for a short while before they broke up. By the way, a few days ago I saw Chu Jianan and Zhang Yian together at the circuit. Leng Xiaoyao said. Whether it was out of good intentions or just because she didn't want Chu Jianan to be too carefree, no one knew. What? Didn't Zhang Yian promise not to have any contact with Chu Jianan anymore? As soon as she heard this, Song Meiyu exploded. Although she wouldn't let Leng Yuki have anything to do with Chu Jianan after his betrayal, she still couldn't stand Zhang Yian continuing to have any connection with him, especially since she had promised not to. The others also frowned. The Zhang family really didn't take the Leng family seriously. How long had it been since they made that promise, yet they were together again? It made everyone in the Leng family feel like they had been fooled. Therefore, even though Leng Chengyuan didn't seem emotional, he also felt unhappy. Leng Yuki lowered her head and said nothing, but her eyes were full of resentment. Who Chu Jianan is with is none of our concern, but Zhang Yian's actions undoubtedly show that she was fooling us when she made that promise. Leng Yecheng was also unhappy. Dad, should I give the Zhang family a call and tell them about this? Leng Yehua asked. He didn't dare to make decisions on his own now. Sure. Leng Chengyuan agreed. Chapter 3369. Zhang Yian is beaten after having the meal. Leng Yehua called Zhang Yuming and told him about the matter. Zhang Yuming had just finished breakfast and was about to leave when he received Leng Yehua's call. Zhang Yuming was also angry when he found out that Zhang Yian was hanging out with Chu Jianan again. He claimed that he didn't know about it, but that he would stop it now that he knew. If Chu Jianan was a good man and could marry Zhang Yian, Zhang Yuming wouldn't be afraid to offend the Leng family and climb up to the Chu family, but unfortunately, Chu Jianan wasn't a good man. He was just playing with Zhang Yian. Zhang Yuming couldn't tolerate his daughter being played with. After hanging up the phone with Leng Yehua, he immediately went home and slapped Zhang Yian, which angered his wife. Yuming, what are you doing? Why did you hit Yian all of a sudden? Mrs. Zhang angrily scolded. Zhang Yian was also confused. Why? You raised a good daughter. Didn't you promise not to hang out with Chu Jianan after going to the Leng family last time? Why did you hang out with him again and let the Leng family see it? What's wrong with you? Can't you live without a man? Why are you so cheap? You've really humiliated me. Zhang Yuming angrily scolded. He looked at Zhang Yian with a fierce gaze. What? Mrs. Zhang was surprised and blamed Zhang Yian. Are you still dating Chu Jianan? No, a friend asked me to hang out. Her brother knows Chu Jianan, so he also invited him. That's why we met, Zhang Yian explained, but it was clear that she lacked confidence. Zhang Yuming and his wife could see that she was lying. In fact, it wasn't a friend who asked her to go, it was Chu Jianan. Although she had grievances against Chu Jianan, she liked him more than those grievances, so she couldn't control herself and went to see him. That night, they even slept together. Although Yang's wife was angry, she couldn't bear to see Zhang Yian being beaten. Therefore, even though she knew that her daughter was lying, she still defended her. The Leng family is really annoying. They don't even bother to understand the situation before making assumptions. Yian didn't know that Chu Jianan was also there. Shut up. Are you still defending her now? Do you want something worse to happen before you can be satisfied? Do you want this matter to be as serious as what happened to the Gao family? Zhang Yuming scolded angrily. He didn't know that Gao Qilu's result was related to Leng Xiaoyao. He just used it as an example. Mrs. Zhang had nothing to say in retort. Zhang Yian kept her head down and said nothing. She had promised Leng Yuqi not to hang out with Chu Jianan anymore, but she was just saying it. She had never intended to keep her word. It was just that later on, Chu Jianan ignored her, and she couldn't find him. Because of that, she was upset for a while. She only scored a little over 300 points in the National College entrance examination. A few days ago, Chu Jianan contacted her again. She couldn't say no to him and agreed to meet up. Did you stay with Chu Jianan again the other night when you didn't come home? Zhang Yuming asked. Although it was a question, his tone was very certain. No, Zhang Yian hurriedly denied, but the more anxious she became, the more it showed her guilt. Are you sure? I will investigate. Zhang Yuming stared at her, making Zhang Yian feel like she had nowhere to hide. She couldn't deny it because the truth would be exposed as soon as Zhang Yuming investigated. If her father became too angry and kicked her out of the house, what would she? After weighing the pros and cons, Zhang Yian could only admit her mistake. Dad, I'm sorry. I won't have any contact with Chu Jianan again. Although she didn't directly admit that she was with Chu Jianan that night, she implied it. There was a loud slap. Zhang Yuming couldn't help slapping Zhang Yian again, angrily gasping for breath. You disobedient daughter, didn't I warn you? Are you so in need of a man that you would do this? At such a young age, how can you be so cheap? This time, Mrs. Zhang didn't dare to say anything for Zhang Yian. She was also angry and felt that her daughter was acting too cheap. Dad, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I won't do it again. Zhang Yian didn't dare say anything else and kept on apologizing. Yesterday at noon, Leng Xiaoyao sent a message to Li Mochen, but he didn't turn on his phone until around 1 p.m. today, then immediately called Leng Xiaoyao. Firstly, Li Mochen congratulated Leng Xiaoyao on winning the provincial and national liberal arts championship. Then he said that he would be going to the capital city in 3 days and asked if Leng Xiaoyao had time to come over. Leng Xiaoyao said yes, so Li Mochen said that he would book her a plane ticket. Leng Xiaoyao refused, but Li Mochen insisted, so she had to agree and said that he could pick her up at that time. Just 2 minutes after hanging up the phone, Leng Xiaoyao received the flight information, feeling a little resigned and sweet. In the afternoon, Leng Xiaoyao said bye-bye to Leng Chengyuan before going out. Before leaving, Chengmeng called Leng Xiaoyao and said that she happened to be with Shen Ziyin and asked if Leng Xiaoyao minded taking her with them. Regardless of the fact that Leng Xiaoyao had a good relationship with Shen Ziyin, even if she didn't know her, since Chengmeng asked her, she naturally couldn't refuse. Therefore, she agreed. When they met, Shen Ziyin said embarrassedly, "Congratulations, Xiaoyao. I came uninvited. It's not a big deal. We are all friends," Leng Xiaoyao said casually. Because Chengmeng and the others were here, Leng Xiaoyao and Shen Ziyin didn't talk about work. After dinner, they wanted to go to KTV to enjoy themselves, but they hesitated when they thought about their experience in the bar in the capital city. However, since they rarely get together, they didn't want to just go home after dinner. Leng Xiaoyao agreed to go to KTV because they were in a private room and nothing would happen. Even if something did happen, Leng Xiaoyao could handle it. Moreover, this was City Chong, which was their territory. No one would dare to do anything to them. Therefore, after dinner, they went to KTV. It was still only 8:30 p.m., so they walked to KTV since it was only a kilometer away from where they had dinner. When they arrived outside the KTV, Leng Xiaoyao saw a familiar face. He wasn't exactly someone she was familiar with, but someone she had met once. This person was Wang Xiangyang, Wang Yiming's younger brother. Chapter 3370. To fail to recognize a formidable person. Wang Xiangyang was with a group of shady men. They were obviously gangsters at first glance. That wasn't the point. What was important was that Leng Xiaoyao heard the conversation between Wang Xiangyang and those hoodlums. "Brother Lu, thank you for your help. As long as it's done, I won't treat you unfairly," Wang Xiangyang said in a flattering tone. "Don't worry, we won't fail once we take action." Lu, the man called by Wang Xiangyang, confidently replied. Although Leng Xiaoyao didn't know what Wang Xiangyang was up to, given the conflict between him and Wang Yiming last time, she was worried that their conspiracy might be related to Wang Yiming. "I believe in you. Let's just have some fun tonight," Wang Xiangyang said, but it wasn't an easy decision for him to make. This KTV was a high-end place, and the cost of casual spending was several thousand yuan. If they drank a little more, it could be tens of thousands or even dozens of thousands of yuan. Wang Xiangyang invited them here to have fun, so he would have to spend a lot of money for it. There was no way around it because he needed their help. Leng Xiaoyao couldn't just leave and Chenmeng and the others behind to monitor Wang Xiangyang, so she could only track him with her magical senses. She wanted to see which private room he was in and if she could hear anything useful. Coincidentally, they were on the same floor as Wang Xiangyang and only a few rooms apart. In that case, it was easy for her to investigate. After they entered the private room, Leng Xiaoyao finally heard something useful. It turned out that the day after tomorrow was Wang Xiangyang's mother's birthday. Wang Xiangyang planned to make a move on Wang Yiming by kidnapping his child and asking for 100,000 yuan. When Leng Xiaoyao heard that, she was suddenly displeased. Shen Ziyin saw it by chance and asked with concern, "Xiaoyao, what's wrong?" Leng Xiaoyao turned to look at her and smiled. "Nothing, I just bit my tongue and it hurt for a moment." "You can be so careless too." Shen Ziyin laughed and didn't suspect anything. Leng Xiaoyao felt that she should tell Wang Yiming about it and also teach Wang Xiangyang a lesson. Although she didn't have any evidence to provide Wang Yiming, he would believe her. If there was nothing wrong, she wouldn't say anything. Since their conspiracy would be carried out in a few days, Leng Xiaoyao wasn't in a hurry to tell Wang Yiming right away. She would enjoy herself with her friends tonight. Halfway through their fun, the door suddenly opened and two drunk people rushed in. Everyone was startled. They couldn't be so unlucky. Every time they went out to have fun, they encountered troublemakers. Fortunately, it was a false alarm. Those two people were from the next room and got lost because they drank too much. After apologizing, they left. "I was scared. I thought we were so unlucky that we would encounter troublemakers every time we went out to have fun. I'm too scared to go out and have fun now. It's too scary outside. There is nothing to be afraid of when I'm with you." Leng Xiaoyao smiled. "That's right. With Xiaoyao here, there is nothing to be afraid of." However, when they left, they met the two people who had rushed into their private room again. The two men seemed to have sobered up a bit and walked over to Leng Xiaoyao and her friends when they saw them come out. "Ladies, I'm sorry. We went to the wrong room just now," a man said with a sincere attitude. "It's fine," Leng Xiaoyao said. They didn't mind. "To make it up to you, let me treat you to night snacks," the man said generously. It was obvious that this was a pickup line, but as long as it was within reason, Leng Xiaoyao wouldn't show any displeasure. Anyway, she refused. "No need, we don't have the habit of having night snacks." "You're embarrassing us." The other man suddenly changed his attitude and his voice became deep. Obviously, he was angry and embarrassed. Originally, Shen Ziyin and the others thought that they really wanted to apologize. Although they were all startled, they really didn't mind, but when they heard what the other man said, they realized that they had actually wanted to pick them up under the guise of an apology. As a result, they were displeased. "What do you mean? Who do you think you are? Why should we care about your face?" Leng Xiaoyao's face also turned cold and she asked disdainfully. "You," the man was angry. "Oh, someone is looking for trouble here." At this moment, a male voice sounded and attracted everyone's attention. The man was Zhao Weihao. He came with his classmates. The two men recognized Zhao Weihao and immediately showed their obsequiousness when they saw him. "Young Master Zhao." The two men thought that Zhao Weihao was talking about those girls, so they added fuel to the fire. "These girls are too unwise. We just wanted to treat them to night snacks, but they refused. They're indeed seeking trouble." "No, Zhao Weihao sneered, looking at Leng Xiaoyao and others with a mocking expression before looking at the two men again. I'm talking about you too. The two men were surprised. Did young Master Zhao want to do something to them? They hadn't offended him. What do you mean by that, young Master Zhao? The two men asked in unison. Do you two know who they are? Zhao Weihao asked with great interest. The two shook their heads, but they also understood the meaning behind Zhao Weihao's words. Obviously, he implied that these girls weren't easy to bully. Who are they? Asked the two men. Miss An from the An family, Miss Shang from the Shang family, also the granddaughter of the Ling family, and Miss Leng from the Leng family, Zhao Weihao said. He only knew these three girls. The two men were shocked when they heard that. They were also members of high society, but they were from families that were at the bottom of the rungs of high society. Nevertheless, they knew which families were at the top. Therefore, when Zhao Weihao introduced the girls, they immediately understood who they were and were frightened. Not to mention the An family and Shang family, even the Leng family wasn't something they could offend easily. Therefore, they immediately apologized. Ladies, we're sorry. We failed to recognize you. Please forgive us this time. Yeah. Please forgive us. Just go. Leng Xiaoyao impatiently told them to leave. She didn't want to resort to violence unless necessary, but those who didn't know how to behave needed to be taught a lesson. Thank you. The two men thanked them and hurried away, feeling grateful to Zhao Weihao for reminding them. If it hadn't been for him, they would have been in trouble this time. In fact, Zhao Weihao didn't remind them out of kindness. He was just worried that Leng Xiaoyao and her friends would suffer a loss. Chapter 3371, Let him play the trick. Hi. Leng Xiaoyao, we meet again. I helped you scare them away. How about treating me to night snacks to thank me? Zhao Weihao approached with a grin, still excited to see Leng Xiaoyao. I could scare them away without you. Leng Xiaoyao replied. She didn't want to thank him. Before Zhao Weihao could say anything else, his friends interrupted in annoyance. Hey, how could you talk to Weihao like that? Shut up and don't interrupt us. Zhao Weihao immediately scolded. He didn't mind Leng Xiaoyao's attitude because he knew that she was telling the truth. Leng Xiaoyao was amazing. She had dodged the sulfuric acid thrown at her by someone before and even knocked the person down. The friend was slightly angry, but remained silent. We participated in the competition together, and we are future alumni. Most importantly, congratulations on becoming the provincial and national science champion. Can you treat me to night snacks now? Or I can buy you night snacks, Zhao Weihao said. His goal was to have night snacks with Leng Xiaoyao. It didn't matter who paid. Zhao Weihao scored 713 points in the National College Entrance Examination, which was much higher than the score line for the capital university. Therefore, he directly decided to go to the capital university. After all, the capital university was the top institution of advanced education in the seven-star country. As long as he passed the score line, he would go to study there. Upon hearing Zhao Weihao's words, his friends were all stunned. This girl was the provincial and national science champion. That was amazing. This time, Zhao Weihao's friends looked at Leng Xiaoyao differently. At this point, it seemed inappropriate for Leng Xiaoyao to refuse. She didn't have any ill feelings towards Zhao Weihao, so it wasn't necessary to keep him at arm's length. Do you want to go for night snacks? Leng Xiaoyao didn't immediately agree to Zhao Weihao's invitation, instead she asked An Chenmeng and the others first. I'll go if you go. An Chenmeng replied first. Me too. Shang Mengxin followed suit. Everyone expressed their agreement, so Leng Xiaoyao agreed to Zhao Weihao's invitation. However, they didn't go too far. There was a seafood restaurant nearby, so they went there. Along the way, Zhao Weihao couldn't stop praising Leng Xiaoyao. Leng Xiaoyao, you're even more amazing than I imagined. You're the champion in the exams. How can you be so amazing? You're good at racing, studying, and fighting. What else are you good at? My score is 713 points. I plan to apply to the capital university, then we'll be alumni, but I haven't decided what major to study. What major will you apply? You asked Xiaoyao so many questions at once. Which one should she answer first? And Chenmeng gave Zhao Weihao a big eye roll. Okay, then let's start with what major you want to apply for. Zhao Weihao didn't feel embarrassed and asked. I don't know. I haven't thought about it yet. There are still 10 days before the application deadline, so I'll think about it later. Leng Xiaoyao replied, not having any particular major in mind. Okay, when you've decided, let me know. If it suits me, I'll apply for the same major as you. If not, I'll choose something else, Zhao Weihao said, not necessarily applying for the same major as Leng Xiaoyao. He admired her, but not blindly. Okay, Leng Xiaoyao agreed, not feeling anything special about it. After having supper, it was already past midnight, so they went their separate ways. The next morning, Leng Xiaoyao called Wang Yiming and told him about her encounter with Wang Xiangyang and what she heard him say to the people. Wang Yiming was furious upon hearing that and believed Leng Xiaoyao's words. Thinking about what Wang Xiangyang was planning to do, Wang Yiming felt cold all over and couldn't stop trembling. If Leng Xiaoyao didn't tell him about it, his child would be in danger. Leng Xiaoyao, thank you for telling me about it. What should I do? I'm afraid that even if I evade it this time, I won't be able to evade it next time. Wang Yiming asked, his voice trembling. He was confused and didn't know what to do. Since I've discovered it, I'll help you deal with it. You just act like you don't know anything and let Wang Xiangyang capture your kid when the time comes. Then Leng Xiaoyao told Wang Yiming her plan. Although Wang Yiming felt it was risky, he inexplicably trusted Leng Xiaoyao. Therefore, after hesitating for a while, he agreed. Ever since he learned that old Mrs. Wang wasn't his biological mother, Wang Yiming hadn't seen or contacted her again. He didn't know how Wang Xiangyang handled the 100,000 yuan debt. A few days ago, old Mrs. Wang called him and apologized first before inviting him to have a meal with her on her birthday. In name, old Mrs. Wang was still his stepmother. It was just a meal, so Wang Yiming didn't think much of it and agreed to go. Unexpectedly, it was a conspiracy. If it wasn't thoroughly dealt with, even if they managed to evade it this time, they might not be able to evade it next time. So this time, they couldn't blame him for being ruthless. A day passed quickly and it was old Mrs. Wang's birthday. Wang Yiming and his family of 3 went to her house. Before leaving, Wang Yiming called Leng Xiaoyao. He didn't tell his wife about Wang Xiangyang's plot in order to avoid revealing anything. When he saw Wang Xiangyang, Wang Yiming felt angry, but managed to hold back and avoid alerting him. Wang Xiangyang was used to doing bad things. Seeing Wang Yiming, he didn't show any signs of nervousness and acted as usual. Old Mrs. Wang seemed unaware of Wang Xiangyang's plan and didn't act suspiciously. There weren't many people who came to celebrate old Mrs. Wang's birthday, only her 2 sons and their families. Wang Yiming bought a golden bracelet for old Mrs. Wang, which made her very happy. Old Mrs. Wang would only take the initiative to apologize to Wang Yiming to get something out of him. As long as they maintained their relationship well, at least in terms of support, Wang Yiming wouldn't stand by and do nothing. If they completely cut off their relationship, then they wouldn't get anything. Shortly after Wang Yiming arrived at the Wang family's house, he received a message from Leng Xiaoyao saying that she was outside and that he could relax. It made Wang Yiming feel more at ease and he didn't pay much attention to his daughter. He let her play with the children from the Zhao family. Wang Yiming's daughter was only 5 years old and didn't know anything. While they were having dinner, several children disappeared. When they returned, Wang Yiming's daughter was missing. Chapter 3372, Wang Xiangyang is caught. Although he knew about Wang Xiangyang's conspiracy, Wang Yiming still felt a wave of fear when he heard that his daughter was missing. His wife almost fainted. The others were unaware of the secret, so when they heard the news, they were worried and immediately went out to search for the little girl. Wang Xiangyang needed evidence for his alibi, so he pretended to be worried like everyone else. Before long, Wang Yiming received a strange call saying that his daughter was in their hands and that he needed to pay 100,000 yuan to get her released. He was forbidden to call the police, otherwise they would kill his daughter. When the money was ready, he was supposed to call them back, and they would tell him where to make the exchange. To make Wang Yiming believe them, they even had his daughter call him and say, "Daddy," on the phone. Despite knowing that Leng Xiaoyao was secretly protecting them, Wang Yiming was still really worried and panicked. After learning that Wang Yiming's daughter was kidnapped, old Mrs. Wang and Zhao Shanchuan's family were all terrified. Zhao Shanchuan wanted to help, but didn't know how. Wang Yiming didn't want his help and said he would listen to the kidnappers. Without delay, he went home to get the money. It was already evening, and the bank was closed. The ATM had a daily withdrawal limit of only 10,000 yuan, so to make Wang Xiangyang believe that he could get the money so quickly, he said before leaving, "There is over 100,000 yuan in cash at home that I haven't had time to deposit. I'll go get it now." After learning about Wang Xiangyang's scheme, Wang Yiming did indeed withdraw 100,000 yuan, which he had prepared for today. When Wang Xiangyang heard that, he wasn't worried that Wang Yiming was deceiving him. In a place where no one could see, Wang Xiangyang's expression revealed his satisfaction. He would soon have 100,000 yuan. To be precise, it was 50,000 yuan because the rest had to be given to Brother Lu and his brothers. Although he didn't want to give them anything, he wouldn't get anything either if he didn't share the money with them. As a result, he agreed to give them 50,000 yuan. Wang Yiming and his wife did go home for a while, but when they came out, only Wang Yiming was present. After returning home, Wang Yiming told his wife the truth. It helped calm her down from almost crying in fear. She didn't blame him for taking the risk because if he didn't take the risk, they would have to live in fear every day. This time, they had to completely solve the problem of Wang Xiangyang. Wang Yiming left with the money and instructed his wife to lock all the doors and windows at home and to not open them for anyone unless he returned. They also couldn't tell their father-in-law's family about this incident in order to not worry them. After receiving the money, Wang Yiming called the kidnappers back and they asked him to send a picture first to confirm. Once confirmed, they told him where to make the exchange. The location was an abandoned warehouse in the suburbs. They had just arrived when Leng Xiaoyao followed them. Before they could react, she took them down quickly. Her appearance was too sudden and her attack too fast, so they didn't even have a chance to react. By the time they came back to their senses, they only felt pain all over and couldn't move. "Who are you?" said the so-called Brother Lu. "I am your nemesis," said Leng Xiaoyao with a smile as beautiful as a flower, but in those men's eyes, she was a demon. Before they started fighting, they didn't even take the girl seriously, but after being beaten by her, they petrified. It's none of your business," Brother Lu said fiercely. "So what? If you have the guts, try to stop me," Leng Xiaoyao said disdainfully. Wang Yiming's child had already fainted. Leng Xiaoyao immediately went over to check on her to make sure that she was okay. Waiting for Wang Yiming and the police to arrive, Leng Xiaoyao carried the girl in her arms. When Wang Yiming came, he reported it to the police, so he and the police arrived at around the same time. Wang Yiming didn't mention Leng Xiaoyao, so Leng Xiaoyao would pretend to be a kind passerby. 20 minutes later, Wang Yiming arrived in a police car. The police were going to let Wang Yiming go in first with the money, then they would follow him, but when they got closer, they saw a girl holding a child coming out. Without hesitation, Wang Yiming ran over. The police who came to the scene didn't know that Leng Xiaoyao was on their side, so they were angry at Wang Yiming's behavior. What he did could alert those kidnappers and put the girl in danger. However, they quickly figured it out. "Mr. Wang, what are you doing here?" Leng Xiaoyao pretended to be surprised and asked. My daughter was kidnapped." "This is my daughter," Wang Yiming said emotionally. Even though he believed in Leng Xiaoyao's abilities, he still cried in excitement when he saw that his daughter was fine. "Oh, so this is your daughter. I saw a group of people dragging this child into a car, so I followed them," Leng Xiaoyao said, then handed Wang Yiming's daughter to him. When the police heard that, they were all surprised that Leng Xiaoyao had rescued the hostage from the kidnappers. "Sir, I beat the kidnappers. They're inside," Leng Xiaoyao immediately said. Hearing that, everyone was once again surprised. She had beaten all the kidnappers. They rushed in and saw that all 4 men were lying on the ground. They immediately arrested them. Since Leng Xiaoyao was involved in this abduction, she needed to go back to the police station with them to give a statement. After recording her statement, Leng Xiaoyao was free to go. Because Leng Xiaoyao drove there, she gave Wang Yiming and his daughter a ride home. By the time they arrived home, Wang Yiming's daughter woke up and cried herself to sleep. After sending Wang Yiming and his daughter home, the couple were very grateful to Leng Xiaoyao. Meanwhile, those people who were in trouble naturally wouldn't help Wang Xiangyang any longer. They immediately reported him to the police. Therefore, Wang Xiangyang was immediately arrested. Wang Xiangyang denied it, but before the police arrested him, they investigated the evidence and found that he had been in and out with the suspect several times. There were several records of phone calls too. These were enough to take Wang Yiming back to the police station. For more details, they would continue to investigate. When old Mrs. Wang learned that Wang Yiming's daughter had been kidnapped by Wang Xiangyang, she couldn't accept it and fainted. Fortunately, Zhao Shanchuan's family hadn't left yet, or no one would stay and take care of old Mrs. Wang. Zhao Shanchuan was extremely angry at Wang Xiangyang's behavior and slapped him twice on the spot while scolding him as trash. This time, Wang Xiangyang would have to spend several years in prison. Chapter 3373, A Gift from Li Mochen. After that, Leng Xiaoyao didn't get involved anymore, but she had Wang Yiming watch over the situation. Wang Xiangyang and those people had to be sentenced. If they weren't, Wang Yiming could contact her at once. Even if she needed to turn to her connections for help, she was determined to put them in jail. They had broken the law and would be imprisoned for several years. It was impossible for them to escape using connections. Leng Xiaoyao wouldn't allow it. The next morning, old Mrs. Wang called Wang Yiming. She wanted to ask him to not hold Wang Xiangyang responsible. However, Wang Yiming didn't answer her call because he didn't want her to find him. He wouldn't be soft-hearted about this case. Old Mrs. Wang went to Wang Yiming's house, but his family had already left early in the morning to visit his wife's family. She couldn't find Wang Yiming and cried in desperation. She couldn't find Wang Xiangyang at the police station either and could only go to see Zhao Shanchuan to continue crying. Zhao Shanchuan had had enough of her cries. I told you not to spoil Wang Xiangyang too much, but you wouldn't listen. Now he's been arrested by the police. How dare he kidnap his own niece? If he succeeded this time, he would squander all the money. Next time, he'll do something to the descendants of my family. Zhao Shanchuan angrily scolded old Mrs. Wang, thinking about it and feeling scared. Since Wang Xiangyang dared to abduct Wang Yiming's daughter, he believed that one day, Wang Xiangyang would also attack the Zhao family. It wouldn't just happen once. Impossible, Xiangyang won't attack the Zhao family. You're his uncle. Old Mrs. Wang was afraid that Zhao Shanchuan would abandon her, so she defended Wang Xiangyang. Do you mean he can kidnap other people? Zhao Shanchuan was so angry that he couldn't breathe normally. Old Mrs. Wang still didn't realize that she was wrong. How could he believe that Wang Xiangyang wouldn't attack the Zhao family? Zhao Shanchuan was very disappointed. No, it's not, old Mrs. Wang immediately realized and hurriedly denied. I know that Xiangyang made a mistake this time, but Yiming's child is fine. I just thought, maybe Yiming can let it go and not sue Xiangyang. I'll discipline Xiangyang in the future and make sure he doesn't do such foolish things again. Humph. It's not about whether Yiming can let it go or if Xiangyang will be fine. What he did is a crime, and it's the responsibility of the government to handle it. If it were your son who was kidnapped and harmed like this, would you still easily say to let it go? It's only because the victim is not your son that you can stand there and talk so casually, Zhao Shanchuan said. He knew old Mrs. Wang very well. If anyone dared to treat her son like this, she would curse their whole family to die. Would she let it go? It was simply a joke. It was true that she wouldn't, so when old Mrs. Wang heard Zhao Shanchuan say that, she didn't know what to say. Am I supposed to just watch my son go to jail? Old Mrs. Wang still couldn't accept it. Everyone has to pay the price for what they've done. No matter how you argue here, that's the result, Zhao Shanchuan said, ignoring old Mrs. Wang. Wang Xiangyang was someone who only dared to bully the weak and feared the strong. At first, he didn't admit it, but eventually he couldn't resist the pressure and confessed. After he confessed, the police informed Wang Yiming. Because Wang Yiming was aware that it was Wang Xiangyang's scheme, he wasn't surprised. He just asked the officer who contacted him about how many years Wang Xiangyang would be sentenced to. The police said it would be at least 7 to 8 years for such a crime. Hearing that, Wang Yiming felt relieved. Although he was also worried that Wang Xiangyang would seek revenge on him after being released, he couldn't tolerate his crime this time just because he was worried. When that time came, he could only face it head-on. As soon as Leng Xiaoyao walked out of the arrival gate, she saw Li Mochen. He was holding flowers in his hands. Leng Xiaoyao's heart beat faster at the sight. It was still quite surprising that he could be romantic. "These are for you, congratulations on becoming the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination." Li Mochen handed the flowers to Leng Xiaoyao. Leng Xiaoyao didn't act coy and accepted them. "Thank you." After taking the flowers, she noticed there was a box inside. Leng Xiaoyao looked at Li Mochen in surprise. Li Mochen smiled, took out the box, and opened it. There was a beautiful bracelet that caught Leng Xiaoyao's eye. "Do you like it?" Leng Xiaoyao's eyes lit up. It was a gorgeous bracelet. It looked very valuable at first glance, but there wasn't a logo on the box, so she didn't know what brand it was. "This is too expensive," Leng Xiaoyao said, unsure whether to accept it or not. After all, she and Li Mochen hadn't formally started dating yet. Even if they were really dating, she couldn't accept such an expensive gift. "This was specially customized for you, with your name on it. So this bracelet belongs only to you. If you don't want it, do you want me to throw it away? It will hurt my heart." Seeing Leng Xiaoyao hesitate, Li Mochen spoke with a pitiful tone, as if he was being rejected. Ah, Leng Xiaoyao was surprised. It was specially customized, and with her name on it. This kind of customization couldn't be done in just a few days. Li Mochen must have prepared it long ago. Suddenly, Leng Xiaoyao felt moved. "Okay, I'll take it." Since her name was engraved on it, how could she refuse? Did she really want Li Mochen to throw it away? She didn't want to waste such a precious gift. She could buy him something of equal value later. "I'll put it on for you." Li Mochen was happy and immediately put the bracelet on Leng Xiaoyao. "Thank you." Leng Xiaoyao thanked him and was very satisfied with the bracelet. "No need to thank me," Li Mochen said. He felt that it was unnecessary. For him, Leng Xiaoyao was his partner, so he didn't want to be too formal. Leng Xiaoyao didn't say anything. She had already thanked him. It was dinner time, so Li Mochen took Leng Xiaoyao to eat first, then they went back to the Hanlin Manor. "Let's go to the construction site first," Leng Xiaoyao said. She came to the capital city just to see Li Mochen. Now that she was here, there was really nothing else she wanted to do. "Well, is there any place you want to go?" Li Mochen asked. "I'm not familiar with the capital city." Leng Xiaoyao pouted. "Then I'll take you around tomorrow." Li Mochen asked. Li Mochen followed Leng Xiaoyao back to her home in Hanlin Manor and stayed until around 10 p.m. before he went back to his own home. Although he didn't want to leave, it wasn't appropriate to stay any longer. Not to mention that Leng Xiaoyao hadn't agreed to be his girlfriend yet. Even if they were together, he couldn't have such thoughts so soon. It would just scare Leng Xiaoyao away. Chapter 3374, She cared about her face. The next day, the two of them went to the construction site. After a tour, they went to eat. Li Mochen took Leng Xiaoyao around casually. Suddenly, Leng Xiaoyao had an idea. "Is there a horse stable? I suddenly want to go horseback riding," Leng Xiaoyao asked. "Yes, I'll take you there," Li Mochen said, immediately driving towards the direction of the horse stable. "By the way, do we need a membership card?" Leng Xiaoyao asked. In her previous incarnation, the horse stable was also a place she loved to go to. Therefore, she knew that a membership card was usually required unless it was a low-end horse stable. "Of course, but I have one," Li Mochen said. Leng Xiaoyao was relieved. The North Suburb horse stable had a great reputation in the capital city. It was the best leisure hobby place for celebrities and the wealthy. The owner behind the horse stable was very powerful in terms of economic and social status. Even the celebrities and wealthy people didn't dare to cause trouble here easily. Li Mochen and Leng Xiaoyao arrived at the parking lot outside the horse stable. They saw dozens of rows of luxury cars parked, mostly worth millions of yuan, with some being limited editions. Leng Xiaoyao was used to this kind of occasions, so she wasn't particularly impressed. In fact, her parents were ranked first and second on the domestic rich list. They had many luxury cars at home. As soon as they parked the car, the staff came to welcome them. They didn't care about the people, only the membership cards. After seeing the black card that Li Mochen took out, they politely led them in. The black card was only held by the owner and shareholders of the horse stable, or their family members and important friends. There were only 10 black cards in the entire club. Whether this man was using his own card or a friend's card, at least he could enjoy the highest level of treatment in the horse stable. Wow, a black card. Is this horse stable owned by your friend, or do you have a share too? Leng Xiaoyao was surprised and curious. I'm also a shareholder, but I only hold a small percentage, Li Mochen said, not hiding anything. He actually wanted to tell Leng Xiaoyao everything about himself, but he felt that suddenly saying these things was not appropriate and might seem like he was showing off. He didn't want Leng Xiaoyao to think of him like that. However, if Leng Xiaoyao asked him, he would have no problem answering. How many businesses have you invested in anyway? Leng Xiaoyao asked curiously. A few dozen. You know about the Yar Circuit and this Eastern Horse Stable Club. I'm involved in real estate, shopping malls, hotels, and other industries that I can't name all at once, but I'm not very professional in any of them. Most of them are just investments I got into by chance. I just wait and collect dividends, Li Mochen said. He wasn't a business genius and had limited areas of expertise, so he invested in many industries mostly for other reasons. Sounds great, Leng Xiaoyao said. She actually felt that it was quite good because she could tell that Li Mochen's main business wasn't doing business anymore. The two of them didn't go to a private room, instead going straight to the clothing area. The things in high-end clubs were basically all high-end. Riding clothes cost thousands or tens of thousands of dollars per set, and the quality was also very good. Li Mochen asked Leng Xiaoyao to take a look first and went to the bathroom. Leng Xiaoyao glanced over and was attracted to a set of red riding clothes at first glance, so she asked the employee to bring it to her. However, at that moment, a girl pointed at the red riding clothes she had picked and said, "Give me that set in red." The employee immediately apologized and smiled at her. "Miss Lin, I'm sorry. This set of clothes has already been picked by the other lady. If she decides to not take it, we can show it to the next person then." Lin Ziyuan glanced at Leng Xiaoyao, frowned, and felt displeased seeing how pretty she was. She arrogantly said, "You can look at something else. I want this set." "Why?" Leng Xiaoyao asked. She wasn't used to giving in to others. "Don't you know who I am?" Lin Ziyuan looked surprised and a little angry. "Why should I know you? Do you think you are Yuan that everyone knows?" Leng Xiaoyao said resignedly, but hearing her words, Leng Xiaoyao knew that she must be a well-known celebrity. Many people should know her. If she guessed correctly, she should be a famous star. Stars weren't all good-natured. There were many who were bad-tempered, arrogant, and used to bullying people. Lin Ziyuan was angry, then showed her arrogance again. "It doesn't matter if you don't know me, but I picked this outfit first, so you'd better give it to me. Otherwise, I'll make you roll out of the horse farm in minutes." "Okay, I want to see what you can do to make me leave." Leng Xiaoyao wasn't scared at all. It was because Li Mochen was a shareholder here. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so arrogant or use this method to show off. Hearing Leng Xiaoyao's tone, Lin Ziyuan hesitated. She knew that the people who came here were all rich or powerful. Although her own status wasn't low, and there was someone powerful behind her, she usually used her power to bully others, but she still didn't dare to do anything wrong. "Darling, why aren't you done yet? Haven't you picked anything yet?" At that moment, a young man walked over and asked Lin Ziyuan. "Young Master Yu, this lady and I both like that outfit. I'm asking this lady to give it to me, but she won't let me have it, even though I really want it." Lin Ziyuan said pitifully. In fact, she didn't necessarily need that outfit. She just didn't want to compromise with Leng Xiaoyao. Upon hearing that, Yu Yanwei looked at Leng Xiaoyao and was amazed by her beauty. Yu Yanwei wasn't handsome or tall. He should be about 1.74 meters high, and had a slightly fat build. Although Leng Xiaoyao impressed Yu Yanwei, it didn't mean that he had any thoughts about her. Anyway, he said kindly to her, "Hello, since my friend likes this outfit so much, why don't you do me a favor and let her have it? To make it up to you, you can choose another outfit. I'll pay for it." Yu Yanwei wasn't short of money, so he liked to use money to get things done. It also showed that he was very rich and generous. "I don't need your money. Why don't you let your friend look at another outfit? After all, I saw this one first, and I like it too." No matter what kind of person Yu Yanwei was, he was polite to Leng Xiaoyao at the moment, so Leng Xiaoyao naturally wouldn't embarrass him. However, this outfit was not something she could give up easily. She also cared about her face. Chapter 3375, I thought you were somebody. Having been embarrassed by Leng Xiaoyao, Yu Yanwei was displeased. His tone naturally became colder. "Miss, you should know how to be flexible and courteous, otherwise you'll offend someone you shouldn't mess with and regret doing that. Those who bully others to grab things have no right to talk about flexibility and courtesy, so sir, please consider your own face and don't be too pushy." Leng Xiaoyao retorted without hesitation. She always had a strong aversion to people who bullied others, but if they started it first, she didn't mind fighting back with the same tactic. Yu Yanwei was angered by Leng Xiaoyao and couldn't believe that this girl dared to be so arrogant. "Do you know who I am?" Once again, Leng Xiaoyao thought this rhetorical question was simply childish. They weren't money. Why should everyone love them? Why did they expect everyone to know them? Does it matter? The question didn't come from Leng Xiaoyao, but from Li Mochen, who came back from the washroom. Li Mochen, seeing Li Mochen, Yu Yanwei was surprised but not afraid. Instead, he showed hostility. Li Mochen was the friend of his archenemy and had ruined his plans several times. After a glance at Li Mochen, Lin Ziyuan, on the other hand, was totally stunned. She didn't know Li Mochen, but what stunned her was his appearance, height, and figure. This man was really rare. Subconsciously, Lin Ziyuan moved away from Yu Yanwei a bit, as if she didn't want Li Mochen to think that they were close. Although Yu Yanwei didn't see it, Leng Xiaoyao did and felt that it was funny. "Brother Mochen, they bullied me." Leng Xiaoyao immediately took Li Mochen's arm and put on a look of grievance. She complained, "I saw this riding outfit first, but that woman insisted on stealing it away from me. When I refused, they threatened me. One said they would kick me out of the stable in minutes, and the other said he was someone I couldn't afford to offend." Even though Leng Xiaoyao's grievance was fake, they had really offended her. So Li Mochen looked quite serious and angry. "Young master, it seems that your power is really great. If you have the ability to kick us out of here, let's see what you can do. Don't disappoint me." It was a malicious provocation. Li Mochen wasn't afraid to make things worse. Yu Yanwei was angry, but didn't dare to say anything else because he knew that he couldn't kick Li Mochen out. Instead, he might be kicked out by the senior management and would lose face. The person behind this stable was also powerful, so he didn't dare to offend him easily. "Fine." Yu Yanwei snorted coldly and turned around to leave. Lin Ziyuan was left behind. When Yu Yanwei left, Lin Ziyuan understood that Li Mochen wasn't someone they should mess with. She also gave up on the outfit and chose another one. After paying for it, she chased after Yu Yanwei. "I thought he's somebody, but it turns out that he's just a coward." Leng Xiaoyao withdrew her hand from Li Mochen's arm and said disdainfully. With his arm empty, Li Mochen's heart also felt empty. He felt good when Leng Xiaoyao held onto him. Leng Xiaoyao chose the red outfit while Li Mochen chose a black one, then Li Mochen took out his black card to pay the bill. They both went to the dressing room to change. After they left, the two employees at the counter started to discuss it. "I thought that girl was going to be at a disadvantage against Miss Lin and Mr. Yu, but it turns out that Mr. Li is on her side." "Right. Is that girl Mr. Li's girlfriend?" "It's the first time I've seen Mr. Li with a female companion and they seemed so intimate. I think it's possible, but they make a good match. He's handsome and she's beautiful." The staff members knew Li Mochen because he had been there several times, but they didn't know if he was a shareholder, or a family member or a friend of a shareholder. Li Mochen and Leng Xiaoyao quickly changed into their riding gear and immediately drew everyone's attention. They looked so cool. When Lin Ziyuan came out in her riding gear, she got jealous when she saw Leng Xiaoyao. She was jealous of how stunning Leng Xiaoyao looked in the riding gear, and how Leng Xiaoyao had such a handsome man by her side. Although Lin Ziyuan didn't think that she was inferior to Leng Xiaoyao in looks, she didn't have a man who was extremely handsome by her side. She used to be very proud of herself for being close to a big shot like Yu Yanwei. Their relationship couldn't be made public, but Yu Yanwei would give her a lot of resources, so she was playing lead roles in movies and TV shows. She was even doing advertisements for big brands. Her career was flourishing. However, behind the scenes, she was extremely disgusted with Yu Yanwei's look and body, especially when compared to Li Mochen. Yu Yanwei was simply a clown. In fact, Yu Yanwei was not very attractive even when compared to most, but she had never thought that much about it before. However, now she couldn't help comparing Yu Yanwei to Li Mochen. Leng Xiaoyao ignored her gaze and followed Li Mochen to choose their horses. Li Mochen's horse was his own private horse that only he could ride, so it was kept separately. The horses on this side were all privately owned. The owners paid a certain amount of money each year for the stable hands to take care of them. Li Mochen's horse stable was next to Mu Yiyang's, and both horses could be used by him, so he brought his own horse and Mu Yiyang's horse out and asked Leng Xiaoyao which one she wanted. Yours, Leng Xiaoyao said. Okay. His name is Kai Yan and he has a fiery temperament, so be careful. Li Mochen warned. Although he knew her ability and that one horse couldn't hurt her, he still worried about her safety. I know, Leng Xiaoyao replied, walking over to Kai Yan. However, Kai Yan was restless. Leng Xiaoyao squinted slightly. She then released her magical power to put pressure on Kai Yan. Good boy, be obedient. I won't hurt you. Leng Xiaoyao stroked its fur and Kai Yan became gentle. Li Mochen was amused. He had forgotten that they were cultivators and could easily make the horses obedient. Riding the horses wasn't allowed outside the riding arena, so Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen led their horses inside before mounting them. When they arrived at the arena, they ran into Yu Yanwei and Lin Ziyuan again, as well as many other people Li Mochen was familiar with, but he ignored them, focusing only on Leng Xiaoyao. Chapter 3376, Racing Horses. Not everyone looked down on Li Mochen just because he was no longer a member of the Li family. On the contrary, some people admired him for being able to maintain relationships with many members of prestigious families even though he was no longer a part of the Li family. Although they didn't know much about Li Mochen's situation, they had heard that he was influential. Therefore, there were still some people who wanted to befriend Li Mochen, but they felt hesitant to approach him because he was completely focused on the girl next to him. Yu Yanwei walked directly towards Li Mochen and Leng Xiaoyao, then said, Li Mochen, do you dare to play a competition against me? You and your partner versus me and my partner. Yu Yanwei didn't take them seriously because he was a professional in equestrianism and Lin Ziyuan was also good. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gained his attention. Li Mochen ignored Yu Yanwei and looked towards Leng Xiaoyao, seeking her opinions. Leng Xiaoyao was excited and said, why not? But we never play without a bet. Yu Yanwei thought Leng Xiaoyao's suggestion was reasonable because his purpose was also to bet. He said, oh, what do you want to bet? Each person bets 10 million yuan. You and Brother Mochen compete, while Lin Miss and I compete. The winner takes the money. How about it? Leng Xiaoyao said. Although most of the people who came here to play weren't short of money, when they heard that the bet was 10 million yuan, many of them were surprised. Even though they were rich, they still felt that 10 million yuan was a lot, at least it was not a small amount to bet. Young Master Yu, I don't have so much money. Lin Ziyuan immediately whispered to Yu Yanwei in a low voice. Although she was a first-line actress with assets of nearly 100 million yuan, she still refused to put up 10 million yuan for such a bet no matter what. It wasn't that she lacked confidence, but she just didn't want to put up so much money. On the other hand, for Yu Yanwei, putting up 1 or 2 million yuan for a bet wasn't difficult at all. Moreover, he was confident that he wouldn't lose. Just as Leng Xiaoyao was confident that they wouldn't lose, she took the initiative to propose a bet of 10 million yuan each. Good, 10 million yuan each. Yu Yanwei didn't object, then said to Lin Ziyuan, I'll cover for you, but try your best to win beautifully. Of course, young Master Yu. Lin Ziyuan was cheered up. If she raced, she had a good chance of winning. Her equestrian skills weren't professional, but she came from the grasslands and had been riding horses since she was little. She had been to this racecourse many times and hadn't seen many women who rode better than her. I'll cover for you too. If we win, it's yours. If we lose, it's mine. Li Mochen didn't want to seem weak. Although he hadn't thought about letting Leng Xiaoyao put up her share of the bet when it came to betting, he said it aloud when he heard Yu Yanwei's words. No, if we lose, it's yours. If we win, we'll share it, Leng Xiaoyao said. She didn't think that they would lose. If they won, she couldn't take it all. It was 10 million yuan, not 10,000 yuan. If it was just 10,000 yuan, she wouldn't hesitate to take it all from Li Mochen. Okay. Li Mochen didn't argue with Leng Xiaoyao anymore and looked at her with indulgence. Since it was a competition with a bet involved, there naturally had to be an agreement to avoid any accidents. During the signing process, staff members cleared the race track and asked guests riding horses on the track to move to the middle infield. The racecourse track was 1,600 meters long and wasn't just one circle. There were many bends that divided the entire racecourse into two areas. One area was a large lawn with more people. The second area was more relaxing with a grove of trees and a pond for the horses to drink from. The second area was suitable for slow riding and chatting, so many important people would be in this area. Since there was a competition, there would be betting activities at the racecourse. These also required some time, so they were scheduled to start half an hour later. To prevent accidents, Leng Xiaoyao tried out the horse before the competition during this half hour. Because Yu Yanwei often came here, many people were familiar with him. They all knew that his equestrian skills were excellent, so most people were willing to bet on him to win. Especially Yu Yanwei's friends, they naturally bet on him. Young Master Yu, you must be confident, right? Someone asked. Of course. I'm going to win, Yu Yanwei said confidently. Although some people had concerns, they didn't say it out loud. Today, Dao Zheng also came to the racecourse with his friends. When he saw there was horse betting, he immediately got excited and bet on Li Mochen to win. He placed 100 bets, each worth 10,000 yuan, totaling 1 million yuan. However, in this kind of private gambling, the highest amount one could bet was only 1 million yuan. If it was an official racecourse gambling event, there would be higher limits. Not only did Dao Zheng bet, but his three friends who came with him also bet, ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of yuan. Although they were not familiar with Li Mochen, they knew him and were aware that he had good equestrian skills. Leng Xiaoyao rode Kai Yan in the racecourse and felt good. Dao Zheng didn't have time to see Li Mochen before the race started. Brother Mochen, if I reach the finish line before you do, you'll treat me to dinner tonight. If you reach the finish line before me, I'll treat you to dinner. Don't go easy on me. Leng Xiaoyao said. Okay. Li Mochen agreed. Whatever Leng Xiaoyao wanted to do, as long as it wasn't dangerous for her, he would try his best to cooperate. The two of them seemed to be the only ones in this race, ignoring Yu Yanwei and Lin Ziyuan. Yu Yanwei didn't say anything and just snorted disdainfully. The race was about to begin and everyone took their positions. As the gunshot sounded, the four horses rushed out like lightning. This horse race wasn't challenging for Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen, but they still gave it their all. Within the first 100 meters, the four were still neck and neck, but after the first 100 meters, Lin Ziyuan fell behind. She was sweating profusely and even her back was covered in cold sweat. How was it possible? How could they be so powerful? Lin Ziyuan couldn't believe the result nor could she accept it. She tried her best to catch up with them but still failed. Even Yu Yanwei was shocked. Within the first 200 meters, he was left behind too. If he and Lin Ziyuan both lost, it wouldn't just be a matter of face, but also a matter of 20 million yuan. Although he was willing to spend 20 million yuan to cover up his loss, it didn't mean that he could afford to lose. He was confident that he would win, which was why he readily agreed to this bet. Chapter 3377, Lin Ziyuan is beaten. It seemed that he was trapped by Li Mochen and that girl. That was despicable, despicable. Earlier he was still thinking about trapping Leng Xiaoyao. No matter how hard Yu Yanwei tried, he still couldn't catch up with Li Mochen and Leng Xiaoyao. Li Mochen and Leng Xiaoyao were always neck to neck, even during the turns. It was exciting to watch. Many people regretted not betting on Li Mochen or Leng Xiaoyao to win. No matter which one of them was bet on, they would have won. Yu Yanwei and Lin Ziyuan were in a desperate situation. The more they rushed, the more panicked they became, and the more panicked they became, the more likely they were to make mistakes. Then, at a turn, Lin Ziyuan lost control and crashed into the barrier, going off the track. As a result, she was directly judged to have lost. Although Yu Yanwei didn't go off the track, he almost lost control several times. This cost them a little more time. By the time they passed 1,000 meters, Li Mochen and Leng Xiaoyao had already reached the finish line. Leng Xiaoyao was just 1 second faster than Li Mochen. I won. I want to eat a seafood feast tonight, said Leng Xiaoyao, looking very pleased. Okay, you can eat whatever you want. Li Mochen replied with a slight smile. At that moment, Dao Zheng suddenly rushed out. Mochen, you're amazing. You've made me a fortune. Li Mochen nodded at him, then introduced Dao Zheng and his friends to Leng Xiaoyao. He then introduced Leng Xiaoyao to Dao Zheng's friends. This is Leng Xiaoyao. She's my friend. Before getting Leng Xiaoyao's consent, Li Mochen couldn't directly say that she was his girlfriend. He was afraid that she would get angry. Anyway, Dao Zheng could see his unwillingness. It seemed that Li Mochen had fallen in love. As his friend, he was happy for him. Without saying much, Yu Yanwei arrived at the finish line. Yu Yanwei looked very mad, but since they were in public, he couldn't deny the bet. He had to go and get the check for 20 million yuan and give it to Li Mochen. It made his heart bleed. Having lost money and face, Yu Yanwei couldn't stay there any longer and left directly. Lin Ziyuan also left with him. Lin Ziyuan was very cautious at that moment because she was afraid that Yu Yanwei would take it out on her. Although he had lost as well, she had lost 10 million yuan of his money. It was possible that Yu Yanwei would blame her. After all, Yu Yanwei had a bad temper. She had been slapped by him before when he was unhappy with her. Yu Yanwei was her benefactor who could bring her more benefits, so even if she was angry about being slapped, she still tolerated it. After all, when she was at the bottom of society, she had been bullied a lot. But now, except for being wronged in front of Yu Yanwei, no one dared to mistreat her outside. Mochen, you make money too easily. You have to treat us tonight. Dao Zheng said enviously but without jealousy. He knew that Li Mochen didn't win the bet effortlessly. It was due to his ability. Okay, Xiaoyao wants to eat seafood anyway, Li Mochen said. Although he wanted to have dinner alone with Leng Xiaoyao, it was rare to meet Dao Zheng, so he didn't want to refuse him. Besides, he had plenty of opportunities to eat alone with Leng Xiaoyao. It was also good for Leng Xiaoyao to get to know his friends better. In this way, everyone would know that his girlfriend was Leng Xiaoyao. Only the friends approved by Li Mochen were worth his attention. No problem. Dao Zheng didn't mind what they would eat, he just wanted to catch up with Li Mochen after not seeing him for a long time. As Lin Ziyuan followed Yu Yanwei out of the racecourse and returned to the car, Yu Yanwei turned around and slapped her in the face. You idiot, you cost me 10 million yuan. Although he voluntarily lent Lin Ziyuan the money, he still felt resentful. Lin Ziyuan wanted to argue that the money was given voluntarily, but she didn't dare. After hitting Lin Ziyuan, Yu Yanwei didn't say anything else and just got in the car and left without caring about her. Lin Ziyuan didn't care whether Yu Yanwei cared about her or not. On the contrary, it was a relief that he didn't care about her. If she had to follow him, that would be what scared her the most. Yu Yanwei was too dominant in bed and extremely rude, which made her somewhat unable to bear it. So many times, she hoped that when Yu Yanwei had any needs in that area, he would go to see other women instead of her. She was Yu Yanwei's girl, but she was just a woman he kept. At first, she hoped to ride on Yu Yanwei's coattails and marry him to become the mistress of the Yu family. However, she had no such ideas later on the contrary, she hoped that Yu Yanwei would get tired of her and would stop seeing her. The premise was that Yu Yanwei didn't suppress her at work. Anyway, she had come this far. Even without Yu Yanwei, she had many roles to take on. Nevertheless, she didn't dare to take the initiative to end the relationship with Yu Yanwei for fear of angering him and causing herself to suffer losses. Therefore, she wouldn't actively go to see Yu Yanwei unless it was something important. She would just be a sensible woman being kept. Lin Ziyuan didn't notice that the scene where she was slapped by Yu Yanwei was secretly photographed by paparazzi hiding in the dark. This was a place where billionaires and celebrities gathered, so naturally there were many paparazzi lurking around. Soon, a post was posted online. First-tier female star Lin Ziyuan is slapped by a mysterious man. What's behind that? The paparazzi weren't stupid. They knew Yu Yanwei and didn't dare to expose him. The man in the photo wasn't clear, but Lin Ziyuan was clear enough. Once the picture was out, it triggered the imagination and speculation of many netizens. It didn't even need solid evidence to make Lin Ziyuan fall into a scandal. Lin Ziyuan wasn't only a first-tier actress, she was also an actress who had become a hot topic recently. In addition, the person who posted this post was a paparazzi with tens of millions of fans. As a result, once the post was sent out, it went viral. Although Lin Ziyuan was a first-tier female star with a good reputation among netizens, the entertainment industry was a big dying vat. Even if you were innocent, others might not believe it. Moreover, Lin Ziyuan had many enemies. There were also many enemies who pretended to be friends who knew exactly what kind of person Lin Ziyuan was. Therefore, when this post came out, many people spread malicious speculations about Lin Ziyuan. Because Lin Ziyuan claimed to be single in public, when people saw her alone with a man who hit her, they assumed that the man was her boyfriend. He must have found out that Lin Ziyuan did something wrong, causing him to hit her. There were many other speculations. Chapter 3378, I don't make friends randomly. Lin Ziyuan soon found out about it and was very angry. Damn, it was filmed. Although she resented Yu Yanwei in her heart, she dared not get angry at him. As for these things, Leng Xiaoyao didn't know nor care. They stayed at the racecourse until 5 p.m., then left to have dinner. Dao Zheng and the others all knew that Li Mochen had high standards. Since Leng Xiaoyao could follow Li Mochen, and their relationship was so intimate, they understood that Li Mochen valued Leng Xiaoyao very much, so they also respected her. If it were someone like Yu Yanwei, the women next to him were basically played with for money. Such women wouldn't be respected. They would even be despised. Leng Xiaoyao was never a timid person. Facing Li Mochen's friends, she remained calm and composed from beginning to end. No matter what they spoke about, she could join in the conversation. Dao Zheng and the others knew that a woman who could stand by Li Mochen's side wasn't ordinary, and her knowledge made them even more aware of her extraordinariness. They also learned that Leng Xiaoyao was the National Liberal Arts Champion of the National College Entrance Examination, only 1 point away from being the national champion. After knowing Leng Xiaoyao's age, it surprised them even more because Leng Xiaoyao's behavior and demeanor gave them the feeling that she wasn't just a high school graduate. After dinner, Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen refused Dao Zheng and the others' invitation to go to the club and went back to Hanlin Manor. Because they were too full from dinner, they took a walk after getting out of the car at home. Just then, Zhang Xiaoxiao and her mother were also taking a walk, so they saw Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen next to her. Zhang Xiaoxiao was attracted to Li Mochen at first glance. He was so handsome. Then she frowned. What was the relationship between Leng Xiaoyao and this man? Once again, she felt jealous of Leng Xiaoyao. Leng Xiaoyao naturally saw Zhang Xiaoxiao and noticed her jealousy, but she ignored her directly. After all, they weren't familiar with each other. Yang's mother noticed something wrong with Zhang Xiaoxiao and asked, "Xiaoxiao, what's wrong?" "Nothing," Zhang Xiaoxiao said without telling her mother her thoughts. After Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen walked away, Li Mochen asked her, "Did that girl have a conflict with you?" It wasn't that Li Mochen paid attention to other women, but Zhang Xiaoxiao's hostility towards Leng Xiaoyao was too obvious to ignore. "The last time I took Chen Meng and the others to walk around outside the capital university, we encountered her, a mad dog biting people. We argued for a while, but I didn't expect that she also lives here, Leng Xiaoyao said. She didn't care about it. If she came to find trouble with her again, she wouldn't be polite. If she didn't cause her any trouble, Leng Xiaoyao wouldn't pay attention to her. If anyone dares to cause you trouble, you don't need to hesitate to fight back. As long as no one is killed, I can help you with it. Even if someone is killed, I could still help cover it up, but it'll be a little troublesome. I know you won't be so cruel, said Li Mochen. He was willing to support Leng Xiaoyao and help her solve her problems. Upon hearing that, Leng Xiaoyao would be lying if she said that she wasn't moved. Okay, I'll turn to you for help if there's trouble. This was the capital city. Many people were beyond her reach. After all, this place wasn't like Guiyan where the strong were respected. There whoever had the strongest fist would have the final say, but this was a legal society where laws and rights were supreme. If she offended someone with high status or power, she might be fine personally, but she still had family members who would be in endless trouble. Leng Xiaoyao wouldn't look down on anyone just because of her outstanding abilities. In her previous incarnation, not only did she have abilities, she also had a family background that few people could match. She didn't look down on anyone then either. Where do you want to go tomorrow? Li Mochen asked. How about we find a remote place to cultivate tomorrow? Leng Xiaoyao said. Besides practicing with Li Mochen, she really didn't know what else to do. Okay, Li Mochen agreed. They walked around the community for a while and sat for a while before returning home around 10 p.m. On the way back, Li Mochen directly took Leng Xiaoyao's hand. Leng Xiaoyao struggled a few times, but failed to break free. She said irritably, I haven't agreed to be your girlfriend yet. Why are you holding my hand? It's just holding hands, not kissing, Li Mochen said, thick-skinned. Leng Xiaoyao felt nervous and her heart was beating irregularly. Anyway, since she couldn't break free, she stopped struggling. She wanted to break free, not because she hated holding hands with him, but because she felt uneasy. Li Mochen walked her to the door of her house. Looking at Leng Xiaoyao, Li Mochen was excited. Especially when his eyes fell on her pretty lips, he really wanted to kiss her. Whether Leng Xiaoyao realized it or was afraid of what might happen, she broke free from Li Mochen's hand and ran inside. Watching Leng Xiaoyao's fleeing figure, Li Mochen smiled bitterly. He didn't know how long he had to wait before he could make her accept him. It seemed to be a long way with challenges. Leng Xiaoyao didn't have the habit of sleeping early. After returning home, she took a shower, changed into her pajamas, and started working. She didn't sleep until 2 a.m. The next day, Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen went for a morning run and met Zhang Xiaoxiao. She was also running. Zhang Xiaoxiao couldn't take her eyes off Li Mochen when she saw him. She looked hesitant and took a deep breath before walking towards Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen. Leng Xiaoyao, I'm sorry for my rude words outside the gate of the capital university last time. I was in a bad mood and my emotions were out of control. I hope you won't hold it against me. Zhang Xiaoxiao apologized to Leng Xiaoyao in a gentle and friendly manner. If Zhang Xiaoxiao had apologized when she met and instead of causing a fight, Leng Xiaoyao might have thought that Zhang Xiaoxiao's apology was sincere. However, this time Zhang Xiaoxiao obviously came because of Li Mochen. How could Leng Xiaoyao believe that she really wanted to apologize? Despite that, Leng Xiaoyao didn't show any anger and replied calmly and distantly. It's okay. I've let it go a long time ago. If Zhang Xiaoxiao provoked her again, she wouldn't be polite. After hearing Leng Xiaoyao say that she had let it go, Zhang Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. Can we be friends? We will soon be alumni, and we both live in Hanlin Manor. We can go to school and come home together in the future. I'm sorry, I don't make friends randomly. If we have chances to meet in the future, we might become friends, Leng Xiaoyao said. The first part was true, but the latter part was just a perfunctory response. We gotta go, Leng Xiaoyao said without waiting for Zhang Xiaoxiao to say anything else. She ran away with Li Mochen. Zhang Xiaoxiao wanted to chase after them, but felt embarrassed to do so. Chapter 3379, Ask Mu Beihan Out. Zhang Xiaoxiao was worried that they would find her behavior too purposeful. What she didn't know was that Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen distanced themselves from her because of discovering her motives. However, Zhang Xiaoxiao also sensed from Leng Xiaoyao's attitude that she didn't really forgive her. She still disliked her. Otherwise, why would she refuse to be friends with her and walk away so quickly? Originally, Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen were going to a remote place to cultivate today, but when they had just finished breakfast, Li Mochen received a phone call and had to leave for something, so they couldn't go. Li Mochen told Leng Xiaoyao that if she was bored, she could go visit Mu Beihan. With that said, Leng Xiaoyao also remembered Mu Beihan. By 9 a.m., Mu Beihan should have already woken up, so Leng Xiaoyao called her. However, Mu Beihan was still sleeping and had a bad temper when she was woken up. The moment her phone rang, she felt like going crazy. She grabbed her phone and wanted to mute it, but when she saw that it was Leng Xiaoyao calling, she suddenly became wide awake and answered the phone immediately. Leng Xiaoyao, have you come to the capital city? Are you calling me to hang out? Before Leng Xiaoyao could speak, Mu Beihan spoke excitedly. She had been bored at home since her vacation started. She had other friends, but there was no one she truly accepted from the bottom of her heart, so when they asked her out, she was too lazy to go with them, feeling that it was boring. However, Leng Xiaoyao was different. Her acceptance of Leng Xiaoyao wasn't entirely because of Leng Xiaoyao herself. After all, she had only met Leng Xiaoyao twice. More importantly, it was Li Mochen that made her so unguarded towards Leng Xiaoyao. If it hadn't been for Li Mochen, she would have needed a long time to accept Leng Xiaoyao as a friend. It didn't mean that Leng Xiaoyao wasn't good. It was just her own vigilance. Yes. Do you have time today? Leng Xiaoyao smiled and asked. Of course. All I have is time now. To be honest with you, I've been on vacation and I'm about to rust at home. I want to travel, but my family won't let me. They worry about this and that. Humph. I'm already an adult and yet I'm still being controlled so strictly. Is it easy for me? Mu Beihan said, feeling aggrieved. Mu Beihan was very aloof in front of outsiders, but very lively in front of people she was familiar with. Great, where are we going? I'm not familiar with the capital city, said Leng Xiaoyao. Where do you want to go? The mall or a tourist attraction? Mu Beihan asked. At this question, Leng Xiaoyao realized that she didn't have many clothes. Let's go to the shopping mall. I really need some clothes. When she came to study later, she didn't want to bring too many clothes from home. Anyway, most women were fond of new things and tired of old ones. There would always be a missing piece of clothing in the closet. Leng Xiaoyao was no exception. In her previous incarnation, she liked buying clothes too. There were many clothes in her closet that she had never worn before, but she just couldn't control herself from buying more and more. Okay, let's meet at the right side of the east gate of Wengfu Street in Dongcheng District at 11 a.m. at Fizi Cafe. We can have lunch first, then we can go to the mall, Mu Beihan said. Wengfu Street in Dongcheng District was the busiest commercial street in the capital city and had a long history. Mu Beihan suggested going there mainly because she was only familiar with Wengfu Street. At 10:40 a.m., Mu Beihan arrived at the Fizi Cafe and told Leng Xiaoyao the table number. At 10:50 a.m., Leng Xiaoyao arrived. They ordered steak, coffee, and a fruit platter. I often come to this cafe. The food here is pretty good. At least better than many other places. Mu Beihan said, by the way, when did you come to the capital city? I came 2 days ago. I've been busy these past 2 days, so I didn't come to see you, Leng Xiaoyao said. After we finish shopping, can I go to your place? Mu Beihan looked at Leng Xiaoyao expectantly. Of course. You should know where I live. If I'm home and bored in the future, come over to see me. Leng Xiaoyao said that because she had quickly accepted Mu Beihan as a friend because of Li Mochen and Mu Yiyang. With Leng Xiaoyao's agreement, Mu Beihan's face lit up with joy. Can you teach me martial arts later? Sure, Leng Xiaoyao replied. Since she had promised Mu Beihan, she naturally wouldn't just say it. After having lunch together, the two went to the shopping mall. When girls have a good relationship, they sometimes hold hands and link arms while shopping. If men did the same, they would surely be mistaken for being Homosexual. Although Leng Xiaoyao was wealthy, she didn't go to those so-called luxury stores because only the brands were valuable while the items weren't really durable. Mu Beihan accompanied Leng Xiaoyao as she looked around. Although she came from a prominent family and held a high position, her family had fixed allowances which were sufficient for a comfortable life. She couldn't buy things on a whim like Leng Xiaoyao could. She kept a few thousand yuan to her own, which wasn't a small amount, but she didn't want to spend it on herself because she had enough clothes to wear. She envied Leng Xiaoyao's lavish lifestyle, but she didn't feel jealous because Leng Xiaoyao's wealth was made by using her own ability. Leng Xiaoyao was a very thoughtful person and understood why Mu Beihan didn't look at clothes. She picked up 2 dresses in the same style but different colors and walked over to her. Mu Beihan, do you consider me a friend? Mu Beihan was a little confused and didn't know why Leng Xiaoyao asked that. Of course, she replied. Then I want us to wear matching outfits. I'll give you a dress. How about we wear matching outfits today? Leng Xiaoyao said, picking up the pink dress and handing it to Mu Beihan. Leng Xiaoyao didn't just pick any dress. This one was very beautiful. She had asked Mu Beihan about it earlier, and Mu Beihan not only said it was pretty, her eyes also lit up. Obviously, Mu Beihan also liked this dress. Ah, Mu Beihan widened her eyes in surprise. But this dress is not cheap. Although it wasn't a luxury brand, the price was still frighteningly high for this designer dress. It cost over 2,000 yuan. Mu Beihan's clothes were also priced at 1 or 2,000 yuan, or even 3,000 yuan per piece, but there was a difference between what her family bought and what Leng Xiaoyao gave her. In my opinion, if our relationship is good enough, then giving gifts worth thousands or even millions of yuan won't be considered expensive. On the other hand, giving gifts worth just a few or tens of yuan won't be considered cheap. The most important thing is the intention behind the gift. If it was for a stranger, I would care about the price even if it's just a few yuan, so since I can afford to give you this gift, what matters is not the value of the gift itself, but the value of our friendship, Leng Xiaoyao said. Chapter 3380, He Shuijiao. Upon hearing what Leng Xiaoyao said, Mu Beihan was touched and couldn't refuse. Since Leng Xiaoyao sincerely took her as a friend, she decided to accept the gift and give Leng Xiaoyao a valuable gift in return. Mu Beihan wasn't as eye-catching as Leng Xiaoyao, but she was also a great beauty and not much worse than Leng Xiaoyao. In addition, both of them had a tall and well-proportioned figure. When the two wore similar dresses and stood together, they looked like a pair of sisters under the spotlight. Even the saleswoman was stunned. Mu Beihan. Suddenly, a sharp female voice sounded. Mu Beihan and Leng Xiaoyao instinctively looked over. They saw an 18 or 19-year-old girl walking towards Mu Beihan aggressively. Behind the girl were 2 girls of a similar age. Upon seeing the girl, Mu Beihan frowned and showed impatience. What's the matter? Did you have dinner with Brother Shuo the day before yesterday? The girl angrily questioned, as if she had caught a vixen who had seduced her husband. Yeah, what's wrong? It's none of your business. Mu Beihan deliberately boasted with a smile. He Shuijiao was furious. Mu Beihan, do you have any sense of shame? Brother Shuo is my fiancé. How dare you go out to dinner with him behind my back? Upon hearing that, people around them looked at Mu Beihan with disdain. However, Leng Xiaoyao didn't. She knew. There was more to this. He Shuijiao, are you crazy? Half a year ago, didn't you break off your engagement with Brother Shuo because he had a car accident and broke his leg? How come he is your fiancé again now that his leg is healed? You're shameless. Mu Beihan sneered and sympathized with Zuo Shuo. She and Zuo Shuo were just friends and had no inappropriate feelings for each other. Although their relationship was good, they still maintained a polite distance. In society, apart from men, there were just women. It was very common to have friends of the opposite sex, but it was important to maintain boundaries with friends of the opposite sex. Therefore, although she had a good relationship with Zuo Shuo and knew that He Shuijiao wasn't a good person, she had never told Zuo Shuo to break off his engagement with He Shuijiao or anything like that. After all, even if their relationship was good, she was still an outsider. Moreover, Zuo Shuo liked He Shuijiao very much, so he could tolerate some of her bad habits. However, he had his limits. After breaking off his engagement with He Shuijiao, he was completely done with her. Therefore, when He Shuijiao went to see him again later, he wasn't at all soft-hearted. Upon hearing Mu Beihan's words, the disdainful looks of people around them turned into disdain for He Shuijiao. She had broken off their engagement because the man had a car accident and broke his leg, but she wanted him back after he recovered. It wasn't that easy. Who did she think she was? Could she do whatever she wanted? When Mu Beihan said that, He Shuijiao's expression changed unnaturally, but she still retorted. It's none of your business. Brother Zuo is still my fiancé. You were not allowed to have dinner with him. So what if I do? I'm going to have lunch with him this afternoon too. Mu Beihan deliberately provoked He Shuijiao. Why you can't do this? He Shuijiao's face was distorted in anger. Why can't I? It has nothing to do with you. Can't you mind your own business? You have no right to interfere with me. Mu Beihan looked at He Shuijiao with disgust, as if she were something dirty. Don't mess with me, or I'll beat you. Mu Beihan threatened, losing her patience with He Shuijiao. Mu Beihan, I'm your cousin. He Shuijiao said angrily, feeling that Mu Beihan was being too disrespectful to her. I don't have a shameful cousin like you. It's embarrassing, Mu Beihan said, looking disgusted. If you keep talking, I'll really hit you. Mu Beihan got mad. He Shuijiao was scared. She was unwilling to accept this result, but she didn't say anything else because Mu Beihan would really hit her. She couldn't defeat Mu Beihan, so she didn't dare to bother her any longer. After He Shuijiao left like a loser, Mu Beihan complained. Humph. She's really like her mother, selfish and self-serving. She wanted to end the engagement. The Zhou family could understand it and agreed. Now she shouldn't regret it. Now that she sees that Zhou Shuo's leg has healed, she wants him back. It's just like mother, like daughter. Both of them do the same disgusting things. Mu Beihan didn't usually like to talk behind people's backs, but she really couldn't stand He Shuijiao. Leng Xiaoyao couldn't intervene in other people's affairs, but she really despised this type of woman. After He Shuijiao left, she immediately called Zhou Shuo, but he had already blocked her number. She couldn't get through. She then called him with a friend's phone. Because Zhou Shuo didn't know who was calling, he answered. Hello, this is Zhou Shuo. Brother Shuo, it's me, Shuijiao. He Shuijiao said urgently, but before she could finish, the phone beeped. Obviously, Zhou Shuo had hung up on her. He Shuijiao was embarrassed and angry. Why did Zhou Shuo treat her like this? Did she do something wrong? He had broken his leg at the time. Did he still want her to be with him? Didn't he like her? Then why didn't he care about her future? After he recovered, she was willing to continue being with him. Shouldn't he be happy? Why did he blame her? In He Shuijiao's mind, she was the one who was hurt, so she was unhappy. She tried calling again, but this time it didn't go through since she was blocked once more. He Shuijiao screamed uncontrollably, attracting the attention of many people who gave her accusatory glances. The two women, who were with He Shuijiao, also felt extremely embarrassed and wanted to leave her behind and go away. However, they couldn't afford to offend He Shuijiao, so they could only stay with her. Shuijiao, are you all right? One girl asked with concern. He Shuijiao ignored her and handed the phone back to the girl before running away. The two girls followed her for a few steps, but then stopped. It was pointless to catch up with He Shuijiao at this moment, and they didn't really care about her. Instead, they started criticizing her. He Shuijiao is so shameless. As soon as she heard that there was little hope for Zhou Shuo's recovery, she rushed to ask for an end to their engagement. Now that he's better, she wants to get back together. It's ridiculous. Since she dumped him, she shouldn't go to see him again. Well, what she did is quite unkind, but it's her business after all. Let's not meddle in it too much. It won't be good if she hears us. Chapter 3381, Did We Bully You? They also found He Shuijiao's behavior despicable. Although they thought it was understandable for her to break off the engagement in that situation, she shouldn't have tried to get back together with him once he was better. They had advised her not to rush into breaking off the engagement and to wait for Zhou Shuo to receive treatment. After all, medical technology was so advanced nowadays. Other than because of her family background and good appearance, He Shuijiao didn't deserve Zhou Shuo. They were very close with He Shuijiao, so they knew that during that time, she had a boyfriend. She only broke up with him after she found out that Zhou Shuo's leg had healed. Leng Xiaoyao bought several sets of clothes, pajamas, and shoes. Wow, a woman's shopping ability is really strong. Mu Beihan couldn't help exclaim. That's why women's money is the easiest to earn. Leng Xiaoyao laughed. Women always had more clothes than men, in various styles and colors. Men's clothes, on the other hand, were usually just a few monotonous colors and styles. Men were much more casual in their choice of clothes. After they returned to Hanlin Manor, Mu Beihan asked Leng Xiaoyao in surprise, "Leng Xiaoyao, aren't you afraid of living alone in such a big house?" "If it were me, I would be scared. Seeing the emptiness here and the darkness over there, my mind would conjure up many scary scenes." "What is there to be afraid of? Even if there are ghosts, I'm not afraid," Leng Xiaoyao said, but Mu Beihan thought that there were no ghosts in this world. Nevertheless, Mu Beihan admired Leng Xiaoyao's fearlessness. After resting for a while, Mu Beihan pulled Leng Xiaoyao up to spar with her. "Do you need me to use my abilities to fight on your level, or do you want me to use my abilities directly?" Leng Xiaoyao asked. "I feel like you're looking down on me." Mu Beihan was slightly upset and felt a bit discouraged. "Fine. I know I can't defeat you, but don't fight on my level. Just don't hit me too hard." Mu Beihan was still afraid of being accidentally injured by Leng Xiaoyao, so she didn't want her to fully use her abilities. Okay. Leng Xiaoyao found it funny, but no matter what, she wouldn't hurt Mu Beihan. The two of them started fighting in the yard. Mu Beihan used all her skills, but Leng Xiaoyao only used 50% strength and still suppressed Mu Beihan completely. Although she didn't leave her with no room for resistance, it was still quite challenging. This challenge made Mu Beihan excited. The more she was suppressed, the more courageous she became, and she could resist for a while. Overall, Mu Beihan's skills were still at a high level. She could handle about 10 thugs at a time and had the ability to protect herself. "I'm tired, let's stop." Mu Beihan was about to collapse from exhaustion, so she surrendered. However, Leng Xiaoyao didn't look tired at all. "You're too amazing. You're not even tired," Mu Beihan said enviously. Later on, Leng Xiaoyao taught Mu Beihan some moves, and Mu Beihan learned them happily. Leng Xiaoyao returned home after having dinner at around 6 p.m. Mu Beihan didn't want to go home, but her strict upbringing didn't allow her to stay out overnight casually. That night, Li Mochen didn't come back. It wasn't until the next day when Leng Xiaoyao went out for a morning run that she saw Li Mochen standing outside the door. Seeing him, Leng Xiaoyao smiled. "When did you come back?" "Midnight," Li Mochen said with a faint smile and tender eyes. "If there's something important these days, let's not cultivate. We can wait until we have time," Leng Xiaoyao said. Cultivation was important, but so was dealing with important matters. "It's done for now. There's nothing important. We can go," Li Mochen said. He was someone who knew how to prioritize things. If there were really important matters that he couldn't let go of, he would handle them first. In that case, Leng Xiaoyao didn't say anything else. When the two of them were running in the morning, they ran into Zhang Xiaoxiao again. Zhang Xiaoxiao didn't usually go for morning runs, but she woke up early just to see Li Mochen. Upon seeing Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen, she ran over to them with a polite smile and greeted them. "Hi, Leng Xiaoyao." Because she didn't know Li Mochen's name, she just nodded and smiled at him. However, Li Mochen didn't even give her a glance. "Hello." Without embarrassing the smiling face, Leng Xiaoyao still responded perfunctorily. "Can we run together?" Zhang Xiaoxiao asked. "This road isn't owned by me. You can run however you want," Leng Xiaoyao said. Although she didn't snub the smiling face, she was impatient with Zhang Xiaoxiao. Zhang Xiaoxiao felt Leng Xiaoyao's rejection, so she was slightly displeased and anger grew in her heart. Leng Xiaoyao was being too arrogant. In that instant, Zhang Xiaoxiao showed a pitiful appearance. People who didn't know the truth would think that Leng Xiaoyao was bullying her. "Leng Xiaoyao, are you still holding a grudge against me for what happened before? I know I was wrong, and I have apologized to you. Can't you let it go?" Her words made it seem like Leng Xiaoyao was narrow-minded. Moreover, when Zhang Xiaoxiao said that, she secretly looked at Li Mochen. It couldn't be more obvious that she was trying to stir things up between Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen. However, Li Mochen showed no reaction at all. Many elderly people who were jogging or walking around were familiar with Zhang Xiaoxiao. Seeing her looking pitiful in front of a man and a woman, they stood up for her. "What's going on here? Are you bullying this poor girl? Look how sad she is," said an old lady. Seeing Zhang Xiaoxiao looking so wronged made her think that she was being bullied. Upon hearing that, Leng Xiaoyao laughed, but it was very sarcastic. "Are we bullying her? Miss, did we bully you?" The latter sentence was said to Zhang Xiaoxiao. No, Zhang Xiaoxiao immediately denied it, but her pitiful appearance made her denial unconvincing. "Miss, I really don't know what you're aggrieved about. You cursed me and my friend because you were in a bad mood previously. I accepted your apology and said I wouldn't hold it against you, but you are still looking pitiful, as if we've bullied you." Leng Xiaoyao had become impatient and didn't hesitate to embarrass Zhang Xiaoxiao. She directly revealed the reason behind it. Once Leng Xiaoyao said that, the people around who thought that Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen were bullying Zhang Xiaoxiao became embarrassed. However, if Leng Xiaoyao told the truth, what did Zhang Xiaoxiao's pitiful appearance mean? Chapter 3382, Scare Them Away with a Look. No, I didn't. Zhang Xiaoxiao couldn't believe that Leng Xiaoyao would embarrass her publicly and immediately denied it. Her pitiful appearance faded a little, and anger replaced it. "You all heard it. She isn't being bullied, so don't suspect us of bullying her just because she looks pitiful," Leng Xiaoyao said, then ignored them and pulled Li Mochen away. The others knew that they had misunderstood Leng Xiaoyao, so they didn't have any resentment towards her. If it were them who were misunderstood, they might also be angry. "Since you haven't been bullied, why are you feeling wronged? You're acting," an old lady said angrily, then left. The others followed suit. They didn't blame Zhang Xiaoxiao since they had misunderstood the situation themselves, but they could tell that she wasn't innocent. Zhang Xiaoxiao felt so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. In fact, she left and hurriedly ran back home. Because of that, she harbored a grudge against Leng Xiaoyao. At that moment, a seed of hatred began to sprout in her heart. Although it wasn't Leng Xiaoyao's fault, for selfish people, whoever made them unhappy was at fault. Zhang Xiaoxiao's sudden appearance didn't affect Leng Xiaoyao's mood. It was just unpleasant in the moment and was fine once she left. However, her expression was still cold and she didn't speak. Li Mochen was worried that she was still angry, so he asked with concern, "Are you still angry?" Li Mochen hadn't said anything because it wasn't a serious problem. It wasn't serious enough to make him intervene. Leng Xiaoyao could handle it easily. However, he was also angry because of Zhang Xiaoxiao's strange behavior. "No, why would I be angry? It's you who's attracting all these women. They're coming for you," Leng Xiaoyao said sourly. "What? Are you jealous?" Li Mochen suddenly felt good and a faint smile appeared on his lips. "Nonsense, why would I be jealous? That's impossible. Don't talk nonsense," Leng Xiaoyao retorted after being struck dumb for a second. Okay, Li Mochen responded. However, he obviously didn't believe her reply. Leng Xiaoyao, who wasn't angry earlier, suddenly felt annoyed. Li Mochen realized that he had ignited Leng Xiaoyao's anger and immediately tried to please her. "Don't worry, if there are any women who come to me like this again, I'll kick them away." He never laid a hand on women, but if they made his woman unhappy, he wouldn't mind doing so. Although Leng Xiaoyao hadn't agreed to be his girlfriend yet, she was already his in his mind. Ha ha, Leng Xiaoyao was amused by his words. Although she knew he wouldn't really do it, she still said, "You'll directly kick them away. You're too rude. I only need to cherish you," Li Mochen said firmly. He didn't care about other women. "I'm afraid if you do that often, you'll become violent. What if you kick me instead one day?" Leng Xiaoyao acted frightened. "No way, I'd never hurt you," Li Mochen said seriously. He didn't even think he could give her enough love. Who knows what will happen in the future? So it's better not to kick women away. I think you can scare them away with just a look. Leng Xiaoyao really worried that Li Mochen would kick other women away, so it was better not to encourage him. Li Mochen was speechless. He knew what Leng Xiaoyao was thinking, so he obediently said, "Okay, then I won't kick them away." I'll just scare them away with a look. After their morning run and breakfast, they cleaned up and went to a remote place to cultivate. They were gone for 3 days. Although they didn't make much progress in the 3 days of cultivation, there was still some improvement. In a few days, Li Mochen needed to deal with other things, and since it was time to fill out her college application, on the second day after returning from cultivation, Leng Xiaoyao went back to City Chong. However, on the day she went home, Li Mochen took her to see the apartments that Mu Yufan and the others had found. It was about 2 kilometers away from the company, which was quite close since this was a commercial office area and there were no residential areas nearby. Their apartments weren't on the same floor. It was unlikely to find so many apartments for rent on one floor. It was already good enough to find them in the same building. After looking at the apartments, Leng Xiaoyao was satisfied. Li Mochen immediately contacted the landlords to handle the procedures. They contacted 6 landlords and signed the contracts for the 6 apartments in one afternoon. Leng Xiaoyao went back to City Chong for 2 days, then went to the school to fill out her application. Even though she had already been admitted by recommendation, she still had to go through the process. Mu Beihan had asked Leng Xiaoyao what major she wanted to apply for. Leng Xiaoyao decided to apply for economics, which made Mu Beihan give up on the idea of applying for the same major. The same thing happened with An Chenmeng. They both knew that they weren't talented for business. In the end, the 2 strangers coincidentally applied for the same major, law. Although Leng Xiaoyao was the top scorer in liberal arts, she was also second place in science, so there was no problem with her choice of economics. Today was the day for students to return to school and fill out their applications. Many reporters came to interview Leng Xiaoyao because she was the provincial champion and the national champion in liberal arts. Before interviewing Leng Xiaoyao, they had already interviewed her head teacher. In their opinion, Leng Xiaoyao had no flaws, only strengths. As for her previous misbehaviors, they were all ignored. Leng Xiaoyao studied hard, brought glory to the school, and even tutored her classmates to improve their grades. For the students in Class 8, Leng Xiaoyao was like an idol. During the interview, Leng Xiaoyao patiently answered all the questions and left a good impression on everyone. After filling out their applications, the head teacher organized a dinner. Although they said it was organized by the teacher, it was actually the students from Class 8 who wanted to treat Leng Xiaoyao to a meal. Therefore, everyone except Leng Xiaoyao paid for their own meal. Since everyone wanted to thank her, she didn't refuse their kindness. Everyone raised their glasses to toast Leng Xiaoyao and expressed their gratitude. Time passed slowly. In early August, Leng Xiaoyao received her admission letter. As expected, it was from the capital university. What Leng Xiaoyao didn't know was that there was almost an incident with her admission letter, which was related to the Li family. However, the Li family was being watched by Li Mochen's people, so when they made a move, Li Mochen's people discovered it and immediately dealt with it. Chapter 3383, Be in a Bad Mood. Therefore, the Li family once again suffered from Li Mochen's revenge and fell into chaos. Li Zongquan's room, in the Li family. Li Zongquan was already old. After being heavily hit again and again, he fell ill. "Dad, you've been taught a lesson several times. Why did you still go after that girl? Things are becoming more and more unfavorable for the Li family," Li Mink asked exhaustedly. These days, he had been dealing with the Li family's affairs, and he was going crazy. "Is this how you talk to your father?" Li Zongquan was used to being domineering. Being questioned by his own son made him feel that his authority was being challenged, so he was furious. However, due to his weak body, he was no longer powerful. In the past, if Li Zongquan was so angry, Li Mink would be very afraid, but at this moment, he was no longer afraid. He can't control so much. "Is there something wrong with what I said? You fell into Mochen's hands several times. Haven't you learned anything? I think Mochen's subordinates are merciful and that is why our family has not been destroyed. If you try to hurt the girl again, our family will be ruined." In the past, Li Ming would definitely argue with Li Mink, but this time he was unusually silent because he felt powerless about many things these days. All along, because of the Li family's status, he could do everything smoothly. He had never been in such a difficult situation before. However, it wasn't because of his status that things went smoothly for him. It was all because Li Zongquan was bearing the burden. Although Li Zongquan's character wasn't great, he had great ambition. He also had outstanding abilities. Unfortunately, he had retired from that stage long ago due to his age, so he couldn't manage things as much as before. Therefore, Li Ming had to admit that what Li Ming said was correct, but he still resented Li Mochen. He believed that Li Mochen was a ruthless person who had no gratitude. Besides, he blamed Li Mochen for treating their family so harshly and throwing them into serious trouble. He knew that Li Mochen had targeted the Li family because of their actions against him, but in Li Mingdi's opinion, since Li Mochen was a member of the Li family, he should listen to the arrangements of the Li family. If the Li family bullied him, he should endure it. If the Li family needed help, he should help. These were all his selfish desires, but others wouldn't indulge him. You bastard! Is this how you destroy your own prestige by encouraging others? Li Zongquan scolded. He couldn't admit that Li Mochen was powerful because he was struggling to cope with what Li Mochen had done to them. Li Mochen was just an unwanted child of the Li family. How could he be more powerful than the Li family? I'm not destroying my own prestige by encouraging others. How do you explain what happened several times? Dad, I'm exhausted from dealing with these things now. If you think these things are not important, then you can deal with them yourself. Anyway, I haven't done anything illegal. I'm not afraid of investigation, Li Ming said. He had no intention of getting involved in the Li family's affairs anymore. Li Zongquan was so angry that he almost couldn't breathe. However, he didn't know how to refute. Mink, you can't ignore this. When Li Ming heard that, he was anxious. They were dealing with things together, and he was already exhausted. If Li Ming stopped helping, what would he do alone? Seeing Li Mingdi's helpless appearance, Li Zongquan was in pain. I can't ignore it. Do I have the ability to deal with it? Li Ming said angrily, I told you not to trouble Li Mochen. Did you listen? Why do you want me to deal with the trouble you caused? You should be aware of my abilities. Well, I'll only deal with this once more. If you cause trouble for Li Mochen again and make him come after the Li family, then I won't help anymore. I don't dare to oppose him. After finishing, Li Ming turned around and left Li Zongquan's room directly. Li Zongquan was furious. Li Ming was also very angry, but this time he really felt wary of Li Mochen. Dad, why don't we just leave Li Mochen alone for now? Li Ming said. He didn't want Li Mochen to be too comfortable, but at least for now, he didn't want to deal with him. You bunch of idiots, Li Zongquan cursed loudly. He had been powerful all his life, but his sons and grandsons were all inferior to him. The capable ones either died early or left the Li family. He admitted that Li Mochen was capable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked Li Mochen to return to help the Li family. He thought that Li Mochen would be willing to return to the Li family, but, when Leng Xiaoyao received her admission letter, she called Li Mochen. Li Mochen didn't tell her about the movements of the Li family. He only cared about when Leng Xiaoyao would go to the capital city. Actually, Leng Xiaoyao was going to make a trip to the capital city tomorrow because the office renovation had been completed and could be inspected. However, Li Mochen happened to be going abroad, so he would miss Leng Xiaoyao on his own initiative. As a result, Li Mochen was in a terrible mood, but he had important matters and couldn't delay. Leng Xiaoyao could only comfort him, saying that she would be going to the capital city to study at the end of the month. They could meet then. Li Mochen took advantage of the situation and said, I think if you agree to date me, then I'll feel better. If so, you'll just have to be in a bad mood. Leng Xiaoyao rolled her eyes resignedly. She wouldn't spoil him. Li Mochen was extremely helpless and realized that the saying was true, the one who fell in love first was destined to be the loser. However, he was willing to lose. The next day, Leng Xiaoyao took Mu Yufan, Zhou Yunkai, and Shen Ziyin to the capital city. Knowing that Leng Xiaoyao and her group were coming, Wu Wenxi personally drove to pick them up. After all, Wu Wenxi had to be present for the project inspection. Leng Xiaoyao needed to pay the final payment then. Miss Leng, we've completed the renovation in 2 months as promised. We have also professionally removed formaldehyde, but there is still some odor. It'll take at least 2 weeks of ventilation. Wu Wenxi said once he saw Leng Xiaoyao. Okay, we're not moving in until the end of August, so we still have about a month. Leng Xiaoyao replied. After arriving in the capital city, they had lunch first, then they went to the company to take a look. Although they all knew that the company wasn't small, they were still shocked when they saw it. The decoration style was also eye-catching. Shen Xian's office was next to the jewelry display area. As the chief designer and shareholder, her office wasn't small and was decorated extremely well. Mu Yufan and Zhou Yongkai's offices were much larger and better than those in City Chong. They were very satisfied. Leng Xiaoyao was the biggest boss, but she didn't do anything special and her office was similar to theirs. The other offices were slightly smaller than theirs. Chapter 3384, Gifts to Shareholders. Just by looking at this office, it makes me excited and want to move in immediately, Mu Yufan said excitedly. It shouldn't be long. We can move in by the end of August, just 1 more month. Zhou Yongkai was also eager. After looking at the office, they went to see the apartments and let Mu Yufan and Zhou Yongkai choose first. Because each apartment had a different decoration style, there was a slight difference in rent, but it was only a matter of 200 or 300 yuan. Mu Yufan chose the one on the 12th floor, and Zhou Yongkai chose the one on the 15th floor. The reason why they didn't rent an apartment for Shen Xinyan was explained by Leng Xiaoyao. Shen Ziyin agreed on that. Because the jewelry company hadn't yet started, Shen Xinyan didn't need to come to the capital city for the time being. She would only come when the game became popular and could help with the jewelry business. It would probably take 3 or 4 months to start the jewelry business. In the afternoon, Wu Wenxi didn't have lunch with them. Mu Yufan had a friend in the capital city, so he wanted to treat him to a meal. Leng Xiaoyao had no objections, so Mu Yufan made the reservation. Since Mu Yufan invited his friend, he insisted on paying for the meal. Leng Xiaoyao originally wanted to pay for it and didn't mind having 2 more friends join them, but Mu Yufan refused. Leng Xiaoyao didn't want to embarrass Mu Yufan, so she let him do it. At 6:10 p.m., Leng Xiaoyao and the others arrived at the restaurant. Because Mu Yufan's friend wouldn't be off work until 6 p.m. and it took at least 20 minutes on the road, they didn't go there too early. Leng Xiaoyao and others waited for 20 minutes until Mu Yufan's friend arrived, along with his own friend. It was mentioned before they arrived that there would be 2 people, so Leng Xiaoyao and the others didn't mind. Mu Yufan's friend introduced himself and his friend to them, but didn't mention that Leng Xiaoyao was the boss, only that they were colleagues. This was agreed upon by Leng Xiaoyao and Mu Yufan beforehand, as well as Shen Xinyan. Mu Yufan's friend was named Chen Sichen, and his friend was named Wang Ruihao. They were both around 28 years old. Chen Sichen was also from City Chong and his career was in the capital city, while Wang Ruihao was a local in the capital city with a good family background. Therefore, he looked somewhat arrogant and disdainful towards them. His personality was the main reason. Yufan, what are you doing here in the capital city? Chen Sichen asked. We're here on a business trip. Mu Yufan replied. When are you going back? Chen Sichen asked. The day after tomorrow. We still have things to do tomorrow, Mu Yufan said. I heard from Sichen that you're in the technology industry, Wang Ruihao asked. His attitude seemed fine, but there was a hint of something else. Yes, Mu Yufan replied. We're in the same industry. Wang Ruihao said, have you ever thought about doing business in the capital city? There are more opportunities here. You might get better development if you come to the capital city. His tone was tinged with a hint of superiority. I actually plan on coming to the capital city. I'll be coming at the end of this month, Mu Yufan said, not sensing any ulterior motives from Wang Ruihao. Oh, have you found a job yet, or are you going to look for one after you arrive? If you haven't found one yet, you can consider our company. Our company isn't small, it has over 100 employees. My uncle is the HR manager, so I can help you with that, Wang Ruihao said with a boastful attitude, making his intentions even more obvious. Even Mu Yufan clearly felt it. However, Mu Yufan remained calm since he knew that locals in the capital city were somewhat arrogant. Even though Wang Ruihao had a hint of showing off, it might not necessarily be malicious. Besides, he did offer to help him. Therefore, Mu Yufan still had a smile on his face and politely responded. Thank you for your kindness, but it's okay. I've found one. Oh, can I know what company you were working for? Wang Ruihao didn't really want to introduce a job to Mu Yufan, so he didn't feel anything when he heard Mu Yufan's response. He was just curious about which company he was in. Just a newly opened, small company, Mu Yufan said. Although he said that, he didn't mean to belittle himself. I see. Since it's a small company, even if you tell me, I might not know, Wang Ruihao said, showing a disdainful look. He stopped asking about it. Chen Sichen saw Wang Ruihao acting like this for the first time, so he was slightly displeased, but he couldn't say anything to him, so he could only look apologetically at Mu Yufan. Mu Yufan didn't mind. However, Leng Xiaoyao had a temper and didn't want to let it go. She opened her mouth. By the way, Mr. Chen, we're not familiar with the capital city. Which car dealership is the biggest in the capital city? We want to go look at cars tomorrow. Look at cars. Chen Sichen was struck dumb for a second and was surprised. It turned out they came to buy a car. Because he thought they were here to help the company buy a car, Wang Ruihao didn't feel anything. After all, it wasn't their own car. I know. I happen to have tomorrow off, so I can take you there. What kind of car do you want to buy? Chen Sichen asked. Leng Xiaoyao looked at Mu Yufan and Zhou Yunkai and asked, what kind of car do you two like? Take a good look tonight. As long as it's not more than 1 million yuan, it's considered a gift for the shareholders. If the price is higher, you can pay the extra money. Ziyin will have one too, but not now. She'll get one when she comes to the capital city often. Leng Xiaoyao's words completely shocked Chen Sichen and Wang Ruihao. To buy them cars. 1 million yuan. Gifts for shareholders. Because Mu Yufan and the others were aware that the company would provide cars for the shareholders, they weren't surprised. They also knew the reason why Leng Xiaoyao said this at this moment, so Mu Yufan was very moved. The boss stood up for him. Although he didn't mind Wang Ruihao's low opinion of him, he did feel a little upset. Okay, let's take a good look tomorrow. Mu Yufan and Zhou Yunkai replied. Miss Leng, you're so generous. It seems that you're the big boss of your company. Chen Sichen said. Although he couldn't believe that a girl who looked younger than 20 years old could be the boss, only the boss could say such words. Yeah, Leng Xiaoyao replied without any proud or boastful expression or attitude. Wang Ruihao was extremely unhappy. He originally thought that they were just ordinary office workers, which made him feel superior, but he didn't expect them to be the bosses themselves. The big boss even gave out 1 million worth of cars and even gave them to 3 people. Wang Ruihao said nothing else and ate the meal in silence. After dinner, they didn't do any more entertainment and instead went back to their hotel or home. Chapter 3385, Why did he feel aggrieved? Boss, thank you for supporting me earlier, Mu Yufan expressed his gratitude. For what? I just didn't want that guy to be too proud of himself. Although he didn't do anything extremely unacceptable, who knows what he might have said later if we didn't show our abilities. After we showed our abilities, he didn't say anything else, said Leng Xiaoyao. She didn't think what she did was wrong. Even if it was, she didn't say anything bad about Wang Ruihao. She only talked about herself. Many locals look down on outsiders, especially in big cities like the capital city, but as long as they don't provoke us, it's fine. If they do, we have to stand up for ourselves. If you are bullied in the capital city in the future, just let me know. Don't underestimate my abilities. Sometimes it's not about being tolerant, but about being taken advantage of, Leng Xiaoyao said. She wouldn't stand by and watch any of her employees being bullied, not just Mu Yufan. If her staff were bullied, she would be humiliated. If her staff were mentally hurt and couldn't work well, she would suffer a loss. What you said is right. If we get into trouble in the future, don't blame us. Yeah, but we can guarantee that we won't pick fights for no reason. We don't have the time or energy for that. Mu Yufan and Zhou Yunkai replied. With Leng Xiaoyao's promise, they felt much more at ease. No matter where they went, there would always be troublemakers. They couldn't avoid them, but they could stand up for themselves. As long as it's not you who picks the fights first, I won't blame you. Also, tomorrow I'll give each of you a talisman for your safety. Don't question its effectiveness. It can save your life in critical moments. People who aren't close to me can't get one, Leng Xiaoyao said. Since they were her people, she naturally had to give them talismans. Thank you, boss. Although Mu Yufan and Zhou Yunkai didn't really believe in the talismans, they wouldn't refuse them since Leng Xiaoyao gave it to them. Shen Ziyin knew the effectiveness of the talismans and was still grateful to Leng Xiaoyao upon thinking of what had happened to An Chenjin. After Chen Sichen and Wang Ruihao left, Chen Sichen didn't criticize Wang Ruihao for anything or show any displeasure, even though some of Wang Ruihao's actions had annoyed him before. People who didn't know the truth might think that he took Wang Ruihao along on purpose to embarrass them. After realizing the difference between himself and Mu Yufan, Wang Ruihao didn't mention it to Chen Sichen again. He was in a bad mood, but didn't show any negative emotions towards Chen Sichen. The next morning, Leng Xiaoyao gave Mu Yufan and Zhou Yunkai the talismans she had made. At 11 a.m., Chen Sichen came to the hotel where Leng Xiaoyao and her team stayed and they had a meal together before heading to the car dealership. This time, Chen Sichen came without anyone else. When Chen Sichen got back home last night, he called Mu Yufan and apologized for what had happened yesterday. He didn't know that Wang Ruihao would be so rude. Mu Yufan forgave him. After spending the whole afternoon looking around, Mu Yufan and Zhou Yunkai finally chose their cars, a dedicated car for Mu Yufan and Zhou Yunkai and a business car. The business car was usually used for picking up clients or when they needed to go somewhere with a small group of people. Mu Yufan and Zhou Yunkai didn't want to cut corners, so they chose the same type of car, one white and one black, both costing around 900,000 yuan were registered under their names. Even though Leng Xiaoyao had already told them yesterday and paid the deposit without hesitation, Mu Yufan and Zhou Yunkai were still shocked when they saw it. It was only a deposit. The cars would only be available at the end of the month on the 26th because they were moving on the 25th. Leng Xiaoyao would be reporting to school on the 28th, but she would come over a few days early with them. After spending one more night, Leng Xiaoyao and her team would return to City Chong. A week later, Leng Xiaoyao's game was ready, but she would release it after arriving in the capital city to see if there were any improvements or loopholes needed after playing it with her team. Mu Yufan and Zhou Yunkai couldn't easily complete the game, but Leng Xiaoyao could easily pass it. After all, she was very skilled at playing games and had reached the highest level. Shen Ziyin had finished carving several dozen pieces of jewelry. Meanwhile, Leng Xiaoyao found several types of jade. After making these pieces, Leng Xiaoyao asked Shen Ziyin to stop until they were sold. On the 25th, Leng Xiaoyao and her team left for the capital city. Leng Chengyuan and Leng Yecheng would accompany her because Leng Yecheng promised to buy a car as a gift for Leng Xiaoyao, so H had to go along in person. Therefore, Leng Xiaoyao and the others took a plane, while Mu Yufan and the others followed in a car. Li Mochen asked to pick them up, but Leng Xiaoyao turned him down. She hadn't agreed to be Li Mochen's girlfriend yet. Actually, they were already as close as boyfriend and girlfriend, but even so, she didn't want to let Leng Chengyuan know so early. After all, she was only 18 years old. She didn't personally think 18 was too young, but for elders, it was still very young. To avoid worrying them, it couldn't be mentioned. Li Mochen felt like a clandestine lover, feeling helpless and aggrieved in his heart, but he understood Leng Xiaoyao's concerns, so there was no reason to be angry. He wasn't that petty. After Leng Xiaoyao and the others arrived in the capital city, they took a taxi directly to the Nanchang district. They had a meal first, then went to Hanlin Manor. Although they knew about Hanlin Manor, it was their first time there. Therefore, when they saw the construction and landscaping of Hanlin Manor, they repeatedly praised it. When they arrived at Leng Xiaoyao's house, they were also quite satisfied with the decoration. As they approached the house, Leng Xiaoyao felt a pair of eyes on her. She knew that it was Li Mochen and met his gaze. At that moment, Li Mochen was on the second floor of the house opposite, staring at her. To avoid Leng Chengyuan and Leng Yecheng from noticing anything wrong, Leng Xiaoyao only glanced at him once before withdrawing her gaze. She could feel the grievance released by Li Mochen. Why did he feel aggrieved? When did he become so sentimental? The rooms arranged for Leng Chengyuan and Leng Yecheng were on the first floor because Leng Chengyuan was old and not suitable for going upstairs all day. Leng Yecheng also stayed on the first floor to take care of Leng Chengyuan. Although it was on the first floor, it was no worse than the second floor. Each room had a separate bathroom and new bedding, but it was only after they arrived that everything was set up. Chapter 3386, Are people from other places inferior? For convenience, Leng Yecheng slept on the first floor along with Leng Chengyuan. After resting until around 2 p.m., they went out. They planned to buy a car today so that they could take Leng Chengyuan to see Tiananmen tomorrow. Unfortunately, trouble seemed to be everywhere. When Leng Xiaoyao and the others went to look at cars, they unexpectedly ran into Dao Yishao. It wasn't a big deal that they ran into Dao Yishao because Leng Xiaoyao couldn't care less about her. However, Dao Yishao was bored and took the initiative to pick a fight. You're really shameless. You were shopping at the supermarket with Brother Mochen the other day, and now you're buying a car with another man. Do you follow whoever has money? Dao Yishao angrily accused Leng Xiaoyao. If someone didn't know the truth, they would have thought that Leng Xiaoyao did something wrong to her. Leng Chengyuan and Leng Yecheng looked at Leng Xiaoyao with confusion. What was going on here? They asked her with a silent look. Ms. Dao, what I do has nothing to do with you, Leng Xiaoyao said unhappily. But you betrayed Brother Mochen, Dao Yishao said, believing it was the truth. How did I betray Li Mochen? Even if I really betray him, what does it have to do with you? Leng Xiaoyao found it ridiculously funny. Dao Yishao really thought too highly of herself. It does have something to do with me. If it weren't for you, Brother Mochen wouldn't ignore me, Dao Yishao said. Her words made it seem like Li Mochen and her were close, but in reality, they weren't. Dao Yishao just assumed that he was hers. Calm down, Miss Dao. Isn't it inappropriate to make a scene in public? Li Mochen and you are not even close. Besides, this is my uncle and grandfather. Does that mean there's a problem whenever I'm with a man? If you're with your father, whom I don't know, can I use your logic to criticize you? Leng Xiaoyao sneered. Although she felt a bit unfair for using Dao Yishao's father against her, Dao Yishao made the accusations first. Dao Yishao was struck dumb for a second. She didn't expect these two men to be Leng Xiaoyao's grandfather and uncle. Suddenly, she didn't know what to say. A disgusting person sees everything as disgusting. Leng Yecheng guessed what happened and looked at Dao Yishao with disgust. He didn't mince his words. Dao Yishao didn't say anything else, while they continued to look at cars. Why did she mention Li Mochen? Leng Chengyuan asked after they left. I bought the house from Mr. Li. He gave me a great discount. When I arrived in the capital city, I wanted to invite him for a meal. At that time, there were other friends too, but they didn't want to go out, so we cooked at home. I didn't know where the supermarket was, so Mr. Li took me there. We happened to bump into Miss Dao there. She likes Mr. Li and misunderstood our relationship, so she vented her anger on me, but Mr. Li is only friends with Miss Dao's brother. He isn't very familiar with her. She just assumes that Mr. Li belongs to her, Leng Xiaoyao said half-truthfully. Leng Chengyuan and Leng Yecheng didn't doubt her reply at all. They also thought that Dao Yishao was crazy. Even if something did happen between Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen, it had nothing to do with her. However, they somehow felt that it was strange. Leng Chengyuan and Leng Yecheng couldn't figure it out. Rap D Alpha S Novelle. See Omicron M. Before long, Leng Xiaoyao chose a car, the latest white model in stock, and paid for it. After completing the paperwork, they left. Let's go eat some authentic roast duck, Leng Xiaoyao suggested. Since they were in the capital city, they had to try the local cuisine. Sure, I was just thinking about that. Leng Chengyuan immediately agreed. Before coming to the capital city, he had researched the local cuisine and roast duck was the first thing he wanted to try. Therefore, the family went to a famous roast duck restaurant in Nanchang district and ordered a duck and some side dishes. Leng Chengyuan and Leng Yecheng tasted the capital city's famous roast duck for the first time and thought that it tasted good, so they commented on it. They simply said that it was delicious and that this was the first time that they had visited the capital city and tried this. However, some young and pretty women at the next table began to mock them for being country bumpkins who just entered a big city. They were young and beautiful. However, they had terrible manners. Although Leng Xiaoyao and the others felt unhappy about it at first, they didn't care too much. However, when the women kept saying it multiple times, even those with good temperaments couldn't bear it anymore. You keep saying that we're country bumpkins who just entered the big city. What makes you think you're better than us? Leng Xiaoyao coldly asked them. Those women got jealous when they saw Leng Xiaoyao's stunning face. They didn't even bother to hide their jealousy. We're locals. The women replied arrogantly. Just because you are locals doesn't mean you can be rude. Leng Xiaoyao retorted sarcastically. You're the one who's rude. The women immediately fired back. I didn't look down on you, but you constantly look down on others and insult them. Leng Xiaoyao sneered. Humph. You're an outsider, of course you don't have the ability to look down on us, the woman said disdainfully. Are people from other places inferior to you? Are you really that great? Leng Xiaoyao asked coldly. Yes, you're right. People from other places are inferior to us. And we are really that great. So what? Replied the woman. Leng Xiaoyao didn't say anything. She just smiled at them, then a wave of pressure attacked them. Instantly, it engulfed their entire bodies, making them feel extremely oppressed and sweaty. Leng Chengyuan and Leng Yecheng beside her also felt it, and were shocked. They didn't expect Leng Xiaoyao to be so powerful. Just because we're from other cities doesn't mean we're inferior. We can also live in the capital city, and we aren't looking for trouble, but that doesn't mean we're afraid of it. Now I want you to apologize, Leng Xiaoyao said coldly. This time, Leng Xiaoyao's voice put tremendous pressure on them, forcing them to apologize. We're sorry. Since they apologized, Leng Xiaoyao didn't make things difficult for them anymore and withdrew her power. Those women breathed a sigh of relief. They were really scared by Leng Xiaoyao's power. It seemed that this girl wasn't an ordinary person. Although they were locals in the capital city, they were just ordinary people without any powerful background, so they didn't have that much courage. Onlookers felt that these women had gone too far, so no one sympathized with them, but they were also shocked by Leng Xiaoyao's power. Those who were close enough also felt its effects. Leng Chengyuan and Leng Yecheng didn't stop Leng Xiaoyao from doing all of this. They even supported her actions. They didn't want trouble, but they couldn't stand those women's behavior. Chapter 3387, Are You Crazy? After filling their stomachs, they rested for a while, then went home. That day, Li Mochen occasionally sent Leng Xiaoyao text messages, asking what she was doing and saying that he missed her. Leng Xiaoyao felt resigned and also felt warm in her heart. After being at home for a while, Leng Xiaoyao made up an excuse to go out shopping and secretly asked Li Mochen to go along. Li Mochen was very happy. Leng Xiaoyao drove the new car she bought today and asked Li Mochen to walk a distance and get into the car later, so as not to be discovered by Leng Chengyuan and Leng Yecheng. Li Mochen complained. I feel like I'm a secret lover. Is it an underground affair? Now you are, Leng Xiaoyao said bluntly. Li Mochen felt a little tired of this. Where are we going? Li Mochen asked. Since the excuse for going out is shopping, let's go to the shopping mall. We can buy 2 sets of clothes for my grandfather and uncle, Leng Xiaoyao said. She didn't want her lie to be exposed. Li Mochen didn't mind as long as he could be with Leng Xiaoyao. He was willing to go anywhere. Leng Xiaoyao told Li Mochen that she had run into Dao Yishao today. Li Mochen was very displeased about it. He immediately called Dao Zheng to warn him to avoid Dao Yishao causing trouble again. Leng Xiaoyao didn't stop Li Mochen. Dao Zheng, tell your sister to behave herself. If she dares to insult Xiaoyao again, I'll have to teach her a lesson. She really has no manners at all, Li Mochen said coldly. Although this had nothing to do with Dao Zheng, he was in a bad mood. After learning that Dao Yishao had humiliated Leng Xiaoyao, Dao Zheng was shocked and immediately assured Li Mochen that there would be no next time. After hanging up the phone with Li Mochen, Dao Zheng immediately went downstairs to find Dao Yishao and coldly asked, Did you humiliate Leng Xiaoyao today? Dao Yishao didn't know who Leng Xiaoyao was, but when she heard Dao Zheng's question, she knew that the girl she met today was Leng Xiaoyao. She felt guilty but didn't admit it directly. Who told you that? That's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Mochen personally called me to warn me. Dao Yishao, are you crazy? Mochen doesn't like you, so you humiliate his girlfriend. Do you want to ruin the Dao family? Seeing that Dao Yishao didn't admit it, Dao Zheng was angry. Why will the Dao family be affected? Brother, can't you stop making a fuss? Dao Yishao thought that Dao Zheng was making a fuss. She just said a few words. How could it ruin the Dao family? What? Do you think offending her doesn't come at a cost? This time Li Mochen just gave me a warning for my sake. Next time, he won't be so lenient on you. Dao Zheng's expression was cold, which made Dao Yishao feel a chill. The argument between the siblings attracted their parents. What's going on here, Mr. Dao asked sternly. Dao Zheng explained the situation at once. Mr. Dao also looked angry when he saw Dao Yishao's expression. If you dare to offend Li Mochen again, get out of the Dao family. Although this was just an angry remark, Mr. Dao really didn't want Dao Yishao to do anything stupid. Li Mochen had helped the Dao family a lot, but even if he hadn't, he was not someone the Dao family could afford to provoke. However, his daughter had gone and offended him. Dao Yishao wasn't afraid of Dao Zheng's words, but Dao Yishao was scared by their father's words and realized the seriousness of the situation. Although she was still unwilling to accept the result, she listened and promised their father that she would not pick on Leng Xiaoyao anymore. In fact, she knew that picking on Leng Xiaoyao didn't benefit her at all, it only made her lose face. Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen went to the shopping mall and bought 2 sets of clothes and a pair of shoes for Leng Chengyuan and Leng Yecheng, as well as a set of clothes and a pair of shoes for Li Mochen. Li Mochen didn't even refuse. He just happily put them on. It was a good thing that his girlfriend bought clothes for him. There was no reason for him to refuse. Afterwards, Li Mochen took Leng Xiaoyao to a women's clothing store and bought her a set of clothes. Leng Xiaoyao refused because she had just bought a lot of clothes, but Li Mochen didn't listen. He threatened to buy it directly if Leng Xiaoyao didn't try it on, so she gave in. Leng Xiaoyao wasn't only beautiful, she also had a good figure. She looked good in anything she wore. She tried on the first set and Li Mochen bought it without hesitation. Leng Xiaoyao originally wanted to change back into her own clothes, but Li Mochen didn't let her. He insisted that she should wear the new clothing, so she did. After shopping, the two went for a walk in the park. This time, Li Mochen directly held Leng Xiaoyao's hand. She struggled a few times, but couldn't get away, so she stopped struggling. Although she hadn't admitted it verbally that they were boyfriend and girlfriend, their way of getting along was exactly like a couple. Because Leng Chengyuan and Leng Yecheng were at home, Leng Xiaoyao didn't stay out for long and returned before 10 p.m. Leng Xiaoyao didn't let Li Mochen get off at the door. Instead, she made him get off when they were still a distance away. Li Mochen was upset. Fortunately, they had a secret kiss when he got out of the car, which was considered compensation. When Leng Xiaoyao returned home, Leng Chengyuan and Leng Yecheng were playing chess in the living room. Because she was afraid of them being bored, Leng Xiaoyao had prepared board games and many books. When they saw Leng Xiaoyao's return, they immediately put down their chess pieces to greet her. "Why did you buy so many things?" Leng Chengyuan asked. "I bought clothes and shoes for you. Try it on." Leng Xiaoyao smiled. "Wow, you even bought us clothes." Leng Chengyuan couldn't wait to see them. Although Leng Yecheng also bought him clothes, what his granddaughter bought made him even happier. Knowing that Leng Xiaoyao was rich, Leng Chengyuan didn't say that it was a waste of money. "There's mine too. It seems that my niece hasn't forgotten about me." Leng Yecheng was also very happy. The two of them tried on the clothes, pants, and shoes with great enthusiasm. The sizes were suitable, and Leng Xiaoyao had good taste. The styles and colors were all suitable for them. They complimented her happily. The next day, Leng Yecheng drove them to visit Tianmen, the Imperial Palace and the museum. They left the Imperial Palace at 3 p.m. and went to Leng Xiaoyao's company. When Leng Chengyuan and Leng Yecheng saw Leng Xiaoyao's company, they were both shocked. "Yao Yao, is this really your company?" Leng Chengyuan asked. He couldn't believe it. Yao Yao, your company is so much better than Fengsheng Design, Leng Yecheng said with envy. When the real estate project in City Chong is completed, you'll also earn a lot of money. If the design company gets better, you can also move to a bigger office, Leng Xiaoyao said with a smile. Chapter 3388, to register. You're right. Leng Yecheng is full of fighting spirit and confidence for the upcoming project. The investment risk this time was very small. After all, it included the involvement of the Dai family of City Hai and the Ling family of City Chong. Although Leng Chengyuan was very worried about the future of this company, he was also very proud of Leng Xiaoyao's ability. How many people at her age could start such a big company with their own abilities? Weren't they all relying on their families? Leng Xiaoyao was his granddaughter. Ha ha, he was Leng Xiaoyao's grandfather. Leng Chengyuan couldn't be more proud. The next day, Leng Xiaoyao took them to visit the Great Wall. However, due to Leng Chengyuan's age, they didn't climb far. They mainly came to take a look and take some pictures as a souvenir. In the afternoon, Chenmeng and Shang Mengson also came to the capital city. It happened that Leng Xiaoyao came back to Hanlin Manor with Leng Chengyuan and Leng Yecheng after visiting the Great Wall. Leng Xiaoyao told Leng Chengyuan and Leng Yecheng to wait at home, then she went to pick up Chenmeng and the others and they all went out for dinner. Because there were 6 people in total, Leng Xiaoyao's car couldn't accommodate them all, so she called Mu Yufan to bring the company's MPV over. Chenjin and Shen Ziyin came along with Chenmeng, while Shang Mengson's mother and Ling Tianqi brought Shang Mengson over. When Leng Xiaoyao and the others arrived at the airport about half an hour later, they came out. Upon seeing Leng Xiaoyao, Chenmeng and Shang Mengson ran over excitedly and gave her a big hug. Boss, from tomorrow on, we'll be real schoolmates, Chenmeng said excitedly. Ah, I can't become schoolmates with you. Shang Mengson was a little upset. Anyway, we are all in the same district, not far from each other. It only takes about 10 minutes to get there by taxi. Anyway, we are usually busy and don't have time to meet. It's okay to meet on weekends. Leng Xiaoyao comforted her. Hearing that, Shang Mengson cheered up. Leng Xiaoyao took everyone to the car and directly took them to the restaurant to have dinner. It was near Hanlin Manor, and the hotel she booked for them was also there. Originally, Leng Xiaoyao wanted them to stay at her house, but they didn't want to trouble her, so they insisted on staying at the hotel. Therefore, Leng Xiaoyao didn't force them and just booked rooms for them. When they arrived at the restaurant, Mu Yufan welcomed them first while Leng Xiaoyao went back to pick up Leng Chengyuan and Leng Yecheng to have dinner together. Ling Tianqi and Leng Yecheng had endless topics to talk about, but they were all work-related. After dinner, everyone went their separate ways. They agreed to meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow to go to school together. They would go to the capital university first in the morning, then to Shang Mengson's school after registering. On the 28th, they arrived at the capital university. However, they didn't rush in. They stayed outside the gate for a few minutes because Mu Beihan also came to register this morning. After waiting for 5 minutes, Leng Xiaoyao and the others saw Mu Beihan. When Mu Beihan arrived, she also gave Leng Xiaoyao a big hug excitedly. Chenmeng and Shang Mengson were instantly unhappy. Chenmeng directly asked, "Boss, do you have another lover outside? Are our positions not secured?" Leng Xiaoyao twitched her mouth and introduced them to each other. "These two are my good friends from City Chong. Chenmeng is going to study in the School of Law, and Shang Mengson is from the Capital Commerce University. This is my friend from the capital city, Mu Beihan. She's also a member of the School of Law. Nice to meet you." Mu Beihan greeted them, then said to Chenmeng, "If we're lucky enough to be in the same class, we can hang out together with Xiaoyao." "Nice to meet you too. Even if we're not in the same class, the farthest is next door. We can still hang out together with Xiaoyao in the future." Chenmeng was also outgoing. Seeing that Mu Beihan was so kind, she responded nicely. "Nice to meet you too. It's a pity that I'm not studying in the capital university, but when I have time on the weekends, I can also come and hang out with you all," Shang Mengson said. Although she was a little disappointed because she couldn't be with Leng Xiaoyao at the same school, she felt that it wasn't a big deal. It wouldn't affect her mood. It was very convenient to meet anyway. Then Leng Xiaoyao introduced Mu Beihan to everyone else. Mu Beihan came alone because her parents were busy with work, but for her, it was just right. She didn't want her parents to come with her. After that, they went in. Once Leng Xiaoyao and the others appeared in the crowd, they attracted many people's attention. Some were amazed, while others were jealous. The jealous ones were all women because they were also girls. Because the freshmen weren't familiar with the campus, there were seniors who welcomed them. Several seniors fought over who would come forward and help them. "Hello, are you here to report?" A male student asked Leng Xiaoyao, feeling a bit nervous in front of such a beautiful freshman. "I'm a sophomore from the School of Architecture. My name is Li Chaoyu. He's Zhang Wenxian, and he's Qin Wen. May I know which school you belong to? I can take you to report," Li Chaoyu said warmly. "Hello, I'm a freshman of the School of Economics and Management, Leng Xiaoyao said. When these boys heard Leng Xiaoyao's name, they showed surprised expressions. They had seen Leng Xiaoyao's photo, but they didn't remember it. However, they remembered Leng Xiaoyao's name very clearly. "Are you from City Chong?" Qin Wen asked to avoid mistaking her for someone else. "Yes." Leng Xiaoyao smiled slightly. She understood why they reacted like this. "You're the national champion in liberal arts and second place in the national comprehensive rankings." Zhang Wenxian asked excitedly. He couldn't believe that he could receive the national champion in liberal arts and the second place in the national comprehensive rankings. They knew that she was very beautiful, but unexpectedly, she was even more beautiful than what they saw on TV. Leng Xiaoyao didn't say anything. She admitted it with a smile. Then Mu Beihan and Chenmeng also introduced themselves. Those who could be admitted to the capital university were all top students, so they didn't look down on Mu Beihan and Chenmeng at all. They were simply not so surprised. Then the three seniors split into two groups. Li Chaoyu took Leng Xiaoyao to report to the Department of Economics and Management, while Zhang Wenxian and Qin Wen took Mu Beihan and Chenmeng to report to the Department of Law. Shang Mengson and the others followed Leng Xiaoyao and looked around casually. The one who helped Leng Xiaoyao check in was a female senior student in her sophomore year. She was very beautiful and charming, but when Leng Xiaoyao appeared, she was immediately overshadowed. Her gaze towards Liang Xiaoyao was full of jealousy and her words became sarcastic. Chapter 3389, Stop Making a Scene. As long as they didn't attack her, Leng Xiaoyao wouldn't care. Shang Mengson, however, couldn't stand it and muttered, "Why is the attitude of the senior student in your university so bad? Who are you saying has a bad attitude?" The female senior student was immediately provoked and questioned Shang Mengson. "Of course I'm talking about you. Your attitude towards others is obviously different from that towards my boss. You're polite to others, but towards my boss, you speak in a mocking tone. Do you think we are fools and can't see it?" Shang Mengson said angrily. "Mengson, stop making a scene." Shang Mengson's mother immediately criticized her, afraid that she would cause trouble for Leng Xiaoyao. "I just said the truth." Shang Mengson was still mad. Shang Mengson indeed told the truth. Therefore, people around looked at the female senior student disdainfully. They all guessed that the female senior student might be jealous of Leng Xiaoyao's beauty, so her attitude became bad. "All right, I don't care. There is no need for you to be mad." Leng Xiaoyao immediately comforted Shang Mengson. She wasn't afraid that Shang Mengson would cause trouble. She simply felt that it was unnecessary. "What do you mean? Do you also think my attitude is bad?" The female senior student immediately questioned Leng Xiaoyao as if she finally found an excuse to do so. "And why did she call you boss? Are you still a bunch of kids acting gang?" "I didn't say that. There are so many people here. Your attitude has been seen by everyone. Now, no one needs to say anything about anyone." Leng Xiaoyao looked at her calmly. Although the female senior student's attitude wasn't bad enough to make her care, if the girl really wanted to argue with her, she would teach her a lesson. After all, the girl treated her badly first. Leng Xiaoyao said again, "And why do you think we're acting gang just because my friend called me boss? That's nonsense. I advise you not to talk like that. It's easy to cause trouble for yourself. As a student of the capital university, you should be smart. The female senior student was angry, but also knew that her attitude was indeed bad. She didn't know how to argue with Leng Xiaoyao any longer. If she argued again, she would just be embarrassed. She stopped arguing and Leng Xiaoyao also lost interest in her. After registering, they left. Throughout the process, Leng Chengyuan didn't criticize Xiang Mengxin nor Leng Xiaoyao because he was also unhappy. He didn't want to be accused of bullying the young girl because he was old, otherwise he would have argued with the girl too just then. Humph. Senior Fei Shui, this freshman is too arrogant. How can she talk to you like that? Does she think she can do whatever she wants just because she's pretty? A girl said angrily. After Leng Xiaoyao and the others left, the girl scolded them angrily. Why didn't you say that earlier? Now you're just being wise after the fact. Zhou Feishui looked at her coldly. Zhou Feishui knew what she was thinking. She was jealous of Leng Xiaoyao too, but she didn't do anything personally and wanted to use her as a scapegoat. Senior Feishui, I didn't mean to. She couldn't say anything. Because her real purpose was exactly what Zhou Feishui said. After they left, Leng Chengyuan couldn't help complaining. Humph. It seems that not everyone in the capital university has good manners. They are nice to others, but spoke in a mocking tone to you. Obviously they were targeting you. What's wrong with my granddaughter being beautiful? She should blame her parents for not giving her a beautiful face. Besides, her parents didn't teach her manners either. The fact that my granddaughter is pretty has nothing to do with her. She doesn't have any right to judge my granddaughter. Originally, Xiang Mengxin's mother wanted to say that Xiang Mengxin was too impulsive just now, but after hearing what Leng Chengyuan said, she couldn't say it anymore. In fact, the female senior student's attitude was indeed too bad, and she was also unhappy about it. Leng Xiaoyao immediately held Leng Chengyuan's arm and smiled. There are good and bad people everywhere. Just because someone studies hard doesn't mean they have a good character. As long as they don't bully me, I don't care. If they bully me, I'll fight back. Although she said so, Leng Chengyuan couldn't help but worry. There are many powerful and influential people in the capital city. If you're not careful, you might offend them. You have to be careful and low-key, understand? They returned to the school gate and waited for a long time before Chenmeng and the others came out. Chenmeng had to go to the dormitory first, while Leng Xiaoyao didn't live on campus, so they were spared the time. During this time, Leng Xiaoyao saw Fan Xiaoyu. Fan Xiaoyu's grades were also very good, so she also got into the capital university. Leng Xiaoyao didn't pay much attention to Fan Xiaoyu, but when Fan Xiaoyu saw her, her expression was full of hostility. However, she didn't say anything. Although Mu Beihan was a local citizen in the capital city, unfortunately her home was too far from school, so she still lived in the dormitory. Luckily, Mu Beihan and Chenmeng weren't only in the same class, but also in the same dormitory, which made both of them very happy. In that case, it would be easier for them to visit Leng Xiaoyao together. Mu Beihan and Chenmeng had similar personalities, so mainly because of Leng Xiaoyao, the two of them quickly became friends. After waiting for about 20 minutes, Chenmeng and the others walked out. It was still early, so they sent Xiang Mengxin to her school for registration. Mu Beihan had nothing else to do, so she went along. After Xiang Mengxin finished registering, it was almost 12 p.m., so they all went to have lunch together. Then they went to see Tianmen in the afternoon. However, Leng Chengyuan and Leng Yecheng had already been there and didn't want to go again. Besides, Leng Chengyuan was old and had been tired from the morning, so Mu Yufan drove them back while Leng Xiaoyao took everyone else to have a tour. The next day, Chenjin had to go back, and so did Leng Chengyuan and Leng Yecheng. They booked tickets for the same flight. Leng Xiaoyao and Mu Yufan drove them to the airport. Before leaving, they repeatedly reminded the girls to study hard, be careful and take care of each other. The girls all agreed. They finally left. Boss, shouldn't we go somewhere to have fun? After sending off Chenjin and the others, Chenmeng felt relaxed all over. Where do you want to go? Leng Xiaoyao asked. They had a car and it was convenient to go anywhere. The semester only officially started on the 1st, so they still had today and tomorrow to hang out. Chapter 3390, Even a broken clock is right twice a day. Let's go shopping. I didn't bring much because I planned on buying clothes in the capital city, said Encheng. Encheng and Xiang Mengson bought a lot of clothes covering every need from head to toe, inside and out. Rich people never hesitated to spend money. Because Leng Xiaoyao had just bought a lot of things, she didn't buy anything else and just helped them carry their bags. I feel like we're your boss now, Xiang Mengson said to Leng Xiaoyao. Shish, don't say that, if the boss doesn't carry our bags, we're doomed. Encheng quickly reminded her. I already heard that. Leng Xiaoyao's voice sounded before Xiang Mengson could react. So, you guys have to treat me to dinner. No problem. Encheng and Xiang Mengson immediately agreed, afraid that Leng Xiaoyao wouldn't help them carry their bags. After all, they bought a lot of things. It would be too heavy if only the two of them carried them. After shopping, they went to a cafe to rest and have coffee. It was then that Li Mochen called. He sounded very aggrieved. Your grandfather and the others have all gone back. Why didn't you contact me? Leng Xiaoyao somehow felt a little guilty for ignoring Li Mochen too much. I'm shopping with friends. Can I treat you guys to dinner tonight? Li Mochen asked. Okay, let me ask them what they want to eat. Leng Xiaoyao said, then asked Encheng and Xiang Mengson, what do you want to eat tonight? You can make the decision. Encheng said. Yeah, you can decide. Xiang Mengson agreed. Leng Xiaoyao didn't know what to eat either, so she had to leave the decision to Li Mochen. You can make the decision. Let me know when you've made a reservation. We'll go over when it's time. Okay. Li Mochen accepted his fate. After hanging up the phone, Encheng asked, who was that? Why'd I smell the scent of love? Xiang Mengson squinted her eyes and looked at Leng Xiaoyao with a hint of ambiguity in her eyes. Although she didn't know who the other person was, she heard a man's voice. Encheng widened her eyes in surprise and asked, Boss, do you really have a dog now? Upon hearing that it was Li Mochen, the two of them asked excitedly, are you two boyfriend and girlfriend now? Although they didn't know what kind of person Li Mochen was, if he could make Leng Xiaoyao fall for him and accept him, he couldn't be bad. I'm still considering it, Leng Xiaoyao said somewhat nervously. Although they were already like a couple, she didn't want to admit it yet because they had just started dating. What are you still considering? Mr. Li is handsome, rich, and if you keep hesitating, someone else might steal him away. Xiang Mengson said anxiously. She was worried that Leng Xiaoyao might miss this great opportunity. Although Encheng also thought so at first, she disagreed with Xiang Mengson's words after hearing that. If he can be stolen away by others, he will be stolen away sooner or later. It's better if he's stolen away early so that our boss won't suffer unnecessary harm. However, she still didn't want Leng Xiaoyao to miss this chance, so she added. But boss, if you like Mr. Li too, don't hesitate too long. This will make him think that you don't like him. Not everyone will insist on possessing the person they like. There is a kind of love called letting go. Some people like you, but if they know that their liking brings you trouble and that you don't like them the same way, they'll give up because they like you and don't want to make things difficult for you. Anyway, Mr. Li is handsome, attractive, and rich. You don't dislike him, right? Encheng was really worried that Leng Xiaoyao might not like Li Mochen. Yeah, what Encheng said makes sense. Xiang Mengson nodded heavily in agreement with Encheng's words. Leng Xiaoyao curled her lips and said, when did you become an expert in love? Isn't this common knowledge? It's easier for outsiders to see clearly than those involved in the relationship. I'm afraid you'll be lost in your own thoughts. Encheng said. Leng Xiaoyao wasn't worried, but Encheng was. Okay, I know what to do. Leng Xiaoyao didn't want to discuss this topic with them any longer. The more they talked about it, the more guilty she felt. After all, she and Li Mochen were already together. Although Leng Xiaoyao said this, Encheng couldn't help reminding her. Boss, you're still young. Even if Mr. Li isn't a good choice, it doesn't matter. After all, you won't know what kind of person he is until you try it out. Be brave and face it. Don't hesitate. Just eat your food. Leng Xiaoyao picked up a piece of bread. With a snap of her fingers, she accurately blocked Encheng's mouth with the bread. Even Encheng and Xiang Mengson, who knew how skilled Leng Xiaoyao was, were stunned by her actions. It was not just them, others were surprised as well. Oh my god. Miss, your technique is too accurate. Is it skill or just a coincidence? A man passing by their table stopped and asked in shock. Before Leng Xiaoyao said anything, Xiang Mengxin opened her mouth first. Of course it's real skill. Our boss is amazing. She looked very proud. Humph. Even a broken clock is right twice a day. The woman next to the man didn't believe it and was full of hostility. It was clear why she said that. She simply couldn't stand seeing the man next to her paying attention to other women. And Chenmeng was displeased. What did you say? I wasn't talking to you. The woman sneered. Did you just look down on us? Said Chenmeng. Don't make a connection. The woman said disdainfully. You. And Chenmeng was so angry she wanted to hit her. You were obviously targeting us. Since you questioned me, let me prove it to you. Leng Xiaoyao said coldly. You're really amazing. The man was impressed after witnessing the scene. However, the woman was furious and pointed at Leng Xiaoyao. How dare you attack me? Do you know who I am? I didn't attack you, I just gave you a cherry tomato. You aren't injured, are you? Leng Xiaoyao said innocently. Chapter 3391, Chased Out. All right, if you hadn't been rude, they wouldn't have treated you like this. Before the woman could say anything, the man immediately criticized her. Brother Shuo, Brother Shuo. Upon hearing the way the woman addressed the man, Leng Xiaoyao suddenly thought of that Zhou Shuo Mu Beihan mentioned last time. However, Leng Xiaoyao didn't think that this man in front of her was Zhou Shuo. Not to mention that the two names were only similar, she didn't know his surname yet. However, this man was really Zhou Shuo. Ignoring Lin Shuijia, Zhou Shuo said goodbye to Leng Xiaoyao and left. Lin Shuijia could only glare at Leng Xiaoyao and her friends before leaving. Tisk, she's a simp. And Chenmeng sneered disdainfully. It was very clear that the woman liked the man, but the man didn't like her. If the man doesn't like the woman, why did he come out to dine with her? Obviously, the man is also wrong. Xiang Mengxin said, not blaming everything on Lin Shuijia just because she was hateful. As soon as she finished, a girl next door interjected. The man came alone at first, and the woman came later. The man didn't pay any attention to the woman at all. It was the woman who insisted on pestering him. It seems that the woman is really a simp. Xiang Mengxin understood the situation and became even more contemptuous of Lin Shuijia. After a while, Leng Xiaoyao took them to have a meal. Li Mochen had already arrived. Facing Leng Xiaoyao's friends, Li Mochen tried his best to be gentle so as not to make them uncomfortable and criticize him behind his back. Although other people shouldn't judge their romantic relationship, he respected Leng Xiaoyao, so he also respected her friends. He didn't want Leng Xiaoyao to feel embarrassed between him and her friends. Before they went out, Chenmeng and Xiang Mengxin received instructions from Leng Xiaoyao not to talk nonsense in front of Li Mochen. The two of them weren't really heartless, so they naturally listened to Leng Xiaoyao and didn't talk nonsense in front of Li Mochen. However, they occasionally observed the interaction between Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen. Although the two of them didn't have any obvious intimacy, Li Mochen often helped Leng Xiaoyao with her food and even peeled shrimp for her. Therefore, both of them secretly approved of Li Mochen. After having the meal, they went home. Knowing that Leng Xiaoyao drove, Li Mochen didn't drive when he went out. When he returned, he hitched a ride with Leng Xiaoyao but he was the driver. After returning to Hanlin Manor and parking the car, Li Mochen reluctantly returned to his own house. Boss, I think Mr. Li is really a good man. He helped you with your food and even peeled shrimp for you. There are not many men who will do that now. And Chenmeng said as soon as Li Mochen left. She was afraid that Leng Xiaoyao would miss such a good man. When did you become so knowledgeable about men? Leng Xiaoyao looked at her with a smile, clearly teasing her. I haven't dated any men yet, but I've seen other people do it. And Chenmeng didn't mind being teased by Leng Xiaoyao. How is your brother treating Xian? Leng Xiaoyao asked. Of course he's a perfect boyfriend. He'll also help her with her food. You know, my brother is a great man. He's good looking, he has a good temper, and knows how to take care of his girlfriend. My brother already has Xian as his girlfriend, otherwise I would really want to match you two up. And Chenmeng said seriously, but she also thought that Shen Ziyin was a good girl, so there was no regret. Aren't you afraid that your brother and Ziyin will get angry with you? Leng Xiaoyao asked meaningfully. If Mr. Li learns about what you just said, Shang Mengxin said softly, suddenly frightening in Chenmeng. She quickly interrupted. I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. Let's go back to our rooms. We've walked around all day. We should take a shower and wash the clothes we bought today, so that we don't have to wash them again when we go back to school. Leng Xiaoyao was amused. Was Li Mochen really that scary? Fine. He was indeed scary. His power was too strong and there were few who didn't feel stressed in front of him. At the beginning, she was also affected by him, but she knew that he only had a strong sense of power, but was easy to get along with. As long as she didn't have any malice towards him, he wouldn't do anything to hurt her. After Li Mochen returned home, he felt empty, lonely, and bored. He kept sending text messages to Leng Xiaoyao. In the past, he enjoyed being alone, but now he hated it, especially when he wasn't with Leng Xiaoyao. He'd rather be busy when she wasn't around. Hey, boss, if you want to go on a date, go ahead. No need to care about us, Shang Mengxin said when she saw Leng Xiaoyao texting on her phone all the time. The person she liked was just across the street, so close yet so far away. It was really pitiful. What date do I need to go on? Leng Xiaoyao was slightly embarrassed. Boss, don't pretend in front of us. Just go. It's annoying to see you chat on your phone all the time. Don't embarrass us who are single and have no one to talk to. And Chenmeng directly drove her away. She knew that Leng Xiaoyao didn't want to leave them alone at home to go on a date, but they really didn't mind. They cared more about Leng Xiaoyao's happiness. Leng Xiaoyao reluctantly went out, then sent a text message to Li Mochen saying that she was kicked out and asked him to take her out to have fun. Li Mochen was so happy when he read this message. He knew that Leng Xiaoyao's friends were creating opportunities for them, so he thought that they were great friends. Seeing Li Mochen's face smiling like a kid, Leng Xiaoyao felt that she had indeed ignored him too much. She took the initiative to hold Li Mochen's hand and walked towards the garden. Li Mochen was so happy that Leng Xiaoyao took the initiative to hold his hand. His heart was beating fast. They didn't go far. They just walked around the neighborhood. Why were you kicked out? Li Mochen asked jokingly. You sent me too many messages and made me hold my phone all the time. They thought I was showing off our feelings for each other, and it was annoying. Leng Xiaoyao pretended to be annoyed. Well, it's good that they're annoyed. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to see you. Li Mochen was satisfied with their annoyance. This was what he wanted. Leng Xiaoyao glared at him, but it was meaningless. They wandered around for about 2 hours before returning home. Li Mochen was reluctant to leave, but there were still friends at Leng Xiaoyao's house, so he couldn't keep her for too long. After all, they still had a future ahead. Chapter 3392, Petty. When Leng Xiaoyao returned home, she was inevitably teased by her two friends. They became addicted to it quickly. What game is this? Why are there only single-player games? And Chenmeng asked. This is a new game that hasn't been launched yet. I developed it myself, Leng Xiaoyao said. Upon hearing that, and Chenmeng and Shang Mengxin were stunned. What? You made it? They knew that Leng Xiaoyao was talented, but this was too impressive. She could even develop games. Yeah, we're already in talks with a spokesperson. After finalizing it, we'll shoot the ad, then launch it with a press conference. Then it'll be on the market, Leng Xiaoyao said. Although Leng Xiaoyao was confident that people would like this game, it still needed exposure in the early stages to make more people know it. Wow, boss, you're amazing. It's incredible. They praised Leng Xiaoyao endlessly. By then, you guys can help me promote it. Leng Xiaoyao said. Of course. They agreed. They felt that this was something they must do. By the way, boss, what's the name of this game? And Chenmeng asked. Who's the ruler? Leng Xiaoyao said. That's a nice name. Although playing single-player games wasn't that fun, and Chenmeng and Shang Mengxin played until late at night before going to bed. The next day, they woke up almost at noon. Leng Xiaoyao had already prepared food, so they could eat together. After dinner, they also packed up their things. Leng Xiaoyao sent them back to school because she had something to do in the afternoon and couldn't accompany them. They also wanted to get familiar with the environment of the school as soon as possible. What's wrong? Leng Xiaoyao asked. Leng Xiaoyao frowned slightly but didn't blame anyone. After all, they were indeed just a company without any clear achievements or fame. It was normal for others not to want to associate their reputation with them. I'll ask about it, Leng Xiaoyao said. She didn't know any stars herself, so she had to ask for help. Leng Xiaoyao called Li Mochen and asked if he knew any stars. She also told him about the concerns of the stars they had approached. Li Mochen asked her to wait for a while, then he called around. 5 minutes later, Li Mochen called her back and said that he found someone with high popularity who would arrive at their company in an hour. Half an hour later, Li Mochen arrived first. Why did you come? Leng Xiaoyao was surprised to see Li Mochen. If I don't come, I'm afraid that guy won't behave himself, Li Mochen said. Obviously, he didn't trust the person he found. Leng Xiaoyao curled her lips. If you're afraid that he won't behave himself, why did you call him here? He's trustworthy, but he isn't easy to get along with, Li Mochen said. If there were better options, he wouldn't have chosen him, but among the people he knew, he had the highest local popularity. Leng Xiaoyao didn't know what to say. An hour later, a man came as promised. It was a man in his late 20s, with a height of 1.85 meters, a well-proportioned body, and a handsome face, but he swaggered over and seemed very arrogant. Where's your boss? Call her out. His arrogant voice made it seem like he was there to cause trouble. However, nobody thought that he was there to cause trouble because they all knew who he was, the famous young movie star Xiao Yuming. They couldn't believe that the person who came to their company turned out to be Xiao Yuming. Upon learning that the person Li Mochen called had arrived, Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen walked out of the office. Xiao Yuming, who was arrogant, became modest the moment he saw Li Mochen. His careless look instantly became serious and he greeted Li Mochen with a smile. Mochen, you're here too. Leng Xiaoyao secretly mocked Xiao Yuming's ability to change his attitude so quickly. It seemed like he was a funny guy. You look familiar, Leng Xiaoyao said. You only recognize me by face. Upon hearing that, Xiao Yuming suddenly felt unhappy. He was a famous movie star, the best actor. I don't follow celebrities, so I don't know who you are. I just think you look like someone else, Leng Xiaoyao said bluntly. Li Mochen said, his name is Xiao Yuming, Xiao Yuxia's elder brother. Oh, no wonder why I thought they look alike. Leng Xiaoyao understood it. She felt that the person Xiao Yuming resembled was precisely Xiao Yuxia. Xiao Yuming felt completely upset. Leng Xiaoyao thought that he looked familiar, but she didn't know him. She only knew his younger brother. No matter how he thought about it, he was displeased. Nice to meet you, Mr. Xiao. I'm Leng Xiaoyao, the owner of this company. Leng Xiaoyao greeted him warmly and reached out her hand for a handshake. However, Li Mochen pulled her hand back and said, we are familiar. No need to be courteous, come on. Mochen, do you have to be so petty? Are you going to control even a handshake? Xiao Yuming widened his eyes. He knew that Leng Xiaoyao was Li Mochen's girlfriend, but he didn't expect Li Mochen to be so petty. However, Leng Xiaoyao was undeniably beautiful. Even in the entertainment industry, there weren't many people who were as outstanding as her. Moreover, she looked young, but had her own company. How many people could achieve that? Although it was easy to overlook her abilities due to her young age, Xiao Yuming knew that if Leng Xiaoyao were an ordinary person, she wouldn't have caught Li Mochen's attention. What? Do you want to touch her hand? Li Mochen gave her a cold glance. Xiao Yuming became timid, but he still argued. It's just polite behavior as a greeting. Don't make it complicated. Do you want to shake hands? I can do that on behalf of her, Li Mochen said. No, let's talk about work. Xiao Yuming immediately waved his hand. He would be crushed if he shook hands with Li Mochen. Li Mochen then took Xiao Yuming to the conference room. Although Xiao Yuming was a movie star, he didn't have an agent because he owned his own entertainment agency and didn't need an agent at all. He accepted jobs based on his mood. Li Mochen had asked him to come this time, but he was willing to come. Chapter 3393, Don't underestimate her. Does Mr. Xiao usually play games? Asked Leng Xiaoyao. I do play games, and I consider myself a game lover. Currently, I'm playing 2 of the most popular mobile games and have reached the diamond rank, said Xiao Yuming. Although diamond wasn't the highest rank, it wasn't low. Not many people could reach it. The game was graded as bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, master, and finally king. However, the higher the level, the more difficult the levels became, so many people found it challenging to get a higher level and might even fall to the lower level. Well, let's not talk about anything else. How about playing around first, Mr. Xiao? Leng Xiaoyao suggested. Okay. Xiao Yuming also wanted to see what kind of game Leng Xiaoyao's company had made. To be honest, he didn't have high expectations for this small team and didn't think that they could create a great game, but since he was here, he naturally needed to take a look. Xiao Yuming didn't promise to endorse the game right away. He needed to see how the game was first. If it was too bad, he couldn't damage his reputation. Leng Xiaoyao knew that too, so she proposed to play the game first. Recently, all the employees in the company were playing the game, so they were already familiar with it. However, they had only played for a short time and were only in the bronze rank. The game required teams of 5 people each. Leng Xiaoyao and Xiao Yuming were the captains of 2 teams. Mu Yufan and all the employees were on one side with 4 people, which was just enough. Li Mochen watched Leng Xiaoyao play. Since Xiao Yuming hadn't played it before, Leng Xiaoyao explained and familiarized him with the game before starting. The characters and scenes in the game made Xiao Yuming's eyes light up. Although it wasn't as popular as the 2 most popular games now, compared with those 2 games, it was equally impressive. As he played, Xiao Yuming also became fascinated. Originally, he only wanted to play 1 game to see the quality and effect, but he played 7 or 8 rounds in a row and was defeated too badly by Leng Xiaoyao. He lost interest and stopped playing. Leng Xiaoyao, you're really awesome. Xiao Yuming was a bit unconvinced. He was too badly defeated. I programmed the game. Of course I'm awesome. Leng Xiaoyao laughed. That's true, but you're really impressive. You can program such a good game with such a small team. This game is really amazing. Xiao Yuming sincerely praised her. So can we continue to discuss our cooperation? Leng Xiaoyao asked with a smile. Of course we can. This time, Xiao Yuming was willing to endorse the game from his heart. He had promised to come here simply because of Li Mochen. Therefore, the 2 sides discussed the details of the game in detail. Due to his relationship with Li Mochen, Xiao Yuming agreed to endorse it as a friendly gesture without any endorsement fee. Even if Leng Xiaoyao insisted on paying him, he refused. In the end, Leng Xiaoyao could only thank him and owed him a favor. If he needed help in the future, he could turn to her for help. Xiao Yuming didn't think that he had anything he needed from Leng Xiaoyao. No matter how impressive she was still a weak girl. Originally, Li Mochen didn't want Leng Xiaoyao to give Xiao Yuming the promise, but he felt uncomfortable when he saw Xiao Yuming's distrustful look. Don't underestimate her. Except for connections and family background, her other abilities are no worse than mine. Xiao Yuming was surprised when he heard that, but he didn't want to ask too many questions, so he accepted Leng Xiaoyao's kindness. Xiao Yuming really couldn't imagine that he would need Leng Xiaoyao's help in the near future. Since then, he admired Leng Xiaoyao even more than Li Mochen did. They talked for an afternoon and signed the contract. After signing the contract, Leng Xiaoyao naturally invited Xiao Yuming to dinner. He accepted the invitation. Mochen, is Leng Xiaoyao really that good? Xiao Yuming quietly asked Li Mochen. She can race against me to the finish line at the same time. She's on par with me in hacking skills and physical abilities. She has good gambling skills, and she earned all the money to start her company on her own. Li Mochen didn't want Xiao Yuming to underestimate Leng Xiaoyao. Anyway, these were no longer secrets. The main thing was that he had a good relationship with Xiao Yuming. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said so much. Oh my god. Upon hearing that, Xiao Yuming was surprised and unable to believe that such a young girl could be so amazing. If someone else said that, he would definitely doubt it. However, even though he believed it, he still couldn't digest it. Then, Xiao Yuming kept asking Leng Xiaoyao about her skills until Li Mochen became unhappy and told him to shut up. Although Xiao Yuming didn't want to shut up, he had no choice but to do so because he was afraid of Li Mochen. However, there were countless questions in his mind that he wanted to ask Leng Xiaoyao but couldn't. It made him feel extremely upset. After dinner, they separated. Without An Chenmeng and Shang Mengxin around, Li Mochen went straight into Leng Xiaoyao's house. For the time being, he didn't dare to do anything inappropriate. He just hugged and kissed her. At 10 p.m., he left obediently, although unwillingly. The next day, Leng Xiaoyao went to school. She was once again the most eye-catching student on campus, attracting many students' attention. The School of Economics and the School of Law weren't in the same place, so she didn't meet Mu Beihan, but she did meet Fan Xiaoyu. Fan Xiaoyu was also studying economics. Fan Xiaoyu didn't pick a fight with her, but gave her a hateful look. Leng Xiaoyao didn't mind. The girl who was with Fan Xiaoyu was curious and asked her, "Xiaoyu, do you know that girl? Do you have a conflict with her?" "I don't know her," Fan Xiaoyu replied, not wanting to say too much. The girl pouted, knowing that Fan Xiaoyu wasn't telling the truth. However, she couldn't ask anything further. At this time, a boy walked over to Leng Xiaoyao and greeted her. "Leng Xiaoyao, we meet again." The boy's name was Ma Weiyuan. He was the third-place winner in the national competition last time. "Hello, Ma Weiyuan," Leng Xiaoyao responded. Since he had a good attitude, her attitude naturally wouldn't be bad either. "Leng Xiaoyao, are you also majoring in economics?" Ma Weiyuan asked. "Yes. Are you too?" Leng Xiaoyao asked. "Yeah, which class are you in?" "I'm in class 2. Ma Weiyuan asked because there were several classes for economics. "I'm in class 1, Leng Xiaoyao said. "What a pity." Ma Weiyuan smiled. Ma Weiyuan was very handsome, so many people, who saw him chatting with Leng Xiaoyao, got jealous. Good-looking people would always be pursued by the opposite sex, but rejected by the same sex, so male students might not like Ma Weiyuan, while female students might not like Leng Xiaoyao. Chapter 3394, Promote the Game. Leng Xiaoyao didn't care if others were jealous or not, as long as they didn't provoke her. She treated friendly conversations with kindness, and treated unfriendly ones the same way they treated her. However, when she used the same approach that others used on her, they got angry. For example, when a girl heard someone complimenting Leng Xiaoyao's beauty, she said that Leng Xiaoyao might have had plastic surgery, which caused a lot of speculation among classmates. Leng Xiaoyao directly fought back. "Do you have evidence that I had plastic surgery? If you don't have evidence, don't make baseless claims that can cause trouble for others. If we can say whatever we want, then I can say that you had plastic surgery. You had double eyelid surgery, a nose job, and maybe even other places." The girl was furious and she immediately refuted loudly. "I didn't have plastic surgery. Don't you dare slander me." Leng Xiaoyao was annoyed and amused. "What? You can suspect me, but I can't suspect you. I'm just using your way of treating me to treat you. You're angry because you can't accept being suspected, so why did you come to suspect me? Do you think you're special? Why do you think only you can question others, but others can't question you? Why? Who do you think you are?" Everyone thought that Leng Xiaoyao's words made sense and agreed with her. "Since you don't want to be judged like this, you shouldn't do it to other people. Who do you think you are? Even if you were born into a rich family, you can't just suspect people like that. I think Leng Xiaoyao looks normal everywhere, but it's obvious that your double eyelids are surgically made, and your nose and chin may be artificial too. Yeah, by a closer look, her double eyelids are definitely not natural." "Shut up," the girl yelled angrily. The reason she reacted so strongly was that Leng Xiaoyao had hit the nail on the head. She had double eyelid surgery, a nose job, and even got a face slimming injection. Leng Xiaoyao noticed it, so she pointed it out. She wouldn't slander other people. Besides, she could tell that the girl's forehead was slightly darkened and knew that she might be injured in the next few days. However, she said nothing. It wasn't because she was cold-blooded, held grudges, or wouldn't help those in need. It was just that if she reminded her after their conflict, and something happened to her later on, people might blame her for it. The conflict ended when the head teacher arrived. The girl gave Leng Xiaoyao a glare, then said nothing else. The head teacher was a middle-aged man in his 40s who wore a pair of glasses. He was slightly chubby, but tall and imposing, making the students feel stressed without realizing it. Many people voted for Leng Xiaoyao to be the class leader, but she refused because she had her own company to run and didn't have the time or energy to take care of class affairs. Although the capital university's rules were strict and it wasn't easy to take leave, if there was something important going on, they could make exceptions. Especially if they were starting their own business during their time in school and it was successful, the school would treat them differently. Why did you refuse to be the class leader? The head teacher asked Leng Xiaoyao. Because I'm running a company outside of school. I don't have the energy to take care of class affairs. Being able to complete my studies is already good enough. Leng Xiaoyao honestly replied. She didn't know what other reason she could use to explain her situation. Everyone was surprised by what she said, but they didn't find it unbelievable. Many college students started their own businesses, but most of them were low-cost studios. They didn't think that Leng Xiaoyao's business could be anything special. Even so, being able to start their own business was enough to make many people admire them because not many people had the courage and ability to do so. However, that meant there were still some who did it. Whether they relied on their family or started from scratch, they still relied on their own abilities in the end. Oh, may I know what industry you're in? The head teacher became interested. Regardless of the size of one's business, having the courage and ability to start one meant they were more capable than ordinary people. I'm in the tech industry. We recently developed a game and just signed an endorsement deal. We're filming an advertisement now and will be holding a press conference in a week before releasing the game. Leng Xiaoyao took the opportunity to advertise. She didn't think there was anything to hide about it since no one would believe her anyway. As a result, the news might leave a bad impression on many people and attract more attention. Everyone was stunned. She had developed a game, signed an endorsement deal and would hold a press conference soon. That wasn't something that a small studio could do. While shocked, everyone also began to doubt whether Leng Xiaoyao was telling the truth or not. Talk is cheap. Who knows if it'll actually happen? It's easy to make big promises now, but if it falls through, it won't look good. He Xiaoxiao, the girl who had previously argued with Leng Xiaoyao, expressed her doubts. Leng Xiaoyao wasn't angry. You all can supervise me. By the way, if you don't mind, you can follow the official Weibo account of Xiaoyao Technology. We don't have many posts yet, but we will soon. After hearing that, many students took out their phones and opened Weibo to search for the official account of Xiaoyao Technology. At present, the official account of Xiaoyao Technology hadn't yet posted any messages and didn't have many followers, which made everyone look down on it. The head teacher pursed his lips. At this point, he realized that Leng Xiaoyao was simply taking advantage of the situation to advertise. Anyway, he didn't say anything and instead felt that Leng Xiaoyao was very clever. If she could excel in her studies, then she shouldn't be bad in other areas. He didn't think that Leng Xiaoyao was exaggerating and didn't look down on her. Instead, he was very hopeful for her. Since Leng Xiaoyao was his student, he would naturally pay attention to her. If she really had the ability, that would also be an honor for the school. Next was the matter of military training. Military training would begin tomorrow and would last for half a month. Chapter 3395, They're So Evil. I thought I made myself clear just now. Leng Xiaoyao said indifferently. Leng Xiaoyao had made it clear, and he had heard it clearly, but he still had doubts. Humph. Look at her attitude. Does she really think she can make a good game? I think it's just a common game that won't even make it to the top. He Xiaoxiao couldn't stand Leng Xiaoyao's attitude. No matter how good it sounded, she didn't believe it. What does whether I can make a good game or not have to do with you? I don't even know you, but you keep bothering me. Are you looking for a fight? You're just like a dog, biting people randomly. Is that what you enjoy doing? Leng Xiaoyao couldn't tolerate it any longer and retorted without hesitation. How dare you call me a dog? Do you even know who I am? You are not a local citizen. How dare you act so arrogantly here? Be careful, or I'll kick you out of here. He Xiaoxiao was furious and threatened Leng Xiaoyao. Why should I care who you are? I'm not afraid of you even if I know your family background. So what if I'm from another city? Do outsiders have to let you bully them? Why don't I see other people in the capital city biting people like you do? If you have the guts, make me leave. Otherwise, I'll look down on you and despise you. Leng Xiaoyao provoked her unreservedly. She didn't care about He Xiaoxiao's anger, as she had Li Mochen backing her. Everyone was shocked by Leng Xiaoyao's arrogance. Although they didn't know He Xiaoxiao's family background, since she was a local citizen and acted so arrogantly, she must be from an influential family. Even if Leng Xiaoyao's family wasn't poor, she was still from another city. How could she compare with the locals of the capital city? He Xiaoxiao didn't expect Leng Xiaoyao to be so arrogant. She was filled with anger. Let's go and see. I'll kick you out of the capital university. At that moment, Mu Beihan and Chenmeng came to see Leng Xiaoyao and happened to hear what He Xiaoxiao said. Mu Beihan sneered and said, "Ha! He Xiaoxiao, what can you do to make Leng Xiaoyao unable to stay in the capital university? Even if your family intervenes, it may not work. Do you think the capital university is your home? You can't do whatever you want to other people." He Xiaoxiao was slightly surprised when she saw Mu Beihan. She was wary but also angry and retorted, "Mu Beihan, this has nothing to do with you. Don't meddle in other people's business." Although she couldn't directly make Leng Xiaoyao leave the capital university, she could still harm her in other ways. She had many ways to deal with Leng Xiaoyao, but the premise was that Mu Beihan wouldn't interfere. "You want to bully my friend. How can you stop me from getting involved? He Xiaoxiao, do you think you can do whatever you want? I'm curious about why you can't stand Leng Xiaoyao." Mu Beihan questioned angrily. Even if she didn't know Leng Xiaoyao well and didn't know what kind of person she was, she knew He Xiaoxiao well and knew what kind of person she was. He Xiaoxiao couldn't stand people who were better looking or more capable than her. She was always sarcastic and bullying others, but she was also afraid of strong opponents. Mu Beihan had conflicts with He Xiaoxiao more than once. When He Xiaoxiao heard that Leng Xiaoyao was Mu Beihan's friend, she was shocked and couldn't believe it. "Leng Xiaoyao is from another city. How can she be your friend?" He Xiaoxiao didn't believe it. She thought that Mu Beihan was like her and looked down on outsiders. If Leng Xiaoyao really was Mu Beihan's friend, then it would be difficult for her to deal with Leng Xiaoyao. "Can't an outsider be my friend? Do you really think everyone is what you think they are? I don't look down on people like you do. If you keep your nose in the air, be careful or I'll beat you up." Mu Beihan made a gesture of hitting her, scaring He Xiaoxiao back. Besides, He Xiaoxiao was afraid of Mu Beihan's family background. "He Xiaoxiao, who is Mu Beihan? Why are you afraid of her?" A female classmate who had just formed a relationship with He Xiaoxiao asked. "Shut up. If you don't know what to say, then close your mouth. Where did you see that I'm afraid of her?" He Xiaoxiao scolded angrily. She was afraid of Mu Beihan, but didn't want to admit it. It was too embarrassing. Everyone secretly despised her. She wasn't afraid. Did she think they were idiots? The girl didn't dare to say anything more after being scolded by He Xiaoxiao. After Leng Xiaoyao and the others left, Mu Beihan looked disgusted and said, "He Xiaoxiao and He Xuejiao are cousins. They are both selfish and self-interested. Although they were her cousins, their relationship had always been terrible because they had different views and couldn't understand one another. It's really frustrating to have such relatives," Leng Xiaoyao said helplessly. "With relatives, you had to consider the face of the elders when you taught them a lesson. Otherwise, she wouldn't have let Leng Yuki go so easily." "What? You and He Xiaoxiao are relatives?" And Chenmeng asked. "Yeah, she's my younger cousin. We fought a lot when we were young. Among the girls of similar age on my maternal grandfather's side and my paternal grandfather's side, there are just He Xuejiao, He Xiaoxiao, and me. They often bullied me together. I was beaten up a lot when I was young. Although they were scolded, it was only scolding. After all, we were relatives, and children's fighting wouldn't make adults fall out. Later, my brother joined the army and often taught me self-defense skills. They became the ones who were bullied by me most of the time and were often beaten up badly. Although I was scolded too, it was just scolding. I didn't suffer from it. It was impossible for me not to retaliate because they once pushed me out of the second-floor window. I hit the back of my head and was in a coma for a week. I almost died. Although they were beaten for that, it wasn't me who beat them up, so I was still angry. After that, we still argued, but they didn't dare to fight me. As Mu Beihan said that, she became proud of herself. They are too evil. And Chenmeng was very surprised and angry that they would do such a thing. It's really surprising to hear that from you. Leng Xiaoyao looked at Chenmeng meaningfully. And Chenmeng felt embarrassed when she heard that. Ha ha, I forgot what kind of person I used to be. After being friends with Leng Xiaoyao for a long time, and Chenmeng became a lot gentler. Although she was still impulsive and easily angered, she wouldn't fight at the drop of a hat. Mu Beihan became interested. Xiaoyao, tell me, what kind of person was Chenmeng before? Chapter 3396, Have I ever offended you? I'll tell you. And Chenmeng didn't feel like there was anything she couldn't say, so she told Mu Beihan about her and Leng Xiaoyao's history at school. However, since she herself had been in fights before, she didn't hold it against them. She was simply curious about why Leng Xiaoyao suddenly changed. Xiaoyao, why did you suddenly change? Leng Xiaoyao gave a half-truthful explanation, mentioning the story about Leng Yuqi and Chu Jianan. As for her own story, she said that she had just hidden her abilities. Otherwise, it would be hard for people to accept that she suddenly knew so much. After hearing about Leng Xiaoyao's experience, Mu Beihan sympathized with her. It seems like every family has its own difficult relatives who would turn on you for a man. Luckily, that man was blind and fell for your cousin instead, otherwise you wouldn't have met Li Mochen. He's a good man. When she mentioned Li Mochen, Leng Xiaoyao was slightly nervous. By the way, what's your relationship with Brother Mochen? Mu Beihan asked meaningfully. Although she knew that their relationship wasn't common, she didn't know if they were a couple. We're just friends. Leng Xiaoyao replied. Mu Beihan became impatient with this answer. I know you are friends. But are you just regular friends or more than that? Guess. Leng Xiaoyao replied mysteriously. If I have to guess, I'd say you're in a romantic relationship. Mu Beihan said confidently. Why do you have to assume that we're in a romantic relationship? Leng Xiaoyao asked. Because Brother Mochen has never been close to any woman before. You're the first one, Mu Beihan said. Otherwise, she wouldn't assume that their relationship wasn't normal. How do you know if he's been close to any other women? If I hadn't introduced him to you last time, you wouldn't even know who I am. Leng Xiaoyao retorted, but in reality, Li Mochen really kept his distance from women. Well, Mu Beihan didn't know how to respond for a moment, but she still believed that Leng Xiaoyao was the only woman who was close to Li Mochen. Anyway, I just feel that Brother Mochen treats you differently. Tell me the truth. What's your relationship with him? I'm really curious. And Chenmeng couldn't hold back either and said, actually, Mr. Li is pursuing Xiaoyao. Really? Mu Beihan was surprised, but not shocked because she already knew their relationship wasn't normal. What do you think? Did you accept him? Tell you what, other than being a bit cold and having a strong presence, Brother Mochen is perfect. He's handsome, sexy, rich, and powerful. Almost, Leng Xiaoyao said. She still didn't admit that they were already together, not because she had anything to hide, but because it was a bit embarrassing. If she admitted that they were together, they would probably ask for more details, which would be even more embarrassing. They didn't have classes after the morning meeting, so the three of them had lunch with Shang Mengxin but didn't go anywhere else afterwards. They went home or back to school. The military training started the next day. Since they still had free time, they enjoyed it first. In the evening, she had dinner with Li Mochen. The next day, Li Mochen also had something to deal with and left the capital city. When the military training began, due to her magical power, Leng Xiaoyao found the training easy. Her performance also earned the instructor's admiration and envy from many people. The speech Leng Xiaoyao gave during the class meeting was also spread around and posted on the campus forum. As a result, most students at the capital university knew about it. Most of them didn't think highly of Leng Xiaoyao and even despised her for making such bold claims. For this reason, many people came to ask her about it. They didn't have good intentions and basically came to mock her. During lunch at the canteen one day, Leng Xiaoyao was stopped by two men and two women. Are you Leng Xiaoyao? One of the girls asked. Leng Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow. Yes, she's really good looking. She should be the prettiest girl in our school, a male student said, but there was no sarcasm in his words. As soon as he said that, the two girls immediately gave him a fierce glare. Although what the male student said was true, they were still unhappy, and jealous of Leng Xiaoyao's good looks. Everyone who entered the capital university was a top student, so even though Leng Xiaoyao was the top scorer in the liberal arts, it didn't really make her stand out. Being the top scorer in the National College entrance examination didn't mean anything. It mainly depended on whether one could do well in the future or whether one had a good family background. After being glared at by the girls, the male student smiled awkwardly and asked Leng Xiaoyao, "I heard that you started a tech company and programmed a game that's ready to go online. Is that true?" "Yeah," Leng Xiaoyao responded indifferently. "Could it be just a website game?" The other male student asked, obviously not believing that Leng Xiaoyao could create a big-budget game. "Whether it's a website game or a big-budget game, you'll know when it goes online." Leng Xiaoyao smiled. "I heard you also hired a spokesperson. Who did you hire?" The girl asked, looking disdainful because she was certain that Leng Xiaoyao couldn't hire anyone famous. It was at most just a third-rate celebrity. "Well, just keep an eye on it. You'll know when the time comes," Leng Xiaoyao said. "But I want to know right now," the girl said forcefully, as if she would punish Leng Xiaoyao if she didn't tell her right away. Leng Xiaoyao sneered. "What does that have to do with me? If you want to know, it's your business. Whether I tell you or not is my business. Can you force me to say it?" "You," the girl was angry and threatened. "Leng Xiaoyao, I advise you to be sensible. Otherwise, if you offend someone you shouldn't offend, you'll regret it." "Did I offend anyone? Did I offend you? How did I offend you? Did I insult you or hit you?" Leng Xiaoyao's expression turned cold as she looked at them with her eyes narrowed. Her strong magical power covered them, making them feel stressed. Chapter 3397, Too unimportant to say it. They were speechless for a moment and couldn't believe that Leng Xiaoyao could be so difficult to deal with. Leng Xiaoyao didn't curse or hit them, but they just couldn't stand her. "Leng Xiaoyao, enough, let's go." The two girls didn't plan to let Leng Xiaoyao go, but the two boys were too embarrassed to continue. In fact, their intention wasn't to trouble Leng Xiaoyao. As Leng Xiaoyao said, she didn't offend them. They were just curious about whether Leng Xiaoyao really started a tech company and what kind of game she made, so they came to ask, but things turned bad. "You two, if you don't go, we'll go." The two boys really didn't want to get involved in the girls' business and left directly. The two girls were afraid to provoke Leng Xiaoyao, so they brought the two boys with them when they came. Now that the boys were gone, they naturally didn't want to stay there any longer. It was just that when they left, they gave Leng Xiaoyao a glare, as if she had offended them, even though it was clear that they had picked a fight with her first. There were quite a few people who personally came to ask Leng Xiaoyao about the news. Although they all had malicious intentions, there was no physical conflict. After all, they were just teenagers who couldn't bear the pressure from Leng Xiaoyao. Leng Xiaoyao didn't want to resort to violence easily. Regardless of whether it was her fault or not, once she started fighting, it wouldn't end well. After all, this was the capital university, where the school rules were quite strict, so she used her power to force them to retreat. "That's too much. You didn't provoke them, but they always come to you." The girl next to Leng Xiaoyao was indignant and angry. This girl's name was Song Xinyue. She was Leng Xiaoyao's classmate and the only girl in the class who was close to her. There weren't many girls in the class who were willing to get close to Leng Xiaoyao. Some were jealous of her good looks and were afraid to be with her, fearing that they would be ignored next to her. Some thought that Leng Xiaoyao's words had made her a joke among her classmates, so they were afraid to be with her, causing them to become a joke too. Song Xinyue didn't care about these things because she was also despised. She came from the countryside and had average looks. She was a bit overweight, so everyone disliked her and didn't want to get close to her. Song Xinyue's initial attitude towards Leng Xiaoyao was admiration. She admired her for being good at studying and being able to start her own business. Leng Xiaoyao also performed well during the military training. Song Xinyue and Leng Xiaoyao got closer when they were running. She couldn't run because of her overweight body and even fell. No one cared except for Leng Xiaoyao, who helped her up and ran with her. Gradually, she didn't feel so tired anymore, so she was very grateful to Leng Xiaoyao. With admiration and gratitude combined, she became very protective of Leng Xiaoyao. At the beginning, when those people came looking for trouble with Leng Xiaoyao, she would scold them, but later when she saw how aggressive Leng Xiaoyao became, she stopped saying anything. These people have nothing better to do. They have no ability and only know how to question others. I clearly said they would see the results themselves, but they still come to ask questions and even threaten me. These people think they are superior because of their family backgrounds, but they don't know how many people in this world they can't afford to offend. If they don't get rid of this bad habit, they will eventually end up in trouble. Leng Xiaoyao was mad and really despised these people. What was the use of good grades if they didn't have good character? If they wanted to succeed in society, a diploma wasn't enough. A diploma was at most a stepping stone. Whether they could stand on their own feet depended on their ability and character. If they had good character, but insufficient ability, they might still get help from important figures. However, if their character was bad, they would definitely only offend people and be easily manipulated by others. Indeed, I thought the students at the capital university had high quality. I was full of expectations for school life, but I have only been here for less than a week and have already encountered so many uncivilized people. To be honest, it's quite disappointing, Song Xinyue said. Just ignore them. We can focus on ourselves, Leng Xiaoyao said. She didn't have the time or energy to care about others' business. If someone wanted to dig their own graves, that was their own business, as long as they didn't come to her for trouble. Okay. Song Xinyue nodded heavily. She felt that everything Leng Xiaoyao said made sense. Leng Xiaoyao and Song Xinyue met Mu Beihan and Chenmeng in the canteen because they weren't in the same place for military training. They could only meet in the canteen for lunch. Mu Beihan and Chenmeng were in the same class and dormitory, so they always went out together and didn't get close to other girls. As for Song Xinyue, they didn't have any prejudice against her either. They were just friends with Leng Xiaoyao and didn't have the right to interfere with her social life. Moreover, Song Xinyue's personality was welcomed by them. When they made friends, they never judged other people by appearance or family background. Character and taste were the most important. Even so, Song Xinyue was still very nervous in front of them. Although she didn't know their identities and family backgrounds, she could tell that they came from wealthy families. Leng Xiaoyao once told her to relax, but she still couldn't relax. Leng Xiaoyao didn't say anything else because she would slowly get used to it and relax. "Boss, when are you taking us to your company?" And Chenmeng asked. It was only after hearing about the news that she found out that Leng Xiaoyao had started a company. She had played the game before, but didn't ask about it in detail at the time. Anyway, she had no doubt about Leng Xiaoyao's ability. This game would definitely be a hit. Today is Friday. We'll go on Sunday since we're off on Sundays. Leng Xiaoyao said. Great. And Chenmeng was very excited and couldn't wait. Who did you find to endorse the game? Mu Beihan asked curiously. It's a secret. Leng Xiaoyao smiled mysteriously, teasing them. We have such a good relationship. Why won't you tell us? Mu Beihan pouted, really wanting to know. Yeah, boss, don't worry, we won't tell anyone. And Chenmeng also looked forward to it and promised not to tell anyone. You won't tell anyone, but this is the canteen, so many people can hear it. Leng Xiaoyao said, glancing around meaningfully. The others immediately looked around when they heard that and saw many people listening in. Okay, we'll talk about it privately later. And Chenmeng immediately changed the subject. The others couldn't hear anything useful and were a little disappointed, but they thought that Leng Xiaoyao didn't say anything because she was embarrassed. As a result, someone started judging. Humph, I think it's because it's not good enough to be mentioned in public. If it were just Leng Xiaoyao and Song Xinyue, the two wouldn't bother with them easily, but Mu Beihan and Chenmeng were like explosives. They were furious the moment they heard that. Chapter 3398. Abuser by ostensibly pointing to something else. However, they didn't directly curse at Leng Xiaoyao, and instead abused her by ostensibly pointing to something else. It's none of your business. Are you just bored or what? If you don't have the ability and go question others, I honestly don't know how you got into the Capital University. I thought all the students at the Capital University are high-quality people. And Chenmeng immediately retorted, looking at the other girl, so her meaning was already clear. Fortunately, Song Xinyue knew their personalities somewhat, otherwise she would have thought they were really fighting. Leng Xiaoyao didn't stop them, and instead laughed at their act while eating. In fact, these two were like kids, constantly arguing, but also having a good understanding of each other. They could understand each other's meaning with just a glance. Although they had only known each other for a week, they felt like old friends who had known each other for many years. Their good relationship didn't make Leng Xiaoyao jealous, as both of them had a good relationship with her. Their friendly relationship actually made her feel better. If the two of them didn't get along well, it would have been difficult for her. Does being good at studying mean having good character? 100 kinds of rice feeds 100 kinds of people. If you're not jealous, can you make others not jealous? If your character is good, can you require everyone else's character to be good? If your values are correct, can you demand that everyone else's values are correct? If that's the case, how come there are still so many trash people in the world? Mu Beihan said, acting like a bad person. I know you're jealous, but so what? Only people who have no ability will be jealous and question others. Just wait and see. You keep comparing yourself to others all day long. Are you afraid that no one knows your ugly face? And Chenmeng retorted with a disgusted expression. You're right. If I don't compare myself to others, how will anyone know my ugly face? No one hates me, but I feel unhappy. I just want to go further and further down the road of self-destruction, Mu Beihan said arrogantly. If you want to self-destruct, then go ahead. I'm looking forward to seeing how you get humiliated, and Chenmeng said with a disdainful expression. Everyone could see that they were talking about someone else. If they couldn't understand that, then they were really stupid. Accordingly, the girl who spoke earlier was so angry that her face was distorted. Those who had the same idea, but didn't say it, felt ashamed. It seemed like they shouldn't have questioned Leng Xiaoyao like that. Just eat. When they were almost finished, Leng Xiaoyao spoke. Sure. They answered and immediately began to eat. Because of Mu Beihan and Chenmeng's act, no one dared to pick on Leng Xiaoyao again. Some would do it secretly, but they didn't care since they couldn't hear it. After the meal, they went to the playground for a walk. When there was no one around, Mu Beihan asked Leng Xiaoyao, Xiaoyao, who is the spokesperson for your game? Right, boss, just tell us. We won't tell anyone. And Chenmeng coaxed Leng Xiaoyao. I won't tell anyone else either. Song Xinyue agreed at once. She was afraid that Leng Xiaoyao wouldn't believe her. A man in his late 20s, over 1.8 meters tall, very popular, and from City High, could it be XX? No, he's 29. And Chenmeng guessed. Could it be XXX? He's 28 years old, 1.81 meters tall, very popular, and also from City High. Mu Beihan guessed, then asked Leng Xiaoyao, Xiaoyao, is it him? No matter who you guess, I won't give you the answer, Leng Xiaoyao said. Could it be Xiao Yuming? He's also 28 years old, 1.85 meters tall, from City High. He's also the youngest best actor, Song Xinyue guessed, but she felt it was unlikely because his level was really high and she couldn't imagine him endorsing Leng Xiaoyao's game. Thinking like that wasn't because she looked down on Leng Xiaoyao, but because the status gap between them was really great. Leng Xiaoyao gave Song Xinyue a meaningful look and wanted to give her a thumbs up to congratulate her on guessing correctly, but she couldn't say it. No way. He's the male god in my eyes and he's the best actor. Mu Beihan also felt it was unlikely, but when they mentioned Xiao Yuming, her eyes lit up at once. Do you really like Xiao Yuming? Asked Leng Xiaoyao. Of course, he's like the epitome of a domineering CEO. Although he hasn't acted in many movies, almost every one of them has been a huge success and he's won many awards. I used to think about going to film school and becoming an actress, hoping to act alongside him someday, but later on, I realized that it was just a naive dream and gave up on it, ha ha ha. Mu Beihan couldn't help laughing at herself when she talked about this. She felt that her previous idea was really too naive. I also like Xiao Yuming. He's so handsome and manly. I even fantasized about dating him before. And Chenmeng also had a face full of excitement. I also like Xiao Yuming, Song Xingyue said weakly, as if she felt that liking Xiao Yuming was defiling him and couldn't even admit it openly. Leng Xiaoyao's smile widened. She wondered what their reaction would be when they found out that the game's spokesperson was precisely Xiao Yuming, and that she had even had dinner with him. Although Leng Xiaoyao wasn't a fan and didn't have the feeling of meeting and eating with her idol, she still knew how it felt. Well, maybe she could find a chance to fulfill her friend's wishes. There were plenty of opportunities. It was just that she didn't have the time. Xiao Yuming would also appear at the press conference, but it wasn't on the weekend, and they couldn't take leave from military training. When should she schedule it? Leng Xiaoyao hadn't figured it out yet. The next day, Mu Yufan called her and asked if she was free on Saturday. Xiao Yuming had some work-related matters he wanted to discuss with her. The opportunity had come, and Leng Xiaoyao naturally agreed. Moreover, it was work-related matters, so she had no reason to refuse. Therefore, Leng Xiaoyao told Mu Beihan and the others that she would be going to the company on Sunday. She made plans with Mu Beihan and other girls for that, but she decided to keep the meeting with their idol a secret for the time being so that it would be a surprise. Chapter 3399, Don't You Have Any Sense of Shame? Leng Xiaoyao wasn't a boarding student, so she could leave after the afternoon military training ended. The evening class at the capital university was open to everyone. Students could go or not, but they had to finish the usual classes. If anyone was going to be absent, the student had to ask for leave in advance. Li Mochen wasn't in the capital city the past few days, so Leng Xiaoyao had dinner with An Chenmeng and the others at noon and night, but Li Mochen returned today, so Leng Xiaoyao went to have dinner with him. Li Mochen came directly to the school to pick up Leng Xiaoyao. Since Leng Xiaoyao was driving, Li Mochen didn't drive and asked Mu Yuan to drop him off at the gate of the capital university. Li Mochen's extremely handsome appearance immediately attracted countless people's attention and admiration, regardless of gender. Oh my god, this man is too handsome. He's even more handsome than my idol. I don't know if he's a star. If he is, it's strange that he isn't popular. I don't think so. If he were, he would have been popular long ago. He's just too handsome. Exactly, he's too handsome. Every woman who saw Li Mochen wanted to go over and talk to him. They were a group of college students, and most people's thoughts weren't evil and complicated yet. Moreover, Li Mochen, such a stunning man, was like a god, sacred and inviolable. Therefore, they could only look up to him. When Leng Xiaoyao walked out, although she was wearing camouflage like everyone else, she still easily caught people's attention. Because they had military training for 6 days, everyone had different degrees of tanning except for Leng Xiaoyao. She was still as fair as before, which was hard to not notice. As a result, it aroused the envy and jealousy of other girls. Her skin is so good that she didn't even get tanned. That's so enviable. Exactly. I've applied so much sunscreen, but I still got tanned. I really want to ask her what sunscreen she has used, but I'm afraid to. I heard she has a bad temper. Many people who go to talk to her are looking for trouble. It would be strange if she has a good temper towards them. If you don't go looking for trouble, she won't give you a cold reception. Therefore, the girl ran towards Leng Xiaoyao and asked her what sunscreen she used and why her skin didn't get tanned. Leng Xiaoyao was polite to everyone who wasn't looking for trouble. She smiled and said, "Actually, I didn't use any sunscreen. It may be a genetic effect or because I'm used to being under the sun for a long time. I practice martial arts all year round, so I've been under the sun a lot. You guys probably don't get much sun exposure, so you're more likely to get tanned suddenly, or it could be a skin problem. Some skin can withstand sun exposure, while some can't." Although the girl was surprised that Leng Xiaoyao didn't use sunscreen, she didn't think that Leng Xiaoyao was just refusing to tell her. In addition, Leng Xiaoyao's attitude was very good. She wasn't as arrogant as rumored. How was it? The girl's friends walked over to ask for the result when Leng Xiaoyao left. I think Leng Xiaoyao is quite easy to talk to. She doesn't have a bad temper and she's not as arrogant as rumored. She talked to me politely. So she treats different people differently. As long as you are polite to her, she won't give you a cold reception, the girl said. Did she say what sunscreen she has used? She said she didn't use any sunscreen. It's probably because of her genes and because she practices martial arts all year round under the sun, so the sun doesn't affect her much, the girl said. Some people agreed with that answer because Leng Xiaoyao really didn't seem to be under any pressure in front of any task during military training. However, some people thought that Leng Xiaoyao was being hypocritical and just didn't want to say it. However, they didn't dare to say that out loud. Not all jealousy led to direct conflict. Those who were paying attention to Li Mochen thought that Leng Xiaoyao was going to talk to him when she walked towards him. Therefore, many people wanted to see the drama, wondering if Leng Xiaoyao would be ruthlessly rejected. However, they were surprised that when Leng Xiaoyao approached him, Li Mochen's expression softened and he even smiled. When Leng Xiaoyao approached him, he directly took her hand and they left. Their relationship couldn't be more obvious. Not everyone recognized Leng Xiaoyao. They only saw that she was very beautiful and matched the man well. Li Mochen and Leng Xiaoyao left under the gazes of jealousy and envy. What do you want to eat tonight? Li Mochen asked. Leng Xiaoyao said, how about steak? Afterwards, they went to have steak. After enjoying their meal, they went to see a movie. Leng Xiaoyao was still wearing her military training clothes and didn't bother to change. Li Mochen didn't mind either. However, they ran into an acquaintance, Dao Yishao, at the cinema. Dao Yishao was with a man. Anyway, it had nothing to do with Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen, so they just gave them a glance. It was very normal, but when Dao Yishao saw them, she immediately let go of the man's hand and came over to explain to Li Mochen. Brother Mochen, please don't misunderstand it. I have no close relationship with him. Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen were surprised by Dao Yishao's words. Li Mochen calmly said, what does it matter if you have a close relationship with him or not? I don't care. Dao Yishao only realized what she had done then and didn't think much of it before. The man who was with Dao Yishao had an unpleasant expression and immediately walked over to question them. What is your relationship with him? Miss Dao, can you have some decency? You came to my boyfriend and talked nonsense. If you do it again, I'll hit you. Leng Xiaoyao was also a little angry and threatened her at once. Boyfriend. This was the first time that Leng Xiaoyao had admitted that he was her boyfriend. It made Li Mochen very happy. Dao Yishao was a little at a loss, especially under the angry gaze of her boyfriend. She was completely panicked. After Dao Zheng warned her, she had the idea of giving up on Li Mochen. Didn't people say that in order to forget an old love, you need to start a new one? So she tried to get together with the man who had been pursuing her for a long time. They had just been together for a few days. They both happened to be free today, so they came to see a movie. They didn't expect to run into Li Mochen and she couldn't help but want to explain. In fact, it was all her inner fantasy at work. She fantasized that after she and another man got together, Li Mochen would meet them and get angry and regret it. Humph. Leng Xiaoyao didn't want to entangle with Dao Yishao any longer, so she snorted coldly and pulled Li Mochen away from them into the cinema. Chapter 3400, See a God. Leng Xiaoyao walked away and complained. That woman is really sick. Meanwhile, when Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen left, the man directly questioned Dao Yishao. Dao Yishao, explain to me. What's going on? Dao Yishao stuttered and couldn't give an explanation. In fact, the man already knew what was going on. Dao Yishao liked Li Mochen, but Li Mochen didn't like her. Li Mochen even had a girlfriend, while he was just a backup. He felt as if he had been fooled by Dao Yishao. It was impossible for him not to be angry. Dao Yishao, if you like someone else, why did you agree to be with me? Did you want to try being with me to forget about him? I like you, and I cherish you, but I'm not cheap. Today, not only did you lose face, you also humiliated me. So, I don't think we should be together any longer. The man finished and left without delay. Wasn't he sad? Of course he was. After all, he really liked Dao Yishao, but the more he liked her, the more hurt and angry he felt when facing this kind of situation. Everyone had his or her own limits, and today Dao Yishao crossed his. Dao Yishao was shocked and immediately chased after him. It wasn't that she didn't like Lin Yuyao. She liked him a lot because he had a good family background and appearance. He also liked her and had a good personality. It was just that Li Mochen was too outstanding. It was hard for her to let go, so she had been seeing Lin Yuyao without giving him an answer. If things didn't work out with Li Mochen, she would agree to be with Lin Yuyao. Therefore, being with Lin Yuyao wasn't impulsive for her. Now that Lin Yuyao was angry with her and wanted to leave her, Dao Yishao suddenly felt scared. It seemed that she really couldn't be together with Li Mochen. She didn't want to lose Lin Yuyao either. As a result, she was no longer arrogant, and apologized to him. Yuyao, I'm sorry. I know it's my fault. I promise I won't do it again. Can you give me another chance? Dao Yishao, don't take advantage of my feelings and ask me to do something I can't accept. If you force yourself to be together with me, it won't be good for either of us. I'm not a narrow-minded person. I can accept that you have dated 2 or 3 boyfriends before, but I can't accept the feeling of betrayal. It's unbearable, Lin Yuyao said coldly before leaving. Dao Yishao wanted to chase after him, but she was wearing high heels and failed to catch up. At that moment, she suddenly realized that she had gone too far. She knew what kind of person Lin Yuyao was. Once he made a decision, it was basically unchangeable. Therefore, when he said he couldn't accept it, he really couldn't accept it. After watching the movie, Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen went home. Li Mochen stayed in Leng Xiaoyao's house until 12 a.m. before leaving because he respected Leng Xiaoyao and wouldn't stay overnight without her permission. On Sunday, Leng Xiaoyao went to the school at 11 a.m. to pick up Shang Mengxin, and Chen Meng, and Song Xinyue. Mu Beihan said that she would meet them at the place they were going to eat. Shang Mengxin and Song Xinyue met for the first time and didn't talk much at first, but eventually they started chatting. Shang Mengxin didn't mind having a new friend who was friends with Leng Xiaoyao. If she was Leng Xiaoyao's friend, then she was also her friend. She would treat her kindly as well. Leng Xiaoyao treated them to lunch. And Chen Meng and the others were used to it, but Song Xinyue felt very uneasy and embarrassed. She couldn't return the favor. She could only plan to buy them something else. Mu Beihan didn't arrive until 20 minutes later. Except for Song Xinyue, no one hesitated to order their favorites. After lunch, which ended at 12:30 p.m., they went straight to the Xiaoyao Technology Company. They originally thought that Leng Xiaoyao's company was just a small studio of 100 or 200 square meters, but when they entered the company, they were stunned. This company was so big and luxurious. Boss, did we come to the wrong place? Shang Mengxin asked incredulously. Leng Xiaoyao slapped her on the head irritably. What? Do you look down on your boss? It's just so unexpected, Shang Mengxin said awkwardly. It wasn't that she looked down on Leng Xiaoyao, it was just that she didn't expect it. Everyone at school suspects that you've only opened a small studio that can't go public. I didn't expect you to open such a big company, and Chen Meng said. Mu Beihan was aware that Leng Xiaoyao had bought a large office building a long time ago, so she wasn't particularly surprised. This company has only been open for a few days, so we haven't recruited yet. We'll recruit after the game is released, so that we can attract more capable people. The employees in the company are all from City Chong. Oh, let me show you Xian's office, said Leng Xiaoyao. Ah, Xian also works for you. And Chen Meng was very surprised to hear that. Leng Xiaoyao replied, I'm also planning to open a jewelry workshop. Xian is a shareholder and also the chief designer. The jewelry workshop isn't going to expand yet, so it's been merged into the technology company's office. After seeing Shen Xian's office, they continued to go see the offices in the company, then Leng Xiaoyao's office. Because today was Sunday, only Mu Yufan and Zhou Yunkai were in the company. They came because Leng Xiaoyao and Xiao Yuming were coming. Although the two of them were managers, they were the only ones here, so they took the initiative to pour water for Leng Xiaoyao and Xiao Yuming. At 1:30 p.m., Xiao Yuming arrived. Mu Yufan took him directly to Leng Xiaoyao's office. The girls were chatting originally, but when they suddenly saw Xiao Yuming come in, they were stunned. They were even more stunned than when they saw the situation of Leng Xiaoyao's company. Xiao Yuming didn't expect that there would be a group of young girls in the office. He was also surprised, but he could see that they were Leng Xiaoyao's schoolmates at a glance. Seeing their dumbfounded look, Xiao Yuming was slightly amused and laughed. Is this my idol? Am I seeing things? Why do I feel like I am seeing my idol? Mu Beihan said in amazement. Me too, and Chenmeng echoed. Have you all been struck dumb? Xiao Yuming asked. Shang Mengxin couldn't help screaming. She didn't just startle Mu Beihan and others, even Xiao Yuming was taken aback. Chapter 3401, Don't Want to See It. Shang Mengxin suddenly stood up and went to Xiao Yuming. She excitedly asked, Are you really the god, Xiao Yuming? Mu Beihan and Chenmeng also immediately stood up and came closer to Xiao Yuming. Both of them were excited too. Is this a dream? I am really seeing my idol, Mu Beihan said, feeling unreal. It shouldn't be a dream because I see him too, and Chenmeng said. Can you pinch me? Mu Beihan said. And Chenmeng pinched Mu Beihan without hesitation. Mu Beihan cried out in pain. It hurts. It's real. Leng Xiaoyao covered her face, feeling somewhat embarrassed. She immediately shouted, Can you guys have some self-respect? How can you lose control of yourselves just because of a man? I know I'm handsome. It's only you who didn't have any reaction when you saw me. To be honest, Leng Xiaoyao's reaction when she saw him was quite frustrating for him. She didn't even recognize him. I think I should tell Mochen what you just said, Leng Xiaoyao said with a faint smile and a threatening tone. Xiao Yuming's face turned pale in an instant. No, he'll kill me. I was just joking. Please forgive me. Seeing Xiao Yuming's reaction, Mu Beihan and the others were amazed. Was this the cold male god they knew? Anyway, this kind of male god was even more approachable, wasn't it? Well then, it depends on your performance. They are all my good friends, your loyal fans. Hey, why don't you take a photo with them, sign something for them, and satisfy their wishes? Otherwise, they'll bother me to death. I don't want to be annoyed alone and need someone to share the burden, Leng Xiaoyao said with a smile. However, it wasn't that serious. It wasn't much of a threat and wouldn't really threaten anyone. It was clearly just a joke, so Xiao Yuming didn't mind. Okay, do you want to take pictures? Xiao Yuming asked them. Yes, of course. Mu Beihan and the others nodded vigorously and took pictures with Xiao Yuming one after another. Each of them took dozens of pictures before they were satisfied. Xiao Yuming's face was smiling stiffly in the end. Fortunately, there were only 4 people. If there were a few more, he might lose control of his emotions and get angry. As for signing, without photos or posters, he could only promise them that when the game poster came out, he would sign several posters for them and let Leng Xiaoyao give them to them. They finally realized that the spokesperson for Leng Xiaoyao's game was actually Xiao Yuming. It was really surprising. Boss, God, can we post the pictures on our social media? And Chenmeng asked. She really wanted to show off that she had seen the male god. Otherwise, she felt that the pictures would lose their meaning. Don't mention the company or the game endorsement. Leng Xiaoyao reminded them. Then Leng Xiaoyao let them go on a tour by themselves. She had something to talk to Xiao Yuming about. Xiao Yuming wanted to talk about Jade with Leng Xiaoyao. I actually want to ask you about Jade. You plan to sell Jade jewelry after the game becomes popular, right? So you should have raw Jade. My grandfather likes Jade very much, especially new Jade that has just been cut out. Do you have any with you right now? Can I buy one for my grandfather? Xiao Yuming asked. Yes, what kind of Jade do you need? Leng Xiaoyao replied. She had quite a few of them, so giving 1 or 2 to Xiao Yuming was no big deal. After all, he helped her endorse the game for free. The higher the level, the better, Xiao Yuming said. As someone with his status and position, it wasn't difficult for him to buy a piece of raw jade. However, it wasn't easy because good jade wasn't easy to get. All in all, it took time and effort. Since he learned that Leng Xiaoyao was also involved in the jewelry industry, Xiao Yuming came to ask her first to save time and effort. When do you need it? Leng Xiaoyao asked. My grandfather's birthday is 1 month from now, right after the National Day, Xiao Yuming said. Okay, I'll give it to you within 2 weeks, Leng Xiaoyao said. Because all the raw jade materials were stored in City Chong, she had to transport them before she could cut them. The raw jade materials would be transported sooner or later. It was just that she wasn't in a hurry before. Now that Xiao Yuming wanted jade so urgently, she would arrange for people to transport them over these next few days. She didn't have time to go herself, so the people who went had to be skilled enough to avoid any accidents. As for who should do it, the first two people she thought of were Mu Yuan and Meng Fan, because they helped her transport the things back last time. She didn't have anyone else that she could use. Great, thank you. Whatever the cost is, I'll pay. No need to give me a discount, said Xiao Yuming. He wasn't implying that he was rich, but rather because Leng Xiaoyao was Li Mochen's girlfriend. He didn't care how much she asked for it. If it were someone else, even if he had the money, he would still bargain. Okay, Leng Xiaoyao said, not wanting to ask for too much. To show my gratitude, let's have dinner together tonight. Xiao Yuming asked. No, I'm free, Xiao Yuming said. If he was busy, he wouldn't have brought up dinner. Although he wasn't familiar with Leng Xiaoyao, she was Li Mochen's girlfriend, so he didn't pay much attention to courtesies. Okay, but I have to ask Mochen about it first, otherwise he might want to hit you, Leng Xiaoyao jokingly said. Xiao Yuming instinctively trembled and looked scared. You should ask him. If he's coming, then we can go together. He was also afraid that Li Mochen would get jealous for no reason, which would be unfair to him. Therefore, Leng Xiaoyao called Li Mochen and told him about the dinner invitation from Xiao Yuming. Without surprise, Li Mochen agreed. Because Li Mochen was in the capital city, Mu Yuan and Meng Fan were usually around as well. They were just left behind at the Sihewan. They happened to have time now, so Li Mochen agreed to let them go and bring the stuff over. Leng Xiaoyao would tell Leng Chengyuan about it beforehand. After having the call with Leng Xiaoyao, Li Mochen immediately asked Mu Yuan and Meng Fan to find a truck and head to City Chong. Since they were going to have dinner, Leng Xiaoyao couldn't leave and Chenmeng and the others behind. So she told them about the dinner invitation. They were ecstatic when they found out they were going to have dinner with their idol. They kept asking for confirmation repeatedly, which made Leng Xiaoyao feel embarrassed. Chapter 3402, Encounter Ghosts During Cultivation. After leaving Leng Xiaoyao's office, they all posted on their social media accounts, causing envy and jealousy among many people. They asked Mu Beihan where Xiao Yuming was and wanted to meet him, but they didn't get a reply from her. Nevertheless, many acquaintances called Mu Beihan. At first she answered, but later she stopped answering. Because there were too many to deal with. Leng Xiaoyao didn't let Mu Yufan and Zhou Yunkai leave, so they went to dinner together later. It was still early, and Xiao Yuming had nothing else to do, so he just stayed at Xiaoyao Technology and chatted with everyone. At first, Chenmeng and the others were very nervous, but they gradually relaxed and started playing the game together. The game was really fun. Leng Xiaoyao, this game will definitely be popular. Xiao Yuming's tone became even more certain. He was a game enthusiast and knew whether a game was good or not. He even wanted to start a technology company and develop a game himself, but his technical skills were limited, so he asked Li Mochen for help. Li Mochen refused, saying he wasn't interested, so he started an entertainment company instead. I know. Leng Xiaoyao had no idea what modesty meant. Xiao Yuming was taken aback. You're not modest at all. My boss is just being honest. She has many other amazing abilities, and Chenmeng said. Her admiration for Leng Xiaoyao was nearly blind. Xiao Yuming thought about what Leng Xiaoyao was capable of and felt that it was true. This girl was indeed amazing. She couldn't be judged by the standards of an ordinary person. An hour later, Li Mochen came to the company and joined everyone in playing the game. When it was time for dinner, they went out to eat. Xiao Yuming paid for the meal to thank Leng Xiaoyao for giving him the jade. After spending time with Xiao Yuming for a long while, Mu Beihan and the others had relaxed enough to order without hesitation. Song Xinyue was an exception. She always felt that she didn't fit in with them. She envied them, but she wasn't jealous nor did she feel unbalanced. She had her own ideals. After dinner, Leng Xiaoyao had Mu Yufan send Mu Beihan home, while she and Li Mochen sent Chenmeng and the others back to school. When Chengmeng returned to the dormitory, she was immediately surrounded by her roommates asking about Xiao Yuming. Her roommates kept asking, but Chengmeng didn't want to say more. After all, Leng Xiaoyao had said that she couldn't say too much. Instead of going back to Hanlin Manor, Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen went to a remote mountain to cultivate. They hadn't cultivated for some time, so they had to pay more attention to it. Leng Xiaoyao was also anxious. Calculating the time left, they only had a year and a half. So she had to recover her abilities as a cultivator within a year, then she could go to Guiyan with Li Mochen. A night of cultivation might not be very helpful, but they needed to make progress. However, when they arrived at the mountain, before they could even start cultivating, they sensed movement and yin energy in the mountain. Could it be ghosts fighting? Leng Xiaoyao guessed instinctively. It's possible. Let's go take a look. If they have a high level of cultivation, we can also practice our skills. Li Mochen said with some excitement. When he sparred with Leng Xiaoyao, he was worried about hurting her, so he was sometimes still a little hesitant. When fighting with other monsters and ghosts, there was no need for any hesitation. Okay. Leng Xiaoyao also felt very excited. The two quickly approached and confirmed that it was indeed two ghosts fighting. They were one male and one female. They were black shadow ghosts, with a danger rating of 4 stars. For Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen, they were not a threat, but it wouldn't be easy to deal with them either. It was more likely that they would end up in a draw. In that case, they could fully enjoy fighting them. To avoid hurting each other, they usually didn't fight with all their might. However, today, Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen didn't waste any time and appeared directly in front of the ghosts. The two ghosts were surprised that Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen had found them. They hadn't thought that these humans wouldn't be afraid of them. They immediately stopped. These two humans aren't afraid. The female ghost said. It was obviously displeased. It felt that they were being underestimated. Humph. Just two black shadow ghosts, what is there to be afraid of? Leng Xiaoyao said arrogantly. You can see us. The two ghosts were surprised and wary. If they could see them and said they weren't afraid, then they couldn't be ordinary. However, they didn't find anything special about them. They were no different from ordinary mortals. People who specialize in dealing with monsters and ghosts, Leng Xiaoyao said, looking provocatively at the male ghost. Therefore, the male ghost also attacked Li Mochen. After fighting, the two black shadow ghosts realized that their opponents were actually cultivators. The two sides were evenly matched for a long time, which surprised the two black shadow ghosts. They were surprised because they didn't expect their opponents' cultivation level to be so high that they could match them. Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen also despised them because they had just boasted but couldn't do anything to them. Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen couldn't defeat the two black shadow ghosts for the time being, but they enjoyed the fight. After several hours of fighting, both sides were greatly exhausted. Anyway, you can't do anything to us. Why not just let us go? The male ghost said. It suggested letting them go because their cultivation levels were similar and it was uncertain who would win in the end. It would be better for them to stop. Are you begging for mercy? Leng Xiaoyao sneered. You, the male ghost was angry. Since they don't want to stop, we'll fight until the end, the female ghost said coldly. You can tell us, after becoming ghosts, have you ever killed anyone? Leng Xiaoyao asked. She wasn't someone who killed indiscriminately. If they hadn't killed anyone, she wouldn't have to kill them. Chapter 3403, Lure the Two Ghosts. Do you think there are people coming to be killed by us in such a remote place? We haven't killed any humans, but we've killed many ghosts and animals, the male ghost said, sounding defeated. If they encountered humans, they would really kill them. After all, everyone fought for their own benefits. Only by absorbing countless souls could their level increase. Then let's stop. But you can't leave. We need to talk, Leng Xiaoyao said. She thought that these two ghosts had good skills and wanted to recruit them to work for her. They were different from Leng Yan and the others. Even though Leng Yan and the others were powerful, they were still trapped in the ancient mansion, while these two ghosts could move freely. It was mainly because she felt that these two ghosts weren't wicked. She could tell whether they were good or bad. If she really made a mistake, it wouldn't be too late to deal with it later. The male and female ghosts also agreed not to leave, so both sides stopped. As for Li Mochen, he had no objections to any of Leng Xiaoyao's actions. What do you want to talk about? The female ghost asked. Although it was reluctant, it knew that even if they wanted to escape, they couldn't. Therefore, she might as well listen to what Leng Xiaoyao wanted to say. Why did you fight just then? Leng Xiaoyao asked curiously. As soon as Leng Xiaoyao brought it up, the female ghost became angry. It was him. He ate the wolf I caught. He said we were self-sufficient, but he didn't keep his promise. You caught 2 wolves. Can one person, oh no, one ghost eat them all? The male ghost had no intention of admitting his mistake. Whether I can eat it or not is my business, the female ghost said. Didn't you steal my wild boar before? The male ghost retorted. That was before. We agreed to be self-sufficient later, the female ghost said angrily. I already ate it, can you make me spit it out? If I spit it out, will you eat it? The male ghost asked. You, the female ghost felt disgusted. It was disgusting that he could even think of that. Since he has already eaten it, why don't you make him compensate you? Leng Xiaoyao said. She felt that the male ghost wasn't being honest, but this wasn't an irreparable matter. Fine, I'll compensate you. Is that okay? The male ghost knew that he was wrong and didn't argue anymore. Thus, the female ghost's anger eased a bit. How long have you been dead? Unexpectedly Leng Xiaoyao asked that question. The 2 ghosts were stunned for a moment, then the male ghost said, about 300 years. We knew each other before we died. We were treated unfairly before we died, so we became ghosts, the male ghost said. Even though 300 years had passed since the accident, he still harbored resentment when he thought about their cause of death. Why are you asking so many questions? The female ghost asked unhappily. She didn't want to bring it up. Just asking out of boredom. If you don't want to talk about it, I won't force you, Leng Xiaoyao said. Although she wanted to know, she had no intention of forcing them to talk about it. Since we're bored anyway, we'll tell you. Women really love gossip, the male ghost said. In fact, he was also a little frustrated and wanted to vent to someone. For 300 years, they had always been together and there was nothing left to say to each other. Leng Xiaoyao didn't mind the male ghost saying that women really loved gossip. It turned out that the man's name was Qin Miao and he was a general. The woman's name was Song Qingling and she was junior to Qin Miao. They had the same master. Qin Miao went on an expedition and his master sent Song Qingling to assist him. Unexpectedly, this expedition was a trap set for Qin Miao because his fiancée had an affair with the 4th prince while Qin Miao was the 3rd prince's person. In order for them to be together smoothly and to get rid of a major problem, they set a trap for Qin Miao. On the way to the expedition, they were stabbed by countless assassins and fell off a cliff. They survived and figured out that it was a conspiracy. After they recovered from their injuries, they returned to the capital city to investigate and found out that they had been labeled as traitors. The 3rd prince that Qin Miao served was also exiled because of that. Qin Miao originally wanted to ask his fiancée for help, but unexpectedly she pretended to agree then informed the 4th prince. He and Song Qingling were caught afterwards and were then imprisoned in a dungeon where they endured torture. Only then did Qin Miao realize that everything was designed by them. In the end, they couldn't bear the torture and died. Because of their deep grievances and resentment, they became ghosts after death and tortured Qin Miao's fiancée and the 4th prince in return. They also helped the 3rd prince return to the capital city and eventually ascend to the throne. However, they still couldn't let go of the fact that they were killed, and it still affected them when they brought it up today. So you don't have any other plans besides wandering around like this? Asked Leng Xiaoyao. While their experiences were certainly sympathetic, it was something that happened 300 years ago. She didn't want to dwell on it any longer. What else can we do? Asked Qin Miao. They were ghosts. Could they really live like humans? If you don't want to fall into reincarnation, then find something interesting to do. Said Leng Xiaoyao. What interesting things? Asked Song Qingling curiously. Follow me. I'll find some interesting things for you to do and take you to see some interesting things, Leng Xiaoyao said with a hint of coercion. Qin Miao and Song Qingling weren't stupid. They knew what Leng Xiaoyao meant as soon as they heard her words. That's right. We are more suited to living freely like this, Qin Miao said. Leng Xiaoyao wasn't disappointed by their refusal because she didn't have to make them follow her. It was just the best option. I see, then forget it. Let's find some high-level monsters and demons before returning to Guiyan. We need a stronger team because that's the world of cultivators, where only the strong are respected. Even if we regain our abilities as cultivators, it's still a disadvantage to fight with fewer people, said Leng Xiaoyao. She originally said this just to say it in front of the two ghosts, but after saying it out loud, she realized it was a good idea. This idea was suddenly born in Leng Xiaoyao's mind. If only a few of them returned to land Guiyan, they would definitely suffer a lot because they had too few people. Chapter 3404, I agree. If they could create a powerful team, it would be more helpful for Li Mochen's revenge plan. After hearing what Leng Xiaoyao said, Li Mochen had an idea. Right, since they don't want to, we shouldn't force them. Let's find other demons and monsters with high cultivation levels. I can provide chaotic energy to assist them in their cultivation. Later, we can go to the old mansion and turn those ghosts into Qing ghosts. In that case, they can transform into human form, pass through walls, and appear during the day. Li Mochen directly threw out the bait to lure them. After successfully building his foundation, he could already control his chaotic energy. Chaotic energy was inexhaustible, so he could provide it to other cultivators. However, this wasn't something he would easily offer. It had to be beneficial to him. When the two ghosts heard what Leng Xiaoyao said, they were already shocked. Guiyan, the world of cultivators where the strong ruled. There was actually such a world. Although they didn't know what chaotic energy was, they understood from Li Mochen's words that it could help with cultivation. They also knew that Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen were luring them, but they had to admit that they were tempted. After being ghosts for so long, they were tired. They really wanted to transform into human form, pass through walls, and appear during the day. I know you are deliberately luring us, but I don't deny that I'm really tempted. However, I still want to clarify what the so-called Guiyan and cultivators, as well as chaotic energy, are all about. Qin Miao asked without hiding the fact that he was tempted. Song Qingling had the same thought, so she didn't refute Qin Miao's words. Very well, I like talking to straightforward people like you. Leng Xiaoyao was very satisfied with their reaction. This kind of straightforwardness was helpful for their talk. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Leng Xiaoyao. This is my boyfriend, Li Mochen. Guiyan is another time and space, but it's not easy to go there without a teleportation array. We know where the teleportation array is now, but our cultivation levels are suppressed due to crossing time and space. We need to restore our cultivation levels before we can restart the teleportation array. Guiyan is a world of cultivators where basically everyone cultivates. There are evil cultivators, ghost cultivators, and evil cultivators too. In that world, martial arts are supreme and there are many treasures. As for us, we have enemies over there, so when we restore our cultivation levels, we will go there for revenge. However, it's been more than 10 years since we left. We don't know how our enemies have developed, so we want to gather more helpers. Of course, we're not asking people to help us for free. We can provide power for cultivation. Chaotic energy represents cultivation energy. The chaotic physique is the most perfect bloodline for cultivation in the world and is very rare. Even if his cultivation level isn't high now, once he uses chaotic energy, you'll only end up in ashes. So we didn't plan to destroy you from the beginning. We just wanted to figure out our current strength through actual combat, Leng Xiaoyao said. Li Mochen cooperated tacitly by emitting chaotic energy, causing the two ghosts to feel great pressure. Their souls were trembling and they felt a strong sense of fear. Now they believed that this man was even more extraordinary than they had imagined. Li Mochen warned, "Of course, you have the right to refuse and we won't force you, but once you agree, you cannot betray us. If you dare to betray us, you'll be turned to ashes." Moreover, he was also very interested in Guiyan and the chaotic energy. He also wanted to improve his cultivation level, transform into human form, pass through walls, and appear during the day. They are only black shadow ghosts and could only move around in this mountain. After 300 years, they were already tired and needed something interesting to do. Since senior brother agreed, I will also agree. As for betrayal, you can rest assured that we aren't such people, no, not such ghosts. Song Qingling also agreed. It wasn't just because Qin Miao agreed, but also because she was persuaded. Well then, I'll take you back to my house. You can live in the basement. Oh, no, there are other things in it. How about they temporarily live in your basement, Mochen? Leng Xiaoyao said. No problem. Li Mochen had no objections. After all, Leng Xiaoyao was planning for him. Also, I usually have to go to school. We both have our own things to do, so we might not be able to take care of you. Plus, it's not good for you to appear during the day, so all training must be done at night. Also, you can't harm humans. If you do, we'll definitely destroy you. If you come across low-level ghosts, we won't say anything if you want to eat them, but you can't target the souls that can be reincarnated right after death. If you encounter high-level ghosts, you have to be careful. Don't confront them directly. Talk to us first. If they can be tamed, try to tame them. If they can't be tamed, I'll destroy them. Leng Xiaoyao found it necessary to clarify first to avoid them not having time to take care of them. They didn't plan to deceive them. Okay, got it. Qin Miao and Song Qingling responded. They also felt that these two cultivators weren't evil people and were at least temporarily trustworthy. After explaining everything, Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen stopped cultivating and took them back. Therefore, it was already 2 a.m. when they returned home. After settling the two ghosts, Leng Xiaoyao went home to rest. At 6 a.m., Leng Xiaoyao got up and drove directly to school. Li Mochen couldn't stay every day and left the capital city the next day. Every night, Qin Miao and Song Qingling went out to roam around and see if they could encounter any ghosts. They didn't encounter any ghosts, but they saw a lot of new things. Although they had survived for 300 years, they had always roamed in the mountains. Sometimes they would go on a retreat for several years or decades, so they had no idea what the outside world was like. Now that they could see these colorful scenes, they felt very curious. They always came back after the whole city quieted down. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Mu Yuan and Meng Fan brought the raw jade materials over and placed them in Leng Xiaoyao's basement. Leng Xiaoyao wasn't in a hurry and decided to wait until Sunday to cut the stones. Because she always came home late at night, it wouldn't be good if there was any noise. Chapter 3405, Is it so hard to admit that others are amazing? The press conference held by Xiaoyao Technology for the new game, Who's the Ruler, was scheduled for Saturday, which was in 3 days. During the military training, there would be no rest on Saturday. Only Sunday was a day off. Nevertheless, Leng Xiaoyao didn't choose to hold it on Sunday due to other factors. It wasn't just decided according to her own schedule. It mainly depended on the media's schedule. Their work had already been arranged for Sunday, so only Saturday was available. Originally, leave wasn't allowed during military training, unless there was a health problem, but when the instructor heard about her entrepreneurship and the upcoming game launch, he came to ask her about it. She admitted it and casually treated him to a meal. Unexpectedly, the instructor agreed. The instructor also treated Leng Xiaoyao differently. Although Leng Xiaoyao was being criticized recently, he still believed in her. 3 days before the press conference, Xiaoyao Technology's official Weibo released several promotional materials. There were video ads, images, and posters. Due to Leng Xiaoyao's influence, Xiaoyao Technology's official Weibo had gained thousands of followers. However, when Xiaoyao Technology's official Weibo released the advertisement and was reposted by Xiao Yuming, the number of followers of Xiaoyao Technology's official Weibo skyrocketed. It wasn't surprising. Xiao Yuming was honestly popular. He not only had tens of millions of fans, he also had a good relationship with many other artists and employees of entertainment companies. Those who knew him were all liking and reposting. Therefore, their fans were also following and reposting. As a result, Xiaoyao Technology's official Weibo, which had only a few thousand followers, reached over 100,000 followers within 2 hours after the advertisement was released. It became one of the hottest topics on Weibo within 3 hours. Leng Xiaoyao originally wanted to make some moves to get the game advertisement on the hot search, but it turned out that Xiao Yuming helped her out. She had to admit that Xiao Yuming was indeed incredibly popular. At first, they followed because of their relationship with Xiao Yuming and their idol worship. They didn't really have high expectations for this game. After all, there had been many games in recent years, but only a few were popular. Therefore, most people didn't have high hopes for this game, even if it was endorsed by Xiao Yuming. However, after seeing the promotional video of the game, they were attracted by the game clips in the video. They wouldn't know if it was good or not until it was fully launched, so many netizens were waiting for it and would download and play it once it was available. When the students who followed Xiaoyao technology at the capital university found out about it, it was already after the end of military training in the afternoon. They were all shocked. At first, there weren't many people who had high expectations for Leng Xiaoyao, but they didn't expect that Leng Xiaoyao's actions would shock them. The game spokesperson for Leng Xiaoyao's company turned out to be the best actor of this year, Xiao Yuming. Oh my god. Are you kidding me? The spokesperson is Xiao Yuming. Did I read it wrong? I can't believe it. Who is Leng Xiaoyao? How did she manage to get Xiao Yuming to endorse her game? This can't be done with money alone. She must have connections. No wonder Leng Xiaoyao is so confident. It seems that she has some abilities. I just don't know how good this game is. I think it should be good. Otherwise, why would Xiao Yuming endorse it? Even if there are connections, if it's not good, wouldn't it ruin his reputation? That's true. Moreover, the game clips in the promotional video look very good and eye-catching. When it's available for download, I'll download it and try it out. No matter what, Leng Xiaoyao has already succeeded halfway by getting this far. It seems that we've really underestimated Leng Xiaoyao. Although there were doubts, many people were looking forward to this game. Those who previously envied and resented Leng Xiaoyao didn't change their views on her because of her abilities. Instead, they became even more jealous. Like Fan Xiaoyu and He Xiaoxiao who spread this news. What Leng Xiaoyao said in class was spread by He Xiaoxiao to make fun of her. She didn't expect that she had given Leng Xiaoyao some free advertisement. Although many people didn't have high expectations before and even despised her, at least her popularity at the capital university was spread out. After this news was spread, some people came to ask Leng Xiaoyao about it. Leng Xiaoyao replied, "Is it really that hard to admit that others are amazing? At first, you all came to question me. Now you all come to confirm it. What do you want? I said I could do it and you didn't believe me. I said I would do it and you questioned me again. Since that's the case, why bother asking?" Her words embarrassed them. Indeed, Leng Xiaoyao said that she could do and would do it, but they still questioned her. Wasn't that their fault? There were still some people who doubted it in private and said that no one knew if the game would be popular or not. However, based on the fact that they were proven wrong before, even if there were still doubts now, no one dared to say it in front of Leng Xiaoyao. About the news, their head teacher personally came to talk to Leng Xiaoyao the next day and praised her. All teachers like capable students, unless they have interest conflicts. In fact, the instructor even approached Leng Xiaoyao about it. Leng Xiaoyao, although I had confidence in you from the very beginning, I'm still surprised by the publicity. It's very good. Thank you, sir. Leng Xiaoyao thanked him for his praise, then casually asked, "Can I take a day off the day after tomorrow for my company's press conference?" Sure. The instructor didn't even think about it and agreed directly. To be honest, Leng Xiaoyao was a bit surprised, because before the military training, it was said that as long as there were no physical problems, one couldn't take a leave of absence. Therefore, she didn't have any hope of getting a leave of absence. After all, this was the capital university, not the experimental high school in City Chong. As a freshman, she didn't have the confidence to ask a teacher or instructor for a leave of absence. "Thank you, sir." Leng Xiaoyao thanked him joyfully. It wasn't easy to take a leave of absence from the capital university, but Leng Xiaoyao had deeply impressed the instructor. It was rare to see such an outstanding student. Besides, she took a leave of absence to do something serious, not to hang out. After Leng Xiaoyao finished her military training and returned home, it was already 7 p.m. Because it was summer, it was still bright outside. Leng Xiaoyao was too lazy to cook, so she ate outside before coming back. Li Mochen gave her the key to his house so that she could find the two ghosts. Because they could only pass through walls as Qing ghosts, they couldn't leave Li Mochen's basement. When it got dark, Leng Xiaoyao went to release them and took them out to see the world. Because of Leng Xiaoyao's warning, they didn't dare to absorb the humans' energy casually. Being around humans for a short time wouldn't cause any harm. Otherwise, Leng Xiaoyao wouldn't take them to crowded places. Chapter 3406, Why don't you investigate it? Where should we go to have fun? Song Qingling asked. She was full of curiosity about this world, but there were many things they could only observe and not touch or achieve, so she felt that it was a shame. Then I'll just follow you and wander around. Song Qingling said. They went out every night and had seen a lot of things. Today, they decided to follow Leng Xiaoyao around. Suddenly, Qin Miao and Song Qingling felt the presence of a soul not far away. There's a soul. It just died, and it's resentful, said Qin Miao. Generally, those who became ghosts after death had obsessions or died unjustly. Those who had a normal death didn't usually become ghosts. Lead the way. Let's go have a look. Leng Xiaoyao also wanted to investigate. To avoid these two ghosts from attacking the new ghost upon seeing it, Leng Xiaoyao reminded them. Don't eat the other ghost right away. Ask for the reason first. If you can handle it, then resolve the issue and let the other ghost reincarnate. I'm not stopping you from eating ghosts, but only evil ghosts can be eaten. Okay, we won't do what you don't allow us to do. Qin Miao and Song Qingling agreed. With the chaotic power provided by Li Mochen for cultivation, they didn't need to eat ghosts to enhance their skills. Anyway, eating ghosts wasn't faster than absorbing chaotic power. The new ghost wasn't far away, so Leng Xiaoyao quickly arrived at the scene. There were many people on the street. The female ghost stood outside the crowd, staring at a man and a woman in the crowd with extreme hatred. The man and woman were kneeling beside a corpse in the crowd, crying sadly. Sister, why did you have to do this? The woman cried. Qin, how could you leave me behind? We were going to get married in a month. The man cried. The female ghost roared angrily. You two despicable people, you killed me. Why are you acting sad? Hearing that, Leng Xiaoyao understood what had happened. Presumably, the female ghost's fiancé had an affair with her sister and was discovered. They decided to kill her to keep her quiet. Suddenly, the female ghost felt a threat approaching and looked up to see Qin Miao and Song Qingling. Although she was a new ghost and didn't understand the hierarchy of ghosts, she knew that they were also ghosts and very powerful. Subconsciously, the female ghost tried to escape. However, she was stopped by Song Qingling after taking only a few steps. What do you want to do? Yukin asked in fear. Don't be nervous. I won't hurt you. I just want to know what has happened. Song Qingling pointed to Leng Xiaoyao. If you were murdered, she can help you clear your name. When Song Qingling pointed to Leng Xiaoyao also looked at Yu Qin and nodded to show that she could see her. Yu Qin was very surprised. She couldn't believe that humans could really see ghosts. Therefore, Yu Qin followed Song Qingling to Leng Xiaoyao. Leng Xiaoyao asked, "What's going on?" Leng Xiaoyao asked that question, but no one thought it was strange, because everyone who was watching would ask the same thing. This man is called Cheng Qi. He is my fiancé. The woman is named Yu Shui, my half-sister. These two people hooked up with each other behind my back. Yu Shui is even pregnant. I only found out about this today, then I called them both to my company building on the 15th floor. I wanted to question them and get to the bottom of things before making a decision, but I didn't expect them to be so heartless as to kill me. They injected me with drugs to make it seem like I had a drug addiction and committed suicide. Before I died, they confessed everything. They had been together for a long time. Yu Shui was even pregnant. They never intended for me to live because they wanted to steal my company and my properties. Although it's just a small company, it's worth over 10 million yuan. I have a house nearby worth 5 million yuan. It's a huge sum for them who have nothing. After they injected me, they pushed me out of the window when I went crazy. I never did anything to them. Why did they do that to me? Upon hearing Yu Qin's statement, Leng Xiaoyao was also angry. If you want to help me, you can go to my office. I have a camera installed there. As long as you get the footage, they will be proven guilty of murder, Yu Qin said emotionally. She had been desperate and thought that she could only die with regret, but she didn't expect to meet someone who could see her and give her hope of clearing her name. Leng Xiaoyao nodded. It would be much more convenient this way. At this time, the police arrived and asked what was going on. Yu Shui said, I'm the deceased sister. My sister called me suddenly and said she was feeling very uncomfortable, so I rushed over. I met my sister's fiancé downstairs. We went upstairs together to see my sister. When we arrived, my sister had already climbed to the window and looked very painful. We didn't dare to act rashly and could only try to persuade her to get down. We didn't want to report to the police recklessly. We were afraid of angering my sister and causing her to do something foolish. Under our questioning, my sister told us that she had become addicted to drugs, so she was in a lot of pain and wanted to end her life. No matter how we begged her, she wouldn't listen and just jumped down. It broke my heart. Yu Shui told the story emotionally and reasonably. No one was suspicious of her. Qin, why did you leave me behind? I love you so much. We were about to get married. Xianxia looked extremely sad. Please accept our condolences. Contact the funeral parlor to take the body away, the police said without any intention of investigating further. Leng Xiaoyao was dissatisfied. She immediately walked into the crowd. Why aren't you investigating? You're just taking the body away without even examining the scene. Upon hearing that, Xianxia and Yu Shui's faces stiffened. The police officer was also displeased. What is there to investigate? The deceased's fiancé and sister have explained everything clearly. Do you just believe everything they say? I'm not saying they have a problem, but according to the procedures, you must investigate the scene. If everyone handles cases like you do, won't there be wrongful convictions everywhere? Leng Xiaoyao questioned. Chapter 3407, The Evidence is Exposed. Seeing how casually they were handling the case, Leng Xiaoyao had to suspect whether these people had some connection with Xianxia. Otherwise they simply didn't want to do the work. With this in mind, Leng Xiaoyao took out her phone. If they were in cahoots, she would handle them all. With this in mind, Leng Xiaoyao opened her phone's recording function. If they had the same purpose, she would punish them all. If she didn't run into it, it would have nothing to do with her. However, since she saw it, she had to deal with it. It's the police's job. You have no right to interfere. If you continue to bother us, we'll have to arrest you for obstruction of official duties, said a police officer. Several onlookers originally agreed with Leng Xiaoyao, but they didn't dare to say anything after hearing the police officer's words. It was none of their business anyway. Leader, I think she's right. We should. Another police officer opened his mouth. In fact, he was unhappy about their leader's decision. Shut up. The leader, Wang Bing, snapped at him at once. Seeing that, Leng Xiaoyao was sure that Wang Bing had a relationship with Xianxia or Yu Shui, or Xianxia and Yu Shui made a deal with him. I have no right to interfere with your work, but I have the right to question your attitude towards the case. If they say this girl suffered from drug addiction and jumped off the building from the pain, you should have a forensic expert examine her to see if that's true. You should also check the scene to see if there are really no signs of struggle and if she really jumped on her own, Leng Xiaoyao said. Upon hearing that, Xianxia and Yu Shui both shuddered, showing signs of panic. Although they had quickly cleaned up the mess when they came down, they couldn't guarantee that nothing would be found. Are you suspecting us? She's my biological sister, Yu Shui argued as if she was innocent. Everyone who was with the deceased before she died is a suspect. Leng Xiaoyao replied. Looking at Yu Shui, Leng Xiaoyao seemed to see her through. What does it matter if she is your sister? For interests, even parents can do such things. Yu Shui panicked. She had a feeling that Leng Xiaoyao knew something. We know what we're doing. We don't need your interference. If you don't leave, we'll have to detain you for obstructing official duties. Wang Bing threatened. He still had no intention of checking the event location. Leng Xiaoyao didn't say anything. She just looked at Xianxia, Yu Shui and Wang Bing with suspicion in her eyes. It made them all angry. What kind of look is that? Wang Bing asked. I'm not saying anything. Why are you even judging my expression? Leng Xiaoyao retorted. Wang Bing was struck dumb for a second and didn't know what to say. Fine, whatever. Leng Xiaoyao stopped arguing with them. She directly left the crowd. She just stood out simply to let the police take the lead and find the evidence. Then they could catch the two criminals right away. However, the police obviously had no plan to do that. In that case, Leng Xiaoyao had to get the evidence on her own. By then, she would punish them more seriously. Leng Xiaoyao leaving didn't make them relieved. They were still anxious. After leaving the scene, Leng Xiaoyao went to Yu Qin's company with her guidance. The door was open. Obviously, Xianxia and Yu Shui were in a hurry and didn't have time to close it. Yu Qin pointed out the location of the surveillance camera to Leng Xiaoyao. Leng Xiaoyao then took it down and extracted the memory card to view it. The truth was exactly what Yu Qin had described. Leng Xiaoyao cut out the video and posted it on Yu Qin's official Weibo account with her permission. She wanted their misdeeds to be exposed. She posted not only the surveillance video, but also her conversation with Wang Bing. He wanted to cover up for Cheng Qi, but only dug his own grave. Yu Qin's company had only a few tens of thousands of followers on Weibo, but Leng Xiaoyao could use her hacking skills to make it go viral in an instant. As people were swiping Weibo, they saw the explosive content and clicked on it. They were outraged and cursed Cheng Qi and Yu Shui. When Leng Xiaoyao posted the video, she explained the reason. Oh my, these two people are so evil. It's the worst case I've ever seen. They should be sentenced to death. Absolutely, they can't get away with it. The funeral car hadn't yet arrived at the scene when Cheng Qi received a call from a friend accusing him and Yu Shui of killing Yu Qin. Cheng Qi, how dare you kill Yu Qin along with Yu Shui? That's too evil. Cheng Qi was startled. How did his friend know? Or maybe it was just suspicion. What do you mean? Cheng Qi forced himself to remain calm and pretended to be confused. What do I mean? Are you still trying to pretend to be innocent? The official Weibo account of Yu Qin's company has released the video of you and Yu Shui killing Yu Qin. Cheng Qi, you and Yu Shui can wait for my revenge. The man hung up immediately after speaking. He had liked Yu Qin, but unfortunately Yu Qin liked Cheng Qi. So he had been silently blessing them, but he didn't expect that Yu Qin would be killed by the person she liked and her sister. These two people should be sentenced to death. He didn't have much power, but he could still make Cheng Qi and Yu Shui pay for Yu Qin's death with their lives. Cheng Qi was completely stunned. The video of him and Yu Shui killing Yu Qin was posted on the official Weibo account of Yu Qin's company. How was that possible? How did other people know about it? Cheng Qi immediately opened Weibo and looked at the official account of Yu Qin's company. Without surprise, two Weibo posts were posted a few minutes ago. One was in Yu Qin's office, which was the video of him and Yu Shui murdering Yu Qin. The second one was an audio recording. He didn't click to listen, but the text indicated that it was a recording of a girl and Wang Bing, saying that they were colluding. They did collude. Otherwise, Wang Bing wouldn't have directly declared that Yu Qin committed suicide by jumping off the building. At that moment, Cheng Qi suddenly collapsed, feeling helpless. What's wrong, Cheng Qi? Yu Shui asked anxiously when she saw his reaction. Cheng Qi didn't answer. Yu Shui saw that he became like this after looking at his phone, so she immediately grabbed his phone to have a look. After reading the posts, Yu Shui's face also turned pale. Why was there a video leaked? Who recorded it? Wang Bing saw that something was wrong and also leaned over to take a look. The more he watched it, the more frightened he became. They were doomed. He was doomed. He didn't expect that there would be surveillance video, and it was directly posted online. Could it be the girl he just met? After a few seconds, Wang Bing made a decision. You contact the forensic doctor. You two stay here and watch. The rest of us will go to the crime scene to investigate. Chapter 3408, Till Your Resentment Dissipates. Wang Bing's sudden change left everyone stunned. Several police officers came back to their senses and immediately followed Wang Bing upstairs. Once Cheng Qi realized that they were doomed, all he could think of was to escape. Thinking about that, he acted, but he hadn't run a few steps before being kicked back to where he started by Leng Xiaoyao and fell down. After Leng Xiaoyao had everything ready, she came down and continued to watch. Although Wang Bing was going upstairs to investigate, it was too late. Punishment awaited him. She had heard the phone call Xianxia received just then. Since someone was going to attack Xianxia, she temporarily wouldn't get involved. Soon, Yu Qin's father also found out. Although he married another wife, he also loved his daughter from his first marriage very much. So when he learned about it, he didn't have any thoughts of letting Yu Shui go, no matter how much Yu Shui's mother begged him. Even if he wanted to let her go, the law wouldn't. The death penalty was unavoidable. The funeral parlor's car arrived, but the deceased couldn't be taken away for the time being. Before long, another group of police officers arrived and directly controlled Wang Bing. Although there was no evidence proving Wang Bing's collusion with Xianxia, Wang Bing's unprofessional attitude almost allowed the criminal to escape, so he was temporarily considered derelict in his duty. Wang Bing was very worried that Xianxia would confess his involvement. If it was just dereliction of duty, the worst that could happen was being fired. Although he didn't want to be fired, it was better than becoming an accomplice and going to jail. If he became an accomplice, he would be sentenced to 10 years in prison, whereas Xianxia and Yu Shui, who were the murderers, would definitely be sentenced to death. There was already video evidence, so there was no need to investigate Xianxia and Yu Shui's case. What needed to be investigated was who sent this post. If it couldn't be found out, it wouldn't be too deeply investigated. In the end, Xianxia and Yu Shui were taken away. They still couldn't figure out who did it. Before Xianxia and Yu Shui were sentenced, Yu Qin's resentment couldn't disappear, but after seeing Xianxia and Yu Shui being taken away, Yu Qin's anger wasn't as strong as before. Therefore, Leng Xiaoyao took Yu Qin with her. Within 7 days, Yu Qin had to enter the cycle of reincarnation, otherwise, she would become a wild ghost and wouldn't be able to reincarnate. However, they had committed a serious crime, so they should be executed soon. A cultivator, Leng Xiaoyao said. As a new ghost, Yu Qin didn't know what cultivation was. A cultivator. How do you cultivate? Have you seen fantasy dramas? Leng Xiaoyao asked. I have seen some. I like to watch fantasy dramas the most. Yu Qin mentioned some fantasy dramas she had watched. My cultivation is to cultivate immortality, Leng Xiaoyao said. Upon hearing that, Yu Qin was surprised. It turned out that cultivation really existed in the world. Anyway, thinking about becoming a ghost herself, Yu Qin didn't find anything unbelievable anymore. You should leave with us for now. Within 7 days, you need to enter reincarnation. If you can't enter reincarnation after 7 days, it'll be difficult for you to try again. You can only be a wild ghost if you miss the chance. The world of ghosts is worse than the world of mortals. At least, people don't kill each other easily, but ghosts basically kill ghosts. There will be high-level ghosts who will absorb your soul to enhance their own abilities. Once your soul is eaten, you'll never be reborn. These ghosts listen to me now, so they didn't attack you, but I can't stop other ghosts from doing that. How can I enter the cycle of reincarnation? Yuan Qin asked. She didn't want to become a wild ghost to be absorbed by other ghosts. Wait for your resentment to disappear, Leng Xiaoyao said. Yu Qin said unhappily, as long as Xianxia and Yu Shui are sentenced, my resentment can dissipate. Leng Xiaoyao had already exposed the evidence for her. Not to mention that she believed Leng Xiaoyao wouldn't harm her, even if she did harm her, she accepted it. After Xianxia and others were taken back, they still needed to go through another interrogation. The police were mainly going to investigate what role Wang Bing played in this case. Xianxia knew that he was doomed, but even if he would be sentenced to death, he was determined to drag someone down with him. Therefore, he directly confessed that Wang Bing had been bribed by him with 100,000 yuan to handle this case simply. Although Wang Bing initially disagreed, Xianxia had something on him. Their relationship was very good, so they knew some dirty secrets about each other. Half a year ago, Wang Bing raped a girl and was caught by Xianxia. At first Wang Bing denied it, but eventually he couldn't withstand the pressure and admitted. Wang Bing wouldn't be sentenced to death, but it was basically life imprisonment. Regarding the press conference, Leng Xiaoyao sent invitation letters to several people, including Lu Ke, and Chenjin, and Ling Tianqi. Luckily they all had free time, so they came the day before the press conference, along with Leng Yecheng. Even Li Mochen also rushed back. On Friday afternoon, Leng Xiaoyao arranged dinner and accommodations for them. Because Leng Xiaoyao was a girl, it wasn't appropriate for Leng Yecheng to stay with her at Hanlin Manor. So they all stayed at a hotel where they could chat with Ling Tianqi and the others. However, Shen Ziyin, who also came, followed Leng Xiaoyao back to Hanlin Manor. As a jewelry designer in the game, Who's the Ruler, she was also going to give a speech at the press conference. This was the best opportunity for her to become famous. As long as she appeared at the press conference tomorrow and the game became popular, many people would remember her. Before that, Leng Xiaoyao had already helped her register on Weibo with the identity of a jewelry designer for Who's the Ruler. The press conference of Who's the Ruler was held at a 5-star hotel at 10 a.m. on Saturday. Originally, Mu Beihan and the others wanted to go, but unfortunately, the instructor didn't allow them to leave. They couldn't do anything about it. Thanks to Xiao Yuming's fame, Leng Xiaoyao invited many big-name media reporters. Those who weren't invited also came, but they could only stay outside and couldn't enter the conference hall. Today, Leng Xiaoyao appeared at the press conference as the boss of Xiaoyao Technology. Dressed in a stunning red cheongsam, she impressed all the guests. Everyone was shocked to learn that the boss of Xiaoyao Technology was such a young woman. Chapter 3409, Young and Successful. Miss Leng, may I know how old you are this year? A reporter asked. Did your family provide the funds for you to start Xiaoyao Technology? The reporter asked again. They couldn't believe that a freshman could earn so much money on her own to start a company. No, I earned the money myself. 5 months ago, there was a stock market turmoil. I was fortunate enough to make some money from that stock market. Combined with my love for programming games, I founded Xiaoyao Technology, Leng Xiaoyao said. They were naturally aware of the stock market turmoil 5 months ago. What impressed them the most was that 2 people made several hundred million yuan from it. There weren't many people who won in that stock market turmoil. Could Leng Xiaoyao be one of those few people? Did you program this game yourself? Another reporter asked. I drew the characters. The scenery was drawn by the staff. We programmed it together, Leng Xiaoyao said. Although most of it was programmed by her, they were a company, a team, and Leng Xiaoyao naturally couldn't take all the credit for herself. Mr. Xiaoyao Technology is a new company with no achievements before this. What is your reason for endorsing their game? The reporter asked Xiao Yuming. A new company doesn't mean they don't have the ability. On the contrary, they programmed a big budget game right from the start. That proves their abilities. As everyone knows, I'm a game lover. I have a high standard for games. To be honest, I didn't have high hopes for this game at first, but after playing Who's the Ruler, I was impressed and it gave me a big surprise. So I decided to endorse it. I joined as a friend. So, it's not like some netizens said that Xiaoyao Technology has spent a lot of money to get me to endorse it, Xiao Yuming said. He clarified that he joined as a friend because recently many people said Xiaoyao Technology had paid him a lot to endorse the game. It wasn't only bad for Xiaoyao Technology, but also for his reputation. Although he didn't care that much, he still had to clarify it. Everyone was surprised to learn that Xiao Yuming was willing to help as a friend. After all, even if he endorsed an advertisement, it would be worth several tens of millions yuan. However, he didn't ask for money this time. Some people didn't believe him and thought that it was a lie. Some people believed that Leng Xiaoyao and Xiao Yuming had some kind of relationship in private, whether it was a friendship, a family relationship, or even a romantic relationship. Anyway, everyone had their own speculations. Xiao Yuming had a good reputation, but not everyone liked him. No matter how good a person was, he would still have enemies. His enemies would never want him to live a good life. Mu Yufan, Zhou Yongkai and Shen Ziyin also gave a speech after that and were also interviewed. When everyone learned about Shen Xian's identity and title, they were full of expectations for her designs. These media reporters came to the press conference for Xiao Yuming, whereas some big shots who came to congratulate them were here because of Li Mochen. The scene was quite grand. It also surprised those media reporters and made them think that Leng Xiaoyao and Xiaoyao technology were very influential. The dinner party wasn't just about eating, it was also about chatting and socializing with various big shots. Therefore, Leng Xiaoyao gained the appreciation and goodwill of many people. If Miss Leng didn't look so young, I would think that she's just one of us. Right, Miss Leng is young and successful. She has such great abilities at such a young age. She's the first person I've seen like this. If there's an opportunity, I hope to cooperate with Miss Leng. They weren't just saying it. The business of a technology company was broad and not just limited to programming games and maintaining systems. Xiaoyao Technology mainly dealt with network technology, including computer network engineering, software development and maintenance, computer and peripheral product sales, installation and maintenance of computer-aided equipment, installation and sales of electronic products and accessories, network technology services, enterprise management consulting, sales of office supplies, etc. Each formed company needed these things. Although they were currently collaborating with large companies, it didn't prevent them from working with Xiaoyao Technology for Li Mochen Sake. Before that, they also needed to see the development and capabilities of Xiaoyao Technology. Therefore, they could be considered as potential clients of Xiaoyao Technology. It might not happen at this moment, but it was possible in the future. After dinner, only Li Mochen, Leng Yecheng, and the others were left. Leng Xiaoyao took them to the company to have a visit. Although the romantic relationship between Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen hadn't been made public, Li Mochen had been chatting with Leng Yecheng and the others to leave a good impression on them. It made everyone feel less intimidated by him. Originally they thought that Li Mochen was difficult to get along with, but after getting to know him, they found that he was quite easy to get along with. What they didn't know was that it was all because of Leng Xiaoyao. If it hadn't been for Leng Xiaoyao, he wouldn't have been so easy to talk to. It wasn't that he looked down on anyone. It was just that his personality had always been cold. Xiaoyao, how many people are there in your company? Ling Tianqi asked. Currently, there are only 10 people. I plan to recruit more people when the game becomes popular. After all, no one knows what Xiaoyao Technology will achieve before the game becomes popular. With achievements, I'm not afraid that capable people won't come knocking on the door of my company, Leng Xiaoyao said. Everyone agreed with that. The app of Who's the Ruler was also launched with the press conference. When it was first launched, the number of downloads wasn't high, but it wasn't too bad overall. However, in the evening, the number of downloads gradually increased. At this time, some players had already played the game and gave mostly positive reviews. Anyway, after playing Who's the Ruler, there weren't many people who didn't think it was good. Many students from the capital university had also downloaded and played the game. It could be confirmed that Leng Xiaoyao was indeed capable, and that made those who doubted her feel embarrassed. Chapter 3410, Ask for how much money from Xiao Yuming. The next morning, Leng Xiaoyao checked the download count and it had exceeded 100,000 times. The company's official Weibo had surpassed 1 million followers, while the game's official Weibo had surpassed 500,000 followers. The game's keywords had also become a top search on the internet. It received a lot of positive reviews. At 10 a.m., Leng Xiaoyao sent Leng Yecheng and the others to the airport. When she returned home, she found that Li Mochen had already prepared lunch. "Hi, welcome back. Are you all right?" Li Mochen asked with concern. Li Mochen wanted to accompany Leng Xiaoyao to send them off, but she didn't want to make their relationship public yet, so he compromised and let her go alone. Li Mochen was upset, but he still respected Leng Xiaoyao's decision. "I'm fine." Leng Xiaoyao smiled. Li Mochen bent and kissed Leng Xiaoyao. Leng Xiaoyao was surprised and gave Li Mochen a glare, but she wasn't really mad. After all, they were in a relationship. "Time to eat," Li Mochen said, rubbing Leng Xiaoyao's head. After that, Leng Xiaoyao went to wash her hands first, while Li Mochen placed the dishes on the dining table. After dinner, Li Mochen washed the dishes, while Leng Xiaoyao didn't need to do anything. Leng Xiaoyao then planned to work on cutting stones in the basement. However, she was worried about making noise, so she thought about doing it on the antique street. Li Mochen told her that he had soundproofed the basement, so she could work on cutting stones without making any noise. Therefore, Leng Xiaoyao decided to do it at home. Since Li Mochen was here, Leng Xiaoyao didn't need to cut those stones in person. Li Mochen did it for her. Leng Xiaoyao picked a raw jade material with a strong magical power. After cutting it out, it was a piece of old pit glass jade. How much should I ask Xiao Yuming for? After all, he's helped me with the endorsement for free. Leng Xiaoyao hesitated about it. She didn't want to charge too much, but she didn't know how much was appropriate. Charge as much as you need. Don't feel bad just because he did the endorsement for free. Li Mochen didn't think it conflicted. The main reason was that he had a good relationship with Xiao Yuming. He believed that Xiao Yuming wouldn't mind. You were friends with him, so you don't think there is anything wrong, but I'm different. Some favors should be returned. Otherwise he might have a bad impression of me. You don't care about that, but I do, Leng Xiaoyao said unhappily. Li Mochen thought that Leng Xiaoyao was right, so he didn't force her to do things his way. Leng Xiaoyao thought for a while, then said, this jade should be worth about 40 million yuan. 3 million yuan should be enough. Anyway, I only spent a few thousand yuan on it, so it's all profit no matter how much I charge. Let's give it to him tomorrow. We can go to the mountains to cultivate now. Because they had time, Leng Xiaoyao wanted to cultivate and speed up her progress. Therefore, Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen took Qin Miao and Song Qingling, the two ghosts, to the mountains, leaving Yu Qin, the new ghost, in the basement. As for Yu Qin, Leng Xiaoyao had already told Li Mochen about her story. Li Mochen asked if he could help settle the case as soon as possible. Leng Xiaoyao declined. She didn't want Li Mochen to owe other people too many favors for her, and it wasn't necessary. If it wasn't settled after 5 days, she would turn to Li Mochen for help then. On the third day of Yu Qin's case, Chengqi and Yu Shui were finally sentenced to death and were executed 3 days later. Because they had committed a serious crime, they had no chance of probation. Chengqi and Yu Shui regretted it very much. However, they only regretted it because they lost their lives because of Yu Qin. If they weren't sentenced to death, it would be impossible for them to feel regretful. Wang Bing was also sentenced to 10 years in prison. On that day, it was the day of Yu Qin's funeral. For these 3 days, Yu Qin's soul was in the funeral parlor. It watched her father and Zhang Huan crying their hearts out. Zhang Huan was the man who liked Yu Qin. In just a few days, he had lost a lot of weight due to sadness. At that moment, Yu Qin thought that if she had met Zhang Huan first, she might have fallen in love with him. She would be happy with him if they were together. Unfortunately, she met Chengqi first. She was always a loyal person. Since she was already with Chengqi, she wouldn't get close to other men anymore. Even though she had been moved by Zhang Huan before, she chose to be loyal to her partner. However, she never expected that her partner would betray her and even plot against her life. Yu Qin watched her body being cremated. She couldn't appear at the burial because it was during the day. It wasn't until night that she went to the cemetery to take a look. After Chengqi and Yu Shui were executed 3 days later, Yu Qin's resentment dissipated and she entered reincarnation. As for Yu Qin's property, it was also put under her father's name. Her father divorced Yu Shui's mother. He didn't believe that Yu Shui's mother didn't know what Yu Shui was doing. Perhaps she was also involved in it. However, there was no evidence and he couldn't do anything about it. Before entering reincarnation, Yu Qin asked Leng Xiaoyao to find Zhang Huan for her and thank him on her behalf. Therefore, after 6 p.m. that day, Leng Xiaoyao left school and went straight to Zhang Huan's house. Over the past week, Zhang Huan had become a walking dead because of Yu Qin's death. If he hadn't had friends taking care of him these days, he would have died at home. Honestly, Zhang Huan loved Yu Qin deeply. If Yu Qin had been together with him, she could have lived a happy life. Sadly, he couldn't force her to accept him. When Leng Xiaoyao arrived at Zhang Huan's house and knocked on the door opened quickly. It was Zhang Huan's friend. "Who are you looking for?" the man asked. I'm here to see Zhang Huan, said Leng Xiaoyao. Who are you? What is your relationship with him? The man asked again. I don't know him, but I came because of Yu Qin, said Leng Xiaoyao. When the man heard Yu Qin's name, he was surprised and invited Leng Xiaoyao in. He's in his room, said the man as he led Leng Xiaoyao to Zhang Huan's room, then he left. He wasn't worried that Leng Xiaoyao would do anything to harm Zhang Huan. If she wanted to harm Zhang Huan, she wouldn't do it so blatantly. Zhang Huan didn't even notice Leng Xiaoyao's presence when she walked inside. Do you remember my voice? Asked Leng Xiaoyao. When Zhang Huan heard the familiar voice, he suddenly looked up. This voice sounded so familiar. Who was she? I'm the one who questioned Wang Bing, said Leng Xiaoyao. Zhang Huan suddenly remembered who she was. You, Zhang Huan opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Chapter 3411, Fine, you win. Do you believe in ghosts? Asked Leng Xiaoyao. She wasn't afraid that Zhang Huan would pose a threat to her. Why do you ask such a question? Zhang Huan asked, with a faint suspicion in his heart. Could it be that Yu Qin had turned into a ghost and let this woman see her? No, how could there be ghosts in this world? If Yu Qin had become a ghost, why didn't she come to see him? At his first reaction to the idea that Yu Qin might become a ghost, he didn't feel scared, but rather wondered why she didn't come to see him. Perhaps he really would be afraid, but even so, he still wanted to see her. After all, he loved her so much. If Yu Qin hadn't gotten together with Cheng Qi, she wouldn't have lost her life. Unfortunately, there was no way to know earlier. If he had known earlier, no matter what means he used, he wouldn't have let them be together. If Yu Qin became a ghost and came to see you, would you be afraid? Leng Xiaoyao asked. She wanted to test him. I would be afraid, but I still want her to come and see me. I didn't even get to see her for the last time. Zhang Huan admitted that he was afraid of ghosts, but if it was Yu Qin, he still wanted to see her. After Yu Qin had an accident, I went to the scene and saw Yu Qin's ghost. She told me that Cheng Qi and Yu Shui conspired to murder her, Leng Xiaoyao said. What? Zhang Huan was stunned when he heard that and wondered if he had misheard. Leng Xiaoyao continued. Then she took me to her company and found the hidden camera in the corner. Inside was the process of Cheng Qi and Yu Shui murdering her. Then she told me what her company's official Weibo account was, and I posted the video online. Zhang Huan was dumbfounded. He found it incredible and doubted the truth of what Leng Xiaoyao said because it was beyond his understanding of the world. Despite his doubts, Zhang Huan still asked, what about Yu Qin? Yu Qin was still his biggest concern. She reincarnated. Before reincarnating, she asked me to thank you for solving this matter so quickly, Leng Xiaoyao said. Zhang Huan was very sad, not only because Yu Qin had died, but also because even if Yu Qin had become a ghost, she didn't come to see him. Zhang Huan was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect that Yu Qin was also there during those 3 days at the funeral parlor. Since ordinary people couldn't see the existence of ghosts, even if Yu Qin came to see him, he wouldn't be able to see her. I'm an outsider and have no right to tell you not to be sad, but the dead cannot be resurrected. The living should live well. You still have parents and relatives. If they see you like this, they will also be very sad, Leng Xiaoyao said. She saw that Zhang Huan was in a bad condition, so she wanted to console him. Zhang Huan listened to her words and suddenly became more energetic. Also, I don't want anyone else to know about it. Otherwise, it may cause trouble for me. Leng Xiaoyao reminded him. Okay, I won't tell anyone. Zhang Huan promised. He knew what the consequences would be if this news was spread. Since Leng Xiaoyao kindly told him these things, he certainly couldn't harm her. With that said, Leng Xiaoyao didn't say anything more and left. Zhang Huan's friends didn't eavesdrop on their conversation, so they didn't hear what they were saying clearly, although they were curious. After Leng Xiaoyao left, Zhang Huan's friends went to see how he was doing. Seeing that he was feeling better, they were slightly relieved. Zhang Huan didn't tell his friends about what Leng Xiaoyao said. Since he had promised Leng Xiaoyao, she was his friend too and he wouldn't say anything. If he heard it outside, it wouldn't be his business. Originally, Leng Xiaoyao planned to give the jade to Xiao Yuming the day after she cut it out, but he happened to be out of the country and wouldn't be back for a week. So she didn't see Xiao Yuming until the day after she met Zhang Huan. It was Sunday, so there was no need to go to school. Leng Xiaoyao had a boyfriend, while Xiao Yuming was a big star. Therefore, to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings and troubles, they arranged to meet at Xiaoyao Technology. They agreed to meet at 10 a.m., but Leng Xiaoyao arrived early because she didn't have time to come to the company during weekdays and only had time on Sundays. Who's the Ruler had been online for a week, with over 1 million downloads. It was still on Weibo's hot search list. The topic and positive reviews had been continuous. XY Jade Jewelry also registered an official Weibo account and product website. The jade jewelry in the game had also received a lot of attention and had sold several pieces. Buyers had all come to the company in person because items worth tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of yuan couldn't be purchased online. When it was almost 10 a.m., Xiao Yuming arrived. Leng Xiaoyao hadn't told him what kind of jade it was yet, but he knew that it was definitely top quality. Jade. Where is the jade? Let me see it. As soon as Xiao Yuming arrived, he couldn't wait to see the jade. When Leng Xiaoyao saw Xiao Yuming, she frowned slightly. His forehead was a little dark, which wasn't serious, but it could lead to a bloody disaster. I don't have an exquisite packaging box at home, only plastic bags, Leng Xiaoyao said. Fine, you win. Xiao Yuming looked defeated, but he didn't dwell on it and immediately opened it to take a look. Xiao Yuming didn't know much about jade, but he knew that the jade Leng Xiaoyao brought was extremely good. What kind of jade is this? How much does it cost? Xiao Yuming asked. This is an old pit glass type, among the best goods. I'll sell it to you for 3 million yuan. It's not a high price and I'll make a profit too, Leng Xiaoyao said. Although Xiao Yuming didn't know the specific price of jade, he had been to Province Yun a few times and knew the approximate price. This old pit glass type jade was worth at least 30 million yuan, so it was indeed a low price. The reason why Leng Xiaoyao would also make a profit was because of the difference between the cost of raw jade materials and the price of jade, but it was extremely difficult to get a piece of jade. Who knew how many raw jade materials would be wasted in the process? Jade was really not cheap. Chapter 3412, Are You Crazy? Moreover, even if Leng Xiaoyao didn't say anything, Xiao Yuming knew that she had given him a big discount because of his endorsement of the game. Great. Leng Xiaoyao took a piece of paper and wrote down her card number, then handed it to Xiao Yuming. Aren't you afraid that I'll take the jade and not transfer the money to you? Xiao Yuming joked. I'm a hacker, Leng Xiaoyao said, looking at him with a vague smile. Xiao Yuming was taken aback and immediately laughed it off. Ha ha. Don't take it seriously, I was just joking. He knew very well how threatening hackers could be. His company was maintained by Li Mochen, a powerful hacker. Having witnessed Li Mochen's power, he couldn't trust anyone else. He didn't know if Leng Xiaoyao was as skilled as Li Mochen, but if Leng Xiaoyao wanted to do something to his company, Li Mochen wouldn't help him. It was understandable. Li Mochen had been single for many years. He finally had a girlfriend, so he would obviously side with Leng Xiaoyao. Fine, he was just imagining it. It wouldn't happen because he would pay Leng Xiaoyao. Leng Xiaoyao smiled. I was joking too. Xiao Yuming didn't know what to say. It was really rare. Most people were usually left speechless by him. Well, I'll leave now and transfer the money to you immediately, Xiao Yuming said. He took the jade and was about to leave. He didn't even think whether this jade was really old pit glass type. Because he didn't think Leng Xiaoyao would cheat him. Wait a second. Leng Xiaoyao stopped Xiao Yuming. What else? Xiao Yuming asked. I see that your forehead is dark. It means that you'll encounter a bloody disaster within 3 days, Leng Xiaoyao said seriously. Xiao Yuming was struck dumb for a second. He thought that Leng Xiaoyao was joking and didn't take it seriously. He asked with a smile, when did you become a fortune teller? I've always been good at it, Leng Xiaoyao said. She didn't think that the term, fortune teller, was negative. Xiao Yuming's expression changed and he became serious too. You're not joking with me. I never joke about people's safety. If you don't trust me, you can ask Mochen. You trust Mochen, don't you? Leng Xiaoyao said. She knew that this kind of thing was mysterious to ordinary people, but it existed whether they believed it or not. After hearing that, Xiao Yuming chose to believe it rather than not. Although he still thought it was mysterious, he asked seriously, "What should I do?" As Leng Xiaoyao said, even if he didn't trust her, he should trust Li Mochen. "I'll draw a talisman for you to wear close to your body. Don't let it touch water and take it off when you shower," Leng Xiaoyao said, taking out yellow paper and cinnabar ink from her bag. "Thank you." Xiao Yuming thanked her respectfully. With this talisman, he felt a little more at ease whether or not it was useful. When he saw Leng Xiaoyao drawing the talisman, he couldn't ignore that Leng Xiaoyao had real skills. Given her technique, speed, and temperament, she seemed to be even better than those masters on TV. After drawing the talisman, Leng Xiaoyao folded it into a triangle and handed it to Xiao Yuming. "Thank you." Xiao Yuming thanked Leng Xiaoyao again. With this talisman, he felt safer. Be careful these days, but don't always think about it. It will only put more pressure on yourself and might turn small problems into big ones. Leng Xiaoyao reminded him. She was afraid that Xiao Yuming would be overwhelmed by the pressure of knowing that something bad might happen and might cause a more serious accident. "Okay, I'll keep it in mind," Xiao Yuming said. Anyway, Leng Xiaoyao helped him, so he was grateful to her. After Xiao Yuming left, he went straight to the bank to transfer money to Leng Xiaoyao. Soon after, Leng Xiaoyao received the transfer information. Because it wasn't his father's birthday yet, Xiao Yuming hadn't brought the jade to him. He left it at his home in the capital city and would bring it back when he returned to City High. Li Mochen wasn't around, so Mu Beihan and the others invited Leng Xiaoyao to go shopping. Due to the 2 weeks of military training, they all got tanned to varying degrees, so when they saw that Leng Xiaoyao hadn't changed at all, they were jealous. When they walked together, the difference was even more obvious. "I think we invited you out to make us angry," Mu Beihan complained. "I'm sorry. It's a gift." Leng Xiaoyao laughed. The other girls had the impulse to beat her. However, the 4 of them couldn't defeat Leng Xiaoyao alone. "You must treat us to coffee, otherwise we won't forgive you." And Chenmeng clung to Leng Xiaoyao. If she didn't take advantage of Leng Xiaoyao, she felt that she couldn't accept it. "No problem, I'll treat you to coffee, and a seafood feast." How about that? Leng Xiaoyao was never stingy with her friends. Now that she could make money while the others were still relying on their families to live, it was no problem for her to treat them more. Among friends, there was no need to be so calculative. All the girls in their dorm rooms were obsessed with it. They played it until midnight every night. If it weren't for military training the next day, they would probably want to play all night. In the capital university, except for those who were jealous of Leng Xiaoyao, the rest all admired her. The group of friends played the game quietly, with their earphones plugged into their phones so as not to disturb others. Although there were many people chatting in the cafe, they happened to attract attention. The couple at the next table kept looking at them because Leng Xiaoyao and her friends were eye-catching. Other tables also looked at them, but there was no problem. However, the couple at the next table suddenly started to argue. Then the girl walked directly to their table and slapped the table angrily, saying, "Can you game players keep your voices down? Don't you know you're disturbing others?" Leng Xiaoyao and her friends were angry and looked at the girl in confusion. "Everyone is chatting and talking. We only say a few words occasionally. How did we disturb others? Are you crazy?" Mu Beihan retorted in anger. Chapter 3413, Why didn't you avoid it? "She's indeed crazy. We heard you arguing. You're not afraid of disturbing others, so what right do you have to say that we're disturbing others? If we really have disturbed others, the staff will naturally tell us. It's not your place to make a fuss here." And Chenmeng was angry. It was in the middle of a game and she was about to win, but was killed by the enemy due to the interruption. It was impossible for Chenmeng not to be angry. "Because of your interruption, we were all killed by the enemy. It's really frustrating." Shang Mengsen was also mad. Song Xinyue didn't say anything, but she was also angry. The people around them looked at the girl unhappily because Leng Xiaoyao and her friends didn't disturb anyone while playing the game. The girl was actually annoyed by her boyfriend and impulsively rushed over. She also knew that they didn't disturb anyone. "I'm sorry, I was too impulsive." The girl apologized, not because she was afraid of them, but because she realized that she had indeed been impulsive. After apologizing, the girl was about to leave but was stopped by Leng Xiaoyao. "Wait a second, I've already apologized. What else do you want?" The girl thought that Leng Xiaoyao wanted to pursue the matter, so she became unhappy. Her mood wasn't good at the moment, so she couldn't be nice to them. "Is that scumbag really worth your love? Is a playboy really your treasure? Miss, since you've apologized for your behavior, it shows that you're not a bad person. So I'll kindly remind you that that man isn't a good choice. Don't let him hurt you without even knowing the truth," Leng Xiaoyao said. When the girl went to the bathroom just then, she was disgusted by the content of the conversation between this man and another woman. She didn't want to interfere at first, but since this girl caused a scene and apologized, she felt that this girl wasn't bad and felt sympathy for her. Besides, she also despised such men. Leng Xiaoyao just finished with Cheng Qi and Yu Shui's case, and yet ran into another bad man. Why were there so many terrible people? Hearing that, Mu Beihan and others looked at Leng Xiaoyao curiously. They didn't know what was going on, but they knew that something must have happened. Could it be that Leng Xiaoyao knew this man and knew what kind of person he was? "What do you mean?" Ning Muqing frowned and asked. She also suspected that Leng Xiaoyao might know her boyfriend and his secrets. She also had some doubts about whether her boyfriend was unfaithful to her, but she had no evidence. In addition, he behaved well in front of her, and it was only just then that she realized that something was wrong. "Boss, what's going on? Tell us." And Chenmeng asked excitedly, feeling that there was going to be a good show. "Yeah," Mu Beihan and Shang Mengxin also echoed. Song Xinyue still didn't say anything, but she wanted to know. Wang Pengyu, the girl's boyfriend, became anxious and immediately walked over. He snapped at Leng Xiaoyao. "What are you talking about? Muqing, don't listen to her nonsense. I don't know her at all. Why did she say such things about me? Huh, you know very well whether I'm talking nonsense or not. Just now when she went to the washroom, a woman called you and asked when you and Ning Muqing are getting married. After you get married, her family's property," Leng Xiaoyao said. Shut up, don't talk nonsense here." Wang Pengyu's face turned pale for a moment and he immediately rebuked. How could Leng Xiaoyao hear his conversation? It was impossible. They weren't even close to each other, and Leng Xiaoyao was wearing earphones. How could she hear his conversation? However, Leng Xiaoyao could indeed tell the content of their conversation. If Ning Muqing believed it, then all his preparations would be in vain. "Muqing, don't listen to her nonsense. You know how well I treat you," Wang Pengyu explained immediately. Wang Pengyu's reaction made Ning Muqing even more suspicious. If it wasn't true, why was he so afraid of letting this girl continue to speak? It was not only Ning Muqing who suspected him. No one who witnessed the situation was without suspicion. This man is obviously guilty. Right. If he's not guilty, why is he so afraid of that girl speaking? There are so many terrible men these days. Listening to everyone's discussion, Ning Muqing was mad. Since she is talking nonsense, why are you so nervous? Let her say it, I want to hear how she is talking nonsense. Ning Muqing was someone who always wanted to get to the bottom of things when she had doubts. Therefore, even though she didn't want to believe that her boyfriend would betray her, since she had doubts, she wanted to find out what was going on. Ning Muqing's reaction made Leng Xiaoyao realize that she wasn't someone who was blinded by love. It made her be willing to continue. Let me finish what I was saying. Her family's property will be yours. After you get the property, you can find a chance to get rid of Ning Muqing, then you can be together openly. You shut up. Wang Pengyu was so angry that he grabbed the ashtray on the table and threw it at Leng Xiaoyao. It shocked everyone. However, for Leng Xiaoyao, the ashtray thrown at her seemed to be in slow motion. She easily blocked it and sent it back. Before everyone could see it clearly, the ashtray hit the man's chest. Because Leng Xiaoyao was afraid of making things worse, she didn't hit the ashtray back right in his face. Ah! Wang Pengyu screamed in pain, clutching his chest and feeling short of breath. Everyone was shocked and looked at Leng Xiaoyao with admiration. She was too powerful. Waiters at the restaurant all came running and asked, "What's going on here?" "This man threw the ashtray at me. I threw it back and it hit his chest. I was only defending myself," Leng Xiaoyao said. Upon hearing that, several waiters were surprised. She threw it back. This was a glass ashtray that weighed 2 pounds. Was she really that strong? Although the waiters were surprised, with so many people watching, this girl wouldn't lie. Was this girl a martial artist? Why didn't you dodge? Why did you have to throw the ashtray back? Wang Pengyu was furious. Everyone was surprised by his reply. He was so shameless. Leng Xiaoyao narrowed her eyes and threatened him. "Why should I dodge? Who do you think you are? If I wanted to, I could have hit you directly in the head. I simply didn't want to make things worse." Chapter 3414, Play the Blame Game. Wang Pengyu was somewhat intimidated by Leng Xiaoyao's momentum, but he was unwilling to accept the result. "Stop talking nonsense here. I don't know if I'm talking nonsense or not, but you know it the best. By the way, I know a hacker who can investigate many things about you. If you insist that I'm talking nonsense, do you dare to let me investigate?" Leng Xiaoyao didn't say that she was a hacker in order to avoid unnecessary trouble. Wang Pengyu was scared because he was indeed guilty. After an investigation, his dirty secrets would all be exposed. However, he was still struggling. He still hoped to win Ning Muqing's trust. Therefore, he played the card of their romantic relationship. "Muqing, I'm innocent. You must trust me. I want to trust you, but your reaction proves something different. If you are really innocent, do you dare to let her do an investigation? If you're innocent, I'll apologize and make it up to you and trust you in the future, but if what she said is true, I won't let you go. You should know my personality." Ning Muqing was very sad and upset. She liked him very much, but she didn't lose her rationale. At this moment, she didn't try to persuade herself to believe him or make excuses for him. She knew that investigating a person would be disrespectful to that person, but in the current situation, if he didn't admit it, she could only investigate him. She couldn't continue to be with a man with problems like him. "Ning Muqing, you clearly don't love me at all. You don't even have basic trust in me. You believe what a stranger says so easily. I think she was brought here by you on purpose to cause trouble for me." Wang Pengyu played the blame game. "Sir, if you have something to say, please go outside and don't affect other customers in the store." The waiter couldn't stand it anymore and immediately stopped them. "Shut up," Wang Pengyu angrily rebuked. He was furious. The waiter was mad that Wang Pengyu shouted at him. The restaurant manager also came over and said coldly, "Sir, this is not a market. You are not allowed to make noise here. If you want to quarrel, please go outside. Otherwise we'll call the police." When he heard that they were going to call the police, Wang Pengyu immediately calmed down. "Go with me." Wang Pengyu pulled Ning Muqing and wanted to talk about it after they were out. "Let go of me." Ning Muqing struggled. She didn't want to go out with Wang Pengyu. His current appearance made her a little scared. What if he did something to her? How could she fight back? Leng Xiaoyao immediately grabbed Wang Pengyu's wrist, and Wang Pengyu let go of Ning Muqing because of the pain. He angrily rebuked. "Let go of me." Leng Xiaoyao ignored him and looked at Ning Muqing. "Do you need me to help you with this?" Ning Muqing was really afraid of Wang Pengyu, so she naturally didn't refuse. "Yes, thank you." From the moment Leng Xiaoyao blocked the ashtray and threw it back, she knew that Leng Xiaoyao was very strong, so she really needed her help at this moment. "Ning Muqing, you," Wang Pengyu glared at her, as if he was going to eat her alive. Wang Pengyu looked at Leng Xiaoyao again and angrily said, "Don't interfere." "Hey, you can't stop me," Leng Xiaoyao sneered. "Wang Pengyu, we should break up," Ning Muqing said. She didn't want to entangle with Wang Pengyu any longer. "I disagree." Wang Pengyu immediately refused. If he broke up with Ning Muqing today, wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? "It's not up to whether you agree or not. If you agree, we'll part on good terms. If you don't agree, then I'll investigate you. If what this girl said is true, then what awaits you will be prison. Weigh it yourself." Although she was betrayed by Wang Pengyu, she had really loved him. Therefore, Ning Muqing didn't want to punish him too seriously and wanted to give Wang Pengyu some respect in the end. However, if Wang Pengyu continued to entangle her, she wouldn't hesitate to pay him back. Ning Muqing, why are you so cold-blooded? Wang Pengyu pretended to be heartbroken as if it was Ning Muqing's fault. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. This man is too shameless. Mu Beihan's suppressed anger finally erupted. She immediately got up and grabbed Wang Pengyu's collar and dragged him out. How dare he question Ning Muqing for being cold-blooded? If he hadn't tried to scheme against Ning Muqing wouldn't have decided to leave him. Who did this man think he was? Did he want to take advantage of Ning Muqing and stop her from fighting back? He was trash. Although Wang Pengyu was a man, Mu Beihan had practiced martial arts, so her strength was naturally much stronger than that of an ordinary man. Therefore, Wang Pengyu couldn't get rid of her. The onlookers were all surprised by her strength. However, after what Leng Xiaoyao did, Mu Beihan's behavior became much more acceptable. The staff in the cafe didn't help Wang Pengyu. Instead, they breathed a sigh of relief when he was dragged out. If he continued to cause trouble in the store, it would have a bad impact. As long as they left the cafe, whatever happened to them would have nothing to do with the store. Leng Xiaoyao and the others followed them out. After leaving the cafe, Mu Beihan threw Wang Pengyu to the ground, attracting many onlookers. Tell me, how dare you calculate against your girlfriend's property with the other woman, huh? Do you think there is no law in this world? Scum like you should go to hell. She didn't call the police and gave you a way out, yet you blamed and accused us. Mu Beihan scolded and felt unsatisfied. She caught up and gave Wang Pengyu a heavy kick. As soon as other people heard that, everyone disdained Wang Pengyu. No, I didn't. Wang Pengyu still denied it. Since you won't admit it and insist that we're talking nonsense, then I can only investigate your affairs and make them public. Leng Xiaoyao really lost her patience with Wang Pengyu. This man was extremely shameless. Wang Pengyu was angry and wanted to refute, but was also afraid. After hesitating for a while, he compromised. Fine, I agree to break up and won't entangle with Ning Muqing any longer. Can I leave now? Leng Xiaoyao squinted and felt that Wang Pengyu's eyes weren't quite right. Clearly they needed to keep an eye on him. You can go. Leng Xiaoyao let him go. Wang Pengyu immediately left. Although Ning Muqing was very sad, she was still relieved. Thank you all for your help. If you have time, I would like to treat you to a meal. I hope you can accept it, otherwise I won't be able to relax. Chapter 3415, You're such a fool. Okay, but we agreed to have a seafood feast tonight. Do you mind? Leng Xiaoyao didn't refuse. She wouldn't reject contact with people she didn't dislike. Not at all, I love seafood too. I even stayed at the seaside for half a month just to eat seafood before. Ning Muqing replied. Although it was only 5 p.m., they didn't know where else to go, so they headed straight to the restaurant nearby. It was only a 10-minute walk away. Oh, be careful of Wang Pengyu. I have a feeling that he might do something else to harm you. Leng Xiaoyao kindly reminded Ning Muqing. Ning Muqing's face froze and she got slightly nervous. Sure, I'll be careful. Although Ning Muqing was 3 or 4 years older than everyone else, they had no generation gap when they chatted. Ning Muqing was originally in a bad mood, but chatting with everyone made her temporarily forget about Wang Pengyu. Through their conversation, they found out that Ning Muqing had also graduated from the capital university a year ago and was working in her family's company from the ground up without any special privileges. No one in the company knew her background except for her friend Xiao Yu. Wang Pengyu was the business manager of their company's partner company. They met because of business and he didn't know her identity until recently. Hey, I actually think that Wang Pengyu knew your background a long time ago and approached you, making you think that he, a business manager, was interested in a workplace rookie like you. That would make you think that he's not a superficial person and is worth trusting for life, Mu Beihan said sarcastically. Wang Pengyu gave her that impression. No, that can't be true. Ning Muqing found it hard to believe, but Mu Beihan's words made sense. This kind of situation actually happens a lot, and Chenmeng said. Although she hadn't personally experienced it in real life, she had seen many similar scenes on TV. TV was adapted from reality, so it must have happened many times in reality too. You said your friend's name is Xiao Yu. Leng Xiaoyao caught the key point. Yes, Ning Muqing replied. Can you tell us when you met Xiao Yu and what your relationship is like? Leng Xiaoyao asked. Xiao Yu and I were classmates in college and we've always been close. After graduation, she followed me to intern at my family's company. Although her work isn't outstanding, she's diligent, so I let her stay because of our relationship, Ning Muqing said. She didn't have any doubts about Leng Xiaoyao's questions. Hey, Leng Xiaoyao couldn't help but sneer, then disdainfully rebuked Ning Muqing. Ning Muqing, I really don't know what to say about your taste. The woman who just called Wang Pengyu on the phone is called Xiao Yu. I think these two people are probably the same person. And no way. Ning Muqing was shocked again and couldn't accept this fact, but if it was really Xiao Yu who called, she thought it was highly likely that they were the same person. Think carefully about whether there's anything strange about your friend, Xiao Yu, Leng Xiaoyao said. Although she thought it was possible that they were the same person, there was no evidence, so it might not be true. After all, there were many people with the same name. Ning Muqing listened to Leng Xiaoyao and carefully thought about whether there was anything strange about Xiao Yu. Upon reflection, there were actually many things that felt off. Xiao Yu and Wang Pengyu get along well. I thought it was because Xiao Yu was my friend, so Wang Pengyu was also enthusiastic towards her. At least that's what Wang Pengyu said. Once when Xiao Yu had a fever, she sent a WeChat message to Wang Pengyu instead of me. At the time, I thought she might have sent it to the wrong person and didn't think much of it because Xiao Yu's health was more important. Once, Wang Pengyu bought me a gift and also bought one for Xiao Yu. He said it was because she was my friend and we went shopping together, so it's not right not to give her anything. I didn't think much of it at the time. On Valentine's Day, Xiao Yu and I both received gifts. Although the styles were different, the brand was the same. Xiao Yu said it was from a man who was pursuing her, but she didn't tell me who he was. Our relationship was good, and she would tell me about any guy who was interested in her. Another time, we all went out for fun, and Xiao Yu said she got car sick, so she sat in the front seat. They talked and laughed all the way. I was basically ignored, but I was too sleepy to care. Ning Muqing suddenly realized that something wasn't right about all the above things. You're such a fool, said Leng Xiaoyao, shaking her head resignedly. She didn't know what to say to Ning Muqing anymore. You didn't even notice so many things were wrong. If it weren't for me today, you might not have realized until something really bad happened to you. Ning Muqing also felt that she was stupid. If it hadn't for Leng Xiaoyao, she might not have known how she would have ended up. At this point, Ning Muqing finally believed that Xiao Yu wasn't right. She was so angry that she almost slapped herself. Ning Muqing couldn't wait and immediately called her brother. Brother, you must fire Lin Xiaoyu right away and cancel the cooperation with Wang Pengyu, unless their company replaces him, Ning Muqing said urgently. On the other end of the phone, Ning Muqing's brother, Ning Guanji, was very confused. Why? Did Wang Pengyu do something bad to you? Ning Guanji knew that Ning Muqing and Wang Pengyu were in a romantic relationship. He didn't approve of it at first, but he couldn't do anything about it. If it were him, he wouldn't want to be interfered with if he had a girlfriend his family didn't like. Wang Pengyu and Lin Xiaoyu plotted against me. Fortunately, it was exposed by a friend of mine today. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how I would have ended up. Wang Pengyu is a scumbag. He only pursued me because he knew my family background. I thought he wasn't a materialistic person. And Lin Xiaoyu, I treated her so well, but she did this to me. Ning Muqing cried as she said that, venting her grievances at this moment. Damn Wang Pengyu and Lin Xiaoyu. Don't worry, I won't let them go. Where are you now? Shall I come to pick you up? Ning Guanji was worried that Ning Muqing would do something stupid because of her sadness. Even if she didn't do anything stupid, he was still afraid that she would be in danger. I'm having dinner with friends. Can you come to XXX seafood restaurant in half an hour to pick me up? Ning Muqing thought about it and decided it would be better for her brother to pick her up. Mu Beihan and the others had been comforting Ning Muqing all along until she stopped crying, then they continued eating. As they ate, Ning Muqing's mood gradually improved. Everyone could see that Ning Muqing was a real foodie. Anyway, in such a situation, being able to eat was a good thing. If she couldn't eat anything, that would be bad. Chapter 3416, Men Never Kneel Down. After having a meal together, Ning Muqing and Leng Xiaoyao and the other girls became friends and added each other on WeChat. It would take time to know if a friend was good or not. After the meal, Ning Muqing's brother came to pick her up. Mu Beihan's chauffeur also came to pick her up while Leng Xiaoyao drove and Chenmeng and Shang Mengxin back home, since her car was parked in a nearby parking lot. As they walked out of the restaurant, they saw Ning Guanji waiting for Ning Muqing outside. Ning Guanji was around 27 or 28 years old, tall, handsome, and refined. When Ning Guanji saw Leng Xiaoyao and her friends, he was surprised and impressed by how beautiful they were. Even the one who was a little overweight wasn't unattractive and would definitely be a beauty if she lost weight. Ning Guanji wasn't someone who judged people by their appearance. If someone was good-looking, he would be impressed, but he wouldn't have any immoral thoughts. If someone wasn't good-looking, he wouldn't feel any disgust. Ning Muqing immediately introduced Leng Xiaoyao and her friends to Ning Guanji. This is Leng Xiaoyao. This is Mu Beihan. This is Chenmeng. This is Shang Mengxin, and this is Song Xinyue. Today they helped me find out what kind of person Wang Pengyu is. Thank you so much for your help today. If you have time in the future, please let me treat you to a meal. I hope you can give me the honor. Ning Guanji sincerely thanked them and invited them, even though Ning Muqing had already treated them. Leng Xiaoyao declined. No need, Mr. Ning. We've already been treated by Muqing today. She has treated you, but as Muqing's brother, I also want to thank you in person. Let's just consider it as making friends. Ning Guanji said sincerely. If so, Leng Xiaoyao no longer refused. Well then, we accept your invitation. We have already exchanged contact information with Muqing. Let's meet again when we have time. Okay. Ning Guanji said, where are you going? Shall I arrange a car to take you? His car couldn't accommodate so many people, so he would have to make other arrangements for Leng Xiaoyao. No need, I drove here myself. Beihan's family will pick her up, and I'll just take the others back to school. Leng Xiaoyao declined. In that case, Ning Guanji and his sister left. After sending Mu Beihan into her car, Leng Xiaoyao and the others slowly walked towards the parking lot. In the car, Ning Guanji said, the name Leng Xiaoyao sounds familiar to me, but I can't remember where I heard it. Of course not, don't talk nonsense. Am I the kind of person who judges people by their appearance? Ning Guanji immediately scolded her. If other people heard that, they might think that he was a playboy. Fine. Ning Muqing knew what kind of person her brother was and continued joking with him. Leng Xiaoyao is a new student at the capital university. The capital university and a freshman, Ning Guanji whispered the words to himself, feeling a sense of familiarity. Seeing how serious he looked, Ning Muqing believed that he might have really heard Leng Xiaoyao's name before. She was also curious about what Leng Xiaoyao had done to make her brother remember her name. After thinking for a while, Ning Guanji finally remembered. I remember it now. Leng Xiaoyao is the chairman of Xiaoyao Technology and the developer of the game, Who's the Ruler. Ning Guanji suddenly slapped himself on the head in regret. Damn, I didn't remember it until now. If I had remembered earlier, I would have talked to her more. Ning Muqing wasn't a gamer, but she knew about Xiaoyao Technology and Who's the Ruler, because they were very popular online. However, she hadn't paid attention to who the boss of Xiaoyao Technology was. Are you sure? Ning Muqing was shocked. She couldn't believe that she had met such a formidable person. I'm sure. You can check online if you don't believe me. There should be photos of Leng Xiaoyao, said Ning Guanji. Ning Muqing didn't distrust Ning Guanji, but she wanted to confirm it herself, so she immediately took out her phone to search. After a while, she found it. The photo was indeed Leng Xiaoyao, who was the chairman of Xiaoyao Technology and the developer of Who's the Ruler. Oh my god. This is too amazing. Ning Muqing was already a bit admiring of Leng Xiaoyao's skills today, and at this moment she admired her even more. Seeing that Ning Muqing was distracted by Leng Xiaoyao, Ning Guanji temporarily didn't mention Wang Pengyu in front of her, so as not to make her sad again. Leng Xiaoyao, however, ran into something else again. Several people were walking back to the parking lot. And Chenmeng was playing with her phone when suddenly someone ran past her and snatched her phone. And Chenmeng didn't expect this to happen and was stunned for a moment. When she came back to her senses, she saw Leng Xiaoyao chasing after the thief. "I can't believe this thief dared to rob me. How audacious." And Chenmeng cursed and ran after him. Xiang Mengxin and Song Xinyue were afraid of getting lost, so they immediately followed after. Leng Xiaoyao soon caught up with the thief and kicked him to the ground, retrieving the phone. It turned out that the thief was a 15 or 16-year-old boy, dressed in rags and with a dirty face. He was obviously a beggar. However, his handsome features couldn't be hidden. This face made Leng Xiaoyao feel inexplicably familiar, but she was sure that she had never seen it before. Leng Xiaoyao couldn't remember for the time being, but because of this inexplicable familiarity, she wasn't that angry with the boy's behavior. "Boss, how should we deal with this thief? Should we call the police?" And Chenmeng caught up and angrily looked at the thief, before asking Leng Xiaoyao. "Please, don't call the police. I won't do it again. I won't do it again." The boy immediately knelt down and begged them. When he heard this, seeing the boy kneel down, Leng Xiaoyao was somewhat angry. She went up and pulled him up. "Men never kneel down. Stand up." Chapter 3417, I'll make arrangements for them. Not only was the boy shocked, and Chenmeng and others were also shocked by Leng Xiaoyao's actions. "What's your name? Why did you steal the phone?" Leng Xiaoyao asked sternly. My name is Tang Xing," the boy said weakly. He was afraid of Leng Xiaoyao and dared not meet her eyes. "My sister and I haven't eaten for 2 days. I had no choice, so, Tang Xing." This name also sounded familiar to Leng Xiaoyao. Although she couldn't remember the details, it seemed that she knew this person from the previous incarnation. Since she had some memory, she had to figure it out. "Where is your sister?" Leng Xiaoyao asked. She's home," Tang Xing said. "Take us to see her," Leng Xiaoyao said. "What do you want to do?" Tang Xing was on guard, afraid that Leng Xiaoyao would harm them. "Don't worry, I won't hurt you. I'll give you something to eat," Leng Xiaoyao said. Then she turned to Xiang Mengxin. "Go buy 2 bowls of congee next to us. They haven't eaten for 2 days, it's better for them to eat something light first. Otherwise it's not good for the stomach." Xiang Mengxin was struck dumb for a second and was surprised by Leng Xiaoyao's decision, but she said nothing about it and immediately went to buy food. Although Chenmeng was annoyed by the thief who stole her phone, she wouldn't disagree with Leng Xiaoyao at this moment. After all, this boy looked really pitiful. She decided to be kind. Tang Xing was still worried, but he couldn't refuse when he saw that Leng Xiaoyao really gave him congee. His sister had already fallen ill. If she didn't eat anything else, she might die of starvation. Therefore, Tang Xing took Leng Xiaoyao over, with worries and gratitude in his mind. Because he was worried about his sister, Tang Xing walked very fast. After about 15 minutes, they arrived at an old house in an old alley. The door led to a small courtyard of about 10 square meters. It wasn't big. There was a big tree in the yard that had been there for many years. This abandoned house was burned everywhere, so there were almost no usable things inside. Seeing that scene, and Chenmeng and the others who were previously annoyed were touched. They were full of sympathy and pity at that moment. Therefore, the media reported it and Tang Xing's name and photo were posted online. She had seen it before and even criticized that family for being cold-blooded. The medical expenses were paid for by the driver who caused the accident. This family didn't need to pay anything except to buy some gifts to thank Tang Xing and to give him a red envelope, but they didn't do it. They were really ungrateful. Leng Xiaoyao finally remembered it. Even though it was something that happened in the previous incarnation, she still hated that family very much when she thought of it. Therefore, she felt it necessary to remind Tang Xing to just stand by when encountering such situations. Tang Xing could sacrifice himself to save others, which also proved that he was a good person. So she was moved with compassion and decided to help them. Sister, I brought food back. Get up and eat. You won't get sick after you eat." Tang Xing ran towards his sister, Tang Ning, with congee, but Tang Ning lying on the ground didn't respond. Sister, Tang Xing became anxious and immediately helped Tang Ning up. Leng Xiaoyao also noticed that something was wrong and walked over. She squatted in front of Tang Ning. She found that Tang Ning's face was very red. She touched her forehead with her hand and found that it was hot. Obviously, she had a fever, and it was quite serious. Leng Xiaoyao immediately poured magical power into her body. How is my sister? Will she die? Tang Xing was extremely worried. After relying on each other for survival, he shed tears, which he rarely did. For his sister, he even committed the crime he hated the most, theft, and was caught for the first time. He was lucky. The person who caught him was a good person who even bought them kanji. Don't worry, she has a slight fever. Everything will be fine. Leng Xiaoyao comforted him. She couldn't tell the truth to avoid worrying Tang Xing. With her magical power, Tang Ning would be fine and would recover from the fever soon. Hearing that, Tang Xing felt relieved. Boss, they are so pitiful. Shall we help them? Xiang Mengxin said. They were all well off and had more than enough to help these two poor children. Xiang Mengxin wasn't blindly helping them. She wanted to provide them with good conditions to study and become self-sufficient in the future. If they were just idle people, she wouldn't be so warm-hearted. Upon hearing that, Tang Xing was excited. He didn't mind being alone and didn't care if anyone helped him because he was already a big boy, but his sister couldn't do it alone. She was young and needed help. Otherwise, they would get into trouble sooner or later. Don't worry, I'll make arrangements for them, Leng Xiaoyao said. Then she turned to Tang Xing and said, Tang Xing, if you're willing to listen to me, I can settle you and your sister down and provide you with education, but I don't support idle people. While I'm helping you, you also need to work hard and become self-sufficient in the future. Tang Xing was moved, but couldn't accept it right away. He said seriously, thank you for your kindness, but sister, you look like a student. I don't want to burden you. I just want you to help my sister. I can go to work and earn money. When I have money, I will take care of my sister myself and repay you. No one dares to hire underage workers. Where will you work? With your thin arms and legs, what can you do? It's better for you to study hard now and work for my company after graduation. You can help me do things well to repay me, Leng Xiaoyao said. You have a company? Tang Xing was surprised. This girl didn't look much older than him, but she already had a company. Yes, so providing education for you won't be a burden for me. I don't need you to repay me excessively. I just need you to be honest and not betray me, Leng Xiaoyao said. She wouldn't tolerate any betrayal from them. She could help them unconditionally today, but if they ever betrayed her, she would make them pay the price without mercy. Chapter 3418, Help Them Out. Tang Xing was relieved. He really didn't want to work and wanted to focus on studying so that he could avenge his parents with his future success. Leng Xiaoyao was very satisfied with Tang Xing's reply. She believed that she didn't misjudge people. If she did, then it was her who made the wrong choice. She wasn't someone who couldn't admit her mistakes. Soon, Tang Ning woke up and became frightened when she saw the strangers including Leng Xiaoyao. Tang Xing immediately comforted her. Don't be afraid, Ning. They are all kind sisters who bought us kanji. You must be hungry, so eat some kanji first. Tang Ning's eyes lit up and she eagerly ate kanji. When Tang Xing scooped the porridge and brought it to her mouth, Tang Ning didn't immediately eat it. Instead, she looked at Leng Xiaoyao and politely said, Thank you, sister. That made everyone feel that Tang Ning was a very well-mannered child, so they felt more affection for her. You're welcome. Eat now. After you finish, I'll take you both to the hospital for a comprehensive checkup, Leng Xiaoyao said gently. After Tang Ning finished eating and regained some strength, Leng Xiaoyao was ready to take them away. Sister, please wait a second. I have something to give you, Tang Xing said. What is it? Leng Xiaoyao was surprised. Wait for me. I'll go dig it up. Tang Xing got up, went out the door, and started digging under a big tree in the yard with a stick. Everyone was curious about what Tang Xing was digging up, but they respected him and didn't gather around. After about 20 minutes, Tang Xing dug out a 10-inch cloth bag and brought it to Leng Xiaoyao before opening it. Inside the cloth bag was a wooden box emitting a scent of sandalwood. Leng Xiaoyao could tell at a glance that it was made of rosewood. Rosewood was expensive. This box alone was worth tens of thousands yuan. Tang Xing had such a good thing. Why didn't he sell it? When Tang Xing opened the box, Leng Xiaoyao was even more surprised to see a pile of jewelry inside. There should be about 8 pieces. Leng Xiaoyao was shocked and blurted out. Since you have these things, why don't you sell them? You can have a good life with your sister by selling just one of them. You can even rebuild your house by selling them all. The others were also confused. He wasn't afraid for himself but for his sister's safety. I'll help you sell them. These things can solve your food, clothing, shelter, and university education needs. You can even rebuild your house by selling them all. Since they had these things, they could live better on their own and didn't need to feel indebted to her. Tang Xing looked terrified and said, "Sister, we're afraid and we want to live with you. I want to give you these things and ask you to take us in and let us live with you. Don't worry, my sister and I are well behaved. We can take care of ourselves and will try to not bother you. We're afraid that when the house is built, our uncle will come and," as soon as Tang Xing thought of his uncle, his face turned pale with fear. Tang Ning burst into tears and said, "I'm afraid of our uncle. I'm afraid of our uncle." The moment she heard that, Leng Xiaoyao sensed that something wasn't right. "What's wrong with your uncle?" Leng Xiaoyao asked seriously. "In order to steal our family property, our uncle turned my grandfather into a vegetable, framed my father, and our whole family was driven back to the old house, but even so, our uncle didn't let us go. 3 years ago, he even had someone set fire to the old house. My parents were burned to death trying to save us. These things were originally left by my grandmother as a dowry for my aunt, but she disappeared when she was in her teens. We don't know if she's alive or dead. My father said that I could sell them when I was in trouble, but I have to be careful not to let bad people take them away." Tang Xing said with a thick hatred in his eyes, as if he wanted to kill his uncle. Leng Xiaoyao was also mad. And Chenmeng directly scolded angrily. "This is too hateful. How can there be such a cruel uncle in the world? They should go to hell." Shang Mengxin was furious too. "There are many people like him. It's not uncommon, but it's really hateful," Leng Xiaoyao said. She then asked Tang Xing, "What is your uncle's current power?" No matter how powerful the Tang family was, she wasn't afraid. Since she promised to take care of Tang Xing and his sister, she would naturally see it through to the end. However, Tang Xing thought that Leng Xiaoyao was afraid that the Tang family would threaten her and might not help them. It made him feel a little lost, but he didn't blame Leng Xiaoyao. After all, he had no right to demand that Leng Xiaoyao take risks for them. The fact that she could help them was already a great kindness. The Tang family is a third-rate wealthy family in the capital city, and they are involved in industries all over the country, Tang Xing said. Although he hoped to get Leng Xiaoyao's help, he didn't want to drag her into trouble, so he said, "Sister, if you're worried that we'll cause trouble for you, you don't have to take care of us. Just help us sell these things and we'll only take half of the money. You can take the other half as the repayment. A third-rate wealthy family is nothing in my eyes. I've even offended a first-rate aristocratic family. They couldn't do anything to me either. Don't worry, since I said I'll take care of you, I'll definitely see it through to the end. Even if there's trouble, I can handle it. Even if I can't handle it, my friends can handle it." The word, boyfriend, almost slipped out of Leng Xiaoyao's mouth, but she immediately changed her words when she remembered that Chenmeng and the others didn't know about it yet. Chapter 3419, Blood Connection. "Boss, did you even offend a top-notch family in the capital city?" And Chenmeng swallowed hard and wondered if her boss was too good at getting into trouble or just unlucky. A top-notch family. Fortunately, that so-called top-notch family couldn't do anything to Leng Xiaoyao. "All right, let's leave first. We'll talk about other things later." Leng Xiaoyao didn't respond to Chenmeng's words. It was already late, so they needed to go to the mall while it was still open to buy some clothes for the Tang siblings. Although the Tang siblings were wearing tattered clothes, they were still relatively clean, unlike the stinky beggars. Therefore, Leng Xiaoyao didn't mind getting dirty and immediately carried Tang Ning. "Sister, let me carry her instead, so you won't get dirty." Tang Xing immediately went up, afraid of getting Leng Xiaoyao dirty. Although they tried their best to be hygienic and not smelly, they weren't completely clean. On the other hand, Leng Xiaoyao was spotless. "You're not dirty. Go. Pick up the box and go with me. It's too late today, so we'll go to my house first. Tomorrow, I'll have someone take you to the hospital for a comprehensive checkup. It's important to have a healthy body," Leng Xiaoyao said. It wasn't about whether they were sick or not, but rather because a healthy body was necessary for living. The Tang siblings were extremely moved. "Thank you, sister." Tang Xing felt like crying. "Thank you, sister." Tang Ning also thanked her. She really liked this sister who gave her congee to eat, took her home, and made her feel safe. Apart from being close to the alley, there was also a mall nearby. Leng Xiaoyao and the others went straight to the children's clothing store. The clothes in the children's clothing store were generally for children under 15 years old, with both male and female clothing available. Therefore, the Tang siblings' clothes could be bought together. From inside to outside, shoes, socks, and daily necessities were all bought. They accidentally bought too much, especially for Tang Ning. Several girls surrounded her and helped her pick out clothes that they thought looked good. Tang Xing couldn't stand it anymore and immediately stopped them. "Sister, it's too many. We've only bought about 8 sets. It's summer now and you have to change clothes every day or two. You need at least 10 sets. Leng Xiaoyao didn't think they were too many. They didn't have any clothes to wear, so everything started now. Leng Xiaoyao's desire for shopping was also aroused. It was like a mother buying clothes for her children. She felt that no matter how much clothing she bought, it wasn't enough. It was more exciting than buying clothes for herself. Leng Xiaoyao didn't have high requirements for her own attire, but she was very interested in picking out clothes for the Tang siblings. If she wasn't satisfied with a certain piece of clothing, she wouldn't take it. It also depended on whether they liked it or not. Tang Xing couldn't stop her and could only let Leng Xiaoyao do as she pleased. In the end, Tang Xing and Tang Ning each got 10 sets of clothes, 5 pairs of shoes, 10 pairs of socks, 10 pairs of underwear and pants, and 2 sets of pajamas, all of which were from the current season. They also bought several dolls for Tang Ning. The salesperson who served them was ecstatic. When they came in at first, another salesperson thought that they couldn't afford anything and didn't want to serve them. After all, the clothes here weren't cheap, and each piece cost several hundred yuan. So it was another salesperson who served them. However, they unexpectedly bought so much. They spent a total of 17,000 yuan. This girl was so rich. It seemed like she was also a good person because these 2 children were dressed in tattered clothes, so these girls must have decided to help them by themselves. Leng Xiaoyao not only bought clothes, but also 2 mobile phones. She used her own ID card to apply for phone cards because Tang Xing siblings didn't have ID cards to apply for one. She saved her number on their phones and told them to call her if there was anything wrong. She also saved Mu Yufan's number and told them to call him if they couldn't reach her. After buying everything, Leng Xiaoyao first sent An Chenmeng and the others back to school before taking Tang Xing and his sister home. When Tang Xing and his sister followed Leng Xiaoyao into the big villa, they were shocked. Although they had lived in a bigger villa before, they didn't expect Leng Xiaoyao to be so rich and to live alone. They were born in a wealthy family, so they weren't afraid, but they were well behaved and didn't touch anything randomly. Leng Xiaoyao took them to a guest room on the 2nd floor, where there was a bathroom, then she asked them to take a shower first. Tang Xing, being a big boy, didn't need much help, but Tang Ning was still young, so Leng Xiaoyao helped her take a shower. Although Tang Ning was a little shy, she was weak and really needed help, so she didn't refuse. After Tang Xing and Tang Ning finished showering and changing their clothes, they looked completely different. They had good features and were very good looking. However, their faces gave Leng Xiaoyao a strange feeling of familiarity, which grew stronger and stronger. She felt that they were like relatives. Suddenly, Leng Xiaoyao realized something. Cultivators had a strong sense of bloodline. Even if they had never met their relatives before, they would feel close to them when they saw them. Could they really be related to her by blood? Thinking of their surname Tang and her mother's surname Tang, Leng Xiaoyao blurted out. "What's your aunt's name, Tang Xing?" Tang Xing didn't know why Leng Xiaoyao asked that, but he answered. Tang Yu. Leng Xiaoyao was shocked. Although having the same name didn't necessarily mean that they were the same person, she couldn't ignore the feeling of her bloodline. It seemed that her sympathy and pity for them today weren't just because of Tang Xing's behavior in the previous incarnation, but also because of their bloodline. It was just that she had remembered Tang Xing's behavior in the previous incarnation first, so she had ignored the feeling of bloodline. My mother's name is also Tang Yu. Leng Xiaoyao took a deep breath and said. What? Tang Xing was also surprised but didn't think too much about it. He thought that it was just a coincidence. Leng Xiaoyao didn't plan to say more for now. She decided to do a paternity test. As long as it was a close relative doing the test, it would show more than 30% similarity if they were related by blood. Originally, Leng Xiaoyao only planned to temporarily take care of them and wouldn't let them stay here for long. After arranging everything, she would arrange another house for them and someone to take care of them. However, if they were her cousins, she would let them stay here with her. When she left here after 2 years, this house would belong to them. She would prepare the will in advance. Chapter 3420, Want to drink bubble tea. At that time, the company would be given to Leng Yechang, and they would also be taken care of by Leng Yechang. The house where Li Mochen currently lived would also be given to Leng Yechang. It wouldn't be used anyway. Tang Xing and his sister would live an affluent life for the rest of their lives. Leng Xiaoyao also hoped that Leng Yechang could marry a kind wife in the future who could accept Tang Xing and Tang Ning. She wouldn't force him, but if her aunt could take care of her cousins, it would be for the best. Even if she didn't like it, she couldn't bully them either. They could just treat each other as relatives. Anyway, Tang Xing and Tang Ning didn't need to rely on them for food and drink. Leng Xiaoyao knew that her uncle wouldn't mistreat Tang Xing and Tang Ning. Whether Leng Xiaoyao gave the company to him or not, she just didn't want to make things difficult for him because of Tang Xing and Tang Ning. She would arrange these things before going to Guiyan because she didn't know what the result would be. Even if she would come back, she didn't know when. Leng Xiaoyao called Mu Yufan and asked if he had time tomorrow. Mu Yufan said yes, so Leng Xiaoyao arranged for him to take Tang Xing and Tang Ning to the hospital for a comprehensive examination and a paternity test. Leng Xiaoyao didn't hide anything and directly said that she suspected they were her cousins, but he shouldn't tell Tang Xing before the test came out. Mu Yufan agreed readily. Tang Xing and Tang Ning were tired today, so Leng Xiaoyao let them rest first. Since Tang Ning was still young and couldn't adapt to being separated from Tang Xing for the time being, Leng Xiaoyao allowed them to sleep together. Anyway, Tang Ning was still very young. They ate and slept together for the past few years, so it was safe. Leng Xiaoyao would teach Tang Ning how to sleep alone later. At the same time, she told Tang Xing that tomorrow a big brother named Mu Yufan, the person whose number was saved in their phone, would come to pick them up to go to the hospital for an examination, so they didn't have to be afraid. Tang Xing wasn't a cowardly person. He knew that Leng Xiaoyao wouldn't harm them, so he wasn't afraid either. Leng Xiaoyao needed to leave tomorrow, so she put a key and some of her hair in a bag. Her hair was wrapped in an envelope, and she asked Tang Xing to give it to Mu Yufan. Because Mu Yufan was temporarily in charge of their food and drink, Leng Xiaoyao didn't give them money. The Tang siblings lay on the bed and couldn't fall asleep for a long time. They were still skeptical whether all of this was real and worried that they would wake up and find out that it was just a dream. Brother, did the kind sister really save us? Did she really bring us to her house? Can we live here together in the future? Tang Ning asked, afraid that it was all an illusion and they would wake up to find nothing. It's true. The kind sister really saved us and brought us to her house. We can live here in the future. We can also go to school, and not be afraid of our uncle. Tang Xing comforted his sister. Although he was also worried that it was all an illusion, he was more willing to believe that it was true. If he wasn't so weak, they wouldn't have had to live like animals for several years. Leng Xiaoyao, however, didn't sleep and instead opened the box and looked through everything. Finally, she found an old family photo at the bottom of the box. In the photo, there was a girl of 16 years old who was obviously Tang Yu when she was young. It meant that Tang Yu didn't disappear when she was a child, but after she was about 16 years old. Therefore, Tang Yu's disappearance might have another hidden motive. In other words, she might have been schemed against by someone. Leng Xiaoyao had to investigate it thoroughly. If Tang Yu was really murdered, she wouldn't let the killer get away with it. Early the next morning, Leng Xiaoyao went to school. Mu Yufan arrived at 9 a.m. The Tang siblings had already prepared themselves and were ready for the day. To facilitate Mu Yufan's access, Leng Xiaoyao had already arranged an access card for Mu Yufan's car, so Mu Yufan could freely enter Hanlin Manor. As a precaution, Tang Xing also called Mu Yufan's phone when he arrived. Mu Yufan knew that Leng Xiaoyao had given them his phone number, so they could call him if they needed help, but he didn't know their phone number, so he answered when the phone rang. When Mu Yufan answered the call, Tang Xing finally felt relieved. Mu Yufan appreciated Tang Xing's vigilance. Being cautious was a good thing. Then Mu Yufan took them to the hospital for various tests and also did a paternity test. However, they would only get the results in the afternoon, so after their morning checkup, Mu Yufan took them out for lunch. "What do you guys like to eat?" Mu Yufan asked them. "Whatever is fine, Brother Mu," Tang Xing said. When he was still a rich young heir, he was picky about food, but after 3 years of experiencing poverty, as long as it was clean and could fill their stomachs, it was good enough. "I want to drink bubble tea, Brother Mu, can we?" Tang Ning saw a nearby bubble tea shop with a long line and suddenly wanted to drink it. She used to like to drink bubble tea and her mother would buy it for her. Unfortunately, after they had an accident, she never drank bubble tea again. Tang Xing wanted to stop her because he thought it wasn't good for Mu Yufan to buy things for them, but when he saw his sister's bright eyes, he couldn't say anything to stop her. "Okay, actually, I also want to drink bubble tea. Let's go, the 3 of us can go buy bubble tea." Mu Yufan readily agreed and tried to accommodate and integrate them as much as possible because they were Leng Xiaoyao's cousins. Apart from that, he also felt sympathy for them and wanted to treat them better. "Great." Tang Ning danced in excitement and Tang Xing also agreed. Mu Yufan asked them what flavor they wanted and bought one each. Mu Yufan asked for their opinion on what to eat, but they didn't say anything, so Mu Yufan decided to take them to a private home cuisine and ordered several dishes and soup. Chapter 3421, Listen to Cousin Xiaoyao. It had been a long time since they had such a good meal. Tang Xing and Tang Ning ate a lot unconsciously until they were too full to eat more. After the meal, Mu Yufan asked them if they wanted to go home or go to the company with him. Tang Xing said that he wanted to go home, since he only felt completely safe at Leng Xiaoyao's house. Therefore, Mu Yufan took them home and bought a bunch of snacks and drinks before they arrived. After they were home, he turned on the TV for them and left after giving them some instructions. At lunchtime, Mu Yufan reported the situation to Leng Xiaoyao over the phone. Later, Leng Xiaoyao called Tang Xing and asked about his condition, before giving him some instructions. At 4 p.m., Tang Xing and Tang Ning's medical reports came out, as well as their paternity tests. It confirmed that they did have a 40% blood relationship. Because Leng Xiaoyao was in military training at that time, Mu Yufan just sent her a message. She would see it after her training ended at 5:30 p.m. When Leng Xiaoyao used her phone after military training, she saw Mu Yufan's message. Although she had already been sure of it, she couldn't help but feel happy after seeing the results. On the way back home, she went to the company first to get the results before going home. Tang Xing and Tang Ning had been waiting for her in the yard and smiled once they saw her return. When Leng Xiaoyao got out of the car, Tang Ning immediately ran over and said, "Sister, you're back." Leng Xiaoyao rubbed Tang Ning's head and said, "Yes, I'm back. Are you hungry? I'll cook for you guys." It was already 6:30 p.m. when she got home. She had to hire a cook to help her feed Tang Xing and Tang Ning, or they would be hungry. "Sister, I have cooked the rice," Tang Xing said cautiously, unsure if he had done it right. He couldn't cook dishes, but he knew how to cook rice. "Great, then I'll make the dishes, so that we can have the meal." Leng Xiaoyao gave Tang Xing an approving look and led them back into the house. Leng Xiaoyao quickly went to make the dishes. After they were done, they all started eating. After dinner, Tang Xing took the initiative to clean up. Leng Xiaoyao didn't stop him. Instead, she went to her room and took out the Tang family's family photo. When Tang Xing finished cleaning up and returned to the living room, Leng Xiaoyao said seriously to them, "Now, I'm going to tell you something very important." The two immediately tensed up, afraid that Leng Xiaoyao was going to kick them out. "Take a look at this photo." Leng Xiaoyao handed the Tang family's family photo to Tang Xing. Tang Xing recognized it as his father's family photo because he had seen it before. However, when he saw Tang Yu, he suddenly felt that she resembled Leng Xiaoyao. Then he remembered that Leng Xiaoyao had told him that her mother's name was also Tang Yu. Suddenly, Tang Xing thought of something and looked at Leng Xiaoyao in surprise, but he didn't dare to ask. "Do you think I look like your aunt?" Leng Xiaoyao asked. "Yeah," Tang Xing replied. "That is because we are mother and daughter, biological mother and daughter." Leng Xiaoyao smiled. Tang Xing was surprised at this news. Only Tang Ning seemed to not understand what was going on. Leng Xiaoyao showed them the paternity test report and handed it to Tang Xing. "Read this." Tang Xing hurriedly took it. When he saw that they were 40% biologically related, he was finally sure of it and was surprised. All of a sudden, Tang Xing burst into tears. "You are my aunt's daughter. My cousin." Learning that news made Tang Xing very happy. Although they hadn't spent time together and didn't have much family affection, he liked Leng Xiaoyao very much and was grateful to her. Even just one day with her made them dependent on her. He had many psychological burdens before, but after learning that she was his cousin, he suddenly felt relieved. It wasn't that he could take her kindness for granted, but there was a psychological difference between having a blood relationship and not having one. "You are our aunt's daughter, our cousin." Tang Ning finally understood and was excited. "Yes, I am your aunt's daughter, your cousin. When I found this photo in the box yesterday, I knew it. So I did a paternity test and told you after confirming it," Leng Xiaoyao said. Although she had known about their relationship for a while, this moment of recognition still made her happy. "Cousin," Tang Ning threw herself into Leng Xiaoyao's arms and cried happily. "All right, don't cry. I'll definitely get revenge against your uncle for your father, and get back what belongs to you." Leng Xiaoyao patted Tang Ning's back to comfort her. "But I'm afraid they'll hurt you." Tang Xing still worried even though Leng Xiaoyao had said that even a top family couldn't do anything to her. "Don't worry, they can't hurt me," Leng Xiaoyao said confidently, giving Tang Xing confidence. Because of the revelation that Leng Xiaoyao was his cousin, Tang Xing and his sister became much closer to her from the heart. "I'll have someone help you with the enrollment procedures." Tang Xing is 16 years old and will go to junior high school. Tang Ning is 10 years old and will go to the 3rd grade in a primary school. "It doesn't matter if you can't keep up for now. You must study hard. I'll also find a teacher to be your tutor and make up for what you haven't learned. Do you have any objections?" Leng Xiaoyao made the arrangement first, then asked them for their opinions. If they had any objections, she would rearrange it. "No objections," Tang Xing said. He had good grades before and even if he hadn't studied for 3 years, he could catch up with careful review. "I'll listen to you, cousin." Tang Ning also had no objections. After all, they were children of an important family and had been exposed to knowledge at an early age. She had excellent grades when she studied for half a year in 1st grade. Since they had no objections, it was settled. However, arranging for schools and finding a tutor would have to be entrusted to Li Mochen. Thinking of Li Mochen, Leng Xiaoyao began to miss him. They hadn't contacted each other for several days, and she didn't know what he was doing. As soon as she thought of Li Mochen, her phone rang. It was Li Mochen calling. Chapter 3422, Give Me a Little Reward. In the past few days, Li Mochen had just received a task, so his phone has been turned off. Now that the task was over and he could turn on his phone, he couldn't wait to call Leng Xiaoyao. Leng Xiaoyao thought in her heart that she missed him, but deliberately said, "Why should I miss you?" Li Mochen's voice was full of grievance when he said, "I miss you so much, but you don't miss me." Leng Xiaoyao didn't say anything. It was a bit difficult for her to say that she missed Li Mochen out loud. When Li Mochen heard that Leng Xiaoyao didn't respond immediately, he knew that she was shy, so he stopped teasing her. "I'll be back tomorrow." "How much longer will the military training last?" Li Mochen asked. "There are 3 more days. By the way, I need your help," Leng Xiaoyao said. "Yesterday I met a pair of beggar siblings. The boy is 15 years old and the girl is 10 years old. I felt bad for them and wanted to help them at first. Later, I sensed a blood connection and suspected that they might be my cousins. Then I saw a photo from their home. One of the people in the photo is my mother. Today I did a paternity test and the result showed a 40% blood relationship. I told them about it. Their parents were framed by my second uncle's brother, my third uncle, who wanted to steal the family property. They were then driven out of the house and lived in the old house. However, not long after, the old house caught fire and the couple died trying to save their children. So I plan to get custody of them, send them to school, and seek revenge for them. Also, I want to find a private tutor for them, a maid to cook for them, and a driver to pick them up and drop them off. These people must be extremely reliable. I can't do all of this on my own at the moment, so please help me with that," Leng Xiaoyao said. She didn't hesitate to ask Li Mochen for help since they were currently dating. "Congratulations on finding your cousins. I'll deal with the problems." Li Mochen congratulated Leng Xiaoyao first because her reaction showed that she valued these 2 cousins very much, so he naturally took it seriously. But, suddenly, Li Mochen said, "You were giving me so many things to do at once. Shouldn't you give me a little reward?" Li Mochen said cunningly. "What reward?" Leng Xiaoyao asked before suddenly realizing something. Her heartbeat sped up. "I haven't thought about it yet. I'll tell you when I see you," Li Mochen said. Actually, he had already thought about it, but didn't want to say it in advance and let Leng Xiaoyao refuse. Moreover, this reward could only be obtained by meeting in person. Okay. Leng Xiaoyao knew what he wanted to do, but since he didn't say it, she pretended to be ignorant. Early the next morning, Leng Xiaoyao prepared breakfast and lunch for Tang Xing and Tang Ning. For breakfast, she made eggs and steamed buns with milk. For lunch, she stewed a pot of lotus root pork ribs. It would be ready just before noon, which was perfect for lunchtime. She also made a cold cucumber salad. Even in the summer, it was better not to eat cold food that should be hot. Therefore, at this time, having a maid who could cook was so important. Although Tang Xing could cook rice, he didn't know how to make other dishes. She had told Tang Xing about these things last night, so there was no need to leave any notes. The game, Who's the Ruler, became more and more popular. Whenever people saw Leng Xiaoyao in the capital university, they would look at her with admiration. Although they didn't know how much she had done in this game, she had done something after all. The main thing was that this game was produced by her company. Once this game became popular, she would benefit from it. At 10 a.m., Li Mochen arrived in the capital and immediately went to deal with the things Leng Xiaoyao had entrusted him with. With his connections, it couldn't be easier for him to solve all the problems. Leng Xiaoyao was already an adult with sufficient financial resources. Since the Tang siblings weren't being raised by anyone else, they didn't require too much documentation and proof. They were able to process the adoption procedures directly. They then went to the school to handle the enrollment procedures, which also went smoothly. The primary and middle schools were in the same location, separated only by a wall. In order for the 2 children to receive some attention from their teachers at school, Li Mochen donated 1 million yuan to each school. As a result, the principals naturally didn't dare to be negligent. Even if Li Mochen didn't make a donation, they wouldn't dare to be negligent, since it was someone from a high-ranking position who had made the arrangements. The schools were also located in the southern district near Hanlin Manor, which was only a few minutes away by car. After discussing with Leng Xiaoyao about finding a nanny, a tutor, and a driver yesterday, Li Mochen had already arranged for people to take care of it. They were all people he trusted and knew well, and they were all very responsible. Therefore, after handling the adoption and enrollment procedures, Li Mochen bought a car for the driver to pick up and drop off the children. Li Mochen had no complaints when he dealt with all of this. He spent the money voluntarily without any intention of having Leng Xiaoyao reimburse him. His money was Leng Xiaoyao's, so what was there to worry about? At 6 p.m., everyone gathered outside the gate of Hanlin Manor because Leng Xiaoyao had just returned and would be bringing them in. There were 4 people in total. The maid was a 45-year-old woman named Tong Shonglin. The driver was named Feng Dongcheng and he was 42 years old. Li Mochen told her about these people as soon as he found them, and they knew who they were working for. So when Leng Xiaoyao asked them to get in the car, they saw the license plate number and got in with Leng Xiaoyao. Li Mochen had just returned to his villa not long ago. He didn't go directly over to avoid frightening the Tang siblings. He only came out after Leng Xiaoyao returned. The moment their eyes met, their hearts beat faster, their eyes revealing a look of longing. However, there were outsiders around so they couldn't do anything. Then Li Mochen followed them inside. Although the Tang siblings were happy to see Leng Xiaoyao return, they immediately became nervous and restrained when they saw that she brought 5 other people with her. However, they knew that these people were probably the nanny and tutors brought back by their cousin. Chapter 3423, Negotiate Wages. Sister, you're back. Tang Xing and Tang Ning shouted. Although they knew that Leng Xiaoyao was their cousin, they still preferred to call her sister, feeling that it was more intimate. Although she didn't have any emotional connection with them, she felt close to them because of their blood ties. Hello, I'm your sister's boyfriend, Li Mochen. You can call me brother-in-law or brother. Li Mochen greeted them warmly. Knowing that his stern demeanor could be intimidating, he tried to appear gentle and approachable. Although he preferred to be called brother-in-law, Leng Xiaoyao hadn't yet made their relationship public, so Li Mochen was fine with being called brother. When Leng Xiaoyao heard the word brother-in-law, she frowned and wanted to say something, but held back in front of the outsider. She couldn't embarrass him in front of others. Tang Xing and Tang Ning looked at Leng Xiaoyao for her opinion on how to address Li Mochen. Leng Xiaoyao said, just call him brother for now. Li Mochen was upset, feeling a bit resentful towards Leng Xiaoyao. Leng Xiaoyao, however, was very satisfied. Brother, nice to meet you. Tang Xing and Tang Ning both greeted Li Mochen politely. Because Li Mochen tried his best to be gentle, the 2 children weren't afraid of him. On the contrary, because he was so handsome, they were amazed. They had a very good impression of him. Li Mochen handed the 2 children 2 thick red envelopes. This is a gift for you at our first meeting. Each envelope contained 10,000 yuan. They didn't need to worry about anything since they lived here, so there was no need to give too much. However, not many people could casually give 10,000 yuan as a gift to children. Not all rich people were that generous. Tang Xing and Tang Ning hesitated to accept the gift and looked at Leng Xiaoyao for her opinion. You can take it, said Leng Xiaoyao. The 2 kids accepted the red envelopes and thanked Li Mochen. Thank you, brother. Leng Xiaoyao then asked Li Mochen to cook while she talked to the tutors, maid, and driver about their work arrangement. They were here, but Leng Xiaoyao still needed to discuss their schedule and salary with them in person. So before that, she had already researched the average salary in the industry. Let's start with Aunt Tong. I have 2 options for your job arrangement. First, full-time, which means living here, and making 3 meals a day, cleaning the first floor, the 2 children's rooms, hallway, and stairs. You can have 1 day off per week, either Saturday or Sunday. Just let me know in advance. The second option is to provide 2 meals and first floor hygiene. You can come before 11 a.m. After cooking and cleaning up, you can either rest here or go back home, and come back when it's time to prepare dinner. For full-time, the salary is 15,000 yuan per month. The second option is 9,000 yuan plus a transportation allowance of 1,000 yuan, which comes to 10,000 yuan per month. The meals must be nutritious because the 2 children have poor health and need to be supplemented. Money isn't a problem, but it can't be wasted either. You can eat the 2 meals together with them. After having the meal and cleaning up, you can go home. If you want to live here, I can also arrange a room for you. Leng Xiaoyao listed all the conditions. The salary offered by Leng Xiaoyao was already considered high in the capital city. Although some people might have higher salaries, they also demanded higher requirements. With fewer family members and lighter responsibilities, it was an easy job. Although she had received professional training and worked as a housekeeper for wealthy families, she had many duties and the highest salary was only 12,000 yuan. Therefore, Tang Xianglin immediately agreed. "Boss, my daughter is already married, so I'm alone now. I'll work full-time. There are many people here, so I won't feel lonely. Don't worry, I'll do my best and won't let you down." Regarding Tang Xianglin's character, Leng Xiaoyao temporarily trusted her because she was recommended by Li Mochen. Even if she did something wrong, Leng Xiaoyao could easily catch her. "Okay, then I will arrange a room for you later. Now let's talk about Uncle Feng. Uncle Feng's main responsibility is to pick up and drop off my cousins from school. The school is the number 8 elementary school and junior high school in Nanchang district. It's very convenient. Uncle Feng can drive home, which will be more convenient. You can also have weekends off. So the salary will be 10,000 yuan per month. Do you have any objections, Uncle Feng?" Leng Xiaoyao said. Because Feng Dongcheng's job was relatively easy, the salary would be much lower, but in his industry, it was considered high with weekends off. "No objections," Feng Dongcheng said since he was also satisfied with this salary. "Only you can drive the car. No one else can borrow it. Of course, if your family needs you to send them somewhere while not affecting your work, it's okay," Leng Xiaoyao said. She didn't like it when people used company cars for personal use. Although Feng Dongcheng was 42 years old, he was still in good physical condition due to being a retired soldier and exercising regularly. He could be both a driver and a bodyguard. "Sure, boss," Feng Dongcheng said. He also disliked using company cars for personal use, so he didn't like borrowing cars from others or lending his own car to others. Then it's Teacher Song and Teacher Lin's turn. The children finish school at 5:30 p.m. and have dinner at 6 p.m. After dinner, they can start tutoring from 6:30 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. from Monday to Friday. Dinner will be provided here. Saturdays are from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. and Sundays are off. You will be paid 400 yuan per hour each with a transportation allowance of 1,000 yuan per month. Do you have any objections? Leng Xiaoyao said. With 800 yuan per day and excluding 4 Sundays per month, they could still earn around 20,000 yuan per month. On Saturday afternoons and Sundays, they could still take on other tutoring jobs. For one-on-one tutoring, 400 yuan per hour wasn't much, but it also wasn't little either. The average rate was only 300 yuan per hour. Moreover, there was still a transportation allowance of 1,000 yuan per month and dinner. Other families didn't provide those benefits. Chapter 3424 Tang Ning is bullied, no objections. They didn't have any objections either because most of the students they tutored were only paying 300 yuan. After all, they weren't very experienced tutors. The fees for primary school and junior high school students weren't usually too high. If it was for tutoring high school students, it could go up to 400 to 500 yuan per hour. Calculating the salaries of the 4 people, it would cost at least around 65,000 yuan a month. If it hadn't been for Tang Xing and Tang Ning, Leng Xiaoyao wouldn't have had to spend that much, but even though she now had to, Leng Xiaoyao didn't feel any reluctance since she had plenty of money. Although she was very wealthy, paying these fees was no problem at all. Moreover, if she didn't spend her money well during this year and a half, she wouldn't have the chance to spend it later. That's good. I've prepared the contract. Let's sign it now, Leng Xiaoyao said and went to prepare the contract. After Tang Xing and Tang Ning received their red envelopes, they went back to their room and counted the money inside. Although they knew the money in the red envelopes was a lot when they received them, they were still shocked when they counted the exact amount inside. Brother Mochen gave us so much money. Tang Ning couldn't even count how much money there was exactly, but for her, it was a lot. Yes, Brother Mochen gave us each 10,000 yuan. We can't just keep this money ourselves. We'll give it to our sister when we see her and ask for it when we need it, Tang Xing said. Even if they kept it themselves, they could only leave it at home. Okay, Tang Ning agreed, thinking that what her brother said made sense. Leng Xiaoyao only needed to download a template from the internet and make some modifications. In less than 20 minutes, Leng Xiaoyao had the contract and brought it downstairs. After everyone had checked and confirmed that there were no problems, they signed the contract. Leng Xiaoyao then gave Tong Shonglin the access card to Hanlin Manor and the key to her villa. Feng Dongcheng could also take the car tonight since the exit entry permit had already been arranged by Li Mochen. Song Ting and Lin Shi just needed to call the landline in the house before entering. Leng Xiaoyao had instructed Tong Shonglin about that too. After sending them off, everyone started eating. After dinner, Li Mochen and Leng Xiaoyao talked about the Tang family's affairs. Leng Xiaoyao couldn't investigate it herself, so she handed it over to Li Mochen. "Don't worry, I'll take care of it," Li Mochen said. He was happy that Leng Xiaoyao used him because it meant that he was important to her. Li Mochen left at 10 p.m. Leng Xiaoyao told Tang Xing and Tang Ning to wash up and go to bed since they were children who needed to sleep early. Besides, they had to go to school tomorrow. However, they gave Leng Xiaoyao the red envelopes given by Li Mochen. "Sister, there's too much money in these envelopes. Can you keep them for us? Since this money is for you, you should keep it yourself. Find a safe place to put it. Ning, you can give yours to your brother," Leng Xiaoyao said. If she kept their money for them, it would be like taking their money away from them. It would be like parents keeping their children's lucky money, but never giving it back to them. "All right." Tang Xing said nothing else. "Sure." Tang Ning agreed. "Tomorrow you'll go to school. Uncle Feng will pick you up. So remember our car. If someone bullies you at school, tell me. Don't endure it. We won't let anyone bully us because if we do, they'll only take advantage of us more." "Got it." Leng Xiaoyao sternly reminded them since it was common for students to be bullied in school nowadays, especially since Tang Xing and Tang Ning were new students. "Yes." Tang Xing and Tang Ning nodded and kept Leng Xiaoyao's words in mind. Without surprise, something bad happened the next day. Tang Ning encountered trouble. Although many primary school students had cell phones nowadays, there were still some who didn't have one. Two female classmates saw that a new student, Tang Ning, had a cell phone and asked her to lend it to them. Tang Ning refused to give it to them, so the two girls tried to snatch it from her. Tang Ning was weak and couldn't fight back, so they robbed her of her phone and pushed her, causing her forehead to hit the table and bleed. Tang Ning cried and called for her sister. Leng Xiaoyao was the only one she believed could help her. When the head teacher saw what happened, she was scared and asked what had happened. After learning the situation, she scolded the two girls and took Tang Ning's phone back, then took her to the infirmary. The principal had told the head teacher that Tang Ning's family had donated 1 million yuan to the school and asked her to take special care of their daughter. However, on her first day at school, something bad happened to her. After Tang Ning was carried to infirmary, the head teacher called the principal at once and reported it. The principal was also scared and immediately called Tang Ning's family. Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen's phone numbers were left at the school. The principal first called Leng Xiaoyao, but couldn't get through, so he called Li Mochen, who answered quickly. After hearing about the accident, Li Mochen was immediately angry. He released a cold air of anger, which was unbearable for ordinary people. His companion, Mu Yuan, who was driving, was frightened and almost lost control of the car. Li Mochen and Mu Yuan were on their way to handle other matters, but decided to prioritize Tang Ning's situation. After talking with Li Mochen, the principal immediately called the mother of the student who had pushed Tang Ning. The student's family had a lot of power. Her father was a bureau chief, and her mother was from a third-rate wealthy family. However, their attitude was terrible. When they received the call, they didn't feel guilty about their daughter hurting another student and were instead angry and believed that their daughter was innocent. They even wanted to seek justice for their daughter. The principal was angry about the student's family's attitude, but didn't dare to argue with them. He realized that children were often similar to their parents, arrogant and self-righteous. Although the principal didn't know Li Mochen's background, he knew that he was a businessman who had a relationship with the director of the Educational Affairs Bureau. Therefore, if this girl's parents offended him, it might not be beneficial for them. Although Tang Ning's injury wasn't serious, her emotional trauma would be harder to heal. After being bandaged up by the teacher, she was taken to the principal's office, where Li Mochen arrived shortly after. When the principal saw Li Mochen, he felt a sense of awe. After all, Li Mochen was extremely powerful. Chapter 3425, Brother will seek justice for you. Brother, Tang Ning had already calmed down, but when she saw Li Mochen, she couldn't help crying again. Although Li Mochen usually didn't like physical contact with people, he didn't reject Tang Ning because she was Leng Xiaoyao's cousin. He immediately carried her up and comforted her, saying, "Brother is here. Everything will be fine. Tell me, what happened?" Although Li Mochen had already learned from the principal, he still asked Tang Ning in person. "Zhang Yaya and another female classmate snatched my phone, and pushed me down. I hit the corner of the table and it hurts so much. I'm in a lot of pain," Tang Ning cried out her complaint. Li Mochen's expression became even more gloomy, and a storm brewed in his eyes. Even Tang Ning was scared stiff, trembling in fear of his cold aura. After Li Mochen noticed it, he immediately retracted his aura and said, "Brother will help you get justice." "Okay," Tang Ning responded. With Li Mochen as the mediator, she wasn't so angry and felt much more at ease. At the same time, Li Mochen also put a little magical power into Tang Ning. Because she was young and couldn't absorb too much, he only used a little to relieve her pain and reduce her injury. "Mr. Li, this student's father, is Director Zhang Zongqing of a certain bureau. Her mother is from the third-rate wealthy Lin family. So this student's mother is a bit arrogant and unreasonable." The principal reminded him, not because he thought that Li Mochen couldn't handle it, but to let him know in advance. How dare an unimportant director and a daughter from the Lin family be so arrogant? Do they think there is no one more powerful than them in the capital city? Li Mochen sneered, not taking them seriously at all. If they sincerely apologized and compensated, he wouldn't pursue it too much. After all, it was just a matter between children. However, if they wanted to use their power to suppress others, then he would see who had more power. Moreover, he knew the man called Zhang Zongqing very well. Zhang Zongqing could be considered an important official in the capital city. Li Mochen basically knew all the important officials in the capital city and even knew which faction they belonged to and whether they had committed any crimes. Although Li Mochen didn't know everything, he knew enough about Zhang Zongqing. Zhang Zongqing happened to belong to the faction of the Li family, and privately he had done a few things that weren't very good. When other people heard Li Mochen's reply, the principal and Tang Ning's head teacher were shocked. They realized that Li Mochen could be more powerful than they had imagined. Soon, Ms. Lin, Zhang Yaya's mother arrived. Ms. Lin walked into the principal's office with an angry expression and her gaze fell on Li Mochen. She was slightly stunned, not because she knew him, but because she felt that this man was too handsome and too cold. He made her stand in awe. However, when she saw the girl in his arms, she knew that this was the girl who had been pushed down by her daughter, and this man was her family. Although her daughter was the one who pushed the girl down and caused her to hit her head on the corner of the table and bleed, Ms. Lin didn't feel guilty at all because she believed that the girl had provoked her daughter first. "Go call my daughter here so I can ask her about it," Ms. Lin ordered the head teacher. Although the head teacher was unhappy, she still went to get Zhang Yaya. They could have brought Zhang Yaya over earlier, but in order to avoid Ms. Lin accusing them of bullying Zhang Yaya before she arrived, they hadn't done that. Zhang Yaya might be arrogant, but she was still a child of around 10 years old. Therefore, when she saw Tang Ning bleeding, she was scared and felt uneasy. However, when the head teacher came to find her, and told her that her mother had come, she immediately stopped being afraid. While the head teacher went to find Zhang Yaya, Ms. Lin asked Li Mochen, "What do you do?" Ms. Lin wanted to know Li Mochen's background so that she could know how to handle this matter. Because she felt that Li Mochen wasn't an ordinary person. Anyway, whether he was an ordinary person or not, as long as he didn't have a powerful background like her family, she wouldn't be afraid. "I'm doing business," Li Mochen replied indifferently. As soon as Ms. Lin heard that Li Mochen was doing business, she thought that he couldn't be very powerful. Although her family also did business, at a certain level, they would all mention what family or enterprise group they belonged to. Because people like Ms. Lin, who liked to bully others, always thought that people with backgrounds would mention their family status. It would give them a sense of vanity. I was born in the third-rate noble Lin family in the capital city. My husband is the director of a certain bureau, Zhang Zongqing. Ms. Lin introduced herself, exuding a strong sense of superiority. I'm not here to listen to you report your family status, but to deal with the children's matter, Li Mochen said. He couldn't care less about her family background. You, Ms. Lin couldn't believe how arrogant Li Mochen was. For a moment, she didn't know if it was because he had a powerful background or because he was simply ignorant and thought that the Zhang family and the Lin family couldn't do anything to him. At this moment, Zhang Yaya was brought in by the head teacher. As soon as Zhang Yaya saw her mother, she burst into tears. Because she had hurt Tang Ning, she had been afraid until she saw her mother and was able to vent her emotions. The moment Ms. Lin saw her daughter crying, she was heartbroken and immediately went over to comfort her daughter. Yaya, tell mommy if someone has bullied you. No matter who bullied you, mommy will help you get revenge. Even though Zhang Yaya hadn't been bullied, Ms. Lin concluded that her daughter had been bullied just because her daughter cried. It's her. Zhang Yaya immediately pointed to Tang Ning, who was being held by Li Mochen. Ms. Lin immediately glared at her. Okay, so it's you, a little bastard, who bullied my daughter, shut up. As soon as Li Mochen heard the insult in Ms. Lin's address, he coldly rebuked her. Ms. Lin is really well-mannered. How dare you use such a kind of address? His cold eyes shot straight at Ms. Lin, making her feel a chill all over her body and almost unable to hold on to her daughter. Li Mochen was afraid that Tang Ning would be affected and didn't dare to use his abilities of a cultivator. Otherwise, he could have made Ms. Lin die of a cerebral hemorrhage in seconds. He couldn't kill easily, neither could cultivators. It would damage their merit. Brother, I didn't bully her. She is the one who bullied me. Tang Ning was also anxious when she was falsely accused of bullying Zhang Yaya, so she explained. I know. After all, this is something that the whole class has witnessed. Li Mochen comforted her, and only then did Tang Ning feel relieved. Afterwards, Li Mochen looked at Ms. Lin and said, Ms. Lin, it's your daughter who snatched my cousin's phone. My cousin wouldn't let her have it, so she pushed my cousin down. How did my cousin bully her? Chapter 3426, Apologize and Compensate. Although Ms. Lin was a bit afraid of Li Mochen, she still bravely retorted. My daughter said she bullied her, and that's the truth. Who knows if they are telling the truth? Ms. Lin coldly questioned, expressing doubt, but she actually felt guilty because she knew her daughter's behavior. Her daughter was always the one who bullied others. So what? Being bullied by her daughter was an honor for them. In terms of dealing with people, she had never suffered. Upon hearing that, the head teacher was also angry and said, Ms. Lin, why do you think all the classmates are lying? You are humiliating them. It's clearly Zhang Yaya's fault. Tang Ning is a well-behaved girl who just came today and doesn't even dare to talk to people. How could she bully your daughter? Don't you know what kind of person your daughter is? I'm afraid there are few people in the whole school who don't know. She had long been displeased with Ms. Lin and Zhang Yaya. Her patience had already been exhausted because Zhang Yaya bullied other classmates every other day. However, the head teacher was scared of their family background and dared not say anything. How dare you spread rumors about my daughter? Do you want to be fired? Ms. Lin threatened the head teacher. She thought that the head teacher was merely a nobody before her. The head teacher closed her mouth at once. The principal was angry, but before he could say anything, Li Mochen opened his mouth. Oh, what right do you have to make Teacher Yang unable to stay? Is it the power of the Zhang family or the Lin family? When Li Mochen said that, he didn't conceal his disdain for the Zhang family and the Lin family. Who are you really? Ms. Lin suddenly felt uneasy when she saw that Li Mochen was so arrogant. Could it be that his background was really more powerful than the Zhang family and the Lin family? It doesn't matter who I am, because I don't like to bully others with power. I'm a person who distinguishes between gratitude and grudges. If you won't admit that your daughter is wrong, then let's ask other students about it. All I want is a sincere apology and appropriate compensation. After all, children's fights shouldn't escalate to the level of families' feuds, right? However, Ms. Lin has no remorse at all and has even insulted me. It makes me very disappointed, Li Mochen said, with the air of a powerful upper-class man. It really scared Mrs. Lin. However, it was really difficult for her to apologize at this moment. What is your name, sir? Ms. Lin asked. Li Mochen. Li Mochen replied. Obviously, Ms. Lin had heard of Li Mochen. After hearing his name, she widened her eyes in surprise. She knew that Li Mochen had been expelled from the Li family, but he had his own abilities and had a close relationship with many big shots. It was what her husband had told her. Now the Li family wanted to have Li Mochen back because of his abilities. If Li Mochen returned to the Li family, she wouldn't be able to offend him even more. As a result, Ms. Lin dared not challenge Li Mochen anymore, even though she was still unwilling in her heart. She immediately apologized. Mr. Li, I'm sorry for my words. How much compensation do I need to pay? Tang Ning was the one who suffered the most injustice and should indeed receive an apology and compensation. Ms. Lin originally thought that Li Mochen was going to give her a hard time. Upon hearing that it was just these few conditions, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief and had her daughter apologize right away. Although Zhang Yaya was arrogant, she still listened to her mother, so she apologized to Tang Ning and promised not to trouble her again. Afterwards, Ms. Lin gave Li Mochen 1,000 yuan, then she hurriedly left with her daughter. As soon as Ms. Lin left, the head teacher immediately apologized to Li Mochen. Mr. Li, I'm sorry, I didn't take good care of her. Although it wasn't her intention for something like this to happen, Tang Ning was bullied on her first day of school, and she felt guilty about it. It's not your fault. After all, you can't take care of everything, but I hope the principal can remind each subject teacher to pay a little more attention to Tang Ning and prevent her from being bullied or stop it immediately if she is bullied, said Li Mochen. He wasn't an unreasonable person, and people only dared to bully Tang Ning when the teacher wasn't around. In fact, the head teacher had already done a good job. She immediately took Tang Ning to the infirmary when she found out about the accident and informed the principal, who also informed him. No problem. The principal agreed. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Li, Teacher Yang said gratefully. Since Tang Ning is injured, I need to take her home and will send her back when she recovers, said Li Mochen. The principal had no objections, so Li Mochen took Tang Ning home then. When he took Tang Ning home, Li Mochen also called Feng Dongcheng to avoid him being panicked if he couldn't bring Tang Ning back later. Tong Shonglin had already moved over in the morning, so she was at home at this time. Because they were close by, Tang Xing and Tang Ning would be picked up and sent home for lunch, usually at 11:40 a.m., then they would have an hour's nap time after lunch before their afternoon classes at 2:30 p.m. It was 11 a.m. at this time, and Tong Shonglin had started cooking. Suddenly someone rang the doorbell, so Tong Shonglin hurried to answer it. When she saw Li Mochen carrying Tang Ning back, she was also taken aback and immediately went to open the door. Sir, what happened? Tong Shonglin asked, showing genuine concern on her face. She was pushed down by a classmate and will be resting at home these days. Stew some chicken soup for her in the afternoon to make up for it, said Li Mochen. Of course, Tong Shonglin replied. She was also very angry about Tang Ning being bullied. Although she hadn't formally interacted with Tang Ning yet, she was the one she had to take care of, and they would live together for a long time in the future, so she would treat her sincerely. Anyway, seeing that Li Mochen had brought Tang Ning back, he must have dealt with the matter. Chapter 3427, The Tang Family's Story. At noon after school, Leng Xiaoyao saw a call from the principal and also saw a message from Li Mochen. After learning about Tang Ning's condition from Li Mochen's message, Leng Xiaoyao didn't bother to reply to the principal's call. Leng Xiaoyao was also angry about Tang Ning being bullied, but since Li Mochen had already dealt with it, there was nothing else she could do. When Tang Xing came home at noon, he saw his injured sister. Although he felt distressed, he was very calm. Because they had relied on each other for 3 years, they had already lost count of how many times they had been injured by other kids in the alley. Besides, Tang Ning was fine. She just needed to rest, but Tang Xing would still stay with his sister until it was time to go to school. In the afternoon, Tang Ning's condition had improved, so after the home tutors arrived, they could start studying. Because Leng Xiaoyao usually arrived home at 6:30 p.m., she had instructed Tong Shonglin to start dinner at 6 p.m. and let them start studying at 6:30 p.m. She only needed to leave a serving for her. However, Leng Xiaoyao had something to do with Li Mochen this afternoon, so they didn't return home after school. Because Li Mochen had already found out something about the Tang family and wanted to tell Leng Xiaoyao, he went directly to Leng Xiaoyao's school to pick her up. Then they went to the number 1 hospital of the capital city. It turned out that Tang Ning's uncle was indeed responsible for his parents' accident. Tang Xing's uncle wasn't the biological son of Tang Xing's grandfather, and was instead his younger brother's child. However, because his younger brother's family had an accident and the couple died, Tang Xing's uncle was adopted by Old Master Tang. Although the Tang family wasn't among the third-rate rich families, it was also a family with billions of yuan in assets. Old Master Tang had 1 daughter and 2 sons. His daughter, Tang Yu, disappeared at the age of 15. His second son, Tang Heng, was the father of Tang Xing and Tang Ning. His third son, Tang Fei, drowned when he was only a kid. Tang Lei was 2 years younger than Tang Heng, and he came to the Tang family when he was 12 years old. The Tang family had never broken up, and Old Master Tang and his wife treated Tang Lei kindly. Therefore, even if he got married, he still stayed in the Tang family. Old Master Tang even gave him 10% of the shares of the Tang Corporation, and allowed him to hold an important position in the company. Even to the outside world, not many people knew that Tang Lei wasn't Old Master Tang's biological son, because the Tang family hadn't made it public. Even Tang Heng treated Tang Lei as if he were his own younger brother, because both his sister and younger brother were gone. There was only a younger brother like Tang Lei with him. It was impossible for Tang Heng to treat Tang Lei badly. The main reason was that Tang Lei was very good at being a good person on the surface. He usually didn't fight for or grab anything from other people. He was also considerate and no one could see his ambition. That was the reason why Tang Heng was easily trapped by him. As an outsider, Tang Lei had enough things in the Tang family, but none of these could satisfy him. He wanted more. He knew that he was only an adopted son, but since the Tang family had adopted him and promised to treat him as their own son, why was there such a big difference in the company's shares? He wasn't convinced. Therefore, he accumulated power and finally became strong. About 3 years ago, Tang Lei took action, bribed people around Tang Heng and turned Old Master Tang into a vegetable, then blamed Tang Heng for it. Before doing all of this, Tang Lei was fully prepared, such as having proof of Tang Heng's motive for attacking Old Master Tang. Tang Lei forged a will that showed that he was to inherit the Tang Corporation, then said that Tang Heng saw this will and was so angry that he attacked Old Master Tang, causing him to become a vegetable. Tang Lei originally wanted to kill Old Master Tang, but he was unlucky. Old Master Tang didn't die and became a vegetable. At this time, Old Master Tang could no longer threaten Tang Lei, so Tang Lei didn't take action again. Instead, he acted like a filial son. Therefore, his reputation was still good in front of outsiders. As a result, no matter how Tang Heng explained, it was useless. Tang Lei was aware that Tang Heng was capable. As long as he had time, he would eventually overturn the case. Therefore, shortly after driving Tang Heng to the old house, he arranged for someone to burn the old house down and kill them. Tang Lei also knew that Tang Xing and Tang Ning weren't burned to death, but they were just 2 children. He didn't care about them and didn't think that they knew it was done by him. After Li Mochen and Leng Xiaoyao finished talking about these things, they arrived at the number 1 hospital of the capital city. Why did they come to the number 1 hospital of the capital city? Because Old Master Tang was in this hospital. Tang Lei hated Old Master Tang, so he didn't want him to stay at home. He spent money to let him live in the hospital and hired someone to take care of him. To avoid the danger of Old Master Tang waking up, he also came to check on him from time to time. The current evidence isn't enough to prove Tang Lei's guilt. The best way is to wake up old Master Tang, Li Mochen said. Although they had found some of Tang Lei's dirty secrets, the evidence was insufficient. Then let's try to pour some magical power into Grandpa and see if we can repair his body, Leng Xiaoyao said. The effect of magical power was great, but it wasn't omnipotent. Therefore, it could be tried, but there was only a 5% chance of success. However, 5% was still a lot. Even if others only had 2% or 3%, they would try their best to awaken the vegetative person. Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen easily arrived outside old Master Tang's ward. There was no one in the ward because it was just a vegetable. It didn't need someone to watch over him all the time. Checking a few times a day was enough. Before entering the room, Leng Xiaoyao used her magical power to check if there were any monitors or recording pens in the room. After confirming that there were none, Leng Xiaoyao and Li Mochen sneaked into the room smoothly without being discovered. Then Li Mochen checked old Master Tang's body with his magical senses and found that the main reason was the blood clot in his brain. As long as this blood clot was cleared, old Master Tang might wake up. Li Mochen covered old Master Tang's head with his hand and poured magical power into his body. After the magical power entered his brain, the blood clot changed and became smaller. Unfortunately, because old Master Tang wasn't only old, but also in a coma, the speed of absorbing magical power was too slow. Li Mochen couldn't put too much magical power into old Master Tang's body because old Master Tang wouldn't be able to bear it. After that was done, they left. However, Leng Xiaoyao wasn't very happy about that. After leaving the hospital, Leng Xiaoyao said to Li Mochen, "Brother Mochen, can you find 2 people with strong hidden abilities to guard him? To prevent the hospital from telling Tang Lei when my grandfather gets better. My grandfather might be harmed by him again." "Sure, I'll deal with it," Li Mochen replied. He had that idea as well before Leng Xiaoyao said anything. "Thank you, Brother Mochen." Leng Xiaoyao thanked him. He had helped her so much recently. Chapter 3428, Tang Lei. "That's it. Isn't it too little?" Li Mochen was dissatisfied. "What do you want me to do to thank you?" Leng Xiaoyao looked at him, feeling slightly nervous. "Well," Li Mochen narrowed his eyes and leaned over, leaving a kiss on Leng Xiaoyao's lips. Then, like a cat that had stolen fish, he looked pleased and continued. "Like this." Leng Xiaoyao was struck dumb for a second, then blushed and glared at Li Mochen. She didn't expect him to want this kind of repayment. However, the glare she gave Li Mochen wasn't intimidating at all, but rather soft and charming in his eyes. If he wasn't driving, he would kiss her longer. Just one kiss wasn't enough for him. Anyway, getting a kiss like that was better than not getting one at all. After leaving the hospital, the two didn't immediately return to Hanlin Manor, and instead went to the Tang family's house to see if they could find anything. The Tang family was a wealthy family, so they naturally lived in a high-end villa area. By the time they arrived at the community in which the Tang family's house was located, it was already dark. It was easy for them to sneak into the yard of the Tang family's house without being noticed. First, they used their magical senses to explore old Master Tang's room, Tang Heng's room, even Tang Lei's room, and their studies. As expected, they found a notebook in Tang Lei's study safe that recorded his bribes to certain leaders. They didn't have the ability to take it directly from afar yet, but stealing the notebook was really easy. Tang Lei was talking to his wife in the living room, which gave them the opportunity to steal the notebook. Li Mochen asked Leng Xiaoyao to wait outside while he went in to take it. Leng Xiaoyao waited outside and listened to what Tang Lei and his wife were talking about. "Darling, I don't want to keep paying visits to the hospital like this. Why don't we just let old Master Tang die?" Tang Lei's wife, Shen Hongyu, said impatiently. Over the years, Tang Lei had made her go to the hospital every few days to see old Master Tang. It was just a show to let others know how filial she and Tang Lei were. At first, Shen Hongyu was willing to act. However, as time went on, she became impatient. Upon hearing that, Leng Xiaoyao was furious. They wanted her grandfather to die directly. "Do you think I don't want to kill the old man directly? But my uncle is watching us. He has always hoped that the old man can wake up. If we do something at this time and he finds out, we will be in trouble, Tang Lei said impatiently. No one wanted old Master Tang to die more than him. Once old Master Tang died, he would have no worries. However, if it happened at this time, there would be trouble. The uncle hoped that old Master Tang could wake up because he suspected that Tang Lei had done something behind their backs. However, he wasn't a good person either. At least regarding Tang Heng's 2 children, he was indifferent. In his eyes, there was only the company's interests and his own interests. Then why don't we just kill your uncle? Shen Hongyu said. When it came to dealing with Tang Lei's uncle, she had no guilty conscience. Leng Xiaoyao could see that Shen Hongyu had killed people before. Tang Lei has never killed anyone himself, but he had never hesitated to pay someone to do it. That's ridiculous. My uncle's son is not a pushover. He's already not on good terms with us. If something happens to my uncle right now, the first one to suspect us will be him. If he finds out something at that time, it'll still be troublesome, Tang Lei said angrily. He felt that his wife didn't understand him and just came up with bad ideas. After scheming against Tang Heng last time, he had been anxious for a while. The police investigated, and so did his uncle. It was just because nothing was found that he was fine. As for the fire, he deliberately had someone who knew electricity cause a short circuit to start the fire. How did Tang Xing know it was done by Tang Lei? After the fire, Tang Xing took Tang Ning back to the old house to continue living there, since they had nowhere else to go. One night, Tang Lei went to the old house and said a lot of things, including mentioning killing Tang Heng. That was how Tang Xing found out that everything was done by Tang Lei. Tang Lei didn't expect Tang Xing and Tang Ning to continue living in the burned-down old house, so he dared to come and show off his achievements in the middle of the night. Since then, Tang Xing and Tang Ning had been avoiding Tang Lei as much as possible. At first, Tang Lei also looked for Tang Xing and his sister, but it was just for show to outsiders. He didn't really try to find them, otherwise he wouldn't have failed to find them. Later, he just stopped looking for them altogether. Afterwards, he learned that Tang Xing and his sister had returned to the old house and became beggars. Therefore, he simply ignored them. Seeing Tang Heng's son living so miserably, he was very pleased. I just want you to completely control the Tang Corporation. Zhang Hongyu was very aggrieved. Although Tang Lei was the chairman of the Tang Corporation, there were many people who disagreed with him, so it wasn't easy for him to manage the Tang Corporation well. On the contrary, the more powerful he was, the more trouble he was involved in. After all, although he had the most shares, his ability wasn't equal to his status. As a result, he relied on bribery in private to get things done. If he had the ability, he wouldn't be in such a difficult situation. You don't need to worry about my affairs. You just need to take care of your own family and don't let them cause trouble for me. If your brother causes any trouble again, I won't help him, Tang Lei said impatiently. The Zhang family wasn't easy to deal with. Tang Lei immediately guessed that Zhang Chenglong had probably caused trouble again. He glared at Zhang Hongyu and asked, has he done something again? Zhang Hongyu was hesitant to say, but had to admit it. Yes, he lost another 500,000 yuan, what? Tang Lei was angry when he heard that. Since your family spoils him so much, then you deal with it yourselves. You also get 100,000 yuan pocket money every month. If you want to help him, use your own money. I won't give a penny. Chapter 3429, Want to learn martial arts. I don't have any private money left. Zhang Hongyu said weakly. She had used her own money to support her family. That was why she turned to Tang Lei for help with Zhang Chenglong's situation. Tang Lei got angry at once, glaring at her. Zhang Hongyu, will you only be satisfied when I'm ruined by you? Zhang Hongyu was shocked. How could I want to ruin you? Don't you know how I feel about you? She had even killed for Tang Lei. He was her everything. It was impossible for her to ruin him. In fact, she wanted Tang Lei to be more and more successful, that is why she hoped to see old Master Tang and Tang Lei's uncle die. I know you don't want to ruin me, but your actions are doing just that. Don't you know what's going on with the company now? I may have a large share, but the company isn't just mine. The money isn't just for me to spend as I please. Over the past year, your family has taken millions of yuan from me, and now they're causing trouble everywhere. Are you trying to give my uncle a reason to attack me? Tang Lei was angry. He knew that his wife loved him, but her excessive generosity towards her family was a weakness. Zhang Hongyu didn't know what to say for a while, and realized the seriousness of the matter, but if Tang Lei didn't help her, what should she do? What about my brother? If I don't help him, my parents will be upset with me, Zhang Hongyu said helplessly. I told you not to spoil them before. Now that you're in trouble, you want my help. If you want to help them so much, sell your jewelry. If you continue to sabotage me, we'll divorce. Don't try to threaten me with anything, or I'll punish your family if they dare to drag me into trouble, Tang Lei said before leaving. Zhang Hongyu was stunned. She knew that Tang Lei meant what he said. If he hadn't mentioned the last sentence, she might have tried to threaten him with something else, but she had to give up. Li Mochen, who had gone to get the account book, listened to their conversation along with Leng Xiaoyao. He and Leng Xiaoyao left together without being noticed when Tang Lei left. On their way back, they talked about it. What should we do to deal with Tang Lei? The evidence we have is enough to put him in jail for life, but then the Tang family's business will be in serious trouble. If your grandpa can wake up, we can directly take back the shares. After all, Tang Lei's ownership of the shares isn't from your grandpa's transfer, but from his inheritance as a son, said Li Mochen. We'll wait for my grandpa to wake up. Although we only have a 50% probability, we'll do our best first. If he doesn't wake up, we'll take the books and sue Tang Lei directly, said Leng Xiaoyao. She didn't want to ruin the Tang family's business. The Tang Corporation belonged to the Tang family and Tang Xing along with his sister. After all, her own assets were far less than theirs. There was no reason for her to disdain it. Next, let's investigate Uncle Tang's situation and see if he can be of use to us. If not, we should at least know his situation to know how to handle it, said Leng Xiaoyao. No problem. Just leave it to me, said Li Mochen. The investigation involved not only computer research, but also interviews as well. After all, what could be investigated on the computer was just some information recorded on the computer, such as ID card usage information, call log information, monitoring information and their computer registration information. If someone wanted to commit a crime, they had to be sneaky. Only some unavoidable registration would be left. Great. Leng Xiaoyao agreed because she couldn't handle it by herself. After returning to Hanlin Manor, it was still early, only 9 p.m. Tang Xing and Tang Ning were still watching TV in the living room with Tong Xianglin. There were many people in the house, so Li Mochen didn't feel embarrassed to go in this time. He followed Leng Xiaoyao inside, and planned to leave later. When Tang Xing and Tang Ning saw Leng Xiaoyao come back, they immediately went out to welcome her. Sister, you're back. Both of them were very happy. Hi. Leng Xiaoyao smiled, then picked up Tang Ning. She asked her with concern, is your head still hurting? No. Tang Ning replied. Leng Xiaoyao suddenly had the thought of teaching them martial arts, but she still had to ask for their opinions. She asked, Xing, Ning, do you want to learn martial arts? So that you won't have to be afraid of being bullied in the future. You'll have the ability to protect yourself when in danger. Tang Xing's eyes lit up and he eagerly said, I want to learn martial arts. Sister, can you teach me? The years of begging had caused them to be bullied a lot. At that time, they were thinking that if they knew martial arts, they wouldn't have been bullied. Although they wouldn't suffer any longer, who knew what would happen in the future? Besides, Tang Ning was just bullied by a classmate today. I want to learn too, Tang Ning also said. Since her brother wanted to learn, she wanted to learn too. She didn't want to be bullied again. But learning martial arts is very hard. You have to get up at 5:30 a.m. every day and jog for half an hour, Leng Xiaoyao said. I'm not afraid of hardship, Tang Xing firmly said. He knew that learning martial arts was very difficult, but nothing ventured, nothing gained. After all, he still wanted revenge. I'm not afraid of hardship either, Tang Ning said. Okay, Tang Xing will jog with me tomorrow morning. Tang Ning just got injured and needs to rest for 2 more days. I'm usually busy and can't teach you personally all the time, so I'll find a master to teach you, Leng Xiaoyao said, looking at Li Mochen. Before she could say anything, Li Mochen opened his mouth. Leave it to me. Leng Xiaoyao felt so touched by how Li Mochen had been helping her these days. Thanks. Leng Xiaoyao answered. Li Mochen left shortly after that. Leng Xiaoyao also asked Tang Xing and Tang Ning to take a shower and go to bed immediately. Although Leng Xiaoyao was used to staying up late, Tang Xing and Tang Ning were still children and shouldn't go to sleep later than 10 p.m. On the other hand, Leng Xiaoyao could stay up until midnight without any problem. The next morning at 5:30, Tang Xing was already downstairs waiting for Leng Xiaoyao. Li Mochen was also waiting outside. Once Leng Xiaoyao and Tang Xing walked out, they saw Li Mochen. Then the three of them started their morning jog. Despite being thin due to years of begging and not eating enough, Tang Xing had better stamina than normal children, so he could last for quite a while. Chapter 3430, Sister will protect you. Mainly because they were jogging, not running fast, it didn't consume too much energy. Running was only a basic element of martial arts, but it was also helpful to improve physical fitness. After the morning run, they each cleaned up and had breakfast. Li Mochen also came over. Before leaving, Leng Xiaoyao had told Tong Shonglin to make breakfast for one more person. After breakfast, Feng Dongcheng took Tang Xing to school. Leng Xiaoyao drove herself to school, and Li Mochen went to deal with his own business. Soon, 3 days passed, and Leng Xiaoyao also finished military training. The day after the end of military training was Sunday, so there was a day off. During these 3 days, Leng Xiaoyao secretly gave Old Master Tang magical power every day, and the blood clot in his head gradually shrank. However, there was no sign of him waking up yet. Li Mochen also found out something about Uncle Tang. Uncle Tang was Old Master Tang's third younger brother. They were biological brothers. Old Master Tang was the eldest son, Tang Lei's father was the second, and Uncle Tang the third. The Tang Corporation wasn't the property of the Tang family, but Old Master Tang's personal property. However, he gave his second and third younger brothers 10% of the shares respectively. Old Master Tang's younger brother was a good man. He was grateful, but he had bad luck and died in a car accident with his wife, leaving behind a son named Tang Lei. Tang Lei wasn't a good man. Not only was he ungrateful, but he was also evil. Uncle Tang suspected Tang Lei, but had no evidence. He was also ambitious, so he had been competing against Tang Lei. According to the right of inheritance, Tang Lei was more qualified than Uncle Tang. Even though he was just an adopted son, he was totally accepted by Old Master Tang's family. However, Uncle Tang and his son were both capable, so they had many supporters in the company. If Tang Lei was really useless, he would eventually be made a mere figurehead in the company, even if he still had the corresponding dividends from the shares. Because, for a company to become strong and successful, it must have a capable leader, and Tang Lei lacked some abilities. Therefore, Tang Lei's current situation in the company wasn't good. Now that there was enough evidence to deal with these two people, they still wanted to wait for Old Master Tang to wake up. With the popularity of the game, the jewelry in the game had also gained some fame. So today, Shen Ziyin came to the capital city and would be staying for a while. After finishing military training, Leng Xiaoyao quickly changed her clothes and took Tang Xing and Tang Ning out. Tonight she would have dinner with Shen Ziyin, Mu Yufan, and Zhou Yongkai. They would discuss business then. Due to time constraints, Leng Xiaoyao took Tang Xing and Tang Ning directly to the restaurant. Shen Ziyin had already arrived at the company during the day and was in the restaurant with Mu Yufan and the others at the moment. Today Zhang Chenglong also invited 2 friends to dine at the restaurant. He happened to meet Leng Xiaoyao and the others and was instantly attracted by Leng Xiaoyao's beauty. Zhang Chenglong was a lecherous gambler. It was impossible for him to let go of such a beautiful girl. Although she was alone with 2 children, these 2 children were definitely not hers given their ages. However, he felt that these 2 children looked somewhat familiar. Anyway, he didn't recognize them. After all, he hadn't met Tang Xing and Tang Ning many times, and it had been 3 years since they disappeared, so he couldn't remember them and didn't care about it. Zhang Chenglong knew that everyone who came to dine at this restaurant was either rich or noble, but he was a reckless person who was always bold. "Hello miss, I'm Zhang Chenglong, the deputy manager of the marketing department of the Tang Corporation. May I know your name?" Zhang Chenglong acted like a gentleman and politely asked Leng Xiaoyao. However, he leered at Leng Xiaoyao the entire time and sized her up. The thoughts in his mind were also extremely dirty. Leng Xiaoyao, who had learned about the members' relationships in the Tang family, naturally knew who Zhang Chenglong was. Honestly, it was a narrow road for enemies to meet. She didn't expect to meet Tang Lei's brother-in-law first. Tang Ning didn't know who Zhang Chenglong was, but Tang Xing did. Therefore, when he heard his name, Tang Xing's body trembled subconsciously. Leng Xiaoyao looked at Zhang Chenglong with a cold gaze and said arrogantly, "You don't even deserve to know my name." Afterwards, she planned to take Tang Xing and Tang Ning away, but Zhang Chenglong wouldn't let her leave. He really liked her and was embarrassed when she rejected him. If he couldn't get her, he couldn't bear the result of losing face. "Miss, do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like that? Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to leave this place?" Zhang Chenglong looked at Leng Xiaoyao with a sinister look and threatened her. "Is your brain full of shit? You already said who you are, but so what? You're just a deputy manager of the marketing department of the Tang Corporation. How dare you bully others? I'm afraid that you have forgotten that this is the capital city where the elites gather. Get out of my way or I won't be polite to you." Leng Xiaoyao was impatient with Zhang Chenglong. Although he was Tang Lei's brother-in-law, it had nothing to do with her. She wouldn't vent her anger on Zhang Chenglong just because she wanted to deal with Tang Lei. However, if Zhang Chenglong still made things difficult for her, she would really punish him. When Zhang Chenglong heard that, although he was angry, he also felt wary. It was true that this was the capital city where the elites gather. People who came to this five-star restaurant were either rich or powerful. His background wasn't that powerful. Most importantly, after Leng Xiaoyao heard his identity, instead of being wary, she was arrogant. It seemed that her background wasn't common. However, if he let it go right now, he would be humiliated. "Brother Zhang, forget it, don't argue with a woman." At this time, one of Zhang Chenglong's friends came over to persuade him and pulled him away. He came here for a meal and didn't want to offend the powerful. Fine. Surprisingly, a friend came to give him a step down. Zhang Chenglong followed suit and immediately left with his friend. After Zhang Chenglong left, Tang Xing whispered to Leng Xiaoyao, "Sister, he's my uncle's brother-in-law, don't be afraid, I'll protect you." Leng Xiaoyao comforted him. Shen Ziyin and the others also knew that Leng Xiaoyao would bring her cousins together, so they weren't surprised when they saw them. "They are my cousins, Tang Xing and Tang Ning." Leng Xiaoyao introduced them, then Shen Ziyin. "This is Sister Shen Ziyin, this is Brother Zhou, and you already know Brother Mu." Chapter 3431, Totally Attracted. "Nice to meet you, Sister Ziyin, Brother Zhou, Brother Mu." The siblings called out. Shen Shiyin and the others responded, giving each of them a red envelope as a gift. Naturally, they were hesitant to accept it and only did so after getting permission from Leng Xiaoyao. Zhang Chenglong felt extremely unhappy after losing face in front of Leng Xiaoyao. He couldn't even enjoy drinking as usual. "What's wrong, Zhang? You don't seem to be in the mood," asked the rough-looking man, seeming unhappy in both expression and tone. This dinner was hosted by Zhang Chenglong, but he was acting uninterested, which was disrespectful. Zhang Chenglong was scared and immediately apologized. "Sorry, Brother Bao. I was just thinking about what happened in the lobby earlier, so I'm feeling a bit off," Zhang Chenglong told Brother Bao what had happened in the lobby and even pointed out how stunning the girl was. Although he didn't want to share her, he didn't have the courage to keep it a secret from Brother Bao. After all, Brother Bao was well connected and had the means to help him. Even the upper-class families were wary of him. If he couldn't have Leng Xiaoyao, he might as well let Brother Bao handle it. Anyway, he was determined to teach Leng Xiaoyao a lesson, otherwise he wouldn't let it go. "Oh, is she more stunning than Lin Feifei?" asked Brother Bao, suddenly interested. Lin Feifei was a popular actress in the entertainment industry and also his lover. She was one of the most beautiful women in the industry. However, he never kept a woman by his side for too long. Women were just toys to him. When he got bored, he would throw them away. It was all just business. He protected and supported them, so they slept with him. Definitely more stunning than Lin Feifei and much younger. She's probably only around 20 years old, said Zhang Chenglong. Although Lin Feifei wasn't old either, she was already in her late 20s. Compared to the girl he met today, she was much older. Really? I want to see her, said Brother Bao with a wicked smile on his face. He started to fantasize about her even before seeing her. But that woman was very arrogant and not afraid even after knowing my background, said Zhang Chenglong. He didn't want to say it because he was afraid that Brother Bao would spare her due to fear. However, if he didn't say it, Brother Bao would blame him later, so he decided to tell him in the end. Oh, so this woman has some connections. Brother Bao pondered. If she had connections, he couldn't act recklessly. However, at the same time, he didn't want to let her go easily. Seeing Brother Bao's pensive look, Zhang Chenglong couldn't tell whether he was disappointed or grateful. He wanted Brother Bao to deal with that woman, but he also wanted to deal with that woman himself. After thinking for a few seconds, Brother Bao said, "Lao Gui, eat quickly, then go downstairs to take a picture of the girl when you see her. Then find out her background." Although Brother Bao was bold, he didn't dare to do whatever he wanted. After all, this was the capital city and there were forces that he feared. Sure, the man known as Lao Gui replied. He then quickly finished his meal and left the private room. Leng Xiaoyao was still unaware that she was being targeted and was discussing company matters with the others while eating. The game Who's the Ruler was developing well and had become popular among players. It had only been 10 days since its release and there were already over 100,000 players with high ratings. Sales of game-themed jewelry were also good, but they were still limited edition because all of these jewelry pieces were personally carved by Shen Ziyin. Shen Ziyin was a jewelry artifact master in the game, and her reputation was associated with it. Therefore, she couldn't mass-produce the jewelry pieces with other designers and carvers just to make money. The game-themed jewelry was limited to 12 pieces per month, 9 of which were fixed styles and jade quality, and 3 of which were customized with any style and jade quality. Even names could be engraved on the back. There was an exclusive studio for Shen Ziyin in the company, with all the necessary machines ready and soundproofed so as not to disturb other employees. Tomorrow, when Leng Xiaoyao cut out a few more pieces of jade including middle and high level, she would go to the company to see Shen Ziyin. As for the technology company, they would focus on this game for the time being and not rush to expand to other businesses. After all, they only had enough staff to maintain the game. After dinner, they left the private room without lingering. Leng Xiaoyao invited Shen Ziyin back to Hanlin Manor tonight since she wanted to go to the company together tomorrow. Because Lao Gui had heard Leng Xiaoyao's features described by Zhang Chenglong, especially that she was with 2 children, he easily recognized her when he saw her. He was also amazed by her beauty. She was indeed more attractive than Lin Feifei. Even he couldn't help being attracted. However, he dared not do anything since Brother Bao had already targeted Leng Xiaoyao. Leng Xiaoyao didn't notice that she was being followed and even got photographed a few times. Lao Gui then followed Leng Xiaoyao and saw her get in the car. He immediately wrote down the license plate number. After Leng Xiaoyao left, he returned to the private room at once. It was easy to investigate someone with their license plate number. Therefore, there was no need to follow her any longer. Back in the private room, Lao Gui excitedly said to Brother Bao, "Brother Bao, that girl is indeed rare. Lin Feifei is barely comparable to her. Have a look." Saying that, Lao Gui immediately showed the photos to Brother Bao. Brother Bao became interested at once. He even swallowed eagerly. Suddenly, Brother Bao asked displeased Ly, "Why didn't you follow her?" "Brother Bao, I wrote down her license plate number. With that, we can easily collect information about her," said Lao Gui. He then told Brother Bao Leng Xiaoyao's license plate number. "Ha ha ha, good job. I'll leave the investigation to you," Brother Bao said happily. "No problem," said Lao Gui. Zhang Chenglong realized that he couldn't have Leng Xiaoyao, so he would let Brother Bao ruin her. It was a way for him to vent his frustration. After returning home, Leng Xiaoyao went to the basement with Shen Ziyin to cut some stones. Although Shen Ziyin knew that these raw jade materials had a high chance of producing green jade, she was still amazed and took a deep breath every time a piece of jade was cut out. Late that night, Leng Xiaoyao went out alone and went to the number 1 hospital to supply magical power to Old Master Tang and remove some of the blood clot in his brain again. Chapter 3432, It's Too Scary. On Sunday, Tang Xing and his sister didn't have extracurricular tutoring, so when Leng Xiaoyao and Shen Ziyin went to the company, they also took the Tang siblings with them. However, just as they left Hanlin Manor, Leng Xiaoyao discovered that they were being followed. Lao Gui found out Leng Xiaoyao's identity overnight. She was a 19-year-old freshman at the capital university. She was born in City Chong, lived in Hanlin Manor and owned a company called Xiaoyao Technology. As for her background, there was nothing extraordinary about it. However, Brother Bao believed that a 19-year-old girl couldn't have started such a company in the capital city without someone's help. Perhaps Leng Xiaoyao was just a figurehead. Anyway, based on what they had learned from their investigation, it wasn't worth Brother Bao's fear. Therefore, he immediately sent some people to follow Leng Xiao and find an opportunity to abduct her. Leng Xiaoyao immediately used her magical senses to see who was following her. Her magical senses were stable now, so she could directly use them to check things, just like the night they used them to investigate the account book in Tang Lei's safe. They were similar to jade eyes. She not only saw them with her magical senses, but also heard them talking. Finally, she knew why they were targeting her. They were interested in her. Humph. It was impossible for them to hurt her. Because they hadn't taken action yet, she couldn't take action against them either because as a cultivator, she couldn't harm mortals. It would damage her yin virtue due to karmic consequences. If they attacked her first, she could defend herself without consequences. However, killing wasn't allowed. Not only because of the heavenly rules, but also because Leng Xiaoyao didn't want to kill randomly. Although she wouldn't harm them first, she didn't want to be followed all the time. Therefore, she decided to give them a chance to show themselves. We are being followed, or I should say I'm being followed. So we are not going to the company now. Instead, let's lead them to a place with fewer people and see what they want, Leng Xiaoyao said to Shen Ziyin. Shen Ziyin was shocked when she heard that. Could it be that someone is jealous of the company's success and wants to harm you? I don't know. Leng Xiaoyao really couldn't tell. Although she knew that they were interested in her, she didn't know why they came after her. Tang Xing and Tang Ning were worried because they didn't know Leng Xiaoyao's abilities. Leng Xiaoyao noticed, but didn't comfort them. She drove the car towards a remote location, and the people following her didn't suspect anything. It wasn't until they arrived at a park that Leng Xiaoyao stopped the car, and the people following her thought that she was there for a walk. It was around 9 a.m., and some people were walking in the park, but they weren't enough to make those men afraid to act. You all stay in the car. Don't get out, understand? Before getting out of the car, Leng Xiaoyao reminded them. Okay. Shen Ziyin responded. She knew that Leng Xiaoyao was powerful and wouldn't be injured. Tang Xing and Tang Ning were still worried. Sister, don't worry, I'll be fine. Leng Xiaoyao comforted them. Tang Xing and Tang Ning were relieved. They had blind faith in Leng Xiaoyao. The men who followed them parked their car next to Leng Xiaoyao's car and surrounded her as soon as she got out of the car. Lao Gui brought 3 men with him. Once they got out of the car, they surrounded Leng Xiaoyao in the middle. What do you want? Leng Xiaoyao looked at them calmly. Lao Gui saw that she was calm and became nervous. Obviously, she wasn't afraid of them. Lao Gui wasn't afraid either. He smiled and said, "Our boss likes you and wants to keep you." Ridiculous. Upon hearing that, Leng Xiaoyao laughed. Keep me. What does he think he is? Lao Gui and his men became mad. Lao Gui said, "Our boss isn't someone you can offend. We've collected information about you. You're from City Chong and you are currently a freshman at the capital university. You have a technology company called Xiaoyao Technology. So, if you don't agree with my boss can easily destroy your company and ruin you." Leng Xiaoyao was immediately displeased. He came prepared. However, so what? She wasn't afraid. Oh, who is your boss? Leng Xiaoyao narrowed her eyes. She had already learned from her magical senses just then that the person was called Brother Bao, but she didn't know who he was. My boss is someone in the underworld. Everyone calls him Brother Bao. I can tell you that in the capital city, there are not many people who dare to offend Brother Bao. Lao Gui threatened, with a proud face. He believed that Leng Xiaoyao wouldn't dare to resist. But I've never offended him. It's you who came to cause trouble for me, Leng Xiaoyao said with a sinister expression. So what? Brother Bao gets the woman he wants. Lao Gui said. Really? Leng Xiaoyao sneered. Then let's see what you can do. Lao Gui squinted at Leng Xiaoyao. Could it be that she really wasn't afraid? Are you sure you want us to use violence? Lao Gui asked. That depends on whether you have the ability or not. Leng Xiaoyao said, provoking them to make the first move. Humph. Since that's the case, don't regret it. Lao Gui snorted and immediately ordered a few lackeys to attack Leng Xiaoyao. However, before they could even get close to Leng Xiaoyao, they were hit and flew several meters away. They fell to the ground and were in so much pain that they couldn't even get up. They were all surprised. How could Leng Xiaoyao be so powerful? Originally, Tang Xing and his sister were still worried, so when they witnessed that scene, they were surprised and excited. Their sister was unbelievable. Who are you really? Lao Gui asked. He felt that Leng Xiaoyao wasn't simple. If she was simple, she wouldn't be able to knock them out with one blow. Who am I? Didn't you collect information about me already? Leng Xiaoyao sneered and walked towards them. Don't come over. If you dare to hurt us, Brother Bao won't let you go. Lao Gui threatened. He was frightened by Leng Xiaoyao. This woman was too terrifying. I already hurt you, didn't I? Even if I let you go now, will you let me go? Leng Xiaoyao sneered. She didn't believe that they would let her go. Lao Gui blinked, then said, we'll let you go. We'll definitely let you go. Leng Xiaoyao saw through Lao Gui. She didn't believe him. Chapter 3433, Damage to Cranial Nerves. Hey, do I look that stupid? Leng Xiaoyao sneered. Lao Gui stiffened. This girl didn't look stupid at all. His face became somewhat ferocious. What do you want? What do I want? I want to kill you all, but I'm not willing to ruin my life for a momentary pleasure. However, Leng Xiaoyao's eyes narrowed, looking dangerous. She then released her magical senses to invade their minds and directly damage their nerves. From today on, they would experience headaches, irritability, forgetfulness, fatigue, cell apoptosis, premature aging, organ damage, and visual impairment. Since they dared to trouble her, they would have to face the consequences. If they were less evil, she would go easier on them. However, Lao Gui had blood on his hands, so he would receive a harsher punishment. But what? Lao Gui asked warily. He knew that Leng Xiaoyao wouldn't dare to kill them, but it didn't mean that he could accept other consequences. Suddenly, they all felt as if their minds were being pricked by a needle. It wasn't a severe pain, but it was uncomfortable and made them irritable. Since Leng Xiaoyao didn't want to kill them, she didn't cause too much damage. She warned them before leaving, go back and tell that so-called Brother Bao, if he dares to target me again, he won't be able to bear the consequences. Do you really think a teenage girl can run a company in the capital city without any backing? Lao Gui was stunned. It was true. How could a young girl run such a company in the capital city without any backing? He didn't believe it anyway. Although he had doubted it before, he finally listened to Brother Bao's orders to deal with Leng Xiaoyao. However, at this moment, he felt that he had made a terrible mistake. If Leng Xiaoyao was really ordinary, she wouldn't have such powerful skills. Leng Xiaoyao didn't linger with them and left directly after warning them. She returned to the car and drove away. Sister, you're amazing. Can I be as powerful as you in the future? Tang Ning's eyes were full of admiration. She wanted to be as powerful as her sister. I want to be as powerful as you too, Tang Xing said. If he was as powerful as Leng Xiaoyao, he wouldn't be afraid of being bullied. Of course you can, as long as you can bear hardship and train hard. Leng Xiaoyao smiled faintly. She hadn't used her magical power just then, so as long as Tang Xing and Tang Ning could bear the hardship, it wouldn't be a problem for them to defeat those men and even more people. I can bear hardship, Tang Xing replied firmly. I can bear hardship too. Tang Ning was also full of determination. They had gone through such hard times for 3 years. They were afraid of nothing at this moment. Lao Gui and his men felt uncomfortable and irritable after leaving. They called Brother Bao while heading to the hospital. Brother Bao, that woman is too powerful. She knocked us down in a second and told me to tell you. Go back and tell that so-called Brother Bao, if he dares to target me again, he won't be able to bear the consequences. Do you really think a teenage girl can run a company in the capital city without any backing? Lao Gui repeated Leng Xiaoyao's words and said, Brother Bao, I really think we shouldn't mess with her. Brother Bao realized that Leng Xiaoyao wasn't someone to mess with, but he was unwilling to give up. Therefore, he was currently annoyed and didn't say much to Lao Gui. Lao Gui and his men went to the hospital for an examination, but couldn't find anything wrong. After all, this was nerve damage caused by magical power and couldn't be detected by machines. They couldn't find anything wrong no matter how much they checked. It wasn't until some time later that they matched their symptoms with those of brain nerve damage. However, no matter how they treated it, it didn't get better. However, that was another story. At noon, Leng Xiaoyao invited everyone in the company to lunch, then took Tang Xing and Tang Ning to the amusement park. Before Tang Heng had an accident, Tang Heng and his wife would bring them to the amusement park every weekend. However, after the accident, they didn't go there anymore and only watched from afar because they didn't have the money to go inside. This time, Leng Xiaoyao brought them over, which made them very happy. Sister, can we play whatever we want to play? Tang Ning asked. If her sister said no, she wouldn't complain, but if she said yes, she would enjoy herself. Of course, you can play on whatever you want. Thinking of the hardships they had suffered in recent years, Leng Xiaoyao suddenly felt a pang of heartache. They were originally young heirs of a wealthy family, but they became beggars because of being framed by wicked people and almost died. Wow, that's great. I want to ride the merry-go-round. I want to swing. I want to slide. I want to play. Tang Ning happily listed the places she wanted to go play. She hadn't played on these for a long time. As long as you study hard and practice well in your daily life, I'll bring you here to play every Sunday. If I don't have time, I'll let Uncle Feng bring you, Leng Xiaoyao said. Although she intended to let them make up for their lessons and practice martial arts, their lives couldn't exist only around studying and practicing martial arts. What was the difference between that and cultivating puppets? Appropriate recreational activities were still needed. Upon hearing that, the two of them became even happier. Leng Xiaoyao watched from the side, afraid that something might happen to them. The amusement park facilities were fine, but there might be some conflict since there were many people on weekends. Leng Xiaoyao was right. Shortly after they had played for a while, they ran into trouble. They were lining up to play bumper cars. Standing behind Tang Ning was a young woman and a 12-year-old boy. The boy was restless, moving here and there, then he suddenly pushed Tang Ning, causing her to fall to the ground and cry out in pain. Tang Xing couldn't stand it. So he pushed the little boy back. The little boy was also pushed to the ground and cried. Tang Xing immediately helped his little sister up, but the woman next to the boy didn't immediately help the boy up. Instead, she raised her hand and slapped Tang Xing, cursing. How dare you push my nephew? Are you insane? Tang Xing couldn't avoid the woman's slap, but Leng Xiaoyao grabbed her hand as it was about to land. The woman was furious when she saw that someone had stopped her. The moment she saw Leng Xiaoyao's stunning face, she also became jealous. She struggled hard, but couldn't break free and angrily said, "Let go of me." Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.